one of the Mud Boys that we've seen for so long, but we really haven't seen it in a long time. That is the Whiscash. I believe it is on Scald and the Mud Bomb, and of course Mud Shot as well that recently got buffed. So going straight for the Scald here, gonna land it into the Licky Licky. Let's get to see. I don't think double Scald is enough to knock out the bulk of the Licky Licky. It might actually be with the Mud Shot damage as well.
It's definitely close. As you can see, the Licky Licky is getting down into the yellow health now, but you can definitely hang on to this body slam as the Whiscash. Just Me Joshly is definitely going to need another charge attack, possibly even another Shadow Ball to knock out the Whiscash, as Whiscash is going to go for this Scald. I think if this doesn't knock out, maybe the next couple of Mud Shots are, but Just Me Joshly doesn't want to take that chance, and he puts up the shield.
Well, it's a great team composition from, and actually gets the debuff there, the -1 on the attack for the Licky Licky. Now is this body slam even enough to knock out the Whiscash? I don't think it's going to knock out. Whiscash is so bulky, able to hang on, but can it get to another charge attack? Yes, these rollouts are doing no damage, so able to get to that Mud Bomb, was actually even able to get to a Scald if he wanted to.
I think Pixel Cheetah might not have known exactly whether the energy for the Scald was going to be available, and that might actually come back to bite him as the Licky Licky is now able to hang on and keep all of that energy. But Pixel Cheetah has a great backline here. He's got Feraligatr for the Tinkaton.
And he has a Protect Shield advantage as well. Had that double water backline to protect the Dark type in the front so that you know you have good options versus Tinkaton, which would hard counter that Umbreon. And you're up a Protect Shield. Here comes the Bulldoze. You don't even need the Protect Shield on this Bulldoze, but he probably will. Let's see if he does give it that Protect Shield. Yes, he does.
He does. Probably the worst case scenario is shielding up that first Bulldoze and getting that defense drop. But I think Feraligatr's still okay here. Looks like another charge attack priority as Just Me Joshly just went for the Bulldoze bait yet again. And Pixel Cheetah is going to force the last shield out of Just Me Joshly.
Well, if somehow you get the second bait on this Bulldoze and you get the Protect Shield, if he thinks this is a Gigaton Hammer, he might Protect Shield it. If he gets the Protect Shield and there's another debuff, you can combo play. You can combo play in the Licky Licky and throw an attack. Is he going to go for it? He's not going for it. No, he's swapping instead, trying to go for a payback, but he gets the air cutter and there's a swap into the Umbreon.
And now this is great reaction and great anticipation from the Pixel Cheetah. Maybe you can even go for a super aggressive Snarl down if you want to, as another air cutter is going to come through. But, you know, we've seen Umbreon's bulk and it's going to be able to take this air cutter.
Yeah, I think you can go for that Snarl down. It's going to be no problem. Can you finally get a boost at the very end? No boost here. Now this Umbreon is going to be at 100 energy pretty much, has all of these charge attacks banked, can throw it into the Tinkaton. Do you go for the body slam on charge attack priority? I mean, you're pretty much at a lost position no matter what.
And the great news for Pixel Cheetah again is that he's now cleared those defense drops. So even if that Feraligatr has to take a charge attack, it's going to be able to hang on to anything, whether that's Gigaton Hammer or whether that's Shadow Ball.
Actually hangs on and banks the Bulldoze. This Bulldoze is not enough to knock out the Umbreon. You would still need to somehow get enough damage onto the Feraligatr, a double body slam. Can he somehow get rollouts down and get a double? No, there's just all that energy.
And the timer actually came up there. This game took quite a bit of time with all these bulky Pokemon, Umbreon, Corviknight, Licky Licky, Tinkaton, Whiscash, but Pixel Cheetah able to take that one pretty cleanly.
The game ends as the seconds come off the clock, and it was because of all that interaction in the lead matchup between the Umbreon and the Corviknight. There's just so many charge attacks thrown in that neutral matchup, and I feel like Joshly's maybe his only chance there was to swap into the Licky Licky and try to somehow land that damage onto the Feraligatr after it was double debuff, but I think the Pixel Cheetah saw that coming, was going to swap to Umbreon regardless.
It was a really tough position for Joshly. I think you mentioned that it looked like it was a lost position regardless, but I think you're right that the best window of opportunity would have been somewhere in there when that Feraligatr was double debuffed, right? At the point where now here Pixel Cheetah is able to clear that debuff, I mean, there's pretty much no way to take out the Feraligatr.
Did that Licky Licky have a body slam banked? I think we'll see it right in a second if that Licky Licky did have a body slam. Yes, had a body slam banked, so you could have technically gone for a combo play, landed that body slam before the Feraligatr had an opportunity to swap out into the Umbreon, and maybe that double defense drop body slam would have done enough damage that you could air cutter and knock out, but it still would have been so tough. It was really the team composition from the Pixel Cheetah, having that Umbreon in the lead matchup versus Corviknight, and then having the double water in the back, the hard counter, the Tinkaton, was just a dominant positioning from the start.
And that Umbreon looks really, really good for Pixel Cheetah. The worst matchup is the Tinkaton, but other than that, it's favorable to neutral across the board, right? Favorable into Corsola, favorable into Feraligatr and Corviknight, and then pretty neutral into both Diggersby and Licky Licky. So I expect to see Josh Lee continue to bring the Tinkaton and Pixel Cheetah continue to bring the Umbreon.
The Umbreon in probably double water, or maybe even bring a Stunfisk, and let's see what the lead matchups are. There is one of the water types, and in the back there is a Stunfisk as well, and actually sits this Umbreon for this game number 2, just trying to ensure that he has a good matchup for the Tinkaton, and he has a good matchup in the lead with the Whiscash, so I think he's going to be able to align that Stunfisk into that Tinkaton as well, unless just me, Josh Lee, makes some maneuvers here.
And that would be fantastic, because that would also mean for Pixel Cheetah that he's going to get the Licky Licky onto the Corsola. So switch advantage is going to be crucial in this matchup. We've seen how much damage this Scalds does. It does quite a bit to Licky Licky, puts it pretty much in the yellow. So I think that 2 Scalds is pretty much going to be enough. But now, oh my goodness, Pixel Cheetah is going to give up switch advantage. He tried to make a catch, but now Just Me Josh Lee is going to be able to align his Tinkaton onto the Licky Licky.
Oh, that is tough for the Pixel Cheetah. I was just going to compliment him on how I love that Whiscash pick, because Licky Licky's #1 in usage, and if you can just neutrally defeat that Licky Licky, you're in such great position, and especially in this matchup. But he gave up the alignment, and he baited out the Tinkaton here, but this is the worst case alignment for his entire team.
Right, he brought 2 ground types, maybe trying to catch the Tinkaton, but all of a sudden he finds the worst matchup. It's definitely not over though, as Licky Licky, very bulky, gonna be able to hang on to this Gigaton Hammer, and then you still have your 2 ground types, which can probably farm down or maybe come out with a little bit of energy after dealing with the Tinkaton.
Do we see a pivot? The Shadow Ball does land, and there's a pivot into the Stunfisk, and the Stunfisk is going to have a harder time farming down with the Thundershock, so now you're going to take the Bulldoze. That's super effective. Do you also get a defense drop here? It is a coin flip. It's a 50-50. Can Josh Lee secure it? No.
All right, here comes the Corsola for Just Me Josh Lee. Corsola, you know, I think advantageous in this matchup. You have much more efficient charge attacks than Unova and Stunfisk. You've also got a little bit of a health advantage here. So I think, you know, this is going all the way of Just Me Josh Lee, but that Whiscash is still going to be a problem.
And here comes the Nightshade. No, actually first, here comes the Mud Bomb. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Josh Lee, but it's just not an efficient use of the Protect Shields into a Corsola that's so bulky, and this Mud Bomb just doesn't do nearly enough. A great opportunity for this Corsola to finally find an opportunity here. The Nightshade is going to be coming through. Once again, it's not going to be enough to knock out, but the Pixel Cheetah does give up a Protect Shield.
All right, first shield of the game used right there, as Pixel Cheetah now going to go for a Mud Bomb, and Just Me Josh Lee starting to worry about the health advantage, also going to start using his own shields as he protects up his Corsola. I think this Unova and Stunfisk is getting towards, oh, it's getting towards Nightshade range, but Pixel Cheetah trying to make a catch. Just Me Josh Lee sniffs it out and brings in his own Licky Licky for the rollout down.
Oh, that was risky, and I think Josh Lee was in a tough position here against those double ground types in the back, but now that you got that rollout down and you got a sacrificial swap out of the way, you're in better position here. Here comes the Mud Bomb that gets Protect Shielded, and I believe you're trying to land either a Body Slam plus a Shadow Ball. There are no, or actually there is 1 Protect Shield remaining. There's just so much health left on this Whiscash.
And I think you're right. It's going to need 2 charge attacks to land here. He does pull a shield with that Body Slam, so that's definitely step 1 for Just Me Josh Lee, and still quite a bit of health on that Corsola. And I think the critical thing here for the Corsola is, does it have enough health to live one of these charge attacks, as Just Me Josh Lee throwing the Shadow Ball on the Whiscash, trying to put it into range of a single charge attack. Oh wait, and the catch by Pixel Cheetah.
Wow, what a call from Pixel Cheetah to anticipate that swap, to bring in his own Stunfisk, no undercharge there, and now can you hang on to a Scald? Corsola is so bulky. Oh wait, could this be the opportunity for Josh Lee? Is this Mud Bomb gonna be enough? It's same type attack bonus, but Corsola is so bulky.
And it's not enough. Just Me Josh Lee is going to hang on. He's got the Nightshade loaded, and Just Me Josh Lee's tournament dreams are still alive here in the losers finals as he ties up the series.
Oh my goodness, just barely hanging on. There were 3 Pokemon remaining for Josh Lee, but if the Pixel Cheetah was able to land that Scald instead, the Scald probably would have been enough damage to knock out, and he might have been able to clean up that back line.
I think he would have had to outpace the Licky Licky, and I don't totally know what the energy situation was, but I think you're right that the Wizcash had a chance to sweep in that end game. And this is actually the second time now we've seen Pixel Cheetah reach for the Mud Bomb instead of the Scald. So he's got to be really careful in understanding when that energy is on each side.
Yeah, it's so close because I think we saw that against the Licky Licky as well, right? Was reaching for that Mud Bomb instead of the Scald that would have knocked out the Licky Licky. I love the team composition from the Pixel Cheetah. I really like this Wizcash pick. I mean, it seems kind of silly, a Pokemon we haven't seen in forever, and it's not like a shadow Pokemon that could be so dynamic, but I feel like its pinpoint purpose is to take out Licky Lickies, and he had that opportunity in the lead matchup, but he swapped out of it. If he didn't swap out of it, he probably would have guaranteed a ground type on Tinkaton, and he might have already secured day number 2.
And I agree, I really like that Wizcash pick, not just for the Licky Licky, but also for the Tinkaton. And when you think about how many Quagsire are now shifting towards Mud Bomb, then you start to wonder, well, why wouldn't I just use something that has Mud Bomb by default, right, in that Wizcash? So Pixel Cheetah definitely picked up on that.
It's just a bulkier version of Quagsire. Obviously, you have slower pacing compared to the double Aqua Tail that you could get on a Quagsire or Shadow Quagsire, but you just have all that bulk. And I love the dimensions of it. The fact that double Scald plus Mud Shots is probably enough to knock out a Licky Licky. I feel like the regular Wizcash just fits perfectly into a Licky Licky meta. So I bet we're going to see that in this game number 3. It's a decisive game number 3. It's going to be our last battle here in day number 1 in LA.
All right, well, let's hope it's a good one. From what I've seen from these two trainers, I think that will be the case as we're waiting for them to make their last couple adjustments for the last game.
Yeah, it's a tough situation here because you kind of feel like you really want to bring the Tinkaton to counter the Umbreon, but you've seen the double ground in these battles. I don't know if you want to bring the Tinkaton. You might just live with Umbreon being neutrally strong and just not bring the Tinkaton that would have a negative matchup. Here we are. There is a Tinkaton in the back. There is no Umbreon from the Pixel Cheetah. It's going to be Feraligatr versus Corviknight. Swap in the Licky Licky.
Yeah, switching out straight away from Just Me. Josh Lee doesn't care about switch advantage. Now Pixel Cheetah has a decision to make. Does he want to stay in here? Does he want to farm up more energy? Or does he want to switch out now that he's chipped the Licky Licky? He is going to bring in his own Licky Licky now that he's chipped it.
And now you guarantee that you're going to get a water type into the Tinkaton. There is Tinkaton in the back for Just Me, Josh Lee, anticipating there might be an Umbreon from the Pixel Cheetah, but there is no Umbreon. There is just Tinkaton counters, and now that Tinkaton's going to have a really hard time in that backline versus the Feraligatr and Wizcash.
Well, just looking on paper at the teams of 3, I have to give the advantage to Pixel Cheetah here. He's got the opposing Licky Licky quite low. He's going to be able to come out of this with quite a bit of health on his own Licky Licky, and like you mentioned, has kind of trapped the Tinkaton from Josh Lee.
And the switch timer is up for Josh Lee. It's not quite up for the Pixel Cheetah yet, and now it will be after this body slam that is going to be coming through to try to knock out Josh Lee's Licky Licky, and it does knock out the Licky Licky here, and the Pixel Cheetah's Licky Licky just has so much health remaining, and you can always pivot because you know you're safe with double water type against the Tinkaton. You can just always come into a water type now.
I think, yeah, coming into either of the water types, potentially the Feraligatr or the Wizcash, would have been a perfectly fine play for Pixel Cheetah. But I mean, at this point, he has such a big health advantage over Just Me, Josh Lee, right? 3 Pokemon versus 2, and he's getting off another Shadow Ball here. I think he has a lot of options in terms of how he wants to win this game.
And Josh Lee is investing into the Tinkaton. He doesn't know that it's double water in the back. He does have has a Gigaton Hammer in at 100 energy that he's able to bank to maybe use in the in-game as well. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Here comes a Hydro Cannon.
All right, Hydro Cannon gonna do quite a bit of damage. So now there's asymmetric information, right? Pixel Cheetah has seen the entire team. Just Me, Josh Lee has not seen the Wizcash yet. Maybe hoping, like you said, maybe hoping it's the Umbreon, maybe hoping it's the Togekiss. But unfortunately for Josh Lee, he's gonna have a nasty surprise once this matchup is over. He's going to get off this Air Cutter for now. I think Feraligatr could hang on if it really wanted to. And yeah, if Pixel Cheetah wants to, he can close out the game with Wizcash, but no, he wants to keep a secret for just a little bit longer as he goes for the Hydro Cannon.
And poor Corviknight has gone a long time without a boost here in Los Angeles. Just feels like it's never grabbing those boosts with the Air Cutters, and it's going to get knocked out by that Hydro Cannon. There is that Wizcash in the back, going for the Bulldoze here, trying to go for Bulldoze, and there's no Protect Shield. Now you need to somehow Fairy Wind down. Once you Fairy Wind down, then you need to take out an entire Wizcash. Here comes the Wizcash. It is 1 Protect Shield versus 1 Protect Shield. Josh Lee knows that is not an Umbreon. I was hoping for an Umbreon, but it's not.
All right, well, Just Me Joshly scraping for his only possible win condition, maybe a shielded bulldoze that also gets the defense drop, and he does get the defense drop, but Pixel Cheetah did not shield it up. He's just going to go for the double mud bomb. Just Me Joshly going to throw some more bulldozes, but I think the writing is on the wall here.
It is. The Pixel Cheetah is just a back-to-back mud bomb away from 3-ball flexing and securing top cut. I believe the first ever top cut for the Pixel Cheetah. So congratulations. He is going to be moving on to day number 2 here in LA.
And Mudbon is going to land on the opposing Tinkaton to take it out, confirming that victory for Pixel Cheetah. What a fantastic series of 3 as he celebrates the news on stage. A little bit of applause from the opponent as well.
Oh, you see him a little bit emotional there as these 2 trainers embrace.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champions!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam!
Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Los Angeles Pokemon Go Regional Championships. It is a wonderful morning to be here. My name is Soph Toph, and I'm here with Tuo Butters.
It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. And if you miss day number 1, let's check in on some of the journeys of our top players. First off, we have Elite, a 3-time regional champion in his prime, looked at as probably one of the best trainers in the entire world. But it's been over a calendar year since he's been able to make a top 8, and he said he wants to get back to that prime elite form. He was 9th place in Seattle. He usually dominates the West Coast. He's coming in on the loser's side of the bracket, but he is feeling good right now. He's trying to get back to that form leading up to the World Championships this season. Up next, of course, Dunebug, the most winningest trainer in terms of regional championships in Pokemon Go PvP. He has won 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place this season alone. But he is coming off his worst performance of the season in Europe, actually in Prague. And then here, he unfortunately goes down to Puffleguy. So a little bit of a hiccup in his road to Worlds. He's looking to bounce back to once again be one of the top trainers at the World Championships this season in August. And then lastly, this might just be your favorite going into the World Championships. Of course, we do have the reigning champion here, Beelzeboy, in Los Angeles, but Nighttime Clasher, I think this season, as he has dominated the leaderboards in North America, won an international championship, and he is just insanely consistent. His process is amazing. He is one of the trainers to look out for to win it all at the World Championships.
And Nighttime Clasher has been so consistent this season, as you mentioned, but we've also got a couple other players who have been really consistent, such as Rise to Occasion, of course, 5-time regional champion. At this point, he's also here in Los Angeles on the winner's side of the bracket, along with some other really incredible top trainers. Let's take a look at that bracket. You talked about Nighttime Clasher. I believe he'll be our first match up on stream versus Arrow, Rise versus Psy Rhino, Pyro Panda versus K Pine. It's been a while since we've seen either of them on the winner's side, so this is really exciting. And then, of course, Ashton Nash, another one of our players to watch. He'll be going up against Subtile Ice. And there's also a lot of exciting trainers on the loser's side of the bracket. You mentioned Beelzeboy, the reigning world champion. His first match is going to be off stream, playing against Sokini, coming here all the way from Mexico, and also Elite going up against Dapper Disc.
And a special shout out to the Pixel Cheetah in Swakini for making their first ever top cut. That is an amazing achievement, and they're gonna have to battle it out through multiple rounds to try to get to that losers finals and that coveted grand finals to become your Los Angeles regional champion.
Well, we have a lot of incredible trainers here in Los Angeles, a lot of great Pokemon and matches to look forward to. Let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that we are expecting to make a big splash here today. I'm going with the safe pick, Rise to Occasion, the Shadow Fortress, definitely at the top of the meta, but I'm also really excited to see Arrow's Dartrix, as well as Subtile Ice's Poliwrath.
This is a crazy Caster's MVP pick list. We got a Dartrix, a Poliwrath, but Togekiss, I feel like, has been the standout Pokemon in Prague. It was super strong in the European region, and now I think out of any Pokemon in day number 1 in Los Angeles, it took the most Protect Shields. Most all trainers, I believe, we're going to see it later, but around 75% are running that Licky Licky. Some trainers even running double normal. That Aura Sphere, that fighting type charge attack is taking all of the Protect Shields down here in Los Angeles, and it's being ran by maybe one of the favorites, a hometown favorite for sure, a Los Angeles local, Ashton Ash, trying to get his first ever regional title.
And I love that you brought up the Togekiss, because it's been such a great core breaker throughout the entire season. And in the last couple of weeks, especially, it's looked especially strong in the meta. And let's take a look at the top 12 Pokemon for day number 2. You see Togekiss, that is a 43.8% usage here in day 2, and that's way higher than we saw on day number 1.
Well, 2 Pokemon over 50% there, and then a lot of parity. Togekiss is at number 3. Stunfisk was actually number 2 in usage in day number 1. It has dropped now to number 7. Grumpig was 12th. It has leaped all the way up to number 8. Quagsire, who was number 2 in previous North American tournaments and even some European tournaments, has dropped all the way down to number 10. So this meta is increasingly shifting over time, and it feels like it's definitely a Licky Licky, a Togekiss, and a Fortress meta right now.
Really exciting to see how the meta continues to develop over time, but one of the staples of this meta has been Fortress. It's been on the last 5, I believe, regional championship winning teams, but let's take a look at who will join the past regional champions of this season. At least in North America, we've got TC Steiner, Meteor Folly, and Dunebug starting off the season, but just mathematically looking at the roster that we have today in the top 16, we're most likely going to get a new regional champion here in Los Angeles.
Well, we also had a steal trend. The first 2 trainers to win it all in North America this season were running Bastiodon, and now we have a streak with Fortress. Will it be the time? It's only 50% of these trainers running it here, so it might be the tournament that Fortress does drop off. Something new might occur. We have those crazy spice picks. Who will become that champion? And crucially, who will guarantee their world qualifiers? Because if you get first place in a regional championships, you are guaranteed your invite to the world championships. If you top 4 in an international championship or in a previous world championship, you also get that invite. So we do have the North American International Championships coming up really soon. So there's a lot on the line, not even to mention all these trainers on the bubble, right? They're trying to get enough championship points to try to be in that top 75 to get that qualifications for worlds in the North American region.
Well, we are running up against the end of the season here. Of course, we're in Los Angeles, just one more regional to go. Then we're off into NAIC and San Francisco. And of course, all roads lead to Worlds. There's also a couple tournaments in other regions as well.
Yeah, this is our road for North America, but next weekend we have 2 regionals in LATAM and Europe. I believe in Campinas, Brazil, and then we have Utrecht in Europe. So a lot of action in this final stretch. The road to Worlds is on the horizon. We can see San Francisco. It is almost there. It's happening, and we cannot wait for the rest of the season to unfold, but it's all about today, right? It's about who will be the Los Angeles regional champion.
a ton of action to look forward to today, as well as in the rest of the season. So if you want to make sure to keep up with all of the action, make sure to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. You'll be able to see the schedule for all the streams, as well as all of the upcoming events. And where can the people find us, Butters?
Yeah, make sure to @Play Pokemon. All the social media handles. We would love to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win it all? Who do you think is going to win Worlds? We have another limited meta for NAIC. We'd love to hear all your thoughts, or even your shiny flexes. We love the shiny flexes, by the way. So flex all those shinies. We'd love to hear from you. But I think it's time to get it started. So let's get to day number 2. So let's head on over to the caster booth.
Thank you so much, Butters and Soph. My name is Home/Henry, and it is an absolute joy to be joined on the desk by the one and only, the esteemed Speediest Chief. Speedy, how are we doing this morning?
I'm doing great. You know, there's a phrase that I reach for when I'm feeling really good. I say, what a time to be alive. And that time is right now. This event has been so epic from the start, and day 2 looks even more insane. Getting to look at that bracket coming in here, I don't know about you, Henry. I get excited all over again because I know we closed out with it yesterday, but seeing it this morning feels like a big refresher.
Speedy, this bracket is stacked. There are so many champions. The world champion still alive fighting as well. But what I also think is exciting is there's a lot of trainers who maybe haven't gotten that first place trophy yet, and they are looking to prove themselves. No better time than today. Prove yourself. Shed all the doubters and become a regional champion.
Exactly, and one of them will rise to that occasion, and only time will tell. So I hope everyone's going to watch to the end of the stream. It's always so exciting when we crown our champions, especially this late in the season, because don't forget, this is a win and in effect, where if you're a regional champion, you automatically get your bid to Worlds. So maybe you're nervous, you're saying, oh, I'm running out of time. There's only Indianapolis. Maybe I can't make it to NAIC because I have other things in my life. Well, just win today, easy, and then you're in.
Guaranteed qualification on the line. And not only are you getting a ton of championship points, but not having to worry about, do I need to go to these last-second locals? Do I need to go to these tournaments? If you win, you're in. And the World Championships is being held at the end of August this year in San Francisco. Should be an incredible event. And that is something to grind for right there.
I can't wait for it. Let's talk just briefly about our caster picks before we slide right over, because I was looking at all the teams yesterday. I was thinking, you know, I see a lot of common picks, a lot of Licky Licky, a lot of Togekiss, a lot of Feraligatr and Quagsire. And then I scrolled over to Arrow's team, and I was like, did this guy like crash land here in Los Angeles, and maybe he just decided to start playing? Because this team is really off the hook, and I'm really excited to see how it pairs up against a very conventional team in Nighttime Clasher. Some would say arguably too safe of a team.
This is vintage Arrow. Arrow loves thinking outside the box when it comes to team building. He's rocking the double steal with Tinkaton and Aegislash, Diggersby, Dartrix, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Shadow Feraligatr.
Well, our trainers are already locked in.
Looks like we don't have to wait any longer. Game number 1, Dartrix for Arrow into the Licky Licky for Nighttime Clasher.
All right, now this is an interesting matchup. I believe in the 2 shields, Dartrix can take it, but it's got a double bait C-bombs, which is pretty diabolical. I don't know if Nighttime Clasher would take the bait twice.
Nighttime Clasher just looking to overfarm massively. Arrow building up to the Brave Bird. He's going for the Seed Bomb. Nighttime Clasher has so much energy. Does he call the bait? He does. That is a big call from Nighttime Clasher.
A little bit of chip damage there for the Dartrix, taking the Licky Licky down to about half health. Here comes a Shadow Ball, though, and this is the surprising factor of Dartrix. It is way, way bulkier than you'd ever expect.
Wow, Dartrix did take that significantly better than I was anticipating. He safe switches Corviknight. In comes the Ninetales, and that is not what Nighttime Clasher was hoping to see.
Yeah, I think this is really solid for Arrow. You don't have to worry about the sand attacks adding up because they are super effective. Had the payback, throws the air cutter, Henry.
Instant no shield from Arrow. He was not going to fall for it. Will we see a boost? We do not. And now Arrow's just looking to farm it into a range where he can knock out with the Weather Ball Fire.
Yeah, I think the sand attacks plus just air cutter spam is the play here. Maybe even get the Ninetales weak before coming in with the Licky Licky later. But Weather Ball's ready to go. The problem is that I don't think this is enough to KO.
It'll be close. Corviknight is very bulky, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales does do a lot of damage. The Weather Ball lands. You're exactly right. Corviknight survives. Corviknight does not get the air cutter as Ninetales farms down.
Huge Ember down, and the Overheat is locked and loaded. So whatever Pokemon comes in needs to give up a shield or take a bunch of damage. This could likely be the Overheat. Does Nighttime Clasher call it?
This is a big turning point in the match. Nighttime Clasher successfully calls the Weather Ball bait. Licky Licky survives, and the energy will now actually have value.
A couple of just inhuman calls so far from Nighttime Clasher. He is not bothered or flustered at all. But this is now within farm range for the Dartrix. One peck is not going to do it, though, so he's forced to throw another seed bomb.
Wow, this Dartrix has so much energy. Arrow ran a line that was effectively triple weak to the Licky, but he was just able to get so much damage on it over time that now Arrow looks to be in a winning position.
Well, weak to Licky's rollouts, right? But everything else would have been neutral, so it's actually very clever for him to power through and not look for a hard counter option. Seed bomb connects.
Oh, he calls the bait, but now Feraligatr can just Shadow Claw down. The one thing Nighttime Clasher can't shield. He has all the shields in the world. He needs 3 dynamic punches. He's just simply never going to get there. Arrow gets that full farm down. All 4 shields still in play, and that is going to be a Game 1 win.
Absolute shredding. I mean, my goodness, the Shadow Claw is tearing through the Grumpig. Like you pointed out, Henry, there's just not enough time to get to those 3 charge stacks you need. There's just not enough time or HP to take you that far. And the trio that Arrow just used was that Dartrix with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Shadow Feraligatr. But he's got some other interesting Pokemon on his team, namely the 2 Steel types and the Aegislash. I gotta ask, does that Pokemon come out here against Nighttime Clasher?
Aegislash feels like it is a bit of high risk, high reward, because Nighttime Clasher has really liked to rely on Corviknight, and that's a pretty tough matchup for the Aegislash.
Yeah.
And when you have the regular Quagsire, which can actually survive a Shadow Ball, which normally the Shadow Quagsire gets one shot there, it does feel like there's a lot of difficult matchups here, so I think Arrow might opt to go a little bit safer. But one thing I do want to highlight, Arrow employed an overload strategy in the game number 1, basically running triple weak. Licky was not able to sweep, and we've got lock-ins for game number 2.
All right, everybody. Corviknight taking the lead for Nighttime Clasher versus that Shadow Feraligatr from Arrow, making a small pivot to the team. Arrow opts to go for the Tinkaton as his third.
So Tinkaton getting to avoid this Corviknight is very, very good for Arrow. Arrow will strike first. Shadow Hydro Cannon will inflict big damage onto Corviknight, and Corviknight is very bulky. It takes a lot of damage, but will be able to hang on, build up to the payback, and bait with the Air Cutter.
Baiting Air Cutter. Nighttime Clasher call multiple baits in game number 1, and Arrow turns the tables. He calls the Air Cutter immediately.
Arrow refusing to shield baits. Nighttime Clasher firing off the Air Cutter, but Arrow knows this will not be enough to take the knockout. Arrow very comfortable, no shielding the back-to-back Air Cutters.
Double Air Cutters connecting. Feraligatr hanging on for the Hydro Cannon. Do you want shield advantage or switch advantage? Nighttime Clasher says, I'll take shield, and I'll let the Corviknight go.
This could be a pretty nice farm down for Licky, but he's actually going to go for Grumpig. Grumpig does take the Shadow Claw, and now an important decision to make for Arrow.
Very important. Got to try to decide what that third Pokemon is likely to be. Could send out the Tinkaton, and he does.
This, however, aligns the Dartrix onto Licky in the endgame. Surprisingly, Tinkaton actually does not have a particularly strong matchup here because the Psywaves actually do quite a lot of damage. As you watch Tinkaton's health bar, it is going down a lot faster than one might expect from resisted damage because Psywave is an incredibly efficient fast move.
Yeah, absolutely, just melting through the HP over time. Oh, another no shield for Nighttime Clasher. This could have been a walloping Gigaton Hammer, but he says no chance. That's a bulldoze.
Arrow's been calling the baits. Now Nighttime Clasher calls the bait right back. Bulldoze does get the debuff, but Nighttime Clasher still having both Protect Shields in play is big because that ensures that Dartrix will have a significantly more difficult time trying to land Brave Birds in the end game.
No, exactly. If you're a Pokemon that's going to double debuff itself after a charge stack, you need Protect Shields or a swap, and Arrow is now finally at shield parity after Nighttime Clasher calls Gigaton Hammer.
Does Arrow try and go for a Dynamic Punch catch? He does have a resistance to that. No, he does not. He tries to go for the Bulldoze. He's double shielding. This means Dartrix, it is a bulkier Pokemon, but it's going to be shields down in the end game against that Licky.
Yeah, I think Arrow's hoping maybe for a Quagsire as the third, but that's not exactly what's in store. Here comes a Bulldoze from the Tinkaton. This might just barely knock out, but Nighttime Clasher does not want to find out. I like your idea. I like a Dynamic Punch catch.
This will be close. Can he make it to the Bulldoze? He's going to pivot. He tries for the catch. Nighttime Clasher holds the energy, and now we'll get to fire off the correct charge attack of Shadow Ball. Dartrix is bulky, but this is going to hurt.
It's going to sting quite a bit. Grumpig doesn't get same type attack bonus, but Shadow Ball still hits super hard. In comes the Licky. The question is the Brave Bird plus the Bulldoze going to be enough?
Oh man, he's over-farming as much as he possibly can. He's going for the Seed Bomb. He's saying Brave Bird will not be enough. He fires off Seed Bomb. He is at the back-to-back. Does Nighttime Clasher undertap, or does he go for good charge attack timing? He undertaps. No Brave Bird is reached, and that should secure the knockout onto the Dartrix.
It's going to be pretty close. Dartrix is still relatively bulky, but it does faint from the Body Slam. In comes Tinkaton, and this looks like a Game 2 to Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher back against the wall. He was almost, if he lost this game, going to be sent down to losers, but he says not so fast. He gets the equalizer, and we're going to a winner-take-all game number 3.
It was great for Arrow to keep his Tinkaton away from the Corviknight to start the game, but that Feraligatr seems like his best and only response to the Grumpig due to the Shadow Claw damage. Maybe he's got to find another way to play out of it neutrally, maybe play some more Ninetales. I don't know, it's hard to tell.
I liked the Tinkaton idea, but we really saw kind of the flaws of Tinkaton into that Grumpig matchup. Those Psywaves applied so much pressure, and then that savage bait call right there, even with the Bulldoze debuff, that just set up Nighttime Clasher perfectly because he didn't have to go down shields.
Exactly. I think that Nighttime Clasher put together a very solid game on number 2. That's what we know him for, really, to kind of bounce back, not get flustered, to lock in and make the proper adjustments over and over again. So going into game number 3, I think Arrow is pretty committed to the Feraligatr and the Dartrix. Let's see what he decides to bring. Maybe he switches things around completely, because this is a very important game. Winners round 1. First time Arrow has been in top 8 in quite a while, and he wants to stay there.
And this would be a big win if he can get it. Nighttime Clasher has been on an incredible run this season, and the Battlers have locked in. Game number 3, winner take all. It's Grumpig into the Tinkaton once again.
All right, Grumpig with those Psywaves bending the metal of Tinkaton over time. Dynamic Punch dealing a lot of damage, but Gigaton Hammer still commanding a lot of respect. Let's see what Arrow decides to do. Full send it, Henry.
Oh, and Nighttime Clasher sniffs it out. Instant Protect Shield. That is very, very helpful for Nighttime Clasher. There's not a lot of fast move pressure available here for the Tinkaton, and the pacing advantage of Grumpig will continue to grow more over time.
Dynamic Punch connects into the Tinkaton. Arrow's got that shield advantage that he's valued over and over again, but he does not have the Dartrix on his trio, so it might not be as important for him in this game.
Another Dynamic Punch reached. Tinkaton just gonna no shield. This Dynamic Punch will do quite a lot of damage. Arrow may be hoping he can hold on here. Dynamic lands, he survives on 1 HP and sends in the Shadow Feraligatr.
Feraligatr gets 2 claws before the switch in of the Licky Licky, but this is such a tough matchup. Double resisted Shadow Claws and still a Protect Shield on Nighttime Clasher's side. Oh, actually just goes for the Body Slam. Arrow calls it.
One advantage of being the Shadow Feraligatr is your back-to-back Hydro Cannons actually knock out the Licky Licky. That's presumably the reason why Arrow has it on the team. The regular Feraligatr, the Hydro Cannons miss the knockout, and you can never really Shadow Claw down. But look at this Hydro Cannon damage right here. This Hydro Cannon does pick up the 2-hit KO.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's got the second one locked in, the loaded. Arrow firing this off here, looking for the KO. Nighttime Clasher not going to give it to him.
But with all shields down, that could set up that Kanto Ninetales. The Ninetales does have access to Overheat, and Overheat is an incredibly strong move into this team.
This is it. Arrow says, I'm going all in on the Kanto Ninetales, and don't forget that weakened Tinkaton in the back. That could be a third Protect Shield if he times his swap perfectly.
I believe the Tinkaton only has a Bulldoze. Bulldoze really not going to do much, but Arrow putting all of his hopes on the Ninetales. He tries for the catch. He does not get it.
Early catch attempt from Arrow, but don't forget he still has the 2 Protect Shields ready to go. Is able to get the Ember here, and then the Weather Ball. This is going to pick up a knockout.
Oh, all the energy down the drain for Nighttime Clasher, and now Nighttime Clasher looks like he could be in trouble. Arrow fist bumps, he's feeling good. Overheat would take the knockout, but does he want to debuff himself just yet?
I think that Nighttime Clasher is looking for that fast attack win condition. He wants to chip down the Ninetales and try to knock its HP over time, but Arrow's not going to let him do it. He shields up that initial air cutter and goes for a Weather Ball.
Double Weather Ball would be able to secure the knockout here without debuffing his attack. That could be what Arrow is going for. He fires off Weather Ball. That's devastating damage onto the Corviknight. That's what he's going for. He's not going to let Corviknight land any more damage.
This looks like a Game 3 win for Arrow. He's looking at the crowd. He's smiling. Here comes the final Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher. It is a weakened Grumpig. He's reaching for the Overheat. Arrow's going pedal to the metal.
Overheat reached. It's all over for the Grumpig. Look at the emotion from Arrow. He knows it. Grumpig cannot survive. Shadow Overheat takes the knockout, and Arrow takes the series over Nighttime Clasher.
I'm telling you, it's one thing to win. It's another thing to win with your favorites. And nobody at this event is playing Kanto Ninetales Dartrix. So every win for Arrow, I think, means just that much more.
Wow. What a sensational series there. Back and forth, blow for blow. But Arrow, both games he brought Kanto Ninetales. He ended up winning.
He did, and you know what? He said, I'm betting there's no Azumarill, there's no Quagsire, no threats to the Kanto Ninetales. And he actually was right.
using that for Alligator as a bait out for the Licky Licky.
Yeah.
But being the shadow for Alligator, he was actually able to win that matchup and force that Final Protect shield.
Yeah.
And then when all shields were down, Kanto Ninetales absolutely feasted.
That was insane from Arrow there. Great plays by Nighttime Clasher per usual, actually making the series close, winning that battle number 2 with some key adjustments and just not giving Arrow the space to maneuver. But game 3, Arrow was able to lock it down. 2 shields on the Kanto Ninetales. He's been known for doing stuff like that. He'll just pick a Pokemon, he'll say, this is the Pokemon that's going to win it for me, and I'm going all in on that Pokemon in particular.
I felt like in the end game, it could have been very easy to just try and go for a double overheat win condition, but Arrow recognized if I don't debuff my attack, Ember is so fast at generating energy. I can just double up on Weather Balls, do enough damage to take the knockout, but keep my attacks that intact so that I can overheat that Grumpig and take the win.
That's honestly what I was thinking too. I was like, man, wouldn't it be so sick to get some back-to-back overheats and just absolutely decimate and turn everything into ashes? But Arrow was much more measured. He's like, you know what, calm down, right? Double Weather Ball the Corviknight, overheat the Grumpig, we got this. And yeah, Ember is one of those fast attacks that we often forget about, right? When we talk about fire-type damage in Pokemon Go, you normally see Incinerate, whether it's Talonflame or whether it's Shadow Typhlosion, but Ember, don't forget about it. It's actually very fast energy pacing and it does a lot of damage over time.
Man, that straight 4 pacing to Weather Ball. Overheat, I believe, is 7 and then 6 going forward there.
Yeah.
So it is very similar synergy to Quagsire, where if you throw 10 Embers, that's the Overheat plus Weather Ball double up, and that can make for some very unfun guessing games if you're the opponent. For Arrow, he probably loves those guessing games. He's like, all right, you have to decide. Overheat or Weather Ball, make a choice.
There's a game actually I've thought about doing for the stream. It's called Can You Stack It? And essentially it would ask, can you stack like a Sludge Wave and a Dark Pulse on a Alolan Muck? Can you store enough energy to have both of those? So Henry, I think you'd be awesome at that game, honestly. Stacking the Overheat and the Weather Ball, he already knows his stuff.
That's very helpful when you have one of those like 35 energy cheap charge moves. It makes it a lot easier, but for a Pokemon like Tinkaton that we also saw Arrow run, Bulldoze ends up being 45 there, so it's 45 and 60, so that's why if you throw the Gigaton Hammer, you can't also stack the Bulldoze because energy's capped at 100 and it would be 105.
Look at this guy, mathematician in our midst. But I'll tell you what, Henry, we're going to hear from Arrow and Soph down on the floor. Everybody, draw an arrow from your quiver and take aim.
Thanks, Speedy. I'm here with Arrow, who's having a great time after he just won Winners Round 1. Tell us about that Game 3 endgame with the Kanto Ninetales.
So I put a lot of thought into the fact that he was going to be having Corviknight in the back just because of my Dartrix and what it was doing in Game 1 and 2. Kanto Ninetales was able to navigate that. I was a little concerned throwing Overheat back-to-back because I wasn't sure if Grumpig would survive the second Overheat debuffed. So I went ahead and double Weather Balled and then to an Overheat because I knew he was pretty low on energy on Grumpig.
Yeah, I bet Grumpig would have lived the second Overheat. And speaking of the Dartrix, I know that the meta has been kind of starved for grass types for a very long time. So I'm curious how you came up with that pick because I know this isn't your first time with it.
So Dartrix, I was looking for something for Aegislash actually to protect it, and I was like, Dartrix does a really good job of drawing shields with Brave Bird, but also protecting it via typing. So that was kind of the thought process with those two. I haven't used Aegislash yet, so it's just playing on its own right now.
Finding partners for Aegislash is definitely an interesting journey, as we've seen in EU. And I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey kind of throughout this season and looking ahead in terms of your goals, any setbacks or disappointments or anything that you really enjoyed this season.
So this season's been one of almost there for me. And that's, I think I've gotten 17th, 3 events. I just feel like every time I'm near top cut, I just crumble. I top cutted in Pittsburgh, but it was a top 13. I wasn't very proud of it. So to finally get a top 8 since Louisville of 2025, it's really happy for me.
All right, I'm really happy to hear that. And I know you like to ramp up sometimes towards the end of the season as well. So looking forward to continue to watch you. And are there any shout outs you want to give before we let you get prepared for your next match?
Yeah, I've got a few. Shout out my mom. It's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Shout out my fiance. She deals with me going to these events and not being at home. Shout out Brando, his girlfriend Abby, and their cat Kibby. I stayed with them this week, and it was a fun experience. And yeah, it was a great time.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, Arrow, and we'll take it back to the casters for now.
It's been so fun to watch Aero grow with the competitive circuit as we have grown ourselves, and he's become such a well-spoken and eloquent guy, right? We used to know the old Aero as being a bit more rambunctious, but this Aero seems so measured and so calm, and it's a pleasure to hear from him.
And it honestly felt like his plays were measured and calm as well. He put on a show in round number 1. And it sounds like we have more round 1 matches ready on stage. The action continues. We've got Rise to Occasion versus Rhino.
Rise to Occasion, ever the presence, especially in Top Cut in NA. Gonna take on Rhino, trainer that, with that Drain Punch Sableye, has taken a lot of our hearts by storm. Very impressive yesterday. Also one of the only trainers, I believe, running the Shadow Altaria at this point in the tournament.
Shadow Altaria does change its matchups quite a bit. It has a better matchup into something like a Stunfisk and does do extra damage against a Feraligatr, but there can be some drawbacks where you end up taking substantially more damage as well.
I think that going up against an Alola Ninetales team, he might want to avoid it, at least for game 1, but let's find out, everybody. Battle number 1, Rise to Occasion taking on Rhino.
Oh, that is the lead that Rhino was hoping to see as he ends up leading Diggersby into that Shadow Fortress.
Rise going to stay in here for a few beats, gather some energy. Probably going to avoid the Fire Punch, though, I would guess. And he does. He goes right into that Licky Licky.
I think this is an interesting line from Rise. Licky Licky typically going to be in a disadvantageous position here against the Diggersby. Rise really hoping no Scorching Sands debuff. And this is actually baiting out the Wigglytuff, which could clear the path for the Feraligatr in the back.
I like what Rise did with the Fortress. We talked about it yesterday probably 2 or 3 times. Getting a bit of energy on those slower pacing Pokemon can help you to equalize the field later in the game. So meanwhile, it looks pretty rough, right, for Rise. He got chipped and now he's getting farmed down by Charm, but he does have that energy in the back. Let's see what he does with it.
I think Wigglytuff will have to fire off some energy, or Rise could make it to a 3rd Body Slam. It's going to be close, but yeah, the charm damage isn't quite there. Rhino going to double up on Swifts. That will force a no shield from Rise to Occasion, but if Rise already had an energy head start before, now he's going to get a full Bug Bite farm down.
Absolutely. There's nothing Wigglytuff can really do versus the Fortress except debuff it, and debuffing it earlier gives your opponent a couple more extra Bug Bites too, so maybe Rhino should have held onto this energy for another moment.
Rise would love as much energy as he can get because he's going to need it. This is a very tough matchup against the Diggersby. Rise exits with back-to-back Sand Tombs, and he's going to look to try and pivot out to reset that attack drop from the Icy Wind.
Exactly, and Feraligatr might be the key here. You want Water to be super effective, and you have Shadow Claw in the mirror match versus Resisted Metal Sounds.
Rise going to fire off the Hydro Cannon as soon as he gets it. He wants to try and apply as much pressure as possible to the Empoleon. These Shadow Claws don't look like they do a lot of damage, but over time, Empoleon, it's all about the typing, it's not about the stats, and this fast move pressure hurts.
Exactly. Shield coming up from Rise here. This is really the make or break point of the battle. I think both trainers are likely to double shield here in this situation, or at least Rise is going to double shield. Rhino might only be willing to give up 1.
Rhino does know that he can survive the Hydro Cannon, so if he's going to no shield, it would be right here, but he's actually doubling down. He's double shielding. Could this be the opening that Rise needs to try and exit this matchup with energy to land a Hydro Cannon onto that Diggersby?
I can see a win condition here. Maybe sending out the Fortress, getting that debuff on the Empoleon, and then debuffing the Diggersby so that a Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr would be enough to KO. Let's see if Rise does something like that.
Hydro Cannon is resisted, but I think it should be enough to take the knockout. Empoleon has taken so much damage. This is the Shadow Hydro Cannon. No, it survives. There's the pivot out, but Rise stays in. He tried to predict the switch, but Rise stays on the field. Now Rise pivots out, sends in the Fortress, and fires off the Sand Tombs.
It's going to be really, really close because that Empoleon did bank a charge attack, if I'm not mistaken, so it can deploy that when it comes back out. First Sand Tomb connects, going for the Rock Tomb now to debuff the Diggersby's attack.
I believe the Feraligatr doesn't quite have a charge attack just yet. Rhino predicted the Fortress snipe. Rise stayed in, but Rise could have made the Hydro Cannon, but maybe a miscount there, pivoted back out, and now it seems like Rhino has the upper hand.
Yeah, I think the Rhino's got a lot of momentum here. Fire Punch will bring down that Fortress. Out comes the Feraligatr, and as Henry said, the Hydro Cannon's just not there. Scorching Sands connects.
Good patience by Rhino. In such a positive matchup, you can feel pressured to fire off your energy instantly, but Rhino knew even at -2 defense, the Bug Bites still weren't doing a lot. Diggersby is on the team to provide bulk. He farms up to the Fire Punch plus Scorching Sands. Fire Punch for that Fortress, Scorching Sands for the Feraligatr, and that's a game 1 win.
Yeah, very well done in the late game by Rhino there. And we've seen Rise wiggle his way out of some pretty tough situations in the past, but leading that Pokemon as he did there, really, really tough to get out of that situation because the Fortress just struggles mightily versus Diggersby.
Now, Speedy, I feel like we have been talking maybe a little bit unkindly about our good friend Empoleon.
Oh, yeah?
He's all typing. He's no bulk. But he lived that Shadow Hydro Cannon. I was
He
shocked. Empoleon 1 HP survived. That completely flipped the game on its head.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, that Rise desperately needed the KO there. Empoleon just a little bit stout, but I mean, it's helpful when you double resist the charge stack, right?
Oh my goodness, barely able to hang on. It was not by much, but that really felt like the moment for Rise. He could have stayed in and made the Hydro Cannon, and then it would have been a guessing game with Cyrino of when does Rise try and go for snipes with Sand Tombs.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, slight miscount, pivoted out too soon, and that reopened the door for Cyrino.
And this is such an important point about line sequencing. Now that Rise was beaten so badly by that lead scenario of Shadow Fortress into Diggersby, does that mean that he's going to be afraid to bring the Shadow Fortress back to the lead? I think that's something we need to think about as spectators and commentators too. I mean, there's a psychological factor here when you have a tough lead and you can't escape it. Do you go back to it? Do you think it still has the play that you intended before game 1 even started, or do you switch and pivot to something else?
As Rise, I might consider doubling down on the Fortress. It might sound a little bit crazy.
That's a bit bold.
But even though Bug Bite's resisted into Empoleon, it's pretty good into the Empoleon, it's good into the Grumpig, it's good into the Sableye, it's good into the Wigglytuff. There are very real targets here. So even though it didn't work out in game number 1, if he doubles down with it in game number 2, maybe it could end up paying off if Cyrino decides to make an adjustment.
A lot of polarizing matchups here on the board. We've got things like Unova and Stunfisk versus Diggersby. We've got really, really tough matchups if they find themselves here. We're going to get right into game number 2, though. Shadow for Alligator into Diggersby.
Now, the Shadow for Alligator, I believe, is a slight hindrance in this matchup, just because you are taking substantially more damage, whereas Hydro Cannon, whether you're Shadow or regular, still picks up the 2-hit KO.
Exactly. For Alligator, firing off that first Hydro Cannon of this sequence, and Cyrino's going to let this one go. You double resist the Shadow Claws, even if you take a bulk of super effective damage, it's not that bad.
Shielding up for Rise does preserve the Feraligatr, but in a lot of matchups, when you are the glassier Pokemon, you tend to prefer to put up shields in an attempt to land a charge attack and farm down. Unfortunately, these are Shadow Claws into a normal type, so you can't ever really farm down. The Scorching Sands debuff did get applied, but even a -1 Hydro Cannon would still knock out the Diggersby, and that's why Diggersby will put up the shield.
Exactly. Cyrino already has charge stack. He's not going to let that energy go. Rise, meanwhile, could allow the Feraligatr to take this damage, but he opts not to. Double shielding here in the lead, and he's up at least 2 Shadow Claws. Yeah, he was up 2, so he's closing in on it. I'm a little bit surprised to see a 3rd consecutive charge stack priority tie, but here we are.
Cyrino, is he going to double shield the Diggersby? He's thinking about it. No, he lets it go. Diggersby gets knocked out, and switch advantage has been won for Rise to occasion.
Well, honestly, switch advantage is crucial for Rise, as you see that Alola Ninetales and Empoleon maybe facing off down the stretch. Here comes another Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr.
Rise is going to be put in a very difficult position after the Wigglytuff farms down. He's going to have to make the call.
Yeah.
Does he think it's Empoleon in the back?
One more?
It's going to be close. No, he doesn't get there. If he does, he has to bring in the Ninetales, and he does make that call.
Instant call, and now we have the Empoleon into the Unova and Stunfisk. Question is, can Rise get to those 2 charge attacks and pick up a KO before Empoleon does?
Rise through a Powder Snow. Cyrino switched instantly. Cyrino knows he's going to outpace. He's going to get the double Hydro Cannon before the double discharge is available.
That's absolutely brutal. That might be a game-losing scenario for Rise. Discharge gets shielded up here by Cyrino.
And now it should be a charge attack priority tie. Empoleon always going to win it. Empoleon gets there, going to knock out the Stunfisk, and Alolan Ninetales is helpless against the Water Steel type Empoleon.
Good eye, Henry. That 1 Powder Snow and the swap, that 1-turn displacement makes a world of difference in this game. Out comes the Alolan Ninetales. Only hope is the Dazzling Gleam, but I don't think that's enough.
Even if it lands, the Hydro Cannon is going to connect. The metal sounds are shredding through the Alolan Ninetales, and Rise knows he is in trouble.
Absolutely in dire straits here. Ninetales has the Dazzling Gleam ready, but Rise knows that it's not going to be enough. There's still a Wigglytuff in the back. I don't know if you want to call it an upset, but Rise falls to Cyrino, a talented SoCal trainer.
Even with Rise making the call that it was the Empoleon in the back, Empoleon getting that 1 metal sound of energy head start completely flipped that matchup on its head. Because normally Stunfisk has the pacing advantage there, because Stunfisk with discharge is 5-4, whereas Empoleon is 5-5.
Yeah.
But if you're up on Metal Sound and you win charge attack priority, then suddenly that second discharge is never landed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. If you need 10 for 2 Hydro Cannons, what's 10 minus 1? That's 9. Now you're on parity, and boom, win the charge type party, win the game. So very, very critical moment. And a lot of competitive Pokemon Go PvP is so fast. I think a lot of trainers that watch it don't realize these small things matter that much. But a 0-turn swap versus a 1-turn swap, one fast attack in the midst of a swap, these things are so important for our game. And it's very much a game of precision in real time.
It's making so many correct decisions so quickly.
Yeah.
And that 1 second of getting that Metal Sound head start completely flipped this game on its head. It was this moment right here. Rise brought it in, instant switch into the Empoleon, the 1 Metal Sound head start, and the game was instantly over. And you could see on Cyrino's face, as soon as that happened, as soon as he got the 1 head start and saw the stun face, he knew that was going to be a winning game because he was going to win that charge attack priority tie.
Yeah, exactly. He knew it in his heart that game was already over. Try not to give it away, though. But he does give us a little look at the camera. He's pretty proud of that moment, as he should be, because Rise is one of the best trainers, not only in NA, but in the entire world. So, Henry, we've casted 2 series. We've seen Nighttime Clasher, the reigning LAIC champion, and Rise to Occasion, the 5-time regional champion, both fall to loser side bracket.
Underdogs are thriving here in Los Angeles. Back-to-back upsets.
Yep.
Arrow moving on. Cyrino moving on. That should be an incredibly exciting winter semifinals matchup, Speedy.
Woo, I cannot wait for that. That sounds like a grand finals, right? At any other event. But here in LA, it's just another Sunday. So I'm excited to get to those games. We have another pair that's really exciting coming up for you pretty soon. One is a content creator. I think he's a very solid trainer. He's coming into his own. The other one is a trainer that is on one of these popular grassroots teams, but isn't often talked about. And I think that the biggest adjustment for him, he said during the interview yesterday, was that he really is just trusting his gut more. He's not overthinking it. He's just saying, what would I naturally do if I was playing the game on my couch, if I was playing Go Battle League at home? What would I do? What would I shield? What would I call? What would I switch? That's what he's doing this weekend. It's worked out really well so far.
I think that's such a smart mentality to have, is if you're sitting on your couch, as you described playing the Go Battle League, you're a lot more likely to be like, okay, they're just baiting, I'm calling this. Whereas sometimes at these tournaments, there's the worry of what if it's the nuke? You second guess yourself, you doubt, you end up putting up a shield,
Sure.
and then you end up shielding 2 baits and all your shields are gone, and then suddenly you're getting brave-birded by a Dartrix. Like,
yeah, and your hero, Home Slice Henry's watching. Now you feel embarrassed. And you're like, oh, man, what do I do? No, I'm just kidding. But I'll tell you what, everybody, we have an interview down on the floor. I want to hear from Cyrino after that massive win against Rise. Butters, take it away.
A fantastic win it was. I'm here with Cyrino, who has advanced on the winner's side of the bracket. You already guaranteed your best ever tournament performance by making it the top cut, but how do you feel right now advancing?
I feel so good, man. Yeah, I mean, it's been my dream, honestly, to make day 2, so making it to top 8 I'm pretty ecstatic. So yeah, I'm just glad to be here.
Awesome. And you said this might have been a little bit of a revenge. You've had another tournament this season where you got 17th, but who did you go down to in the Las Vegas Regional Championship?
Yeah, in the winner's semifinals, I also played Rise, and he kind of cooked me. I lost 2-0, or I lost 0-2, and I'm glad that I could make it up here.
And now you have a 17th performance, just right out of top cut, but still awarded championship points. And now you're on track to get a top 8 here in Los Angeles. What does that mean for you for the World Championships? Are you going to try to build enough championship points to get the resume to qualify this season?
So honestly, I hadn't really thought about it because this tournament, I didn't know how good I'd do. But after like my performance so far, I think I'll be booking it, trying to make it to the World's Finals, I guess, in championship points. I'm going to NIC, so I hope to do good in that tournament, and I'll probably be doing a lot of locals soon.
Awesome. Well, we're gonna always love to see you at future tournaments, but of course, you still have a chance to be the regional champion here, advancing on that winner's side and maybe even qualifying for Worlds today. You might not even need NAIC, but congratulations once again to Cyrino. Let's we're gonna go to meet some new faces. I believe Speediest Chief met a new trainer. Let's take a look.
Welcome in, everybody. I just bumped into a newer trainer in the championship series, but I can't wait to hear more about his journey. Brando, this is your 3rd, maybe 4th event. Can you tell me how it's felt to go from your first one to this event and why you keep coming back?
I mean, it's been amazing. The whole community, I think, is the main reason that I've been so, pulled in. Everybody's so welcoming, so nice. It's like, even if I lose, they want to help me learn how to be better and learn from my mistakes. So the community is by far the highlight for me.
I think that's one of the best parts of it as well. This is also not your first time on camera. You're very well spoken.
Thank you. I might have spent a few days surviving on an island at some point. I don't know.
That's honestly really, really cool. So I wanted to ask you what you've learned, maybe in more detail. Team building, community. Is there anything that you really want to speak to? Have you learned to, because that's the one thing, right? Team building is always tough in Pokemon. Have you gotten better at that over your experiences?
Team building has been something I've worked on a lot, especially with, coaches and things like that. I think the main skill that has helped me get better as a trainer is learning how to count. Counting moves, knowing when to throw your charge moves, and also learning charge move priority has been huge.
I feel like sometimes I think even making a chart and having the high attack Pokemon at the top and the lower attack Pokemon lower down, for me visually it helps. Do you use any like tools or note taking or anything like that?
So when I'm practicing, out of the tournament cycle, I nickname all of my Pokemon based on what their attack stat is. So when I scroll through by name order, I can see them sorted by attack stat.
That's actually really smart. I've not heard that yet. Are there any other tips or tricks you want to share with anybody? Because a lot of people come in and they're nervous. Maybe they feel like it's too much to learn. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Everyone's willing to teach. My biggest advice would be talk to every opponent, get to know them, learn where they're from, learn why they chose the Pokemon that they did, what you could have done differently. Because again, like I said earlier, everyone's so welcoming. So the number one skill that I've been working on at these tournaments is learning how to read and talk to my opponents.
Well said. Brando, is there anybody that you want to shout out to? Anybody you want to thank that's helped you get inspired and start your journey?
Shout out to SoCal Swablu. I'm a local to LA, and they've really helped me a lot at local tournaments, the Challenges, Cups, getting off the ground running. Specifically, OG Blairstoise was the first person who reached out to me on Discord. It was like, hey, if you're interested, here's some tools to learn. Also, Arrow has been great. He beat me in Seattle, but immediately was like, okay, here's what you can do, here's what you can learn from. And Nighttime Clasher. He's been super nice to me, helped me learn a lot.
One more question. I heard you might be attending even more events next season. Can we look forward to seeing you at those Championship Series events?
Absolutely. I've been using this season as my way to learn. And so hopefully next season I can hit the ground running and earn some championship points.
Brando, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend. Let's get back over to the stream.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios. We love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So what's your favorite?
Hey trainers, Inadequance here. Have you ever heard your friends or the commentators say they trained their Pokemon well, or that must be a very good ranked Pokemon, and you have no idea what that means? Then listen up, I'm going to explain this all for you. It all starts with understanding how the CP of Pokemon works. CP stands for combat power, and this is unique for every Pokemon. To simplify things, let's compare two Pokemon in the Master League. In this league, trainers usually battle with fully powered up Pokemon. For example, Mewtwo can reach around 4700 CP, while Lugia tops out at about 4100 CP. Does that mean Lugia is much weaker? Not exactly. Offensively, yes, but defensively, Lugia is an absolute powerhouse. It can hold its own against, and sometimes even defeat Mewtwo. The reason Mewtwo has a much higher CP is because of its stronger attack stat. This shows that Pokemon with higher offensive stats tend to reach higher CP values than those that are more defensively oriented. Attack has a much greater influence on CP than defense or HP. The same principle applies in the Great and Ultra Leagues, where CP caps limit which Pokemon you can use. The key to maximizing a Pokemon's potential in these leagues is getting as many power-ups as possible without exceeding the CP limit. Because defensive Pokemon gain CP more slowly than offensive ones, they can often be powered up more times. For example, in the Great League, you can typically power up Umbreon more times than Flareon before hitting the 1500 CP cap. Now that you understand the value of defensive Pokemon, let's look at what kind of appraiser you're aiming for. The idea is similar. A Pokemon with higher defense and HP and lower attack can usually fit in more power-ups before reaching the CP limit. By combining the maximum number of power-ups with a CP as close as possible to the league cap, you get the bulkiest stats of that Pokemon. This is what trainers often refer to as a well-ranked Pokemon. One important side note, when a Pokemon is very common in the meta, some trainers intentionally choose one with slightly higher attack. This is to win the charge stack priority ties, situations where both players use a charge stack on the same turn. In these cases, the Pokemon with a higher attack stat goes first. That small advantage can often decide the outcome of a battle, especially in mirror matches. I hope this helps you sort out which Pokemon you want to bring to the competition. Get involved and let us know what you caught for a battle, or even better, come show them off in the championships here. Visit pokemon.com/compete for more information. We can't wait to see what you got.
Welcome back to the LA Regionals. We're still on that winner's side of the bracket. Some of the favorites here to win it all in Los Angeles are up next. We got Pyro Panda versus K-Pine. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Softo.
So many great battles to come. We've already seen a lot of great sets actually from Nighttime Clasher versus Arrow, and of course Cyrano versus Rise to Occasion. So we'll get to see them a little bit later as we progress in the winner's bracket. But for now, it's all about Pyro Panda versus K-Pine, and these are two friends, I believe, who might have something special in store
For now,
for us.
it's all about lucky trades. Let's head on over and see these screens, see what they get here. Of course, you know there's a higher odds of getting that hundo with the lucky trade. A lower IV floor. They're ready. They're gonna lock it in. Let's see if we get any shundos on stage here.
All right, 23-67.
I feel like this is the chance. I feel like we've never had a shundo on stage in a lucky trade. I think it happens here today. K-Pine's feeling it too. Cross your fingers. Feeling lucky.
All right, 23-42. Backgrounds, 28-95. Let's see what the CP is. Oh no, it's only
not great.
One of the worst lucky trade stats you can have. But you know what? They are already best friends, clearly, and they can try again in the future. Maybe they'll get a nice interaction from that trade. You know, every day that you interact, you have another chance to go lucky. So, you know, these trainers, I'm sure they're gonna, of course, battle today. They're gonna have a lot more chances to scrim in the future, more chances to go lucky.
And you know, they got all their bad luck out of the way. So now they're just gonna be good luck the rest of the tournament. And speaking of good luck, Pyro Panda is a trainer that has been competing a bunch this season, but this is actually the first time in championship points for him. He's been a little bit disappointed with himself. I think he's spoken to that on social media, but it's a trainer that has broken out a little bit in the past and now trying to win it all here on that winner's side of the bracket. The dedication and the perseverance, even though there's multiple tournaments without that championship points, now on that winner's side and even have a chance to qualify for the World Champions if he wins it all here today.
Definitely a critical match for both of these trainers. K-Pine, I think, has picked up championship points at a couple of these tournaments, but he doesn't have, you know, a breakout top 8 that would really kind of seal the deal. So for both of these trainers, winning this match would take them, I believe, into the top 6. And that is a huge boost in championship points, and of course, a huge boost on the path to Worlds.
All right, we're locked into game number 1. It's Pyro Panda versus K-Pine. That's going to be the Shadow Fortress into the shiny Feraligatr here. And of course, most of these Fortress will be on the Bug Bite. There is only one Volt Switch Shadow Fortress or Fortress in general here in Top Cut.
And that's actually going to be K-Pine's Fortress. Looks like it's on the bench for this matchup. Instead, he's opted for the Feraligatr, Diggersby, and Licky Leaky as his first Hydro Cannon gets shielded up by Pyro Panda.
Well, I really like this Togekiss in the back against that double normal type, but the thing is, you already gave up Protect Shield. At least you get a Protect Shield back against the Feraligatr from K-Pine that if you can ever get an energy advantage with that Togekiss against that backline of the double normal, but it's actually K-Pine getting the energy advantage with this Licky Licky.
Right, and Pyro Panda, for his part, I expect to see him, chip and dip with the Bug Bites and then come straight into his own Licky Licky. Maybe could have timed that swap a little bit better, but he's already gotten a ton of chip damage off with those Bug Bite damage.
And the patience from K-Pine, it's so scary to throw Shadow Balls in this meta when a switch is available, because Licky Licky is 75% usage, it's on almost every team, and it's also in almost every battle. So if you blindly throw a Shadow Ball, you could definitely get it double resisted by a catching Licky Licky. Pyro Panda went for it, but K-Pine was patient and it didn't happen.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of catch happen a lot, or at least attempts for that catch. But even if you don't quite make it, it's still great to switch in your own Licky Licky into an opposing Licky Licky that's been chipped. Very reminiscent of those Licky tongue mirrors that we used to have a couple of years ago.
And we have timers back up for both the trainers. K-Pine's at his timer. I believe Pyro Panda, after this body slam, will be at his timer as well. Here comes the swap from K-Pine, going to the Fraligator, trying to get it first. The counter swap by Pyro Panda actually had the Sand Tomb, but didn't throw it. Will this be enough to knock out the Shadow Fortress? This is a Shadow Fortress, so yes, you use the protection here. You can't Bug Bite down. You have to commit energy.
Ooh, but he looks like he's gonna go for that Bug Bite down, but just at the last second realizes the Gator would reach that Hydro Cannon. Gonna throw the Sand Tomb just to make sure. But at this point, if you're Pyro Panda, you are down 2 shields. That's gonna make the Togekiss in the back just a little bit more vulnerable.
And you're so good against that Diggersby, though, in the back versus as Togekiss. Let's look at the fast
quick attack.
It is quick attack, so that is an advantage for the Diggersby because you will do more damage into the Togekiss with your fast attack. That Mud Shot would be just doing 1 damage, double resisted. Instead, the quick attack will add up. Here comes the Sand Tomb into the Diggersby, trying to drop the defense by 1 stage. There is a swap available if he ever does want to clear that debuff later in the game.
Right, and I don't remember how much energy is on K-Pine's Licky Licky, but if it does have energy, that could be really, really helpful for him as he aims to get rid of these last couple of Pokemon. Oh, tons of energy! Yeah, here it comes with the Shadow Ball onto the Togekiss. Now, do you think he can get to another Body Slam as well?
Yeah, he has to take a peck here if he wants to go, or 2 pecks if he wants to go for a rollout, and he is going for a rollout, but 2 pecks actually swapped in Licky Licky, trying to maybe catch a Shadow Ball, but once again, catching on the Body Slam here. This is not enough to knock out, and you can roll out down if you're Pyro Panda, but you need to get to an Aura Sphere. You're not in range of Fire Punch. You just need to somehow either get a Protect Shield or get to double Aura Sphere, because there is a Protect Shield remaining for K-Pine.
And this is scary for Pyro Panda because he's locked in here. He's gonna have to get quick attacked all the way down. Yes, he get off this Body Slam, but at this point, the impactful damage, like you said, is going to come from the Aura Sphere of Togekiss. And for K-Pine's side, I think he's gonna go for 2 Fire Punches to try and take out this Togekiss.
Yeah, 2 Fire Punches against a helpless Togekiss with no Protect Shields remaining, just 2 quick attacks away, and he's gonna secure it. And that looks like it's gonna be an easy game 1 victory for that Diggersby. And once this Fire Punch lands, I believe it's not going to be enough, so we will need that back-to-back.
Well, the good news for K-Pine is that he did have that back-to-back. I think Togekiss just barely, well, not barely. It didn't have enough energy, but it also needed to get through a potential Protect Shield on K-Pine's side. I really like how K-Pine was saving his shields for the end. There were a lot of charge attacks flying, but he knew that the heaviest hitting one maybe hadn't been on the field yet.
The story of that battle to me was K-Pine was able to get the energy advantage on his normal types. He was able to get the footing against the Togekiss. That Togekiss was always coming into a normal type matchup against the Licky Licky, loaded with energy. Against the Diggersby, loaded with energy. So I really liked how K-Pine played that battle to be able to pivot and get those energy advantages so that the Togekiss was kind of helpless in the back. If that was Switch and Pyro Panda was getting the energy advantage, that would have made it way more difficult for those normal types taking super effective Aura Spheres.
And I really like that aggressive switch into the Licky Licky at the beginning for K-Pine, right? As soon as this Feraligatr got debuffed in the lead, he's switching out. He knows that, Pyro Panda doesn't really have a hard answer to the Licky Licky. Maybe the hardest answer would be something like that Stunfisk or maybe the Togekiss if it's up energy. But, if you switch first, then it can't be up energy.
Yeah, it feels like Licky Licky is just coming into most battles always, but there's no reason for it not to for either of these trainers. We did see a Shadow Feraligatr was slightly better against that Licky Licky. We saw a lot of Shadow Feraligatrs start us off in those first 2 matchups, but normal Feraligatrs for both these trainers. So Say Swap Licky Licky is just going to be a force. And do we see double normal once again? There is that normal type into the Togekiss, and yes, it's double normal, but this time there's a Wigglytuff in the back for K-Pine.
And we don't often see this matchup just play out head-to-head on even energy like this. Usually we see, someone counter-swapping a little bit late in the mid matchup, but this will be really interesting to see how the energy generation paces.
And I should have said triple normal because it is the triple normal team from K-Pine. The double normal, the Licky Licky and Diggersby, which we've seen a lot in this tournament, but tripling down with that Wigglytuff. The Aura Sphere lands, was getting so many Protect Shields yesterday in day number 1. Not this time. Now, I feel like K-Pine is on the back foot.
Oh, and this is a really great team read from K-Pine. A lot of trainers might have reached for the Diggersby there instead of the Wigglytuff, but maybe he's reading that Pyro Panda has brought that Bug Bite Fortress once again, and now he's actually saved that Diggersby for the back.
Fantastic point, and now you're going to have a way better backline matchup, so it's going to really come down to Togekiss. How much advantage can Pyro Panda get from that Togekiss to get to some more Aura Spheres to threaten that Diggersby, because you're going to lose that matchup, but you do have 2 Protect Shields remaining still. You're not going to use any right now, so in the end, if you are against a 2 Protect Shield Diggersby, you do have a chance with that Shadow Fortress just debuffing your opponent with those Sand Tombs and going for heavy Bug Bite damage.
Right, and I think Pyro Panda is going to be very familiar with that strategy of 2 shielding the Fortress, so I like how he's playing this out, making sure to preserve his shields for those less bulky Pokemon that he has remaining.
All right, this is going to be able to knock out one of the normal types from K-Pine's team. Another normal type will enter shortly, and it's going to be the Diggersby trying to get energy advantage here. Not even throwing a rollout, just throwing the Body Slam. I believe Pyro is probably going to pivot here. He doesn't want to give Diggersby any energy advantage. Does he pivot, or does he just stay in? No, actually stays in. I don't know about this, though, because you're just going to get quick attack down.
Yeah, I really would have liked to see Pyro Panda switch out there, because energy is going to be the key for that Diggersby versus Fortress matchup. You mentioned that Fortress has a chance to flip that if it has 2 shields, but you know, with this huge energy advantage, and K-Pine's just going to go for the full quick attack down, it looks like. Doesn't have to take another Body Slam, and now you just have to bring in your Togekiss.
And maybe it's just trying to, and here comes the Fire Punch. You don't want to swap into the Fire Punch onto your Fortress. You're going to let this one go because you need the shields for your Fortress. It's going to be 2 shield Fortress versus the back line. Does Licky Licky have any cumulative energy in the back? Here comes the next Fire Punch, at least for Pyro Panda. It's going to be energy dry now for K-Pine.
Yeah, all of a sudden, all that scary energy from Diggersby is gone. The Diggersby is chipped a little bit, and this could actually be a great place for the Fortress to shine.
And here comes the first Fire Punch. It's double super effective into the Steel and Bug type of a Fortress. It's going to chunk. 1 Fire Punch isn't going to be enough, and Quick Attack is resisted. The rollouts from the Licky Licky are not going to do that much damage either, and suddenly K-Pine has 2 Protect Shields remaining, but it's just getting so low in health here. Throwing the next Fire Punch will surely get the last Protect Shield for Pyro Panda.
All right, well, K-Pine really needs to land 1 Fire Punch here and then hope that Licky Licky can clean things up. If you shield this, I don't know if you actually make the next Fire Punch before you get buttoned down. Maybe you have to switch into Licky Licky to clear the defense drop. No, he's going to stay in.
He is going to stay in for now, trying to get that Fire Punch. There's another Sand Tomb available. Are you going to throw on Charge Attack priority? Actually, no, not throwing. And now this double super effective Fire Punch is going to be landing into the Fortress. How much energy that Licky Licky have? It has so much health and a Protect Shield, and you're just sitting there. A Body Slam will do it, and a Shadow Ball is available.
All right, K-Pine had it all planned out. He's going to take this series 2-0 over Pyro Panda to advance to winners round 2. Again, this is his best performance ever, so huge congratulations to K-Pine.
Once again, K-Pine able to get those energy advantage on those normal types of the Licky Licky and the Diggersby as well. That was a key factor for him in this series, and Pyro Panda just couldn't keep up against that energy advantage. Tried to have those Protect Shields in the back, but it just didn't quite work out. But Pyro Panda, his best performance of this season, and he's not eliminated yet.
And I heard some cheers from the crowd. I believe K-Pine is also a member of those SoCal Swablues who are just dominating this regional, it feels like. Right, we saw Cyrano, of course, advancing earlier. K-Pine going to join him in the winners semi, so really exciting for him.
Well, Los Angeles natives in general, we still have Gerald, we still have Ashton Ash. I believe Ashton Ash is actually going to be up next, another LA native. So the LA natives are coming out strong here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and the crowd is feeling it. That no shield on the Aura Sphere, something that got shielded all day 1, didn't get shielded, and it was all about the energy advantage, in my opinion, for K-Pine. Able to find those opportunities, and a key opportunity was right here. Pyro Panda decided to stay in with this Licky Licky and get full farm down. I feel like you could have really utilized that little health of that Licky Licky in the back and prevent that full farm down to get double Fire Punch.
Right, and that was, you know, pretty unfortunate for Pyro Panda. It did feel like he had a little bit of chance once the Diggersby dumped all of its energy onto the Togekiss, but still, I mean, I underestimated the bulk of Diggersby, thinking that at that low health, it wouldn't be able to get to as many Fire Punches as it needed, but K-Pine trusted, you know, he stayed in even when the defense was dropped, and he got to that last Fire Punch.
And the interesting thing, I believe Pyro Panda was throwing the Sand Tombs later, too. Maybe you would try to ramp up your damage earlier, drop the defense by 1 stage by throwing the Sand Tomb as soon as you get it to guarantee that higher Bug Bite damage. Maybe that would give an opportunity, but a quick 2-0 there for K-Pine, and he is able to advance, and now he has good positioning to become the champion. Anyone who advances on that winner's side, you're just a couple of match victories away from the winners finals to even the grand finals. It's a huge advantage coming in on that side.
Yeah, the path from here is actually really not long at all, right? They're already in the top 6. One more match will take them into the winners finals top 3, and then just one more win already takes them to the grand finals.
Right.
And you know, for a trainer like K-Pine, at this point I have to imagine he secured his Worlds qual with that match win just now. But I mean, more championship points and some prize money definitely don't hurt.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt, and he could definitely secure it by becoming the champion. And 2 trainers up next that are trying to also become the champion. Ash and Ash, I've said it many times, not to put the expectations on him, but one of those trainers that has been such a standout in championship series that hasn't quite won that regional championship. You could say the same thing for Sceptile Ice as well, right? Sceptile Ice has been a trainer that's had so many great performances, but still hasn't secured that regional championship. And you just talked about the journey from here. If you're able to win this matchup, you're so close to the winners finals, so close to the grand finals. So this next matchup, there is so much on the line.
A lot of great trainers in this tournament still looking for their moment, their title, their breakout performance. This could be the moment for K-Pine though, so let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, Soph. I'm down on the floor with K-Pine, who just had an awesome win over Pyro Panda. K-Pine, when I walked up, I gotta be honest, you had your hands out. You said, I'm a little nervous. You seem super calm though. You seem like you're doing all right.
Yeah, you know, there's always nerves beforehand, no matter what. The competition's great here. The players are amazing. So it's really just that time where you kind of just need to lock in and play your game, because when you're up there in the moment, nothing else really matters except what's on that phone screen.
I think that's the best way to look at it. Mentioning looking at things, I noticed your Diggersby was running not the traditional fast attack of Mudshot. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I was back and forth on Mudshot or Quick Attack for my Diggersby, because Mudshot tends to be the more traditional set right now because of faster pacing to the Scorching Sands and Fire Punches. But the Quick Attack moveset, I felt like put it more as a neutral generalist, because the Mudshot puts it in really those polarizing matchups, and I liked having some play into the flyers such as the Togekiss, which is very prevalent. So being able to work with a shield advantage or energy advantage and to actually fight back against Togekiss, I felt like would be very beneficial.
I think that you are actually the only trainer I've seen play that so far. Forgive me if somebody else played it and I missed it, but I do think that is an interesting tech and it helps you quite a bit in that Togekiss matchup in particular. K-Pine, you're a content creator as well. I feel like content creation, it pressures you to try a lot of new Pokemon, to build a lot of teams, and to have other people watch your battles. Do you think that that's translated at all to success for you on stage or at in-person events?
Oh, most definitely. Content creation, you're always trying to go out there, you know, put on a good show for your viewers, as well as kind of help teach them and guide them to become better battlers themselves. And the only way to do that is to really get a good variety of Pokemon and to really test what's out there, work the teams, work potential movesets, and really doing that allows us to become better battlers on our own, because we're able to get a good survey of the field, how we like to play things. Plus, you kind of find out what you click with, what vibes with you, and then you can play teams from there in these Show 6 tournaments that kind of translate well.
Awesome. Well, K-Pine, do you want to shout out to anybody as you continue your journey here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I would love to shout out all my friends who've come here to support me today, and my beautiful girlfriend, Justine. I also want to shout out Team Texas and Wing Attack.
Awesome. K-Pine, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next round. Let's head back over to the casters.
Thanks, Speedy. I really love what K-Pine said about just taking things one match at a time, one game at a time. And I think when you've played a lot of these regionals, maybe you've even top cut a couple times, it's really easy to just tunnel on oh my gosh, I want to get to the grand finals. I want to get to, regional champion level. But I think when you listen to great athletes, they're always saying take it one game at a time.
And I appreciate the authenticity too, to say I'm nervous, because he cares. He cares about advancing. He cares about qualifying. He cares about being the champion, just like these 2 trainers. Coming up next, let's go down to Ash and Sceptile Ice. Let's talk about their accolades a little bit. Ash has gotten 2nd place at the 2024 North American International Championships. In 2025 Merida Regional Championships, got 2nd place. 3rd place in Atlanta 2025. 3rd place in 2026 Merida as well. 4th place at a Latin American International Championship 2025. 4th place in 2025 Portland. And another 4th place in 2026 Pittsburgh. Ash has been on the cusp for so many tournaments. I really feel like this could be his opportunity.
A lot of people thought, coming into this season that this could be his season to finally, you know, have that breakout performance. How many times have we seen trainers, you know, have performances, resumes like that? They win one regional and then they just snowball from there, right? I definitely think that Ashton Ash is on the cusp of kind of ascending to that level. So really excited for his performance here in Los Angeles. Maybe that hometown boost will give him a little bit more luck as he plays his match out here with Subtile Ice.
Well, I was going to say, because you're a local, so maybe you sleep better, but he actually does live about 50 minutes away, so I think he is staying at accommodation over here. So hopefully he slept well last night. Hopefully Subtile Ice did as well, because he has been on the cusp so many times. 2nd place Toronto, 5th place Baltimore, 5th place Las Vegas, 5th place at a Latin American International Championship. He has also been so close, and he might just have a team composition advantage. That Shadow Alolan Ninetales is very strong into Ashton Ash's team. Ashton Ash told me that that is going to be the one problem Pokemon in this matchup, and he is facing it here to open the battle.
Yeah, I can tell that he's scared of it because he's brought 3 Pokemon that are neutral or advantageous against it. He's got the Fortress, Grumpig, and Licky Licky in the back. Let's that first move go from the Licky Licky. Gonna keep bug biting before trying to debuff the Licky Licky now with the Rock Tomb.
And you don't really care about the alignment as much, except for if you are Subtile Ice, you just want to be able to put your Fortress onto that Grumpig if you could. Swapping onto the Body Slam here, catching it onto Ashton Ash. In which Pokemon will this bait out? Will this bait out the Fortress here? Yes, I think this is exactly what Ashton Ash was looking for, to bait out that Bug Bite Fortress, so Grumpig has the opportunity in the back line.
That might have given Ashton Ash a little bit of a window. He said he was afraid of the Alolan Ninetales, but if he's able to get his Grumpig onto it, that could definitely neutralize it. He also got that critical rollout advantage on the swap here, so that's going to allow him to get to these moves just a little bit faster. Actually going to settle for just the Body Slam here, maybe thinking that Subtile Ice would not let him get to the Shadow Ball.
And this does get no-shooted here. It's going to be resisted into the Fortress. The timer isn't back available for Ashton Ash. This double Sand Tomb is available for Subtile Ice. Going to throw it right before the Body Slam is available. This means that you're going to be able to bank one more Sand Tomb, maybe even get to a Rock Tomb against a backline Pokemon of Ashton Ash, letting this Licky Licky go down. Probably going to bring in your own Fortress. Yes, throw the Sand Tomb, and now it's going to be Grumpig versus Subtile Ice's backline. But the problem is there's no Pokemon to switch out to, and the Alolan Ninetales of Subtile Ice has Chilling Water.
Oh, that's a great point. That could be a permanent debuff that spells trouble for Ashton Ash. He does get the energy advantage, but I think that Chilling Water is going to be a big problem. I see Subtile Ice reaching for it. Who cares about Weather Ball when you can permanently debuff your opponent? This is a great position to be in as Subtile Ice, especially because those Powder Snows are also chunking.
Ashton Ash told me that Grumpig actually loses this matchup neutrally versus the Alolan Ninetales. It is hard to deal with, but maybe that extra Psywave advantage is going to ensure that he gets to the triple attack before the Alolan Ninetales gets the triple. And once all this Psywave damage goes through, maybe that last attack is still going to be able to knock out. And Subtile Ice switches it up, actually goes for the Weather Ball, because he is also trying to get a triple attack just as quick as that Grumpig, but he also has a swap available in the Licky Licky.
But I'm looking at the energy here. I do think Subtile Ice is going to reach this next Weather Ball before Ashton Ash is at double Dynamic Punch. I saw the energy there. I think Subtile Ice, if he shields this up, I'm pretty sure he has the energy for the Weather Ball already. Let's see if he mashes that button. He does, and Grumpig's still a couple of Psywaves away from the Dynamic Punch.
And that's probably going to be enough to knock out. This is a Shadow Alolan Ninetales into the Grumpig. If it's not enough, it's almost enough, and it was enough to knock out Subtile Ice. Probably going to be his best Pokemon in this matchup. Takes game number 1.
That Alolan Ninetales did spell trouble for Ashton Ash, especially in the back. Actually, yeah, I didn't notice that I had Chilling Water because I think we've seen a couple with Dazzling Gleam, but that is going to definitely be a disaster for Ashton Ash if he can't get that Alolan Ninetales under control.
Yeah, that was a clunky situation. Ashton Ash said that it was the exact same thing he was trying to avoid, is having his Grumpig lose the neutral situation to that Alolan Ninetales, because as you saw, as soon as you throw that Chilling Water, you just go for the double Weather Ball, and you're able to outpace even when that Grumpig got a little bit of an advantage there with that Psywave energy. So Alolan Ninetales, we've seen a lot of them so far. There's actually only 3 in day 2 here, but it feels like we've been seeing it to start us off.
You know, the interesting thing is, though, looking at how that matchup played out, I'm actually not even sure you need to go for the Chilling Water there, right? Maybe you can just outpace with the Weather Balls, and that's enough to knock out the Grumpig, because unless you're worried about getting Psywaved all the way down, and you have 2 shields. Like, you don't really need to debuff the Grumpig.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, yeah, you're not going to get knocked out by the side waves, most likely. So you probably would just go for the triple Weather Ball there. But, I mean, you can still get to it. Maybe he knew that even though he got a slight energy advantage, I can still outpace there. And that is the strength of the Alolan Ninetales in that situation. We didn't really see much of Alolan Ninetales in day number 1 for Sceptile Ice. The core that stood out to me was that Togekiss and Poliwrath core. I felt like that was really hard to deal with. But Poliwrath is not too strong against Ash and Ash's team because he has the Corsola, he has the Grumpig, and he has the Togekiss. 3 really good answers for that Poliwrath. And this is a terrible lead for Ash and Ash here, running the Corsola into the Licky, swapping into the Grumpig, counter swap by the Ninetales. This might just play out the same exact way as the end of game number 1.
And you need a way bigger energy lead than that if you want to flip this matchup. I mean, we saw in game 1, I think he got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 side waves. Just now it looks like Sceptile Ice reacted very, very quickly to bring that Alolan Ninetales in. The difference here is, though, once this matchup plays out with a couple of charge attacks, Ash and Ash will have the opportunity to potentially switch out, but it looks like he actually doesn't care about the Grumpig. Maybe he's happy to win the 0 or 1 shield situations. But no, actually Sceptile Ice is already at a second Weather Ball. This will knock out the Grumpig if Ash and Ash lets it connect. He doesn't. He wants to make sure to get off this Dynamic Punch.
And maybe he's going to be able to win this 1 Protect Shield situation. He's going to be making up extra energy here. Can probably get the last Protect Shield from Sceptile Ice because Sceptile Ice is going to want alignment of that Licky into the Corsola. Here comes the Protect Shield. Now, do you see Ash and Ash swap out here or actually just try to go for the Dynamic Punch? And no, Sceptile Ice cuts him off. But if you shield here, you can win alignment. Ash and Ash is like, do I have 1 health remaining? If I shield, do I hang on? Does he hang on? Does he have 1 more? He's looking like he's looking at a microscope. He can see the health, and he knows that he endures. And now suddenly, Ash and Ash has taken the alignment.
Wow, that side wave advantage was enough after all, and that's huge here. Corsola into Licky would have been absolutely catastrophic for him. Sceptile Ice gets 1 rollout of Farm Down, and now Ash and Ash can bring in his own Licky. It's not over though, as Sceptile Ice does have that Togekiss lurking in the back.
And the Togekiss is going to be facing the Corsola, one of the better neutral answers, and there's no Protect Shields remaining, so you're going to be able to land that super effective Power Gem. So Ash and Ash was in such a devastating position. I thought it was going to play out exactly how that first game played out, where he just got outpaced, but he was able to let a Weather Ball through. That was the key difference because he was able to endure, get to that last attack. He was able to win the alignment.
Oh, that's a great point, because in the first game, I think he might have taken a couple of bug bites from the Fortress.
Yes.
And that's what put him in range of Weather Ball. That was the key difference. It wasn't necessarily the energy lead. So great call out, Butters. We're still playing out this Licky mirror. Looks like both of these trainers are just happy to let their Lickys get very, very low, but I think Ash and Ash's Corsola is going to have the advantage versus the Togekiss in the back, unless Sceptile Ice can pull some shenanigans, maybe banking energy, but no, he's just going to throw another Body Slam.
Yeah, you want to possibly get this Licky from Ash and Ash out of here so you can have some health remaining on your own Licky. Here comes the swap into the Togekiss here, but now this means that the Togekiss is switch locked, and here comes the Corsola, I believe, from Ash and Ash.
Yeah, and I think Ash and Ash is in a pretty good position here. Togekiss has been very strong throughout the tournament, throughout the season, but this is one of the matchups where it struggles. It can't throw that Aura Sphere. It just has to settle for this non-stab Psyshock. And I think Ash and Ash's Corsola should be able to endure 2 of these, yeah, easily, even with all the pets.
I think what he was thinking is, like, do I just farm down? I think he was trying to calculate, does he ever get to a triple Psyshock? I think I can take the double Psyshock plus Pex. I think I just farm down, and I bank the Power Gem, and I land that into the Licky, and if he throws Shadow Ball worth of energy into me, which I'm not even sure he has, then I can outpace on my own Licky. So Ash and Ash has the double Power Gem. There's not a Shadow Ball available, and Ash and Ash flipped the script here, and now he has tied up this series.
Wow, incredible comeback for Ash and Ash. He was worried about that Alolan Ninetales, but we just saw, you know, that Grumpig can actually beat it with just a little bit of Psywave head start if it can hang on to that Weather Ball.
Yes, and you did point out the fact that there was a couple of bug bites taken at a game number 1 that had to be the difference, because remember, at the end there, Ash and Ash Protect shielded with about 2 to 3 health left on that Grumpig. That 2 to 3 health was evaporated by the bug bite of the previous game, but this game, the lead Pokemon from Sceptile Ice wasn't able to do as much fast attack pressure because I believe that lead Pokemon was a Licky, and rollout just doesn't really do much pressure at all.
And that was a big risk from Ash and Ash to just safe swap that Grumpig, because looking at Sceptile Ice's team, I mean, there is that Bug Bite Fortress that we saw in game number 1, so that was a great call from Ash and Ash.
Yeah, I mean, so risky, right? If that just goes wrong, it's over, because if you safe swap the Grumpig into that Bug Bite Fortress and then he matches his Corsola into the Licky Licky, that would be extremely polarizing. When I was talking to him, he said he had a couple strategies, and he said maybe one would be a little more polarizing than the other. That seems like one of them. So I don't know if we're going to see that same exact strategy in this decisive game number 3.
Well, interestingly, you know, I feel like as series goes, these series continue to develop, players become more willing to go ABA weak to something. So that was only game number 2. Ashen and Ash might have thought Subtile Ice wouldn't go Licky Fortress if he was afraid of Ashen and Ash leading something like the Digger's Beam.
And I can't understate how much is on the line in this battle for these trainers that are trying to get over the hump, try to become a regional champion. Your pathway on that winner side is so much easier. So whoever wins this has such a better opportunity to win it all in Los Angeles. Decisive game number 3. Ash and Ash has been so close. Sceptile Ice has been so close. Sceptile Ice has actually, has ice in his name, but has relied a lot on water Pokemon. Now, finally, having an ice-type Pokemon on his team, that's the strongest Pokemon. How can Sceptile Ice put that Alolan Ninetales in position to succeed? Because in that game number 2, it came up just a little bit short. Here we have the Grumpig into the Stunfisk. I put those two names together.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup, but now Ash isn't going to be able to get his Grumpig onto the Alolan Ninetales, but he's again tried to neutralize it with those backline Pokemon. He's brought the Shadow Fortress and the Corsola.
Well, this is so tricky, Soph, because even if Ash wins the alignment and Sceptile Ice brings in that Alolan Ninetales, oh, here comes the Alolan Ninetales. But the problem is, if you bring in the Fortress here, then you're going to have the Corsola versus the Licky in the back. Ash is actually staying in right now. If he brings in this Fortress, that means his Corsola is going to be in a lot of trouble. Does he bring in the Corsola and call it out? He does! What a call!
Yeah, and now we're in this middle game matchup, and Corsola is super bulky. Now that he's pulled a shield from the Alolan Ninetales, I think he's going to be in a great spot here. He's going to be able to get off a lot of damage with just the Astonishes. Yes, you are debuffed at this point, but I think you can probably knock out with just one charge attack.
Brilliant decision from Ash to try to call out this was the bait for the Fortress, or also I could get a clean matchup with this Corsola and avoid the Licky, and now suddenly he has an opportunity to win. And there's a swap on the Power Gem, maybe expecting a Nightshade. Instead, this is actually the attack you would like to throw into the Licky.
All right, Sceptile Ice not in a great position, but he is making the most of these desynced switch clocks. Ash trying to reach for the Fortress. Clock is barely not up, finally able to get out, but at this point the Licky has quite a bit of energy. Ash still in a good position. He does have the shield advantage.
And keep in mind, for the backline, that Corsola was able to bank a Nightshade and a Power Gem, so that could be a crucial factor against that Alolan Ninetales or Stunfisk in the back. A Shadow Ball does go through. There is a Protect Shield advantage on the side of Ash. Does he use the first one here? Yes, he does, because you're going to have a hard time getting through that Licky with the Grumpig, so I like that decision to try to chip this down and try to land either a Rock Tomb or a Sand Tomb here.
And he's farming up a bit more energy. He knows that Sceptile Ice's clock is coming up soon. This should be enough to knock out the Licky, and whatever Sceptile Ice comes in with is probably going to have to get debuffed by something that this Fortress throws. So Sceptile Ice wants to cut it off, and he throws a Discharge here to knock out the Fortress.
Discharge does a little bit less damage than the Mud Bomb, but it should be enough to knock out the Fortress. And yes, does secure the knockout. The Grumpig is pretty much energy dry. The Stunfisk has a good amount of energy. This is actually kind of tough for Ash here. Are you going to use your last Protect Shield of the battle, and then that Alolan Ninetales? No, just going to let that through, and you just need to get to one charge attack, and then maybe you can even combo move. But if you combo move, you might get Powder Snow down. So it could be anyone's game here.
Well, the Corsola, I think you mentioned, does still have quite a bit of energy. Now the question is, did Ash farm up enough energy with this Grumpig? And now look at this. Sceptile Ice has just used his last and final Protect Shield. So can Ash just... No, he actually shields the Grumpig. So yeah, can he overfarm here enough? Or maybe he doesn't even need to. He has energy on the Corsola.
How much energy did the Ninetales have? Combo move, swap out, and now Sceptile Ice knows this is going to be the Power Gem. And the problem is, I don't think you can farm this Corsola down with Thundershock. So if you don't farm it down, you're going to have to throw a charge attack, and then you won't have a charge attack for the Grumpig, and you're also taking the Astonish damage.
All right, you know, Stunfisk doing its best, but it's energy dry. It has 1 HP, and I think Ash, this Corsola, is going to go down, but his MVP of this matchup, without a doubt, the Grumpig is going to come back in to seal game number 3 for Ash.
And one side wave brought him one step closer to his ultimate goal, becoming the regional champion. He is advancing on this winner's side of the bracket.
Ash going on to the top 6. He's been there so many times. You listed out how many 4th places, how many 2nd places, and 3rd places for him. He's been in this position before, but this could be his time.
It's been 7 times he's been in the top 5. One of the most talented trainers to not win it all. We talked about it before. there was other trainers that went through this. You mentioned Wadaj, I mentioned Elam. Once you get over the hump, it's over for a lot of the other competitors, because once they get a taste of that victory, they suddenly could be a favorite of any tournament. And will this be the tournament that Ash and Ash gets over that hump?
This could be his story. You know, we're almost at the end of the 2026 regular season. Of course, we know Ashton Ash does very well at the ICs, and he's still got NAIC coming up. But a lot of people said coming into 2026, they're waiting for Ashton Ash. I know Marto was saying on social media, this is your time, and it could be here in Los Angeles.
And another thing to point out, Ashton Ash, of course, has enough championship points to qualify for the World Championships this year. But a lot of these top trainers with so many awesome performances are always fighting for travel awards or travel stipends for international championships. So leading up to the North American International Championship, you're trying to get as many championship points as possible to try to get that travel award or travel stipend for actually next season, which would be at the Latin American International Championship. So you see trainers like Nighttime Clasher, he's probably going to get it because he is so far ahead. Dunebug is maybe on the bubble. Ashton Ash is trying to push out one of those top trainers to secure either a travel award or travel stipend as well.
A lot on the line, right? We always show the prizing for each individual tournament. Of course, the automatic Worlds qualification, the championship points, the prizing, the money, the booster packs, etc. But there's always more to fight for, right? There's the next travel award, there's the Worlds travel award, and every 3 months there's actually a new period to fight for those things.
Yeah, so it is like you see these trainers over and over again, and not only are they fighting for those prizes there, but they're fighting for future prizes, and that's why they do become the stars of the sport and your favorites for the World Championship. And Ashton Ash, an incredible performance. Septal Ice was right there, though. He could have won it, and he's not out of yet. He will drop down to the loser side, which I believe we are also dropping down to the loser side of the bracket right now.
We are, and we'll see Septal Ice there in just a little bit, but let's hear from Ashton Ash and this really exciting journey of his.
Thank you so much, casters. Homeside Center here on the floor with Ashton Ash after a heart-stopping match going to a decisive game 3. I saw that big sigh of relief when you came off stage. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling with a lot of adrenaline, I think. I'm feeling super good. I think it was a very hard series. Alone Ninetales like really does a number on my team. So I think that was I feel good. I feel good right now.
And there was one of those games where your Grumpig ended up living on 1 HP to flip switch advantage. Talk me through that moment, because I saw the wheels turn in there being like, wait, I think I lived this. I think I have the dynamic punch. That had to be a big sigh of relief.
That was a 50-50. I did not see the dynamic punch like animation, like the circle pop up. I'm like, dude, I think I'm one. I think I'm one away. I think I'm one away. Well, if I'm a one away, it's over. Like I think after he threw that, the one turn that I get, I think I have the dynamic punch. I was like, otherwise I just lose, right? I have Corsola into Licky Licky. So yeah, like, that was like a super big 50-50 call that I made there.
Yeah. And you got that call right, and that completely flipped a nightmare lead scenario, leading Corsola into the Licky Licky. I know that is one of my favorite moments on stream is always seeing the players when they see the lead where they're like, okay, I'll just see everything but this, and they see it. We always get the eye rolls, the looks to the sky, the oh no, but you fought back, you dug deep, and you won. Now, any shout outs you want to give, Ash, as you are moving on here on winner side of day number 2?
Yeah, as always, to Jacob, Hungry Wolfpack, Lil's Party as well for the scrims. It really helped me out a lot for this matchup. Also, Monica, that's also watching me. My friends, Rigo, Luis, Damien, I really appreciate you all. And Fernando, too, like, he's my drummer. You know, I know he's also watching me. And again, to PP Steve and Debbie Pebble.
Ashton Ash, one of the most accomplished trainers in our game, making a deep run here, day number 2 in Los Angeles. Big congratulations, Ash, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Home Slice Henry, and I love to see Ashton Ash play with that passion, play with that fun in his heart, because I think that is what made me, I don't want to say fall in love with him as a trader, but it's one thing that when he broke out and had those awesome performances, he was playing with such enthusiasm, with spicy Pokemon, with the Primate Corviknight core, and it just, you could really just feel the joy when he was playing. And he told me today he wants to get back to that joy, because he says he got a little serious because he felt like maybe he wants to lock in and feel like he's locked in so that he can meet his ultimate goal. But now he says, I want to bring that joy back. I want to play with that enthusiasm, because if I'm not having fun here, what am I doing? And I love to see him having fun.
And that's a really interesting mindset shift, because I feel like, you know, we talked about like Wadaj and Elam, and, you know, they were all stressed before their first regional win. But I think the mindset shift that happened afterwards, which allowed them to perform so well, is that they thought like, you know, all the pressure's off. I'm just gonna have fun at these tournaments, and then they actually became even more successful. So maybe Ash Nash is, you know, taking that secret sauce of the formula of being very successful, and he's gonna have that incredible mindset as he continues his journey.
Yeah, it could be about the expectations, right? At the beginning, there was no expectations. You're just like, oh my goodness, who is this trainer? What is he doing? And then suddenly you're like, okay, well, we saw that, so what's next? And then I'm guilty of it too. I probably give him expectations, say he's the best trainer to not win it all, but I'm so happy to see that mindset from him. I'm happy to see his journey, his persistence, 7 times in top 5, and he's close to being the top 5 once again, and he's close to being our Los Angeles regional champion.
Well, mathematically, if you're in the top 5 7 times, you should have a win coming up soon. But let's take a quick look at the losers side of the bracket. We've got Nighttime Clasher versus X-Gerald X. Of course, we saw Nighttime Clasher go down to Arrow at the beginning of the day. X-Gerald X's first match was off stream. And fun fact for you guys is that Nighttime Clasher is running the same team that we saw out of Pocket running yesterday, but Nighttime Clasher is still here in day 2.
Yeah, he did drop down to Arrow, of course, and then X-Gerald X did win 1 matchup off stream, I believe, to be put in this position. And X-Gerald X also had a top 5 performance. He was 4th place at the 2026 Seattle Regional that just happened. And there we have this Feraligatr into the Quagsire here. This Quagsire swaps out instantly into the Licky Licky. This is not a Shadow Feraligatr, so it's a little worse in this matchup. So banking up a Hydro Cannon, I really like that, and then swapping into that shiny Tinkaton.
Right, because Tinkaton is such a great bulky vessel for all this energy from Licky Licky. You can take 2 Shadow Balls without a problem. The rollouts are not going to add up. And we've seen Gigaton Hammer land time and time again throughout this tournament. It does so much damage. We're going to see one potentially land right now, but no, Nighttime Clasher knows how much damage that would do, and he shields it up.
And it seems like it does about 70% of a Licky Licky. It's such a strong attack. It's a Community Day exclusive that just happened recently, and Tinkaton was kind of meta in the past in certain situations. I remember at the World Championships last season, but now with the Gigaton Hammer, it's just a force to be reckoned with. And it plays so much differently than it did before.
All right, well, Licky Licky's still very healthy because it did shield that up. Nighttime Clasher, at this point, he's actually able to outpace the Tinkaton to that last body slam. X-Gerald X, he has so much energy. He wants to land one of these Gigaton Hammers. Let's see if Nighttime Clasher actually decides to use his second shield. That is a strategy we've seen some players go for this tournament. It's just to shield up really early in the game. Make sure you get rid of all of that heavy-hitting energy, but a quick swap by X-Gerald X. And now, for Nighttime Clasher, he could switch out. No, he banks up a ton of energy and actually goes into Quagsire.
He banks up at least 80, 85 energy there on that Licky Licky, having a Shadow Ball and close to a second Shadow Ball. Now the payback is going to be coming through into the Quagsire, and this Quagsire is running Stone Edge, so it does have that hard-hitting attack, and here it comes. It's the Stone Edge. It's going to be neutral into the Corviknight because Corviknight does have that subtyping of Steel, but it's a stronger attack than the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, going right for it, and Gerald knows he still has that Feraligatr in the back with a lot of energy. Maybe he's saving his shield for that. Nighttime Clasher at this point, remember, he's used both of his Protect shields, so this payback is going to come through and take out the Quagsire.
In a story that we saw day number 1, it's going to be the Azumarill in the back. It felt a little bit too slow yesterday. Can it speed up a little bit? But it felt a little too slow for Out of Pocket. Can Nighttime Clasher perform a little bit differently? Here comes the swap, and it's actually on an Ice Beam into the Feraligatr. It's a bait. Does X-Gerald X let it go? No! Protect shields it!
He didn't realize how good he did with that swap, as the Ice Beam would have been resisted. I was actually going to say I'm a little nervous about this, because if you come into Feraligatr onto a loaded Azumarill, that's not where you want to be. But you know what, X-Gerald X, you're still out of play rough range. This is still a totally fine position to be in as he continues to farm up energy. Nighttime Clasher actually throws the play off right away, maybe trying to get out into the Licky Licky.
And it's not a devastating mistake because the energy difference between the 2 attacks is not crazy. So now suddenly, though, the Licky Licky has all that energy. I thought maybe there might be a combo play, but instead, it's not very effective. Hydro Cannon's going to be coming through. Do we see the Licky Licky swap out here from Nighttime Clasher? Yes, he's clicking for it. He's going to try to throw, and it's going to be on a Shadow Ball. There's no Protect shields remaining. This should secure the knockout.
Feraligatr's going to go down here. Gerald still has a tiny sliver of health on the Tinkaton remaining, and a little bit of that Corviknight. Oh, but the Corviknight is loaded. I don't know if this is enough to knock out the Licky Licky. Licky Licky is very, very bulky.
Do you have to swap on this Shadow Ball or this Body Slam here? I think you have to get a swap. You have to get a swap off. He's going to go for it. And no, he doesn't go for it. He's going to have to also Fairy Wind down on this Licky Licky. But I believe this Licky Licky is really close to double Body Slam.
All right, first Body Slam comes through here. Let's see if he can get to a second. There's also a lot of health on the Azumarill as well, and Nighttime Clasher is going to take this first game.
And wow, Licky Licky with all that banked energy in the back, it was just too much for Tinkaton who could not land that hammer this battle, and Nighttime Clasher wins game number 1.
All right, well, I'm not sure what the turning point in that matchup was. I'm thinking a little bit back to that very early game where Gerald switched out of the Feraligatr into the Tinkaton. He banked up a lot of energy, and it did come in helpful at the end, but maybe he could have switched just a little bit sooner so he wouldn't have to shield the Tinkaton.
Right, it was tough because in the end game there, we've seen that Azumarill is a little bit slow, but the fact that it was able to soak up all of that damage from the Feraligatr plus that loaded energy from the Licky Licky, it was just enough to handle. And once those 2 Gigaton hammers were shielded, Corviknight was actually in a pretty good position, able to take out the Quagsire, as you see right there, no problem, but then ran into this Azumarill and just really couldn't do anything. Maybe this was the opportunity. Instead of banking up all this energy, that's where you swap to the Feraligatr early. And you could have no-shield this because this was an awesome swap.
Right, and I think that's maybe there are 2 places in that game where Gerald swapped just a little bit too slowly, right? Of course, there with the Ice Beam, it ended up being an Ice Beam, but I think letting Azumarill get all of that energy was a little bit scary. Anyways, we're getting into game number 2 here. Game and tournament dreams on the line for Gerald X, down 0-1 to Nighttime Clasher. In the loser side of the bracket, we've got a quick swap into Licky Licky versus Feraligatr.
Well, it's not just his tournament dreams here, it's his world's dreams too. He got 4th place in Seattle, 25th place in Las Vegas. Those are his only tournaments this season. He needs to continue his strong performance here to ensure that he can qualify for the World Championships this season. So it would be so crucial to keep moving up the ladder here in this tournament, gaining more championship points.
And Gerald looks like he ran back the same team from game number 1, but this is a nice adjustment. Now he's got Corviknight onto Licky Licky instead of Tinkaton onto Licky Licky, and that means that the Tinkaton is going to be saved for the Azumarill rather than having the Corviknight on it later.
Double water in the back once again for Nighttime Clasher to be able to be safe against that Gigaton hammer, but if you're able to match up and actually a Protect Shield on the Air Cutter bait, and there was no boost there. Here comes the Shadow Ball. It's not enough to knock out the Corviknight. Does Corviknight just let this through? No, actually gives a Protect Shield back.
And this is where you can learn from your opponents as the series goes on. Gerald saw that Nighttime Clasher does like to shield very early on. Maybe that's what inspired the Air Cutter. Now going to go straight for the heavy-hitting payback. At this point, I don't think you shield up the Licky Licky, and Nighttime Clasher is going to let it go down.
And now you're going to be able to land that Tinkaton into the backline of this Azumarill. So just staying in with this Corviknight, just trying to get to a payback and swapping on the payback. Not very effective into the Azumarill Nighttime Clasher, but this is tough for Nighttime Clasher because here comes the Giant Hammer. Here comes the Tinkaton.
An uphill battle for Nighttime Clasher, but maybe that catch was step 1 on his journey. I'm not sure what step 2 is because this is a terrible matchup for Azumarill. All of the energy is absolutely walled.
Step 2 is probably take some Gigaton hammers. Gerald X is at 1 right now. There is no switch timer remaining. Do you see a Protect Shield once again from the Gigaton hammer? The first one is going to be coming through. Might be your best Protect Shield left in the battle. There it comes from Nighttime Clasher.
All right, he does shield it up just like we saw in game number 1. Loves to shield up these Gigaton hammers, but
can he get to his timer? Can he get to his timer?
No, he doesn't. He has to stand, but now his timer is up. Maybe he can catch this next Gigaton hammer. That could put him back in the game.
And does he have an Aqua Tail? He might combo play here to force a protection. Combo play, it's coming out. He doesn't throw it though. Yes, he does throw the Aqua Tail. Gerald X, does he trust himself? He didn't trust himself in game number 1. Does he trust himself to no shield? No shield by Gerald.
And he learned from game number 1. That was also great anticipation to bring in the Feraligatr instead of just ripping off that Gigaton hammer as another Aqua Tail comes through. This could be the Stone Edge, but Gerald X
he lets it go! Again. Wow, double call from Gerald, and now the Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through. There's no Protect Shields remaining, and Nighttime Clasher is shaking his head.
And he's running out of options. I think you do hang on through this Hydro Cannon, but at this point, you know, Gerald's still got a shield up. He's still got 3 Pokemon. He's still got a lot of energy.
He's still got a hammer in the back.
He does, and here comes an Aqua Tail. Okay, Gerald X, this Feraligatr is taking Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail here, and it still is standing and has a Hydro Cannon banked.
And there comes the hammer. It hasn't been able to land all series. Finally, it's going to land on the Azumarill, but it's just neutral. And Azumarill's bulky, but it's still chunks. And almost at the bulldoze here, going to be able to knock out the Azumarill. Remember, there is a Hydro Cannon banked on the Feraligatr. So even if this Quagsire does farm down, it's going to lose charge attack priority to that Feraligatr in the back.
Gerald X keeping his dreams alive here in game number 2. Quagsire gets a very big farm down, but Gerald still has 3 Pokemon and a Hydro Cannon. Sorry, 2 Pokemon and a Hydro Cannon and a shield, and he's going to be able to take the second game.
He ties up the series. Nighttime Clasher with that pivot into the Azumarill didn't pay off this time because it was met by the Tinkaton, and Gerald was able to no shield Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail. Now we are tied 1-1. Gerald trying to continue his resume to be at the World Championships this season, and to do so, he's gonna have to take down one of the favorites for the World Championships this season in Nighttime Clasher.
Well, he's been getting better and better over the course of the season. He wants to keep it going here, but like you said, has to go through Nighttime Clasher. And this is one of the problems potentially that I saw with Nighttime Clasher's team in day number 1. If you just rely on 3 relatively bulky Pokemon, you can't really do enough damage to the opponent. And we saw he left Fortress on the bench, he left Grumpig on the bench. Maybe just didn't have enough firepower for game number 2.
And Gerald has been relying on that double steal for Alligator. I believe he brought that in both of the battles, right? So it just seems so safe and so flexible for him. Even against the waters in the back for Nighttime Clasher, he doesn't seem that scared of it with the Tinkaton or the Corviknight. So we're locked in. Decisive game number 3. We're in losers round 2 of day number 2 here. It is going to be the Shadow Fortress against the Feraligatr. Once again, double steal in the back for Gerald.
And this is a great matchup for the for the Fortress. It can shield through the Feraligatr if it wants to. Here comes the first Hydro Cannon. Expect to see Nighttime Clasher shielded up because the Feraligatr, again, still at full attack stat here.
And do you ever just pivot into your Corviknight here? Because Corviknight is just so strong. It's so good against Nighttime Clasher's entire team. Yes, you have to take this debuff from the Rock Tomb, but it's not the end of the world because you keep that Feraligatr around for the in-game and you keep a Protect Shield advantage.
And Nighttime Clasher didn't break the Azumarill this game, so he actually doesn't have a great vessel for all of the Corviknight's energy. He does bring in the Licky Licky on great timing, and this is actually just an air cutter. Kind of surprised Gerald went for such a low damage move considering that he was already debuffed.
Well, he wanted to get buffed, that's why.
Oh, my bad,
he got the buff with the air cutter, 30% chance. It worked that time for Gerald, and now suddenly I believe Corviknight is out of range of Shadow Ball, but instead he does use the Protect Shield to just make sure. I think he would have been able to endure, but seems like he wants to get back to his Tinkaton. He's reaching for the Tinkaton. Here comes the swap out, but Nighttime Clasher, after he throws a charge attack, he's also going to be close to his switch timer to bring out the Quagsire.
I do think Nighttime Clasher will be able to switch out before Tinkaton can reach a Gigaton Hammer. Let's see, yeah, just a couple of seconds away. Clock is ticking. Oh, maybe he can't get out. No, he can, and he does bring in the Quagsire. Gerald X still locked into this matchup, and all of a sudden, Tinkaton doesn't have a destination for its energy.
And you don't want to Protect Shield this hammer because it is going to be resisted, and it's the Bulldoze instead. Can you get to the Fence Drop? No, miss the coin flip, miss the 50-50. Gonna try again, another coin flip, another no shield. Can you get the Defense Drop? Maybe Gerald is actually just trying to get back to his timer. How close is he to his timer? He's not quite there yet.
He's not quite there. I don't think Quagsire can knock out with this Aqua Tail, so Gerald's Tinkaton will live to see another day, but at this point, I think he can swap out. Maybe this is your opportunity to get back into your Feraligatr. He is reaching for it, but now Quagsire has overfarmed so much, it's already at a Stone Edge.
After all those Aqua Tail baits, Nighttime Clasher is finally throwing the Stone Edge. Gerald, is he gonna try to call the Aqua Tail? He's trying to call it. Instead, it's the Stone Edge. It almost knocks out the Feraligatr, but one mud shot will do it. That could be a devastating read from Gerald, and now suddenly Gerald has so much less health than Nighttime Clasher's team.
Just 2 Pokemon left, but he does have a big energy advantage here on this Corviknight. He goes straight for the payback. Nighttime Clasher happy with the Quagsire. It's done its job. He's gonna let it go down. Now he still has 2 Pokemon left. What does he come in with? It's the Licky Licky as he brings it in, and I also already had so much energy, already gonna throw a Shadow Ball at the Corviknight.
You have to Protect Shield this if you're Gerald here, and yes, the Protect Shield does come out. The Fortress has a good amount of health left. Here comes the swap into Tinkaton. No, actually doesn't go for it. Instead, goes for the Air Cutter bait, trying to get the last Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher. Does he go for it? Does he Protect Shield? No, he lets the Air Cutter go. And is this Licky Licky in range of double Air Cutter? He is now, because of the boost from the first one.
And Gerald's definitely fishing for that boost. That might have been his only win condition. I think Licky Licky is going to go down here. Nighttime Clasher going to put it all on the back of the Fortress, but now the Corviknight is double boosted.
And now, do you have to shield this Air Cutter here? There's 1 Protect Shield remaining, but Gerald, actually no, Nighttime Clasher lets it go. This is double boosted Air Cutter, but it's not enough to knock out the Fortress, but it's getting close. Do you swap? Do you Bulldoze? Yes, and now, can you also Bug Bite through? This is gonna be really close. You get the Protect Shield.
This is gonna be really close. I don't know what you do here as Nighttime Clasher. Maybe you try to double up. Maybe you try to double up on Santium. No, he's just going to go for the Santium now, and he's just going to go for the Bug Bite down in the Corviknight.
Hold on a second. Can Corviknight ever get to a charge attack or sand attack down? It's going to be fast attack versus fast attack, and the Santium is going to be available. No, the Bug Bite knocks out first.
Incredibly close game number 3 there. Nighttime Clasher is going to take it. He's going to knock Gerald out of this tournament and advance to losers round 3.
Oh, one of the best trainers on the planet, having an amazing season. Nighttime Clasher is still around here in LA. Gonna try to win another one against Gerald, who unfortunately has been eliminated, but he is in the championship points for this tournament and is still progressing towards the World Championship, which he competed in last season.
And I have to imagine that Gerald has locked up that World's qualification at this point. Top 16 here in Los Angeles, top 4 in Seattle, probably got points in Las Vegas as well. So definitely a great season for Gerald. We'll continue to see him and follow his journey. But for now, it's Nighttime Clasher who's going to continue on in this incredibly close game number 3. A lot of swapping going on in this tournament and this game as well.
I completely agree with you. 3 awesome tournaments, 3 tournaments in the points, plus you playing your locals. That can be enough to qualify for the World Championships. It might seem intimidating at the beginning of the season, thinking, how am I going to qualify for the World Championships? Do I need to win an entire tournament? Do I need to be top 4 in an IC? It could just be the case that you get 3 tournaments in the points, maybe even 2 tournaments sometimes in the points, plus locals, and you still have a shot. So I agree with you. I think we are going to see Gerald at the World Championships this season.
And this is a really tricky end game that he played against Nighttime Clasher just now. But, Nighttime Clasher, kept his cool, wasn't worried about the double boost on the Corviknight, and totally happy to take that air cutter at the end, which was just what he needed for his Fortress to make it through.
And that double boost, it got so close in the end. And maybe, obviously he had to swap out to Tinkaton to take that Sand Tomb, but maybe if we got a Sand attack or 2 more with that double boost, maybe we had a shot. But I think it all came down to the call on that Stone Edge. He called it out in game number 2, was able to no-shield the Aqua Tails. He couldn't quite do that in game number 3.
Well, a lot of diverse Pokemon used in these matchups, not just the last matchup that we saw, but throughout the tournament. Let's toss to a quick break. We're going to learn about Pokemon naming with Will.
Welcome in, trainers. We're doing the Pokemon 30th Anniversary Speed Run, where we challenge trainers to name as many Pokemon as they can in 30 seconds. First up is Caleb paying it. Caleb, are you feeling ready for this?
I'm not, but I got 30 seconds to spare, so let's do it.
I heard that you only played up until Pokemon Silver, so this might be a little difficult.
Yeah, I don't know if I can even say all that many Pokemon in 30 seconds, but I'll do my best.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, you need to press that timer and get started. 30 seconds and go.
All right, Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise, Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard, Rattata, Raticate, Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Pidgeot, Nidoran female, Nidoran male, Nidorino, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite, Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar, Chikorita, Bayleaf, Meganium, Typhlosion, Quilava, the other thing, Cyndaquil, Feraligatr,
Time. That's it. Honestly, that was super impressive. You went all the way up the Kanto Pokedex and then switched it up. How do you feel about that?
I probably didn't get first, but I'll take a second if it comes to that.
All right, let's check in with our other contestants. Our next contestant is Alex. Alex, how do you feel?
I feel good enough to hope.
Well, that's good enough for me. All right, when you're ready, press that start button in 3, 2, 1, go.
Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Ivysaur, Blastoise, Luminion. I got Wailmer, Wailord. I got Mr. Mime. I got Mime Jr. We got Claudia, the Altaria. We got... I'm blanking. Wait. We got Greedent. We got Lechonk. It's Lechonk Calm Day right now. It's not. It's the baby Lechonk. Tepig's another pig. We got Emboar. We got...
all right, that's time. I'm so sorry. That was actually really good. Yeah. Good job, Alex. Let's see what our other contestants have for us. I'm with our next contestant, Boomer Burrell. Boomer, how are you feeling?
Oh, I feel great.
I like the confidence. All right, Boomer, in 3, 2, 1, go.
Swablu. And Altaria. And Lechonk. Swablu. No, I said that. Charcadet. Yeah. Jirachi, because you have a pin. Swablu. No, I said that. We have No, I said Jirachi. Swablu. Pikachu.
And that's time. Great job, Boomer Bro. Swablu is definitely your favorite. If I took anything away from that, let's see what our next contestant has for us. All right, everyone. I'm here with Jackson. Jackson, how are you feeling about the game?
This game or the tournament?
This game.
I'm feeling relatively confident.
All right, I'm confident in you as well. Let's get our countdown started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Quagsire, Wooper, Paldean, Wooper, Clodsire, Ogerpon, Teal Mask, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, Dedenne, Vivian, Spupa, Blissey, Chansey, Happini, Scatterbug, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, Iron Thorns, Iron Treads, Iron Moth, Iron Bundle, Fluttermane, Group Bonnet, Miraidon, Koraidon, Golden Go.
And that's time right there. Jackson, you were really impressive. Let's see what our other contestants have for us in store. All right, everyone, I'm here with Mystic Mamba. Mamba, how are you feeling?
Feeling confident. I've been watching Pokemon and playing Pokemon since I was like 6, so.
Awesome. Well, that's good news for us because we want to hear as many Pokemon as you can name, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Corsola, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Quagsire, Clodsire, Hawlucha, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, Mewtwo, Snorlax, Ditto, Farfetch'd, Kangaskhan, Mudkip, Swampert, Marshtomp, Trico, Combuskin, Blaziken, what's the Absol, Swellow,
and that's it. That's time. 30 seconds. But honestly, very impressive, Mystic Mamba. Thank you so much. Let's see what our other contestants have in store. All right, everybody. I'm here with Arlie, our final contestant on the 30th anniversary speedrun edition. Arlie, are you feeling confident?
I'm feeling okay. We'll see. I don't know.
It's usually the humble ones that are the best. So I'll give you a little countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Eevee, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Piplup, Primplup, Empoleon, Farigiraf, Girafarig, Ditto, Togepi, Mousehold, Jumpluff, Snorlax, Munchlax, Starly, Kricketot, Kricketune, Turtwig, Groudle, Torterra, Chimchar, oh my gosh, Infernape, Monferno.
And that's time there. That's the 30 seconds.
Evolutions, just evolutions.
That's all right. Hey, that still counts. Arlie, honestly, you are one of our best contestants.
Really?
We'll see which one was the fastest on stream. We'll see which one was fastest, but thank you for participating in the 30th anniversary speed run. Back over to the broadcast.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I will do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence, and I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing, and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Los Angeles Regionals. We are here on Championship Sunday, and I feel like a champion every single time I'm in the booth because I'm with Home Slice Henry.
It is a pleasure to share the booth here with you, Speedy. We've had some amazing games so far, some pretty massive upsets, but now we're going to shift attention to the losers side of the bracket. These trainers not out of it yet by any means, but there's a long, daunting path ahead if they want to climb back to the top and claim the title.
Henry, you and I were talking about this off camera. On the winner's side bracket, we've got a lot of trainers making the deepest runs of their entire Championship Series careers. On the loser side bracket, we have a glut of experience. I mean, just so many tens of thousands of games played between these players. So I'm really excited to see this because this is going to be two trainers that have been around. They know the scene, they know the meta, they know the plays, but how do they square up against each other? This right here could be a Grand Finals at Worlds. This could be a Grand Finals anywhere. Rise to Occasion versus Beelzeboy.
This is the kind of matchup you dream about, Speedy. The reigning world champion versus the 5-time regional champion, Mr. Consistency himself. Rise to Occasion. Both trainers rocking some different fairy types here. Rise running the Alolan Ninetales. Beelzeboy opting for that Togekiss. There's so much at stake here.
Well, yesterday you and I were talking. You suggested we might have been disrespecting Empoleon. Maybe it does have a lot of play, and I think it's Rise's team. It absolutely does. He does have some checks, like that Unova Stunfisk, and we've seen Shadow for Alligator tear through Empoleon as well. So going to this game number 1, I'd love to see those fairy types you mentioned. I'd also love to see maybe some Gourgeist gameplay because I like its core breaking potential into Beelzeboy's team.
I think the Feraligatr callout is a very smart one. Feraligatr across this team, especially because it is the Shadow Feraligatr, as a save swap, it's not necessarily instantly shut down by Licky Licky. We saw in the Arrow matchup, 2 Hydro Cannons can actually knock out the Licky Licky. They don't fall just short like the regular. So that, like going against the grain, running the Shadow Feraligatr could actually pay dividends for Rise in this matchup if he brings it.
Our reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, returning to the stage. He had a hard-fought loser side bracket matchup yesterday, but was able to overcome his opponent and make it this far. Now everybody's always wondering, right? After the world champion wins it, do they just kind of take their foot off the gas? Beelzeboy's here to prove that he is still fighting hard, and he's doing it just a few miles away from where he won it all. So arguably, Henry, some home field advantage.
He is on familiar territory. He knows what it's like to make it through a massive day 2 run to hoist the championship trophy at the end of it. But sitting across the table from him, so does Rise. Rise has 5 first place medals, won every single season. He is consistency. He is Rise to Occasion. And we've got lock-ins here for game number 1.
Let's take it down to the field, everybody. Rise on the left side of your screen, Beelzeboy on the right. This looks like a solid lead for your reigning world champ.
Rise to Occasion is opting for Dazzling Gleam on the Alolan Ninetales. With Chilling Water, Alolan Ninetales can play this matchup pretty closely, but even if Dazzling Gleam is also resisted, Dazzling Gleam does a surprising amount of damage. Fortress, it does have the typing advantage here, but it's very slow, and that slow pacing can get a little bit exploited by that Alolan Ninetales.
I think a Rock Tomb connecting here would be absolutely devastating, so Rise is going to go ahead and use that first Protect Shield of the game. It's going to slow down his Ninetales a little bit further, though.
Rise is going to pivot out, sending in that ever-dangerous Shadow for Alligator. For Alligator answered with the Licky Licky, but this is not as comfortable of a matchup as Licky Licky might be hoping for.
Going up for the body slam. Does Rise call it? He only has one Protect Shield left. There's no reason really to bait. Beelzebub wants to do it, and Rise calls it. Great call.
Nice call by Rise. This will ensure he will get both Hydro Cannons. Hydro Cannon will pick up the 2-hit knockout, so Beelzebub can opt to tank 1 and shield 1 if he wants to preserve the energy that is stored on this Licky Licky.
Hydro Cannon, numero uno. Here comes numero dos. This was going to connect unless Beelzebub uses his first Protect Shield, and he lets the Licky Licky go.
Could he potentially go for a very aggressive Bug Bite farm down here? If he can get the farm down, that's what he's going to go for. That would be massive. Rise reaching for the Hydro Cannon. He can't get there, and that is so much energy on this Fortress.
Absolutely getting ripped to pieces by the Bug Bite pressure. Unova Stunfisk comes out, and out comes the Corsola. What a catch from Beelzebub.
The catch and the sneak. The Astonish went through. Now Beelzebub has 10 free energy on the bulky Galarian Corsola. Rise went for the discharge. That's a very nice play.
Still 2 Protect Shields for the trainer on the right. Rise has a lot of work to do. This could be an obvious bait scenario.
He is going to go for the Weather Ball bait. Beelzebub gonna let it go. He knows that even a Dazzling Gleam would not be enough to take the knockout. He does have a lot of energy, but if he tries to throw one in the move, Rise could fire off yet another Weather Ball.
Weather Ball number 2 coming through here. Beelzebub can absorb this one as well. Galarian Corsola is healthy enough, but he's got to decide how much HP he wants to preserve. That's the first shield of the game for him.
Oh, and he tries to throw, but look at the pacing on this Ninetales. Weather Ball after Weather Ball after Weather Ball. Corsola just cannot catch a break.
Absolutely turning into a flurry of attacks. Alola Ninetales looking for another one, but the double Nightshades are ready to go. Meanwhile, that Galarian Corsola gathered so much energy.
One could argue that if Rise lets this go, Beelzebub could bank this charge attack and then pivot into the Fortress to potentially land it after the debuffs get applied, but no, he's actually going to stay on the field, fire off this Nightshade. Rise looks at the camera there. He's going to be no shielding and letting the Nightshade land.
I think the Galarian Corsola does hang on with 1 HP as well. Fortress comes out. It's done so much work for Beelzebub in this game number 1. It's got a Sand Tomb ready here. Rise actually shielding the first one, although I think this Fortress is very close to a second.
Fortress should get there. Rise needs a double up. He just simply does not have enough energy. And Beelzebub's decision to let the Licky Licky go and farm down with the Fortress completely flipped this game. The Fortress energy goes everywhere. And our reigning world champion takes game number 1.
Well, I think it tells you just an enormous amount of insight into what Beelzebub is thinking. He looks at Rise's team and he says, you know what? If you don't play that Gourgeist, my Fortress has enormous amounts of leverage across your team. If I've got shields and I've got Fortress, I've got the win. So that kind of forces Rise into considering other picks on his team, or maybe trying to get his shield advantage earlier and then work his way from there.
For game number 2, does this pressure Rise into bringing that Gourgeist? And does Beelzebub try and read that and respond by maybe bringing something like a Corsola Togekiss core that would basically leave the Gourgeist with nowhere to run?
Exactly. Corsola Togekiss or even the Licky Licky. I mean, that matchup is pretty rough for the Gourgeist, especially when the Shadow Balls start to connect. So we'll see what happens in game number 2, but Rise already down 0-1 in this elimination matchup in Losers Round 2.
But that no shield was everything. Beelzebub got so much farm, and Fortress, it was very, very low. And importantly, he saved the Sand Tombs for the endgame because he knew the debuffs would be more effective when Rise couldn't reset them. So he's able to save all the energy, get the catch and sneak, and even though Ninetales fired off a barrage of Weather Balls, Galarian Corsola was just simply too bulky.
Too bulky, too stout, can't be farmed down by small, minor charge attacks like Weather Ball, but such a powerful Pokemon and made a big impact for Beelzebub. The Fortress, though, his ability to dip in and out of it, I know you've said it a couple times, I just can't emphasize it enough. He really showed mastery over that Pokemon. We're getting geared up for game 2, but Rise is already locked in.
Rise is ready. Beelzebub making last-second adjustments. He knows this is such a tough matchup. You are sitting across the table from 5 regional championships. But hey, he's the world champion, so he is also not to be underestimated at all.
Exactly, as we say, the world champ difference, right? So let's see what Beelzebub can do, if he can go 2-0 here, or if Rise will push him all the way to game number 3. We did not see the Empoleon in that battle number 1. I think a big reason is that Unova Stunfisk. There's just too many answers for it. That Shadow for Alligator we mentioned as well. That Pokemon is a problem for Empoleon, especially if the Empoleon gets down energy. We're getting locked in, everybody. Game 2 coming at ya.
Rise to occasion versus Beelzeboy. This is win or go home for Rise. The leads are set. The battlers are ready. It's going to be Licky Licky for Beelzeboy into the Shadow Fortress for Rise to occasion.
Maybe not fearing the Gore guys here. Does have a couple of neutral matchups. But now Shadow Fortress for Rise looks pretty well poised against a normal type Licky Licky.
Oh my goodness, Rise to occasion. The overfarm, the Shadow Ball catch. That's exactly how we wanted Game 2 to begin.
And that's exactly what he needs to get back into this series. Out comes the Togekiss to respond to the Licky Licky, but +1 rollout. This Licky Licky might pace the double Shadow Balls here.
This is really nice identification by Beelzeboy that if Rise is leading the Bug Bite Fortress, there has to be a strong Togekiss answer in the back. So Beelzeboy is making the call. It could be the Stunfisk or the Ninetales. If it is, I need to get rid of this Togekiss as quickly as possible, and that's why Togekiss was sent into Licky Licky.
R-Sphere is going to hurt this Licky Licky quite a bit, but I think it might hang on regardless, and it does. Looking for one more parting charge attack. I really like the patience here by Rise to not go for another rollout. He might have gotten pecked down.
Beelzeboy going to no shield. Togekiss barely able to hang on, gets the Psyshock, fires the Psyshock to cover for a potential catch, as either charge attack would take the knockout. He's going to go for an undercharge, but for Rise to occasion, you can honestly just bring back in the Fortress and go for the Bug Bite down.
Exactly. Out comes the Licky Licky counter swap. Beelzeboy saving that Togekiss for a potential sacrificial swap down the stretch. Tries to catch another move perhaps, but out comes Unova Stunfisk.
Beelzeboy farms up, goes for the body slam bait, and Rise to occasion, a stone cold call.
Absolutely stone cold. This early on in the series, he's not going to give up that shield. Licky Licky now going for the Shadow Ball. Rise still doesn't respect it.
He knows he has so much energy on that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress. He could very well just save 2 shields for the Fortress and say, Beelzeboy, your Togekiss is off the field. I just don't think you can beat this much energy.
Mud Bomb will do slightly more damage if my calculations are correct. It might pick up the KO here. Beelzeboy lets it through.
And it does take the knockout. Licky Licky gets KO'd. In comes the Fortress, but Rise, the energy advantage he's built throughout the course of this game is about to overwhelm Beelzeboy. There's a Mud Bomb loaded, and there's so much energy on his Fortress.
Do we see a swap soon? Yes, we absolutely do. Rise back to that Fortress, gonna look to debuff and slow down Beelzeboy's Shadow Fortress. This is so poetic, because this is exactly what Beelzeboy did to Rise in Game 1.
Rise said, anything you can do, I can also do. Maybe even a little bit better, as he's looking at a great spot in game number 2. Sand Tomb after Sand Tomb. This Fortress goes from 2 shields to 0 in a split second. Even resetting the debuff cannot save our world champion. Everything's coming up Rise in this game 2.
2 Protect Shields remaining. Rise finally using the first one of the battle. He didn't need to go hard counter Gorgeist to take down the Fortress. He just put it in the mirror and put it behind. Another charge attack ready to go. Beelzeboy reaches for the swap, but Rise does not fall for it.
The patience of Rise, he knows that he still has the Protect Shield to hide behind, so he doesn't have to fear like a charge attack or anything like that. He has the shield, he can just farm all the way down, and that way, he can never catch a move if he doesn't throw it.
Exactly. Our champions, right? Taking turns, shoveling dirt on each other with the Sand Tombs and bug biting through the opposition. Rise evens up the series 1-1 here. And my goodness, do we have a series on our hands.
What an absolute treat for us, for the viewers at home. Whether you're rooting for Rise or Beelzeboy in this series, I feel like everyone should have been rooting for a Game 3, and that's exactly what we're going to get, Speedy.
And I feel like everyone should have their notebooks out too, because these trainers just showed us that with different team compositions, they executed roughly the same strategy back and forth to each other in consecutive games. So there's so much you can learn. You don't have to go for that hard counter option, and I think that finding creative ways to beat your opponent is one of the top bills of PvP in Pokemon Go.
Rise ran a line that was a little bit disrespectful of the Galarian Corsola. Does Beelzeboy feel the pressure to bring it? Does Rise try and counter that by trying to run a little bit stronger and trying to align either the Feraligatr or the Licky Licky onto it? The mind games, the decision making, the line sequencing, it all builds up to this. Both of these trainers have won a game. They know if they don't win, they're going home.
Rise pretty committed to that Unova Stunfisk and Licky Licky core. Beelzeboy willing to change things up a little bit more, but is really solid on that Shadow Fortress. So there are a couple things that I think we're certain we'll see going into this game number 3, but then again, these trainers could change their minds completely if they see an opening.
I'm feeling very confident that Licky Licky on both sides. There's a reason why it is #1 in usage in day 2 by a massive, massive margin. It's just always so safe regardless of the matchup. I think that is the one guarantee. But does Beelzeboy risk the Corsola? Does Rise try and trap that Fortress with a Gorgeist? Man, this is such a tough call. Both trainers still making last-second decisions. They know how much is at stake here.
A ton is at stake. This is an elimination round, but it's only losers round 2, right? It seems so counterintuitive, but whoever loses this next battle, their run in LA comes to an end, and they have to sit in the bleachers and watch somebody else take the crown.
And in this heavyweight matchup, one trainer has locked in, the other making last-second adjustments. Will we see the double lock-ins? Beelzebub, thumbs up. He's got the lock-in. We're ready, Speedy. Game number 3, Beelzebub versus Rise to Occasion.
Let them cook. Leads on the field, Gorgeist into Togekiss.
Now that is exactly what Beelzebub was hoping to see. Rise does have 2 anti-flyers in the back. He's going to be sending in that Licky Licky.
This is an opportunity for Beelzebub to fire off the Aura Sphere before the Shadow Ball is ready, take a protection advantage on top of controlling switch advantage, and now make a pivot. Let's see if that's what he decides to do.
Could try and go for a switch into his own Licky Licky, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He does have the shield advantage, but he is down so much energy in this matchup. Does Rise have an ability to make a play for switch advantage?
I think he's about a body slam ahead, right, in terms of energy, so Rise to Occasion spams out the first one. This is going to be back and forth, and don't forget, everybody, switch timers are also displaced by 10 to 15 seconds, so there's a small window for a swap if one of these trainers wants to seize it.
We learn important information here. Beelzebub's Licky Licky does win charge attack priority in the mirror. That will allow Beelzebub to consistently overfarm and try and go for the charge attack priority tie, safe in the knowledge that he's never going to be losing that.
That's actually huge for him, especially in the current situation. Rise, actually, I guess we're at energy parity now, going on charge attack priority once again.
Rise is actually on his 2 cycle here, so he actually has the back-to-back, whereas Beelzebub is just shy. So Rise should be able to make a play for either switch advantage or shield advantage in the mid-game, and switch advantage would be massive. He saw that Togekiss lead. He has the Unova Stunfisk in the back, so winning alignment would be very, very favorable for Rise.
Oh, he needs it so bad, right? If he's going to control the tempo of the game, but the world champ is not going to give it to him. Shield goes up.
Now Beelzebub can look to overfarm and try and exit with a Shadow Ball loaded for the Gorgeist. He is going to play to that charge attack priority tie, maximizing the energy gains. If the Gorgeist gets brought in here, Beelzebub will be able to get a Shadow Ball, but Rise is double shielding. He's doubling down. He is committing everything towards winning switch advantage.
Yeah, this is so tough. Beelzebub has a lot of energy, though. Does he decide to double shield? Yes, he's going to double down as well. This is the pressure point of the entire game.
These Licky Lickies are both so low. Beelzebub doubles up. If the Gorgeist comes in, Beelzebub, I believe, should be able to make the Shadow Ball. He should be 1 away, but it's going to be very, very close.
We'll see. Gorgeist 5-turn Incinerate. No, opting for the Unova Stunfisk as well, but Beelzebub blind through the body slam. That's a huge missed opportunity for Rise.
Oh, it looked like Beelzebub waited ever so slightly to see the Stunfisk come in, and it's going to be Stunfisk versus Fortress. In comes the Gorgeist, answered with the Togekiss, but these Pex and the Psyshock will not take the knockout before the Shadow Ball is available.
Yeah, I'm telling you, with the shield's down, this Gorgeist can absolutely fight back. Here comes Psyshock from the Togekiss, going to weaken the Gorgeist quite a bit, maybe put it within Bug Bite down range, but my goodness, it's still in the yellow.
I think an Incinerate's gonna land. Beelzebub, he looks worried, and an Incinerate landing onto the Shadow Fortress would be catastrophic. Fortress is gonna get a significant amount of energy, but it's gonna pay a very heavy price.
It's gonna take a couple of Incinerates for its trouble. No, just 1! That's massive for Beelzebub.
He is now firmly outside of range of 1 charge attack. So now Rise has to double up. Beelzebub has to make the back-to-back Sand Tombs. Suddenly it's Rise who looks nervous. The fact that 8 Bug Bites KO'd there meant the Incinerate did not land.
Exactly, that was exactly what Beelzebub needs, just down to the absolute wire. But now he's grimacing, he's behind on energy. Rise won't have this after all.
This will come down to charge attack priority. Rise has the discharge. Beelzebub has the Sand Tomb. They're both going to click it simultaneously. It's going to be Beelzebub winning charge attack priority. What a game!
Absolute cinema from Rise to Occasion. The multi-season regional champion brings down the world champion just miles away from Anaheim, where he hoisted the trophy.
Oh my goodness, what a series there. As close as it can possibly get. But Beelzebub winning the charge attack priority tie at the end. Oh my goodness, what a series. 2 incredible competitors. And what a privilege to get to watch 2 of our best battle it out.
You guys can't see us while we're commentating, right? But Henry and I were both like leaning forward, fist on the table. We're like, what's going to happen? That was absolutely insane. And the recognition as well from Beelzebub, I didn't know it myself, but seeing his grimace after that stun fist came out, he's like, I don't think I can get there. He was exactly right. A lot of these trainers know their counts and they're pacing so well that they can tell you 15, 30 seconds before the game is even over who's going to win.
That is as close as it can possibly get. A charge attack priority tie. The second Incinerate never landing. Completely flipped that game on its head. Beelzebub set himself up to make a Shadow Ball into the Goregeist, but Rise sent in the Stun Fist, hoping that Beelzebub would throw the rollout, but Beelzebub waited the turn, connected with that Body Slam, and that was very important damage at the end game.
It really was for him, but Rise proves that the Goregeist doesn't need control switch advantage, it just needs the shields down, because then it can rain down fast attack damage. Right here, Henry, talk about this.
And this was the 8th Bug Bite knocked out. If it took 9, the Incinerate would have landed, but by the second Incinerate not registering, suddenly it was not Mud Bomb range. Rise needed the double up. He goes for the cheaper discharge, and he's able to get the back-to-back, but Beelzebub was able to make the Sand Tomb. Beelzebub was so worried, but he realized right there, he had the Sand Tomb. He won charge attack priority. That is as close as it can possibly get. What an incredible series.
My goodness, I think I called out that Beelzebub was toppled, but I was incorrect. Rise occasion. My goodness, what a series from both of these players at the Los Angeles Regionals. That's only losers round 2, everybody, which means we've got tons of cinema yet to come.
A terrific run from Rise, taking our world champion to a Game 3, taking that Game 3 down to a charge attack priority tie. You cannot get any closer than that. Much to be proud of for Rise, but for Beelzebub, he's putting together a pretty stacked losers run. And if there's a trainer you don't want to see, if you're also on the loose side of the bracket, gaining momentum, gaining confidence, it would be the current reigning world champion.
Exactly. You and I were talking about the loser side bracket runs and how building momentum can take you all the way, as many talented trainers have done in the past. Beelzebub is building his own momentum, but he's got to go through nighttime Clasher next. My goodness, this does not get any easier.
If I could have picked just any matchups to see in a vacuum, I think Rise versus Beelzebub and Beelzebub versus Nighttime Clasher would have been on there. Kind of those like, if you could ever have like a fantasy draft of like, I want these two players to play against each other because they're two of our best. And we just get to see them for free on the loser side of the bracket.
Exactly. On our winner side bracket, let's check in on those trainers, right? We've got Arrow and Psy Rhino waiting in the wings, and then K-Pine28 versus Ash and Ash. Henry, you and I were talking backstage. We think Ash and Ash is also putting together a fantastic campaign for himself, and the road ahead on the winner side looks like he's got a solid chance to take it all the way.
Ash and Ash, he just feels so relaxed. He feels so confident this weekend, and being able to trust your instincts, make the right plays, and have that composure will typically bode very well. But taking a look at the top side of the bracket, Arrow has a Dartrix, and Psy Rhino has a Drain Punch Sableye. That means guaranteed top 3, guaranteed a medal. Dartrix or Drain Punch Sableye. One of those two is getting a medal. Who had it on their bingo card at home? I don't think any of us did, except maybe Arrow and Psy Rhino.
Exactly, right? Except the trainers are actually bringing the Pokemon. This is something we'd expect to see like in Europe or even somewhere in LATAM where the trainers are very, very creative. I feel like in NA, we tend to optimize quite a bit. We look at the best Pokemon. We try to play them better than anyone else, but that being said, Henry, we have new trainers ready on stage to throw down. This is going to be Pyro Panda versus Andy.
Andy running that Grumpig. It feels like Grumpig has very sneakily put up an impressive performance here in Los Angeles. Its coverage goes everywhere. Back in the day, the original Fighting Ghost coverage went to Annihilate, but Annihilate's typing feels like more of a hindrance in the current meta, whereas Grumpig having that pure Psychic typing, not only do you have that basically unwallable coverage, but as a pure Psychic type, you are walling off energy from Togekiss, which is normally free into most teams.
Yeah, unless it has Dazzling Gleam, right? Which we know for a fact that Pyro Pandas does not. It's going to be Aura Sphere and Psyshock. So you're right. There's really no way that Togekiss can hit back. Grumpig, such a funny Pokemon, a funny looking one too, but it has made a lot of waves in competitive Pokemon Go, especially lately, especially over the past 2 to 3 months.
Diggersby for Andy is running Mudshot. We've seen back and forth. Quick Attack, Mudshot. Mudshot is a slightly better pacing, but Quick Attack, especially against those pesky Togekiss, is really nice for being able to farm down.
Let's jump right in, everybody. This is game 1 of Losers Round 2. Pyro Panda leads his Shadow Fortress into the shiny Licky Licky.
There is a Licky Licky in the back for Pyro Panda. Is he going to try and go for the catch that Rise had, catching a Shadow Ball onto the Licky Licky? He stays on the field, and he goes straight for it, and now Pyro has to shield or lose a lot of health on this Shadow Fortress.
He chooses the former, as that Shadow Ball does steal away that first Protect Shield. Now he's got the Rock Tomb loaded and ready to go. When does he decide to throw it? Right there on good timing.
As a Licky Licky, this and the Bug Bites that follow do not knock out, so a second Shadow Ball will always be reached into zeros, but Andy's going to invest in the Licky Licky, putting up the Protect Shield. But for Pyro, this suddenly feels a lot better, and it's going to feel a whole lot better when you catch that debuff Shadow Ball onto Licky Licky.
2 Bug Bites swap on turn 3. The Charge Attack gets thrown on turn 4, and that is double resisted damage going nowhere into the Licky Licky mirror match.
That is fantastic gameplay from Pyro Panda. Andy rebanks some energy, sends out the Diggersby. We have seen Licky Licky flip this matchup before. Licky Licky in the ones, but does have a pretty significant energy head start.
Licky Licky connects Body Slam into Diggersby, a duel of the normal types with a lot of charge attacks yet to be thrown. Here comes Body Slam number 2.
Andy has to be happy that the Corsola in the back is avoiding the Licky Licky, but there's more bad news as it's the Feraligatr, and the Feraligatr is also going to do very well there. So Corsola, unfortunately, doesn't really have a lot of targets into Pyro Panda's backline.
Scorching Sands coming through, very low chance to trigger any kind of debuff. I think it's only 1 in 10 chance, but it does connect into Licky Licky. No debuff yet again.
Andy not going to throw the Scorching Sands because it does not take the knockout quite yet. Andy would love to try and exit the matchup with some residual energy. Body Slam will land. Diggersby can even take another Body Slam after this. Andy will try and cut that short with the Scorching Sands, but Licky Licky is very bulky. Licky Licky may be able to hang on here.
It's going to be super close. Licky Licky does endure. It's got another charge attack ready to go. Goes for another rollout even before throwing the I guess, 4th Body Slam.
This Licky Licky put in some serious work against the Diggersby. Diggersby would love to be able to get the farm down here, but no. Andy pivots out, sends in the Licky Licky. The Body Slam is banked. Back in comes the Fortress to be instantly answered with Shadow Ball.
What a bully Licky Licky is for Pyro Panda. I mean, he sent it in to catch double resisted Shadow Ball, and then he bullied the Diggersby off the field. Now he's back to the Fortress. He's got the Sand Tomb ready, and he throws it right on charge attack priority.
Ooh, nice energy awareness by Pyro Panda. Instant no shield from Andy. Andy could potentially look to try and get a very aggressive Astonish down with that Galarian Corsola. Andy not going to wait the timer. The Fortress is trapped on the field. Can Pyro Panda make the Sand Tomb? He's reaching for it. It's going to be close, but he does not get there. Astonish takes the KO.
Yeah, Astonish damage just way too much. Feraligatr now goes up against a semi-loaded Galarian Corsola. I say semi just because its pacing is so much slower than most things in the meta. No Protect Shield. This is regular Feraligatr, so Pyro Panda has a lot less to fear.
Being down 40 energy in this matchup does actually flip this matchup where Galarian Corsola is actually slightly favored. There's not a lot of fast move pressure available for Pyro Panda into that Diggersby. That is one thing that Andy has going for him in this matchup, is it is very, very difficult to try and remove this Pokemon from the field of play. He's going to bank energy and instead send in the Diggersby.
This is so difficult for Feraligatr because you can't fast attack through this Diggersby without being hit with another Fire Punch. Do we see a swap and a catch? No, Hydro Cannon instead gets fired here.
There is a Body Slam stored on the Licky Licky for Pyro Panda in the back. Andy going to hold on to the Protect Shield, not going to use it here. Corsola does have a move. Does the catch come through? There's the switch, but no, he doesn't get it. The Astonish takes the KO.
Switches in, tries to throw the Body Slam, but the rollout comes through, and in the midst of all that, he takes the Astonish damage, and now Andy and his Galarian Corsola, looking cool with those rose-colored glasses, take down the Feraligatr.
Galarian Corsola had nowhere to go, but Andy made it work. Being able to flip the Feraligatr matchup by getting that big Astonish down. That was an opportunity. The Fortress was switch locked. It didn't have a lot of energy. Fortress feels almost unbeatable at times when it's up energy, but in that scenario, it had thrown energy. The Corsola got the 40 energy, the 4 Astonish head start, and that just completely overwhelms Pyro Panda's backline.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better. Pyro Panda just a step behind there in a large chunk of the matchup. Now, Andy, with that Grumpig and Galarian Corsola, the question becomes, what does he decide to bring in game number 2? Because I do think that the combination of Galarian Corsola and that Diggersby was very, very good for him. Actually, double normal plus the Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola, it feels risky because Licky Licky is probably coming every single game, but if you can dodge the Licky Licky, there's so much play, and that's why it's an enticing gamble. There's such high upside, but there is devastating downside if it gets aligned onto that Licky Licky, because Corsola just can't generate any kind of momentum there.
Exactly, so positioning is everything when you play that Pokemon, especially in the current metagame for the Open Great League. Andy might need to bring it though. It was just so powerful in that battle number 1. In terms of adjustments for Pyro Panda, I think just if you can manage it, just not getting behind early would be a good thing to do. Also, some more Shadow Ball catches on Licky Licky. Pyro Panda, keep doing those.
If Andy thinks that he has successfully scared off the Fortress, Grumpig, if it's not on the Fortress, looks terrifying. And we've got lock-ins. We're not going to have to wait. Andy versus Pyro Panda. Game number 2. It's going to be Togekiss for Pyro Panda into the Licky Licky for Andy.
You pointed out something so clever, and we do see the Grumpig in this game number 2. Again, you've got 2 normal-type Pokemon kind of sandwiching something in the middle for Andy. Meanwhile, Togekiss is going to take a Body Slam.
Since the Shadow Ball was not reached, this is a pretty safe no-shield for Pyro Panda. Aura Sphere will hit for big, super effective damage. Licky Licky can survive, but if the Aura Sphere connects, that could incentivize Pyro Panda to then pivot out into the Licky Licky and try and preserve that Togekiss with some residual energy.
Aura Sphere connecting into Licky Licky, gonna deal a ton of meaningful, super effective damage. Another Aura Sphere because Andy opted to throw an additional rollout, if I'm not mistaken.
The decision to not throw on alignment ends up backfiring for Andy as Andy's forced to go down a shield. This Togekiss has provided so much value, presumably throwing 2 in the move, and there's the catch by Pyro Panda. Togekiss is preserved, and it should be 2 off an Aura Sphere for later in the game.
Licky Licky Mirror back out on the field, but now with an opportunity to swap, Andy goes over to that Grumpig. The downside, though, is that it's down a Protect Shield, which means that this Licky Licky can fire the Shadow Balls at will.
Luckily for Grumpig, Shadow Ball does not take the one-hit KO here. This is not the same type of attack bonus Shadow Ball. Licky Licky, it's a very bulky Pokemon. That does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but it is survivable. Andy fires off the Dynamic Punch pretty immediately, so by not having a lot of residual energy, that could complicate things as Pyro puts up the shield and now can try and threaten a knockout with even just a Body Slam.
I thought we were going to see that Dynamic Punch go through and then Pyro Panda just Shadow Claw down with Feraligatr, but he's got other ideas. His Licky Licky is still very healthy, does not want to give it up, but Andy lets the Grumpig faint.
So Grumpig feels like it really didn't get a lot of value there as the Licky Licky up a Protect Shield was dominant. Diggersby answered with the non-Shadow Feraligatr. The fact that this Feraligatr is non-Shadow means this Scorching Sands is going to do basically nothing. Pyro Panda mulling over the shielded decision, but deciding to let it go because look at this damage. That's so comfortable for Feraligatr to tank.
Yeah, very comfortable. Just now dipping down to the yellow. Meanwhile, combo play from Andy comes through. Body Slam loaded on that Licky Licky that we mentioned earlier. That's going to apply a lot of pressure. No shield from Panda, though.
Panda knows it's not enough for a Shadow Ball, but now that the Feraligatr is very low, does this set up Andy to be able to let the Licky Licky go, shield once on Diggersby, and try and go for a mud shot down?
Switch timer still not up for Pyro Panda. He's trapped. He's got about 5 seconds. Throws another charge attack to stall out that switch timer. I like that a lot because the quick attacks would add up more quickly than mud shot.
Pyro Panda preserving the Togekiss earlier in the game is about to pay off. He sends in the Togekiss. He has a Protect Shield to hide behind, and he can guarantee to land an Aura Sphere into the Diggersby.
Andy firing off a Fire Punch from the Diggersby. Also, I'm mistaken, that is Mud Shot on the Diggersby, excuse me. Aura Sphere from the Togekiss can deal a ton of meaningful, super effective damage yet again, just targeting all the normal types that Andy loves to bring.
Mud Shot is so spammy, but it really feels like it betrays Diggersby in this matchup, as you can just never farm down. Andy overfarms too much. Pyro Panda wins charge attack priority, but even if the energy was thrown, Pyro Panda still hit all 3 Pokemon, still healthy, still on the field, and with Licky Licky outside of Scorching Sands range, there was just no path forward for Andy in that game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even if he gets off the charge attack, I do think that the Licky Licky was healthy enough to reach at least 1 Body Slam, if not 2. It was just way too uphill for Andy in that game. And I gotta say, it really, for me, starts with that Togekiss. Connecting an Aura Sphere into both the Licky Licky and the Diggersby was massive for Pyro Panda.
It felt like Andy's decision to not shield the first Aura Sphere let Togekiss get so much value in a matchup where we've seen others protect the Licky Licky just to ensure that Togekiss didn't get nearly as much value. Togekiss got a shield from the Licky. It got huge damage on the Licky. It got 2 Aura Spheres into the Diggersby. I mean, the Togekiss was just unstoppable, Speedy.
Yeah, it was absolutely the key. Finding a way to rein that Pokemon in is going to be very important for Andy, especially if he wants to win Game 3 and stay alive in this loser's side bracket. Also, I want to remind everybody, the Quagsire from Andy, it doesn't have Stone Edge. It's Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. So there's really not a lot of ways it can fight back unless it wants to put up shields against Togekiss.
And the fact that 2 Aqua Tails do not take the KO onto Togekiss is what makes that matchup so dominant. Mudshot only does 1 damage unless you're running a very attack-weighted Quagsire, which you sacrifice a lot of other matchups to Breakpoint there to do 2 damage from Mudshot instead of 1. So most are not running it, and that makes Togekiss that much more safer.
Yeah, you're kind of selling out just for 1 matchup, right? But then your Quagsire cannot take the damage it normally could at just about anywhere else. So let's get locked in, everybody. This is Game 3. Our trainers are ready to go. Elimination round coming at ya.
Pyro Panda versus Andy. 1 trainer moving on, 1 trainer going home. That's the lead Andy was hoping to see. Licky into the Feraligatr.
Feraligatr, non-shadow, as Henry has expertly pointed out, cannot reach deep enough into the damage bucket to get a 2-hit KO. It's going to be forced to go ahead and throw the Hydro Cannon here, but I think probably look for a swap pretty soon.
Pyro Panda could look to try and go for 1 Shadow Claw and a catch onto the Licky. He is frequently gone for that catch timing, but Andy ends up waiting the turn, and instead firing off Shadow Ball.
Great awareness there to not allow the catch to come through, forcing the Protect Shield from Pyro Panda, but it's a good shield at that. Another Hydro Cannon ready to go. This Hydro Cannon will miss the knockout, but it will put the Licky very low, where potentially could get sniped down by something else getting switched in. Andy does no shield. Licky very, very low. Licky reaches for the Shadow Ball. No, goes for the Body Slam, predicting the switch into Licky. Yeah, great control from Andy. I think that Pyro Panda did it to him in game number 1. He says, I'm not going to let you do it ever again. Now he goes for his Diggersby. Oh, keeping the Shadow Fortress in the back for that 3rd Pokemon for Pyro Panda. Very, very wise. Shadow Fortress is going to be very happy when it sees that final Pokemon. Diggersby can lock down this mid-game, absorbing Body Slams, firing off Scorching Sands. I like the decision by Andy to overfarm. Andy wants to ensure with the desync of the switch timers, Diggersby always has energy, as if Diggersby is always pretty close to a Scorching Sands, it makes it a lot more difficult for Pyro to pivot out. Exactly. It kind of forces your opponent to make fewer decisions. We're going to see a Body Slam get fired off here. We saw this matchup yesterday. If I remember, the longer it goes on, it's actually pretty impressive how Licky can just whittle down the Diggersby. Swapping out now back into the Feraligatr. Here comes Pyro Panda. But this is where Andy having a lot of residual energy is so good, because Andy gets the Scorching Sands. Pyro's forced to let it go. There is some energy stored on the Licky. It is very low. Oh, he's actually going to pivot out, send in the Fortress, but Fortress is going to be immediately put on the defensive as Hydro Cannon will hit for massive damage. Pyro Panda taking a moment to glance over at the team sheet. He's like, man, I did not want to see Shadow Fortress as the 3rd, but now he's got to deal with it. The Licky is still very healthy for Pyro Panda, and that is very, very helpful. The Fortress was able to trade its shield advantage for a small amount of energy head start, but it's not enough to outpace the Licky before Licky makes the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, if it connects, will deal maybe 45–50% damage, quite a bit, and he does not want to take that damage on his Shadow Bug and Steel. Now we've got the Alola Ninetales, no swap out, which means a full, tries to make a Body Slam, but gets farmed down. The bug bites are inevitable, and now this Alolan Ninetales is in trouble. It's so far behind on terms of energy. The Rock Tomb is going to be shielded, but the Fortress is rapidly approaching Rock Tomb number 2. Exactly. Chilling water on this Alolan Ninetales, so it is going to slow down the Fortress if Pyro Panda decides to throw it, and he does late in this matchup. But I got to be honest, Henry, this looks really dire for Pyro Panda. Even a -1 Rock Tomb is going to hit for so much damage. Andy going to overfarm quite extensively before firing off the Rock Tomb. This Rock Tomb is debuffed, but this is Shadow on Shadow. This is still going to hurt. A lot of damage coming through. Shadow Fortress spears through that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and that is a Game 3 win for Andy. The Shadow Fortress just keeps popping up match after match, series after series. It really feels like whoever manages Shadow Fortress energy the best, that has been almost a consistent guarantee of victory. Exactly. I think that getting a little bit of energy on that Pokemon, switching it out, and getting it ahead, or at least on pace with other Pokemon in the meta, is the secret sauce. And you're right, Henry, the Shadow Fortress, when it's the last Pokemon remaining, my momentum, camera shifts over to the person with the Shadow Fortress. I say that person likely has the win in the bag.
the debuffs, and not being able to escape them by pivoting out. Shadow Fortress is just so brutally oppressive. That's why a lot of trainers try and stack up bug resistances, whether it's the Corsola, whether it's the Togekiss, Rise.
Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, Alola Ninetales. Rise opted for the Gourgeist, which takes neutral, but at least has Incinerate. Trainers are really trying to safeguard their team against the Fortress, and somehow it's still never enough.
Exactly, never enough. And we saw back in the Beelzeboy in Rise series how just piloting it slightly differently can flip the entire perspective of the series. Both of those trainers taking a win with that Pokemon back then, but my goodness, what a good run from Pyro Panda as well. This is a trainer that really has been trusting his gut more, and I think that he did a great job at this event. Andy's double normal combination was just so thick and heavy, and he's very difficult to chew through all that bulk, no matter what kind of Pokemon you have on your team.
The Grumpig, unfortunately, didn't quite end up working out in game number 2, but I am happy to see Grumpig move on. Just purely from watching Grumpig on the field of play. I love that a Grumpig is always like bouncing off its springtail and like launching Psywaves at opponents. It is one of my favorite Pokemon to watch.
Well, you know the Grumpig dance, right?
Oh, I don't, no.
Well, you know what? We could do it, actually, the dance.
We can?
You kind of wave your arms like this, right?
Okay, hold on.
All right, left to right.
All right, we'll go this way,
Yeah, left to right. Okay, we're kind of doing it. We're kind of
doing it.
Yeah,
we're doing it.
All right, Grumpig dance, everybody. Clip it and ship it. But it's such a fun Pokemon to watch and to play. I know we've got a ton of Grumpig enjoyers out in chat, so let us know what you thought about that. But yeah, I'm really excited for Grumpig gameplay. It's such a cool Pokemon, being a mono psychic type, but with great coverage and the Psywaves. That addition right there, the Psywave addition, was a huge upgrade for that Pokemon.
I think it's really interesting that in a tournament that feels dominated by Shadow Fortress, Grumpig has had such incredible results, but it feels like in so many of these teams, there is a Shadow Fortress, and they rely on that to scare off the Grumpig. And then there's like 4 or 5 incredible matchups for Grumpig. So it again just becomes a pretty solid gamble where if you can dodge that Fortress, like Ashton Ash at the game number 2 against Sceptile Ice, he save switched the Grumpig, the Fortress wasn't there, and Grumpig just completely took over.
Exactly. I mean, when you have a 1 in 3 chance of seeing it or a 1 in 6 chance of seeing a hard counter, I mean, odds aren't that bad if you're asking me. Pokemon Go PvP is definitely, I guess, like intro heavy. It's definitely read based in terms of what teams you pick, but there's a ton of skill and interplay as the series develops as well. So I'm really excited to see our next pair of trainers here shortly. We're going to see a return of a wild card pick. Speaking of crazy picks, a wild card pick coming back to the stage.
And it sounds like we actually get to hear from Andy himself. We have Soph down by the stage, getting to talk to Andy and talk through that series, because that was a hard-fought series that went to a decisive game number 3.
And I'm here with Andy, who's on a roll here in the losers bracket. Andy, tell me when you knew you had that game 3 in the series in the bag.
As soon as the Shadow A9 came in, I knew the game was over. Yeah.
Well, you've been on a roll not just here in Los Angeles, but also in your last couple of tournaments as well. Obviously, you just had a top 8 in Houston, and now here, I believe, top 8 again. So I'd like to hear about maybe the secrets to your success, how you've improved over the years to get to this point.
Okay, so I've improved a lot joining like the SoCal Swablues and like just coming out to my local community. They're really good like to like help you with like let's see, like scrims and like they give you the tools so you could like look up like movesets, timing. Yeah.
That's great. And with 2 solid tournaments under your belt, how are you feeling about the journey to qualify to Worlds?
I feel like I'm already there. Yeah.
That sounds right to me. Well, I heard a lot of cheers for you in the crowd, and I know you just mentioned the Swablues, so is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
Yeah, I'm going to shout out my mom first. I love you, and happy Mother's Day to you and all the mothers out there. Shout out to SoCal Swablues, specifically Flying Pizza, my coach Justine, and my campfire community, Pogo Covina.
Well,
and anyone else supporting me. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of them, both here as well as at home. So congratulations once again, and we'll see you later. But for now, let's take it back to the casters for some more matches.
Thank you so much, Soph and Andy. Glad to hear from a trainer who has so much community support, shouting out his local community, so much support in the crowd here as well. And he's putting together a pretty awesome run here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
No, absolutely, and it is with those double normal type Pokemon. Henry, honestly, I feel like we were at this point previously in the meta, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, where trainers were bringing a lot of double normal, triple normals, even with the Wigglytuff added on top of those two. And then we had to see a resurgence of fighters to kind of quell those normal type beasts back into the Pokeballs. But now we're kind of pivoting back over to that heavy set normal, I guess, approach. But I don't know if we'll see that in this series, because we're going to see Sceptile and Elite. And I know that Sceptile Poliwrath would have something to say about normal types.
Yeah, Poliwrath, while it's not running counter, is still very much a fighter. It's running Mud Shot, so we'll have access to incredibly fast pacing. That straight 5-2 dynamic punch, incredibly fast icy winds as well. Poliwrath is able to spam out the damage very quickly. Taking a look at these teams, the Stunfisk feels like it puts a lot of pressure on what Elite wants to run.
Yeah.
Stunfisk very good into the bottom 4 here on screen, so Elite could try and rely on Corsola and Quagsire just to have a better answer there.
I think it's tough for Poliwrath too. You've got the Galarian Corsola as well as the Galarian Weezing and the Togekiss as potential counters. Game number 1 though, Poliwrath squares up on a normal type Licky.
That is what Sceptile was hoping to see, but maybe not the Galarian Weezing safe switch. Weezing reaching for the Sludge, but due to the one-turn switch, Sceptile able to outpace. Mudshot is hitting for super effective damage, and this Icy Wind is going to hurt.
Yeah, I do like the setup here to slow down that attack stat of the Galarian Weezing before pivoting into the Licky. The question now becomes, can you tank 3 Sludges here, or are you going to be forced to shield after the second?
Elite has to be very happy to see this bait out. He has Galarian Corsola in the back as his final Pokemon, and with Licky cleared from the field of play, that would set up the Corsola to do very well into the Poliwrath Togekiss score.
It's a great call out. Sludge number 2 will connect into the Licky. It's going to take it down into the yellow, pretty close to the red actually. One more rollout into the Body Slam.
Elite will probably be pretty happy with being able to just bait this out. So Elite is fine with letting this go, and now can look to try and get massive farm on that Licky, because Sceptile had very favorable alignment. I don't know if Sceptile is going to want to pivot out, but the Licky is low enough now where even if endgame it is preserved, it is in Power Gem range.
Yeah, I think at this point Elite could even bank up, maybe take another Body Slam for his trouble before throwing one of his own. Like you said, Henry, he wants as much energy as possible exiting this matchup.
And that Corsola, as the Licky gets lower and lower, just looks stronger and stronger. Togekiss really cannot do a lot of meaningful damage there. Elite, he's going for the full farm down. He's going past 100. He just wants to exit this matchup with back-to-back Shadow Balls to try and get damage onto that Poliwrath.
That's absolutely insane. Now making the pivot into the Galarian Corsola. This is a nasty Astonish down, and he's able to get it.
Oh, that farm down is absolutely everything for Elite. Elite now gets to exit with enough energy to outpace the Poliwrath. There's back-to-back Shadow Balls on the Licky. It really feels like Elite completely flipped this matchup on its head.
Yeah, and it's all about energy, right? All that momentum is stored up and ready to go. Here comes the first Icy Wind from Poliwrath in the Galarian Corsola matchup. It's going to slow it down just a little bit.
But Corsola is just so bulky. That Icy Wind really does not do much. Sceptile pivots into Togekiss. Psyshock does do about 25% here. So as Elite, he knows he's still very comfortably outside of range where Sceptile can even threaten a Protect Shield.
And now Sceptile has to think, what's going to do the most damage left in this series will be the Power Gems, or now Nightshades from Galarian Corsola, or the Shadow Balls from that Licky.
He can go for the Psyshock. The Corsola, it's getting close to Psyshock range, but it isn't there quite yet, and Elite knows it. He's going to be no-shielding. He's trusting in his Corsola. That does nothing. In comes Licky, and Licky is one rollout away from getting to 2 more Body Slams after this one.
Yeah, we were talking about the Shadow Balls, but after that Power Gem connected, Togekiss very easily within Body Slam range, and the pressure is mounting. Elite gathered all that energy with the double farm downs, and now Sceptile is bringing it to bear.
We are seeing right here why Licky is the most used Pokemon in day number 2. The energy is just undeniable. Elite forces both Protect Shields. He's going to be using his first Protect Shield of the match because he wants this Body Slam to knock Togekiss out of the sky.
Togekiss finally going to succumb here to the barrage of charge attacks that have been thrown at it. Now we see the Poliwrath enter the field. It's got a little bit of HP left, but those Mudshots are not going to farm down anytime soon.
and he realizes he can't make it. He can't get the farm down. He's forced to go for the Icy Wind, but Elite can shield. He has the Body Slam loaded, and even a debuffed Body Slam will just be doing too much damage onto the Poliwrath. Despite a pretty rough lead for Elite, he completely flips the game on its head. He sacrifices so much HP on the Licky Licky in exchange for 100 energy, and the backline Togekiss, it just got completely overwhelmed.
Elite is a trainer that we've often referred to as the California King. He's definitely won championships over on the West Coast and seems to always have a slight edge when it comes to these events. So seeing him in the loser side bracket is a little surprising on day number 2, but he's showing that he's got great form. And this team, slightly unique with that Shadow Galarian Weezing, is also proving to be quite valuable.
A lot of cases, when trainers have more of a unique pick, it feels like it can sometimes be bench pressure. But for Elite, he's consistently bringing the Weezing and it's consistently producing results. Weezing's ability to bait out the Licky Licky, get so much damage there, force energy out of the Poliwrath as well.
Yeah.
It really felt like that Galarian Weezing was kind of a key to victory because it enabled Licky Licky to just take over the game.
Also, if you notice, in game number 1, we did not see Unova's Stunfisk from Sceptile Ice. So those 4 Pokemon you mentioned, those 4 targets, we actually didn't get it. We only got one of them, excuse me, on Elite's trio for game number 1, that being the Galarian Weezing. So maybe there aren't as many targets for Stunfisk as Sceptile Ice would have hoped. But we are locked in. This could be the last game that Sceptile Ice plays in LA. Let's find out.
We've got lock-ins, and there it is! The Stunfisk makes its return, and it does catch a target, leading into that Galarian Weezing. Weezing only has Brutal Swing for this matchup, so this is not what Weezing was hoping to see.
Yeah, Elite definitely in trouble, shielding the first Mud Bomb early on in this matchup. We know some Galarian Weezings can run Overheat. That would have been the only way Elite could have fought back, but he's likely going to overcharge here some more and then swap out.
Elite gonna farm up, try for the catch. Sceptile Ice not gonna let that happen. Sceptile will fire off the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb is going to inflict some pretty nice chip damage onto this Licky Licky, and then Sceptile can presumably look to send in his own Licky Licky once he has generated that advantage, but no, he actually sends out the Togekiss.
Whoa, sending Togekiss out is pretty surprising. He does still have both of his Protect Shields, and that Aura Sphere might be close to within landing and then pecking down range, but it's still a little bit precarious.
This is where the line sequencing of Elite is working in his favor. Game 1, he baited out the Licky Licky and Corsola swept. Sceptile Ice is worried about the Corsola. This time he saves the Licky Licky. Aura Sphere lands, but Licky Licky survives. What can't this Pokemon do?
Sceptile Ice did not want to see it go that way. He wanted the KO here because he knows the Shadow Ball is going to put his Togekiss incredibly low. Now it's going to get very winded down and all the energy is on Elite's side.
There is 100 energy on this Galarian Weezing. Galarian Weezing has that same 35 energy move with the Brutal Swing, similar to the Licky Licky, so he is 1 away from 2 more Brutal Swings.
I really like Sceptile Ice throwing this Mud Bomb immediately. Switch timers are not up for Elite, so he's going to be forced to use that second Protect Shield. Galarian Weezing just dipping and ducking its way through the matchup. Another Brutal Swing.
This Brutal Swing will not take the knockout, but even the Fairy Winds are starting to add up. Sceptile Ice knows he can no-shield this, but Elite would love nothing more than an ability to just continue to ramp up this pressure. He's almost at 2 more Brutal Swings. Elite's ability to preserve energy, pivot out, and then just unleash barrages of charge attacks is working very well in his favor. He waits the turn, and Elite catches anyway. Elite's on fire.
Absolutely back-breaking catch here for Sceptile Ice, waiting the turn, trying to do the right thing, but Elite knew what was coming, and he's able to bail out his Galarian Weezing and keep it in the game. It's so tenacious, almost insurmountable.
Elite waits down the timer, sends in the Quagsire. In comes Licky Licky, but the trap is revealed. Sceptile was hoping it was the Corsola, but this time it's the Quagsire. The line sequencing from Elite is flawless, and now Quagsire, even though Quagsire is at a disadvantage here, it's down a shield, these Mud Bombs, the pressure just continues to ramp up.
And it's absolutely flawless line sequencing at that, because look at the moveset for the Shadow Quagsire. This is Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail again. No Stone Edge. If Sceptile Ice had that Togekiss, he'd be very free in this matchup, but he's got to work with what he's got.
Elite is very close to a charge attack on that Weezing as well. Sceptile Ice gonna be no shielding. Mud Bomb will hit for some pretty significant damage. He's gonna undertap Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is gonna be putting this Quagsire very low, but should miss the knockout.
Just barely though. Quagsire hanging on in the red, but the rollouts are resisted, so it's really got nothing to fear. Out comes an Aqua Tail, the final shield from Sceptile Ice, but don't forget everybody, that Galarian Weezing in the back still has energy.
You should see the Wheezing getting switched in here. Elite sends it in. He's so close to the Brutal Swing. He's reaching for it, but he makes the body slam.
I don't know if this is going to be enough to KO. I haven't studied my Shadow, Galarian, Weezing matchups that much. Body slam from Licky Licky connects. Shadow, Galarian, Weezing hangs on, and that might be the final straw for Sceptile Ice.
Elite with the energy management. It was Licky Licky in game number 1. It was Galarian Weezing in game number 2. Masterful gameplay from Elite as his incredible losers run continues here in Los Angeles.
Elite's Galarian Weezing. Shadow at that, a pick we did not see on anyone's radar. That Pokemon looked absolutely tenacious in that series versus Sceptile Ice. Like you said, Henry, jumping in, gathering energy, jumping out, shielding when he needed to. He shielded, if you remember everybody, Elite's 2 shields were spent on Mud Bombs, Reno and Stunfisk on the Galarian Weezing. He didn't shield anything else. Those are the only things that he prioritized.
Taking a look at Elite's gameplay compared to a lot of other matchups that we've seen in this tournament, it feels like Elite has really mastered how to make 35 energy charge stacks feel incredibly oppressive. In game number 1, it was that Licky Licky, just the constant spam, so much damage. In game number 2, it was the Galarian Weezing. He was fine going over 100 just to exit with 100 energy, and even in a lead matchup that looked so favorable for Sceptile Ice, it just didn't end up mattering. Elite was so consistent with spamming out the Brutal Swings. And then right here, this was the backbreaker. Elite waits the turn, so does Sceptile. He catches that Mud Bomb, and that set up Elite for success with that Quagsire.
Absolutely pristine gameplay there from Elite. If he taps the screen at all, it triggers a fast attack, or if he sends in the wrong Pokemon, that is absolutely a knockout from that Unova Stunfisk. But that was Sceptile Ice's best chance. We talked about it in game number 1. He didn't bring it. Game number 2, he does bring it, gets a massive lead, but it's still not enough to win the series for him.
We might owe an apology to Shadow, Galarian, and Weezing. We called the Stunfisk matchup a bad matchup, and I think Weezing might have something to say about that. Elite's ability to bank that energy and then just have the energy almost cascade and run over that Stunfisk in the end game. It was just masterful gameplay in games 1 and 2. I honestly felt that Sceptile played the series very well, but the energy management from Elite was just simply too much.
I mean, my goodness, it was like whack-a-mole. Whenever you see that Galarian Weezing, you try to KO it, it just vanishes and it pops back up and it's hitting you with another Brutal Swing. What a great series from those 2 trainers. Elite moves on in our bracket. I gotta tell you, these trainers, Sceptile, Elite, everyone else in the bracket, they are trying to become legends in LA. So let's take a look at how you can rein in your own legendary Pokemon.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful Charge Attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the 3rd place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian Legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. But really, you're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, Go, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Flutter Mane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different move sets, especially in Pokemon Go. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
I'm here with Toasty Paul Rick to talk about some break points and bulk points. Rick, break it down for us.
All right, so we're in a Togekiss meta right now. So you might think that Furret is not really a relevant Pokemon, but there's actually some hidden tech that I found for Furret specifically into that Togekiss matchup that might turn things more into your favor. So if you run the 3-4-10 Furret, there's actually a breakpoint on Sucker Punch that does 6 damage into Togekiss instead of the 5, I believe. I might have those numbers wrong. But essentially what happens is that it's enough damage so that your 2 Swifts will knock out if you have 1 turn advantage. So crazy, but you can save swap a Furret on a team that has Togekiss, and if they respond with that Togekiss, you will get a shield advantage out of that matchup.
So every fast attack would do 1 more damage. This doesn't sound like much, right? But this is one of the best parts about Pokemon Go PvP strategy, is that these small differences add up over the length of a battle. And a lot of players, I think you'll agree, don't notice it until the matchup has gone on too long. And then they're like, wait, my Togekiss is much lower than it should be, and I think I'm going to lose this matchup. So is that typically how it goes for you?
Yeah, I think most people don't expect a Furret to flip any shield scenario of a Togekiss. So this is something I've done in Grassroots before. So, it's pretty cool.
And this is for with Sucker Punch or with
Sucker Punch, yes. Yeah. So resisted damage, but it's doing a little bit enough to get you that advantage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rick. I hope you got something from that. Let's see what other break and bulk points we can find.
Top level Pokemon Go PvP is full of bulk points, and to get to this point in a tournament, you need to have those extra flexes against your opponent. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Self-Telf.
Thanks, and we've had so many incredible battles, not just today, but also yesterday. We got to see regional champions, international champions, even a world champion on the losers side of the bracket. We're actually going to catch up with some of our trainers on the winners bracket here in just a second.
Yeah, going back over to the winners, it's going to be winners round number 2. And of course, that just means they are 1 win away from the winners finals, right? So they're so close to even getting to the grand finals in this position. It's going to be Arrow versus Cy Rhino. Of course, Arrow is a trainer that's been so close many times as well. Was it 3 runner-ups at this point? 3 times that it got second place, but he's been in a little bit of a drought recently, and he's trying to get back on top, try to get back to second place, but this time maybe even try to get back to first place.
And
or get to first place.
Right, but standing in his way is Cy Rhino, and this is a trainer who only has 5 lifetime tournaments completed. His only tournament this season was in Las Vegas, where he finished in the top 24. So this is actually his best finish ever, and I would guess that, you know, with the championship points he's accrued by being in the top 8 already here, he's already got his Worlds qualification as well.
Let's talk about that, because it's kind of vague. I know when we're talking about, oh, these trainers are trying to get to a certain amount of championship points to qualify. So I'm just going to try to break down some numbers. Where the leaderboard currently stands, it looks like you'll probably need at least 500 championship points, maybe even a little bit more to qualify for the World Championships. And if you get 17th place, like Cy Rhino did in Las Vegas, you're not quite at 200 points, but you're over, I believe, 160 or to 80 points there to get into that bracket. And then when you're in a top 8, that's 280 championship points. So put those two together, you're almost at 500. Some trainers can get up to 200 points from locals. If you add that as well, Cy Rhino has a really good chance to make it to the World Championships this season with the points that he's accrued so far. And here he is in the lead with that Grumpig in the Feraligatr. No swap, one of the few Shadow Feraligatrs from Arrow.
And this is an awkward matchup for Cy Rhino. He doesn't have a great answer, but maybe he knows that his Grumpig can hang on to this Hydro Cannon here. Maybe just happy to play out this 0 shield situation. 1 Psy-Wave and throwing the Dynamic Punch. Arrow does shield it up, maybe realizing the value of his Shadow Feraligatr. Yeah, the Shadow Feraligatr is going to be really strong, especially if you can Shadow Claw it down. Here comes a pivot into the Empoleon here, but the Empoleon is behind on energy, so here comes the not very effective Hydro Cannon. Actually does get instantly Protect Shield from Cy Rhino. Cy Rhino thinking maybe Empoleon Safe Swap is going to be really strong into this matchup versus Arrow, and there is the switch available for Arrow. Can go into that Dartrix, could go into that Tinkaton, but not a great option here so far, just deciding to stay in with the Shadow Feraligatr. And Empoleon is a really strong swap for Cy Rhino. Looking at Arrow's line of 6, he doesn't have a great answer, and that's why he's staying in, just trying to chip away with these Hydro Cannons, resisted though they may be. And now Cy Rhino has to make a decision. He decides to shield it up. He thinks that Empoleon is going to be the key matchup in this game and also potentially in the longer series.
And the double Hydro Cannon is available, and it's swapped on. And it's swapped on the Hydro Cannon. It's going to be not very effective. Cy Rhino would rather throw the Drill Peck. It lands onto the Dartrix. The Dartrix is pretty bulky, able to just scoff it off. And now the Drill Peck is available. It's going to be super effective. No protections remaining, but even though this is super effective, I don't believe it's going to be close to knocking out the Dartrix.
That was a huge catch by Arrow. Look at that. 2 Drill Pecks definitely would have been enough. Cy Rhino now goes for a catch of his own, though, absorbing the Seed Bomb onto his Grumpig.
Catch after catch after catch here in LA. The Dartrix throws the Seed Bomb, undercharges it, try to get another peck in, and actually just sitting there waiting, letting the Grumpig. No, it's a stalemate. Cy Rhino's also waiting, throwing a little Psy-Wave, 1 Psy-Wave, 2 Psy-Wave. And they're both trying to get back to their timer. And finally, Cy Rhino's like, okay, I'm just going to get that Dartrix out of there.
A little knowing look for Cy Rhino. He looked up at Arrow, but he actually, knocked out the Dartrix at just the right second. Arrow's clock was pretty much coming up, so at that point, it's no longer quite as advantageous to continue waiting. Cy Rhino now going to bring in the Diggersby, but it's going to have to eat a super effective Hydro Cannon.
This is not great for the Diggersby, having that ground type. Of course, it is a normal taking super effective. The Empoleon is in the back, swap into the Tinkaton here. And now this Tinkaton is just poised to take a Scorching Sand, which is going to be super effective, but it's not the strongest attack from not the highest attack Pokemon, so it's not going to be incredibly damaging into Tinkaton, but does over half of the remaining health.
But the good news for Arrow is that this Diggersby is definitely in Gigaton Hammer range. He is going to take a Fire Punch, though, but the Empoleon is also in Bolto's range, so potentially Arrow's thinking that his energy here is going to be very, very valuable if he wants to close out the game with Tinkaton, but he's quickly running out of health.
And does he have the double? the hammer is going to land. It's going to be a little bit undercharged, but probably, no, actually going to be full. Excellent, going to land into the Diggersby. He needs the bulldoze here. Can he get to the bulldoze? No, he's not going to be able to get to the bulldoze. And now does he get outpaced? Arrow shaking his head here. Yes, the Hydro Cannon is already available. It's Rhino is going to take game number 1.
Empoleon, the superior Hydro Cannon user in this matchup. A little bit of a stumble there when Arrow caught the Hydro Cannon onto his Dartrix, but a great recovery to take game number 1.
Well done. And I actually really like the way Rhino played that Grumpig, because he was throwing a Psy-Wave, waiting a second or two, and then throwing another Psy-Wave, and then waiting another second or two, and then throwing a Psy-Wave. What can happen is if you don't throw a fast attack for a while, it can kind of freeze up on you, and then sometimes you don't see what your opponent's action is until you register a movement. So that was actually really smart the way Rhino played that. I remember Arrow had that exact thing happen to him against the world champion Beelzeboy at the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely a clever way to avoid those kinds of problems on Rhino's part. You can see here, Arrow recognizes the catch coming in. He completely undercharges the Seed Bomb, and that's what led to that interesting stalemate in the mid game there. But, you know, taking a look at this end game, looking a little scary for Rhino, as both of his Pokemon were in range of a single charge attack from the Tinkaton, but Arrow just running out of health, really, on the Tinkaton at the end.
And for Rhino, now he is 1 game victory away from the winners finals. I mentioned before, a 17th place was either 160 or 180. It is 160 points. So he has gotten 160 points earlier in the season. He already has guaranteed 280. If he moves up, he can get 300 as well. So he's already almost at that 500 championship point threshold with some locals, or maybe even a NAIC, which he's going to be going to, getting in the championship points. He will qualify for the World Championships. So can he win this battle right here, get a little extra championship points? We have the Dapper Dartrix into the Empoleon here, and actually Arrow's just going to stay in that matchup.
And this is a good start for Rhino. We said that Empoleon might be his key Pokemon in this matchup, and this is a great spot for it. You resist the Pecks from the Dartrix, and you have this super effective Drill Peck.
So it's the Aegislash in the back. We haven't seen that all tournament long for Arrow, but with a chance of elimination or dropping down to the loser side, he decided to bring it, and no shield onto the Seed Bomb. Don't have to worry about that damage. Swapping out into the Feraligatr, gonna try to soak up this Drill Peck. That's not gonna really do that much for Feraligatr, but the Feraligatr is gonna, oh, actually does protect shield.
But this energy is gonna be kind of annoying to deal with for Rhino. I mean, what do you go into here? He's just gonna stay in, maybe try to force the Feraligatr to throw a Hydro Cannon, because you come into the Altara, you're at risk of an Ice Beam, and of course Diggersby gonna take super effective from the Hydro Cannon.
But if Arrow's able to take the alignment here and put the Dartrix back onto the Diggersby, but if the Dartrix is just so low at this point, it'll get knocked out by a Fire Punch, and getting to the Ice Beam energy, throwing the Hydro Cannon, throwing the bait. There's 2 protections remaining, but Rhino knows if he miscalls this, he could just lose this match, so he does give up Protect Shield.
Playing it safe there, which makes a lot of sense. I do think his Diggersby has a lot of play in the back. He doesn't know that the Aegislash is there. Oh, but there it is! And now Cyanide with a quick swap. He could have thrown the Flamethrower with Altar, but maybe didn't want the clocks to get desynced, so he's going to bring this in, and this is a really interesting position. Looks like he is just going to throw the Scorching Sands right away. Sometimes trainers try to wait around for the Aegislash to go into that blade form, but I also like this because you don't want to wait too long or you'll go over 100.
And it's hard because if you wait for it to go into that blade form and it has a double charge attack, you're going to lose the charge attack priority, and actually is that double charge attack, and this is great for Arrow. You lose charge attack priority in this defense form, and then once you're in attack form, you're going to win all charge attack priority. So letting the Scorching Sand through now has the Gyro Ball, and it's going to do a huge chunk into this Diggersby, and he has back-to-back, so he can throw the first one, and then he can double up here, and then maybe even swap out.
But for Rhino, I mean, he might be thinking that the Altaria could be the key to winning this game. Look at how low the Aegislash is. Oh, a quick swap from Arrow into the Feraligatr. He doesn't want to deal with the energy on the Diggersby, but now maybe you can just let this go, overfarm with Altaria, and then try to close out with just this one Pokemon. You have so much energy here. Gonna throw maybe before, yeah, before getting to 100, and Arrow is at the Hydro Cannon, but I don't expect to see him shield here.
And remember, you're gonna be able to have that attack banked on the Aegislash. Can the Dartrix ever get to a Brave Bird? How much energy did it have left? If you can get to Brave Bird, you can win this battle. Does he have enough energy? No, he doesn't have enough energy. Can he get there though? I believe he can before the double Sky Attack is available. This is gonna be Protect Shield. Then I think you can go for the Brave Bird, combo play, Shadow Ball, win the battle.
That's going to be Arrow's game plan here. This is a Brave Bird. I think if you're Rhino, you kind of just have to hope this is a Seed Bomb. But unfortunately for him, there's going to be too many charged attacks. Oh, wait. You win CMP with Altari. Oh, no, he doesn't have a charge attack. Arrow's going to win this with the Aegis Slash.
Didn't quite get to it, and with the chance of being eliminated from the winner side, dropping down to the loser side, he brings out the Aegis Slash and is able to take this game number 2 to tie it up.
And this is a core that Arrow has been perfecting. He's been tinkering with the Aegis Slash Dartrix K9 core for so many months, and it's finally paying off for him here. Arrow is a day 2 warrior, and he's going to try to get back to those grand finals here.
And when we saw the grand finals in Prague from Tauntaun Padus, he was bringing that Aegis Slash every single battle, always often pairing it with the Hydreigon as well. But now the Dartrix and the Aegis Slash core coming out in that game number 2 for Arrow, and it paid off. What a call.
Yeah, the end game was pretty tricky for Rhino. I'm trying to think if there's anything he could have done better, but like you said, it was just a barrage of charge attacks from Arrow, right? The Aegis Slash having a move banked, and then the Dartrix barely getting to that Brave Bird.
Well, I think like that was a prime example of the strength of the Aegis Slash, because you swapped it into a Diggersby, and it's a Mudshot Diggersby. So you would think you have such a negative matchup as a Steel type, but you were able to take double Scorching Sand no problem, because that Aegis Slash has so much defense in this form that here it is right now. It just doesn't matter. The Scorching Sands doesn't add up enough, and then suddenly you have double charge attacks in an attack form, and you get back to your switch timer. That was really well played by Arrow.
Now I wonder if Rhino had just committed to the farm down versus Shadow Feraligatr. I'm not sure if it's possible, but then he would have come out with more energy, and then if he's able to anticipate the Aegis Slash switching in, he might have had a chance, but also then you have to eat the Shadow Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, which is tough.
And at that health, at the Altari is right there, would have gotten really close, but that could have been a win condition. But both these trainers are locked in. This is the winner's semis. Whoever wins this battle will move on to the winner's finals. It's gonna be that Aegis Slash into the Grumpig here. And remember, the Cycle Cut damage is doing absolutely nothing, and you're only getting 6 energy per Cycle Cut in this form. So you're gonna get significantly outpaced by these super effective Shadow Balls by Rhino before you get to your Shadow Ball as well.
Right, but the Shadow Ball from Grumpig is not going to hit as hard as the one from Aegis Slash. Look at that. That's super effective damage, by the way, and Aegis Slash is still over 50% health. It's going to throw a Shadow Ball of its own here. This is going to definitely one-shot the Grumpig, so Rhino shields it up, waiting a little second for the Blade Form transformation here. Now let's see if Arrow decides to stay in. He has transformed to the other form, no, but he doesn't want that energy generation. He's going to come with the Feraligatr instead. Yeah,
and suddenly got a Protect Shield down, and now you can give the Protect Shield back, and you're up energy against this Grumpig, or you're up energy against the backline. Will we see that Empoleon swap in like we saw earlier, or do you just stay, there it is, then Empoleon trying to soak up all this not very effective damage, but at this point, the Feraligatr is at double Hydro Cannon, but first, it's charge attack priority. You should be able to hang on, so Arrow does let this go.
Empoleon does win the charge attack priority, but Arrow's at back-to-back, and I believe the Empoleon is dry at this point, so Arrow should be able to get off both of these Hydro Cannons if he wants to.
And look at the backline matchup. It's going to be the Dartrix versus the Diggersby, and you have that super effective Seed Bomb damage. Here comes the next Hydro Cannon, and Rhino's thinking about it. Do I need to invest my second Protect Shield? And he does, and he doesn't feel great about it. He's going to try to Metal Sap down. Here comes the swap into the Dartrix.
And this is such a tricky situation. You don't want to be faced against an Aegis Slash with a shields deficit here. I think Arrow's got to be feeling good. I don't know if you even really need to shield this Dartrix, but Arrow's thinking, you know what, Aegis Slash is super bulky. It doesn't need shields, and the Feraligatr is really low here. Gonna overfarm a little bit, knocking out with a Seed Bomb, but no, a nice catch by Rhino.
And this is great, though, because you waste the Seed Bomb energy, and Arrow actually has to throw another Seed Bomb to be able to knock out your Grumpig. How much do you overcharge here? You want to get to the Seed Bomb right before the Shadow Ball, and actually just throws it straight away. Doesn't want to mess around with even a dynamic punch coming out of this Grumpig.
Yeah, may have lost track of energy, but I think he's in a decent enough position to make it. Yeah, he actually gets an extra peck there, so it's all good for Arrow. Rhino here in such a difficult position. He does have a little bit of energy on the Empoleon, but again, that Aegis Slash in the back is going to be a big problem with
Should we see
down.
a swap out? Try to swap onto the Drill Peck. It's not very effective into the Aegis Slash, but this allows Rhino to bring out the Diggersby. So Rhino does not hate this. Now coming out with the Diggersby, and at this point, with the Mudshot damage plus the Scorching Sand damage, it's going to be really close to knockout.
Yeah, might have flipped the script here as this Aegis Slash yeah,
it's
isn't
gonna be
able
so
to get up a
close.
charge attack. If this Scorching Stance knocks out, I think Diggersby might have the chance to get to double Fire Punch versus the Dartrix. Yeah, Aegislash actually goes down there, and Cyrano all of a sudden in a great position.
And then you need the double Fire Punch, because I don't believe the one Fire Punch is going to be enough for the bulk of this Dartrix. And you have Mud Shot, not Quick Attack, so these Mud Shots are going to be triple resisted into this Dartrix. And here comes the Seed Bomb. It's going to be super effective, but this is also not the strongest attack. Will double Seed Bomb be enough to knock out the Diggersby?
I don't think it will be. Let's see. Yeah,
it's not.
Diggersby's definitely in the green. Might come down to a potential catch opportunity here. Let's see if Arrow tries to reach for the
He
Feraligatr.
does!
He does. All right, that's going to be step one for Arrow, but don't forget that this Diggersby can easily take another Seed Bomb. What about a Brave Bird, Butters?
Yes, he might have to get to the Brave Bird, but there's an opportunity for Cyrano to also swap. Does Cyrano come in with his Empoleon here? No, he's not coming in. He banks the Fire Punch, and now he comes in with the Empoleon, but the patience from Arrow, able to hold on to the Seed Bomb. I believe he also has enough energy for the Brave Bird.
He might, but can the Diggersby ever hold on to a Brave Bird here? Diggersby is super bulky, but this Diggersby is below half health. I don't know if you can hang on here, Butters.
Dapper Dartrix, show Diggersby your power. Knocks out the Diggersby, and Arrow takes game number 3.
Arrow is moving on to the winner's final. Hasn't made a day 2 in so long, but like we said, Arrow on day 2 is another beast. He's going on to at least the top 3 and possibly even further as he knocks Cyrano down to the loser's bracket.
What a conclusion to that battle. An amazing swap out for Cyrano to try to catch that. And how about Arrow swap to take the Fire Punch and then able to bank the back-to-back energy and do it like no one else does it with a Dartrix. Amazing plays by Arrow.
Super patient, great energy management from Arrow. And did Cyrano actually have a Fire Punch when he swapped up?
Yes.
He did.
Yes,
okay.
banked it.
So, you know, that really just came down to a 50-50 call, right? If you're Arrow, it's possible that Cyrano just knocks you out with a Fire Punch, but he made the call that Cyrano was going to go for the catch right there, and it paid off.
And the first time Cyrano threw exactly when he had that Fire Punch, and that allowed Arrow to swap on it. And then the second time he says, okay, well, he's probably going to throw the charge attack right when I have the second one because I already showed the first pattern. And then he didn't throw it, swapped out, and Arrow was able to call both of those actions correctly and somehow clutch that game 3.
Really crazy back and forth throughout that game 3. Arrow celebrating. This is step 1 of the master plan, catching the Fire Punch onto the Feraligatr. Wonder if Cyrano could have tried to undercharge a little bit more there, get a little bit more energy. And here's that critical swap. Look at Arrow farming up. He knows he's pretty much almost at 100 energy there, but Seed Bomb plus Brave Bird is less than 100, and he makes it.
Absolute precision from Arrow there. We didn't know if it was enough. Diggersby is so bulky, but Brave Bird is a strong attack by an awesome Pokemon, and Arrow is able to make it to the winners finals. A 3-time runner-up. Can he get to the grand finals on that winner's side?
So many players at this tournament. We've been saying, you know, they're very close to, they've been close many times to winning a tournament, but they haven't quite gone there, right? We've got Arrow in that position, Ashton and Ash. We talked about Sceptile Ice as well. I believe we're going to get Ashton and Ash in just a second, but it's really exciting to see these players and their stories continue to evolve with the championship series.
And how about the story, you mentioned it before, of that trio of the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Dartrix, and the Aegislash, something that he's been tinkering with for multiple tournaments, and now it all pays off in the biggest moments for him. And you might think that Arrow runs crazy teams. He's at a lot of tournaments running a lot of wild stuff, but all the dedication, all the time trying to be experimental, it's paying off in these moments right here. So I think he must feel a lot of gratification.
A lot of hard work from Arrow, and I know he's out there grinding his locals because he comes from a region of Texas, which I think a lot of people think is the most stacked area for Pokemon Go. But if you want to go to a Pokemon event near you, definitely scan this QR code. You'll be able to find your local stores, find your local challenges, cups, maybe even league play. So definitely check that out.
And for a lot of those trainers in the bubble, remember in North America, it's top 75 that qualify for the World Championships. A lot of those trainers are really grinding the locals because because you can play cups, you can play challenges, and when you look through the leaderboard and you look how many of those points were actually gained from locals, a lot of these trainers gain over 200 points throughout a season, and 200 points is almost halfway there to qualify for World Championships. If it stays at around 500 championship points, it might increase a little bit, but still, nonetheless, it's a big chunk of your World's qualification, so it's quite important, and it's a great place to test your might before even coming to a regional or international championship.
Also a great place to make friends, find people to travel with to all these regionals all over the country, maybe even all over the world. So really fun place to build your community.
All right, well, up next, we have the trainers that are going to be battling it out to face Arrow in that winners finals, because we're staying on that winner's side of the bracket. Ashton Ash, I believe 7 times in top 5, and once again, he has the opportunity to do it, and can he get even further? And then K-Pine, I believe, with this victory to put him in this position, I think it might be his best tournament run to date.
I think so as well. So really interesting stories for both of these trainers, right? Ashton Ash, you know, he wants to just take it one game or one match at a time, but of course we know his ultimate goal is to have that title for himself. K-Pine, on the other hand, a trainer who doesn't compete quite as often as Ashton Ash, but I would say is pretty consistent, always has a very solid performance, but still having a breakout performance arguably here.
Definitely, and if you can make it to the winners finals, that is for sure a breakout performance. But Ashton Ash, hometown for him, wants to get over that hurdle, and then wants to put himself in that conversation when you're going to the World Championships, is absolutely one of the best on the planet, and he has that opportunity at this moment, at this tournament right now. But to do so, he has to defeat K-Pine, which has 3 normal types. We saw that earlier on in the stream, has that Wigglytuff, the Licky Licky, the Diggersby, and one of the few fortresses that is not going to be the Shadow Fortress, and it does have Volt Switch on it instead of Bug Bite.
And as we're getting further into this tournament, you know, it feels like we're seeing some kind of archetypes of teams. Ashton Ash's team looks very, very meta, very standard for day number 2. K-Pine's got a couple of interesting picks. You mentioned the Volt Switch Fortress. There's also the Wigglytuff, which is not the fairy type that we've seen most trainers opting for, and he has that quick attack Diggersby. Yeah, and of course the Malamar as well, which gets absolutely shredded by a Bug Bite Fortress, taking double super effective versus that 1-turn fast attack. And Grumpig looks to be pretty strong against the team of K-Pine, in my opinion, because you have that coverage for the normal types. You're actually okay neutrally against Wigglytuff, and it's not a Bug Bite Fortress. So suddenly the Grumpig is feeling a lot safer here. You just kind of want to avoid the Malamar. So here we are in our lead matchups. This is winner semis, K-Pine versus Ashton Ash. It's going to be the Shiny Feraligatr versus Licky Licky. And this is a matchup that we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament. We know that 2 Hydro Cannons is not enough to take out Licky Licky because this is the non-shadow form. Yeah, and the first Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through, no problem. And in the back for Ashton Ash, you do have that Togekiss. That was my MVP pick for this trainer because it's just been so strong, and especially against all the normal types, a little bit slow on that swap out there for Ashton Ash, but it doesn't really matter in this matchup. I think he probably just wanted to do 1 rollout, but maybe got an extra rollout in there, but it's okay. You know, that Licky Licky's got 100 energy banked for a rainy day, and this is a pretty dominant matchup for Diggersby. I think there are some situations where the Licky Licky can switch or can flip the matchup, but it's typically not worth it if you have to go down too many shields. Yeah, I think we saw that on an alignment matchup earlier on in the tournament, where in the double protect shield situations, Licky Licky was able to come out on top, but I don't think these trainers want to commit protect shields here. K-Pine has that double normal team like he often has, and has the Feraligatr, of course, and it's double normal as well for Ashton Ash, but instead of the Feraligatr has the Togekiss. Right, and the Diggersby here is still chunking away at this Licky Licky. Its energy really goes everywhere, so K-Pine has to find a good opening to switch back out. He does bring in the Feraligatr, but remember, Ashton Ash has so much energy banked up on this Licky Licky, and he's going to put it to good use by throwing this first Shadow Ball. Maximum energy from Ashton Ash. Now can throw the Body Slam as well. Actually goes for the Shadow Ball. This is going to be on charge attack priority. I don't believe this is enough to knock out. Ashton Ash is thinking about it. Do I want to keep this Licky Licky around? No. Lets it go. Is able to hold on, and the Shadow Ball will surely knock out the Feraligatr, but K-Pine also doesn't mind. He's just going to let that Feraligatr go, so it's just going to be the normal types in the back for K-Pine, but it's going to have to face a Togekiss, which is definitely a tough matchup. At least he does have that quick attack. The quick attack does help out a lot, I think, over time, especially with 2 shields up still on both sides. Maybe the quick attacks help out enough to put it into the range of 2 or 3 fire punches. But of course, these Aura Spheres are going to do way more damage than that. Here comes the first from Ashton Ash.
K-Pine is trying to repeat the success that he had earlier on, where he was constantly getting an energy advantage with his normal types. We saw that pattern earlier. It's a reason he is here right now. Ashton Ash didn't give him a huge window here, so now he can easily take that fire punch. He can easily take another fire punch, which is loaded up, but you might want to start protect shielding something. Actually, no. Ashton Ash lets it go.
Yeah, this Fire Punch is starting to chunk into the Togekiss, but Ashton Ash is potentially thinking all this Togekiss needs to do is get to 2 more attacks, but here comes the Licky Licky from K-Pine trying to snipe down the Togekiss, and now Ashton Ash is forced to put up his first Protect Shield. Maybe he switches out into the Diggersby, yeah, to get a little bit of an energy lead.
And you also soak up this Body Slam, but there's no opportunity to fast attack down, so you actually want to bank up as much energy as possible, but you don't want to put yourself too vulnerable, because if you take another Body Slam, you're very vulnerable to the opposing Diggersby farming you down. So that was actually perfect play from Ashton Ash there, I think.
This is a great health range for Ashton Ash's Diggersby for sure. You should still be healthy enough that you can get to a couple charge attacks versus Diggersby. Maybe try to guarantee that it'll be an Aura Sphere for your Togekiss to finish off. Here comes the Scorching Sands. K-Pine's gonna let it go. He knows he's gotta save that shield for the Togekiss.
You need it for the Aura Sphere. The Scorching Sand does land. It doesn't even do half of the remaining health. There is no debuff as well, and now at this point you can go for the Fire Punch. Do you go on Charge Attack Priority? No, over farming here, knowing that Scorching Sands is not quite enough, but throwing on Charge Attack Priority and losing Charge Attack Priority is a little tough there for K-Pine.
That could be a big moment, potentially a turning point in this matchup, as K-Pine now gonna throw away not too much energy. It is only a Fire Punch rather than a Scorching Sands, but at this point his Diggersby is so low, you're even at risk of getting just pecked down by the Togekiss.
Yeah, but you can get to the double. It looks like he is going to be able to get to the double if he can take this peck that just went through. Ashton Ash is grimacing, thinking that the double is available. K-Pine, I think he can endure the peck, and I think he has the double loaded up.
Oh my goodness, but is that 1 HP, Butters? Did Ashton Ash have a chance to potentially throw the Aura Sphere?
You can see it in Ashton Ash's face. Yes, K-Pine does take the battle, but if Ashton Ash did throw a charge attack and K-Pine protect shielded it, it could have been a knockout through the protect shield, because when you protect shield, it still takes 1 damage. So if that Diggersby was at 1 damage, Ashton Ash could have taken it.
That was incredibly close. I don't even know. I mean, to think about that as Ashton Ash, right? You would have to know for sure that K-Pine is at back-to-back Fire Punch. You would also have to know for sure, like, how much damage did that last peck do to the Diggersby? Because that HP bar wasn't showing, right?
Right. I mean, the only thing is, if you did know that he has back-to-back, I guess you just throw and hope there's 1 health remaining regardless. But at that point, you probably know it's over for you. So I don't blame Ashton Ash. We didn't see it. It's hard to see in that moment. Let's look at it right here. How much health does Diggersby have left? Does it look like he has more than 1? And I think he probably does have, oh, that's so, no, he has 1 health.
Yeah.
He has 1 health. There's no way he has more than 1 health.
I
There's
would
no
agree.
way.
I think Ashton Ash might agree as well based on his reaction. But you know what? Here's the calculation, Butters. If that Diggersby has 2 or more HP, you basically guarantee a loss if you throw the charged attack. So you would have to be 100% confident that K-Pine is at the back-to-back for you to think that that's worth it.
Right. Wow. It doesn't get any closer than that. That means K-Pine is up 1-0 in this series, was able to outmaneuver with that double normal light up, and now breaking out the Malamar for this game number 2, leading into the Licky Licky, and a way different team composition for both these traders sitting the Diggersby.
Malamar, kind of a scary pick to bring into Ashton Ash's team, because you do have to watch out for both the Togekiss and the Shadow Fortress, but this is a great matchup for it. I don't think Ashton Ash was at all expecting or prepared for the Malamar. Just looking at his team, he's got Licky Licky here, which of course takes super effective from Superpower, as well as the Grumpig. Looks like he reached for the Togekiss, but didn't quite get there in time.
Well, I say it's way different. It's only different in one spot. Here's the super effective Superpower. Both the trainers sat their Diggersby and brought their Psychic type. And on this side, K-Pine brought the Malamar. On the other side, Ashton Ash brought the Grumpig, and this Psychic type was able to outmaneuver this Licky Licky in the lead. Now, gonna try to pivot out into the Feraligatr, and the Togekiss is up energy. That's pretty good for the Togekiss.
That 1 turn is going to be absolutely critical. You see here Togekiss reaching the Aura Sphere just before the Feraligatr reaches the Hydro Cannon, and I think that means that if this matchup continues to play out, Ashton Ash is going to be able to knock out the Feraligatr with his Togekiss.
And if you can get shields down, that means you're gonna be doing super effective dynamic punches into the Licky Licky of the backline, but that Malamar is still lurking. lurking with enough health, and you can never Psywave down a Malamar, double resisting the Psywaves. Here comes the Protect Shield from both these trainers. Charge attack priority. Togekiss wins that charge attack priority. Does K-Pine let this through? You might be able to barely endure. I think he might let it go.
Yeah, he does hang on here. Yeah, plenty of health, wow, on this Feraligatr. Not sure if Togekiss can hang on, though, and Ash really wants to preserve the health on this Togekiss, but he's quickly running out of options. 2 shields down, only 2 Pokemon remaining. Here comes the Licky Licky, and this is what K-Pine does so well. He gets the energy advantage with his normal type. This is an Aura Sphere, but now even if Ash brings in the Grumpig, it's kind of scary.
He's being overwhelmed by these fighting type attacks, though, using the last Protect Shield of the battle, trying to swap, or maybe just trying to get the damage on. No, swapping onto a Body Slam. That was really smart from Ash here, but can Ash get to a Dynamic Punch before the Shadow Ball is available from this Licky Licky? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Licky Licky is very, very close to the Shadow Ball, but there's pretty much no overfarm there from the Licky Licky. Grumpig might actually be able to hang on to this Shadow Ball, so the question is, how much of a farm down can you get with these rollouts, or can you even get the farm down?
The timer's coming up. Can you throw this Dynamic Punch before the timer? It's just a second away. Ash is able to throw that Dynamic Punch into the Licky Licky. This is going to be enough to knock out, I believe, the Licky Licky. No! Also hangs on with 1 health and swaps. No! Throws into the Togekiss. That's terrible for Ash. The Body Slam is going to land into the Togekiss.
Oh my goodness, I don't think Togekiss can hang on there, and it doesn't. There go Ash's dreams of coming into the winners finals from the winner's side as K-Pine with an incredible victory to advance to the top 3.
An amazing performance from K-Pine over and over again. He's able to get that slight energy advantage on these normal type Pokemon that he's heavily relying on. That swap out to the Malamar to meet the Licky Licky in the lead. Really well played. I believe I saw on social media he said he was 8-0 on day number 1 here in Los Angeles, and just keeping this going in day number 2, he has made it to the winners finals where he will face Arrow.
An incredible record from K-Pine, and you can see why if you look at his gameplay, right? He has the team calls, bringing the Malamar into kind of a scary matchup versus Ash. And then during the game, look at this aggressive swap into Licky Licky. I love this because it's a scary matchup depending on the energy situation, and we've seen this so many times from K-Pine where he's aggressively switching in his Licky Licky, giving it the maximum possible advantage to close out the game.
And on the other side, Ash maybe 2 HP away from winning this series, because in this situation, Dynamic Punch comes into Licky Licky. This Licky Licky also might be at 1 health, just like the other game that Diggersby was at 1 health. If he was just doing 1 more damage in each of these games, he might have been able to win both of these battles. That is how close it was.
Really, really close games in both of those, right? As you mentioned, the 1 HP. I would say that Licky Licky was maybe 2 HP, and K-Pine still at the Malamar and the Feraligatr. So there's still a chance for K-Pine, even if that Licky Licky went down, but really, really close.
Oh, wow. That was an absolutely epic series. 2 epic series in a row. We're going to drop down to the loser side, so don't go anywhere. But first, we do know that Worlds is on the horizon. Let's take a look at what you might expect in terms of merchandise. Let's see it.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly-Biggly-Bop.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full, and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you are going. You're stuck in a position where the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about, what can I do to improve my position? You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
if you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it. And then just have fun and try to win.
Have fun and try to win is great advice for our remaining 8 competitors at the LA Regional Championships. We've seen Aegislash, we've seen Dartrix, tons and tons of Fortress and Quagsire to boot, but now you're seeing Speediest Chief and Homesize Henry in the booth.
We're having an amazing time here in Los Angeles. The weather is great. The battles have been even better, and we're staying now on the loser's side of the bracket. What started off with many, many trainers is now down to the top 8. There are still 8 trainers with their hopes alive of becoming the Los Angeles Regional Champion.
Our winners finals is set, but the losers bracket, as Henry pointed out, is where we find ourselves because these battles are going to be tense. We're going to take a look first at Elite versus Andy, followed by Beelzeboy versus Nighttime Clasher. The winner of those matches play against Cy Rhino and Ashton Ash, respectively.
Elite is on an incredible losers run right now. He got knocked into losers somewhat early in day number 1 and then has just continued to win round after round. He has won 7 losers rounds in a row to make it to this matchup against Andy.
7 straight, and he's only in losers round 3. So Elite has a long road ahead of him, but he's already over half of the way there, and he's done it against some of the world's best competition. Andy, very, very inspiring trainer, very fun to talk to as well, as we saw in Soph's interview, and I think that he's a humble guy, but he's got a lot of skill on display as well. So going into this next matchup, Henry, I gotta say the Glaring Wheezing was so good for Elite, but it does not want to see Grumpig.
Both battlers have locked in. We are set. Game 1, losers round 3, Andy versus Elite, and it's gonna be for Alligator into Licky Licky. That is not the lead that Elite was hoping to see.
Absolutely not, because as Henry has expertly pointed out, without that Shadow variant, for Alligator really struggles to pick up the KO here against this bulky opposing Licky Licky.
Hydro Cannon launched by Elite, but being able to survive 2 Hydro Cannons in this matchup just makes Licky Licky feel almost unbeatable. Elite does have a Licky Licky behind this to try and go for a catch, gets the catch and sneak, but caught the body slam instead of the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, exactly. Would have hoped for a double resisted Shadow Ball there. That would have been ideal, but at the same time, I do think that catching the body slam and bailing the Feraligatr out has its own merits. Out comes the Grumpig, and as we've seen before, 1 Shadow Ball is not quite enough to KO, but Dynamic Punch really hurts coming the other way.
This is a pretty nice bailout for Elite. Elite's going to rely on Togekiss to try and close out the game, and Grumpig is a complete wall to energy from Togekiss, so this is a very important bait out. Elite going to look to try and land a Shadow Ball through 2 Protect Shields.
Does he connect? Shadow Ball gets blocked by Andy at the very last second. We are now at shield parity, 1-1 each for our trainers in this losers round 3.
Elite with the pacing advantage. He's up energy thanks to that rollout sneak. He's full set in the Shadow Ball. No shield from Andy. Grumpig will survive, but it's going to pay a very heavy price.
And that price might be with a Shadow Claw tax on top. Here comes a Dynamic Punch from the Grumpig into the Feraligatr. I think it can withstand it. The question is, does Elite want to take this damage? He's going to let it through.
Does he try and go for the snipe? Yes, he does. In comes Licky Licky. Body Slam is available. Elite, is he going to leave Togekiss without Protect Shields? He is. He needs this energy on Feraligatr, so he uses the final Protect Shield.
I mean, just look at what Elite has in reserve. Farming this much of a Licky Licky is nearly impossible no matter which Pokemon is lined against it, but the Feraligatr now finds itself pinned a second time versus that shiny normal type.
It's going to be a charge attack priority type. Feraligatr is going to win it, but for Andy, Andy's very okay with letting this go because Andy presumably is going to go for farm on that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress.
I think that makes the most sense. Licky Licky finally goes down. Out comes Fortress, the last remaining Pokemon, and Elite switches out, which means his Togekiss is switch locked here in this matchup. It's going to be forced to take that Rock Tomb when it's ready.
No ability to catch is devastating. Togekiss is a very strong answer to Shadow Bug Bite Fortress, but in the 0-1 shield, Fortress will have the upper hand.
Pex coming through, another Aura Sphere, almost ready to go, but not before the Rock Tomb gets fired off by Andy. This is going to be a lot of super effective damage from a non-stab Bug Steel type.
Rock Tomb connects, Togekiss gets KO'd, and that could be the thing that seals game number 1 for Andy. Elite still has the Licky Licky, but Licky Licky, it's completely energy dry.
building up to the Shadow Ball. Does Andy swap in that Grunt Pick at the last second and bail out? Yes! He bails out the Fortress. Andy's on fire.
What a catch! That Shadow Ball could have been devastating, but the perfect catch from Andy, that is going to seal it. Elite just has no health remaining on any of the Pokemon. Fortress doing what Fortress does best. It farms down Licky Licky. It's gonna have a Sand Tomb ready for the Feraligatr, and that's a dramatic game number 1 win for Andy.
Andy pulls the Grumpig out of the hat, and with it, the only chance that Elite had to make a comeback in this game number 1. Very well done there by Andy, maintaining the pace of the game and also aligning that Licky Licky versus the Feraligatr. I mean, it was like gum on the shoe. You just couldn't get rid of it.
An important thing to note in that mid-game was Andy's decision to switch back into the Licky Licky and fire off the Body Slam. Elite did not predict that play. Elite was forced to burn the final Protect Shield, and once Togekiss could not protect itself from the Rock Tomb, suddenly what is normally a dominant winning matchup for Togekiss flips on its head because there was no way to stop that catastrophic Rock Tomb damage.
I almost wonder in this game number 2 if we see the Quagsire come out from Elite finally, because there are no Togekiss on Andy's team. I think there might be some interesting play there for him to kind of rely on that Quagsire to spam off the Aqua Tails versus the opposing Licky Licky and try to find some breathing room for the rest of Elite's team. Like I said, I don't see any clear answer to opposing Licky Lickies, and maybe that's what sent Elite to the losers bracket to begin with.
Licky Licky does look very, very safe. Even the Shadow Quagsire, if you give Licky Licky too much of an energy head start, the 2 Shadow Balls will basically take the knockout. That's one of the reasons why some trainers opted for the normal Quagsire in this particular tournament. But man, that Fortress farming down everything, Sand Tombing for Alligator, that Fortress just felt like it was just unstoppable in game number 1.
We are already locked in, everybody. Game number 2 coming at you. Elite trying to stay alive in Los Angeles, taking on Andy.
And we've got a perfect mirror lead, Licky Licky into Licky Licky. Taking a look at the back lines, Togekiss does look very strong if Licky Licky is removed from the field of play.
Yeah, I think it absolutely does. It has enormous sweet potential, but it cannot get down shields, which is what happened to Elite early on in battle number 1, and it got speared by a Rock Tomb. Let's see if something similar happens here.
The Diggersby in the back is on Mud Shot, which means it's going to have slightly faster pace into Fire Punches, but it's going to have basically no fast attack pressure into the Togekiss. In the meantime, the Licky Lickies will trade Body Slams. Both trainers very content with playing this matchup out, and Andy is even just going to look to try and bank as much energy as possible as Elite fires off yet another move.
Yeah, back and forth with the Body Slam we go. Licky Lickies, again, trying to chip down at each other, maybe control switch advantage. Cap tie goes to Andy, which is also very valuable information.
That means that Andy will be able to dictate this matchup. Winning charge attack priority will put Andy in a pretty good spot. The next Body Slam will miss the knockout here, but it is going to be putting this Licky Licky pretty low, which could potentially set up Elite to try and go for a peck down once his Licky Licky eventually does get knocked out.
That is a potentiality. Let's see, Andy firing another Body Slam of his own, trying to bring Elite's Licky Licky down into the red, as he does. Pivoting down to the Fortress, and he does get a sneaky Bug Bite down.
Oh, the snipe from Andy. That's exactly what he was looking for. When Fortress is up energy in this matchup can get uncomfortable for Togekiss. Togekiss reaching for the Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere does not take the knockout, but Andy now has to decide, is it worth investing the Protect Shield? Andy says yes, and now can threaten massive super effective damage with Rock Tomb.
Ooh, or he can bait a sneaky Sand Tomb here. Elite throws up the shield. He cannot afford to take a Rock Tomb, so he does the safe thing, and it backfires.
While this does debuff the Togekiss, by not debuffing it with the Rock Tomb, the Togekiss is still at full damage here, so an Aura Sphere should actually be able to knock out the Fortress. So even though energy was saved, Fortress, it's going to have to put up the shield as Aura Sphere would have knocked out.
Yeah, it needs more help, right? More Protect Shields. Another Aura Sphere! Elite is surprised, as is Andy. He didn't anticipate the pacing would be that fast, but my goodness, does Togekiss get a running start, and then it runs all the way through the competition.
Fortress is going to get knocked out. In comes Licky Licky. The Body Slam's available. Elite checking the team sheet. He's going to let it go. He's trusting in the Feraligatr because Feraligatr up a shield does look very strong, and Feraligatr will be able to be a winning endgame for him against the Diggersby.
Yeah, 2 Hydro Cannons here from Feraligatr is going to be what is required to pick up the KO versus that Diggersby. Now that Elite has that Protect Shield advantage, this looks pretty well in the books for him. Only 5 Shadow Claws away.
What I really liked about Elite's decision-making there was Elite took a look at the team sheet and wanted to cover for as many potential options as possible. He did not know what's in back, but in our competitive scene, you know your opponent is picking 3 of 6 Pokemon.
Sure.
So we can say, I have already seen the Licky Licky, I have already seen the Fortress, I need to cover for potential Corsola, potential Grumpig, potential Quagsire, or what it ended up being, which was that
Diggersby.
Diggersby, that's what it was, yes. So I really like the decision-making there from Elite. He recognized that Feraligatr up his shield was always going to be winning, and he played to it, and he gets the equalizer.
No Galarian Weezing from Elite in this series, and for good reason, right? There's a lot of ways that Andes can fight back against it. Also, no Shadow Quagsire as of late. And then I believe that Galarian Corsola has largely stayed on the bench as well. When you look at Andy's team and you see not only the Diggersby, but also the Licky Licky, there's a reason for that too.
It's tough sledding if you want to bring Weezing or Corsola. The Diggersby put so much pressure onto Elite's team. That's part of why Elite probably brought that Togekiss, because Togekiss can put in so much work against that Diggersby because it doesn't have that quick attack, fast attack pressure in that matchup. 2 Fire Punches will never come close to taking the knockout. So if you're ever wanting to knock out Togekiss as Diggersby, you kind of need to get some damage in an earlier matchup to soften it up. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough sledding.
In game number 3, I think the one thing we can count on is Elite bringing back that Feraligatr. I don't know where it's going to appear, though, so let's play a game, everybody. Let's find Feraligatr.
Oh, that's the lead Elite was hoping to see. Game number 3, he leads Togekiss into that Bug Bite Fortress.
Togekiss, a favorable lead, as Henry pointed out. It forces the pivot into the Grumpig and then a counter swap into the Feraligatr, but down maybe a couple of side waves, it's not going to be on pace.
I think that Grumpig can actually make life very difficult for Elite. That's because if Elite is forced to give up shield advantage, and then Andy can get a bunch of reverse farm on the Fortress, then suddenly Fortress can actually threaten the Togekiss, similar to game number 1.
Oh, great call out. Another Dynamic Punch is ready. Elite already shielded once, and he's going to shield again, going down 0 to 2 shields early on in this decisive game number 3.
Man, this Grumpig has provided so much value for Andy. Elite fires off the Hydro Cannon, but now there's nothing stopping Togekiss from getting absolutely shredded by a Rock Tomb.
Undercharge, looking for the Shadow Claw down. Switch timer's not up yet, and it looks like he's going to get it. That's a little more energy to feed that ferocious Feraligatr as it fires another Hydro Cannon into the Fortress.
Elite would love to make a 3rd Hydro Cannon, but with the Bug Bite fast attack pressure, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Andy will no shield the first, presumably look to shield the second, because Fortress, even when pretty low, can offer a lot of value with a Rock Tomb into that Togekiss.
I almost wonder if you're Elite, if you swap out the Feraligatr at this point, because you don't want to feed that Fortress any additional energy and get it up to boot. Now we're going to see a Licky swap in from Elite, exactly what we called.
This does set up Andy to make a Rock Tomb, so now this Licky Licky is going to be debuffed, and presumably Andy is going to pivot into the mirror. That's a really tough spot to be, because this will allow Andy to set up that Licky Licky, similar to how Elite did in a previous matchup. Oh, tries for that catch. Elite not going to let that happen. This does heavily desync the timers, but Andy's still very much ahead, because this is the perfect opportunity to just absorb the debuffed energy, farm to 100 energy, and know that with Elite having used both shields in the mid-game, there's nothing stopping these charge attacks from landing.
Nothing stopping them whatsoever. And I gotta say, the only piece of bad news here is that Elite's Licky Licky looks like it's just barely outside of range of 1 Body Slam. Maybe a Body Slam and a rollout down will get it done, but the catch on the Feraligatr keeps Elite in this series.
Elite really trying to claw his way back. He was debuffed. He resets the debuff with the catch, but there's a very frail Togekiss. It's down so much energy. Andy will get to connect with the Body Slam, and Licky Licky not far away from Body Slam number 2 either.
I wonder if a Body Slam plus a Shadow Ball, right? Because the Togekiss is switch locked. It can't do anything to get out of the situation, and I think after shielding one of these Aura Spheres, Licky Licky will be on pace.
Licky Licky being outside of Body Slam range is going to be so difficult for Elite to deal with.
Yeah.
Because Elite would love to try and land an Aura Sphere, but his Togekiss just doesn't have the health needed. It's not going to be able to survive the rollouts and the Body Slams.
Body Slam connecting into Togekiss, going to take it deep down into the red, but the rollouts are going to add up as well. Looking for the swap now into the Fortress, and a counter swap into the Licky Licky. Shadow Ball getting fired off. Elite is not happy.
He's 1 peck away, but it looks like the rollout will take the knockout. Shadow Ball is going to be the end of Fortress. Back in comes the Licky Licky, and Andy is just going to look to try and overfarm as much as possible.
Andy taking a Body Slam yet again on his own Licky Licky, taking it deep down into the red, and now it's a rollout off. If which one of these Pokemon gets KO'd, let's find out. Andy loses a Licky Licky, and that's it.
Oh my goodness! I don't know how Elite found a way. Andy was so far ahead, but Elite makes it 8 series in a row. It was the simultaneous switch, Fortress into the Licky Licky. It seemed like Andy maybe was slightly off on remembering where Togekiss's energy was.
Yeah.
Because Licky Licky could have got the farm down, but instead it ended up backfiring there, and Elite just found a way. I'm just at a loss, Speedy. I don't know how we did it.
Right? It's so insane because, and we talked about this, and you might have thought we were being hyperbolic, right? But on the loser side bracket, there is such an enormous amount of experience, and Elite, knowing his matchups the way he does and being able to count late game, he knew exactly where Andy was on energy all the time. And I think the only mistakes that we saw Andy make were when he got a little bit behind on his counts. Game 2, most notably, when he allowed the 3rd Aura Sphere through onto the Fortress. I mean, that was just the beginning of the end for him, and this was just round 3.
And Andy being able to snipe down with the Fortress, but the decision to Sand Tomb bait meant that the Togekiss was still at its full attack stat, and then a miscount there, losing all the energy, put Andy in a really tough spot in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. And for me, this was like the first crack in the armor, right? Andy got that game 1 win, but that miscount right there, that slight misstep, you can't even blink for half a second versus Elite or trainers of his caliber. And I feel like Andy is a talented trainer, but he just doesn't have the experience to match his opponent.
And this was the critical moment in the match right here. Elite throws 2 and switches. Andy presumably thought that the Aura Sphere was available, but Andy still had a win condition of if Andy just throws the Body Slam on Licky Licky, could have just farmed down the Togekiss, because the Togekiss wasn't at a move in 1, but unfortunately tried to double up, and in doing so, Licky Licky just did not have the HP remaining. It gets farmed down, and that ended up costing him.
Yeah, exactly. Managing HP, especially late game, is so critical. Maybe Andy thought he could hold on to one more rollout, but the rollout does less damage than the peck, so I see the vision. I understand what the goal was. It's just, again, when you're operating into such small margins there, it can sneak up on you sometimes. Those rollouts really do hurt after a while.
Especially when the Togekiss had been on the field earlier, it had switched out, it comes back in. That's where trainers who are able to so accurately remember where that energy is so incredibly impressive, because there is so much math involved with keeping count of all of your opponent's charge stacks, realizing what can I do to outpace them? Can they make a move? Can I make a move? There's so much going on in such little amount of time that it is a very, very difficult game.
Hey, but in that series, no Shadow Galarian Weezing, no problem for Elite. He's able to win with any 9-turn charge stack Pokemon, whether it's the rollout Body Slam Licky Licky or the Fairy Wind Brutal Swing Galarian Weezing. But what an impressive show. And what did you say earlier, Henry? I just want to confirm. How many rounds in a row is that for Elite?
That's now 8. That is 8 losers rounds in a row that Elite has won.
I'm running out of fingers, okay? I won't be able to count much further than this, Elite. Come on.
Well, I've got to say, even though he's definitely had a very hard road to get here, dropping to losers so early, we've seen some incredible losers runs before. Sometimes you can kind of get that wind in your sail, the momentum building, the confidence of saying, I beat 8 people in a row. What's one more, Speedy?
Well, you know what? Let's ask him. Soph is out on the floor. Soph, what's Elite cooking? He's just absolutely on fire this weekend.
And I'm here with Elite, who was fresh off an incredibly close win versus Andy. Tell us about that game 3.
It was really close. I don't remember really what happened, and it literally just happened, but I just remember being really nervous, and it was a really close win.
Yeah, you looked really nervous. I was actually watching with Butters backstage, and we were like, oh, like he's absolutely cooked here. Like, Togekiss is really low. But you are on an incredible run here. For a time, it felt like you were just unstoppable every time you stepped on the stage. So tell us about how you've gone back into what looks like prime Elite form.
I appreciate it. Honestly, I've just been playing GBL like a lot more than I was recently, and that's been my main way of practicing, and it's been really efficient, especially with like these limited metas. Like, for example, there's the Jungle Cup right now. I've been using the Weezing in the Jungle Cup, and it's been a good source of practice. And even though I'm playing like other Pokemon and obviously in these limited metas, it's good to get like a feel for the Pokemon that I'm using and just like keep practicing. And it allows me to like remember like how much damage charge moves and fast moves are doing to things. It's been really good practice.
GBL is definitely a great place to practice, especially now that you can earn championship points. And I know for someone like you who's always on the leaderboards, that could definitely come in handy. And just looking a little bit ahead to the rest of the season, what can we expect to see from you? Any goals you might have?
Well, I was hoping to do like well enough just to get points in this tournament, but then Pocket had an interview with Speedy earlier this weekend, and he basically just like really just said he just said I was gonna do bad at this tournament, and I got offended by that. And I'm glad I'm doing decently well in this tournament. I'm doing better than he is. That was like my main goal after hearing his interview. I might do NAIC. We'll see. If I did bad at this, I probably would have done NAIC. But now like it's like 50-50. I might be there, but and then Worlds. I'm hoping with the points that I get from this, it's enough to qualify, but you never know.
Well, you definitely did better than Pocket. So aside from him, is there anyone you want to shout out and thank?
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to my mom. Obviously, it's Mother's Day. She's been supportive of me my whole life. And then I also want to shout out, he's not playing Go, he's playing VGC, but my friend Aaron Brock. He went on stream earlier today, and then we both, like, I had a match on the tables, and then he just finished his stream game, and we both won, and I was really excited. So, shout out to Aaron.
Always fun to play with different friends across the different games. Elite, thank you so much for your time, and congrats again. And we'll take it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph and Elite. Elite putting together a pretty monster losers run. You know who else has been putting together a pretty fantastic losers run? That is Beelzeboy, our current reigning world champion.
Oh, is that who he is? Never heard of him. I'm just kidding. Beelzeboy taking on your reigning LAIC champion. This is a bout of the heavyweights about to enter the ring. So get your friends, get anyone who loves Pokemon Go PvP in here to watch this next set of battles. You do not want to miss this.
Grumpig for Nighttime Clasher looks incredibly strong. There are targets everywhere. There's a lot of Pokemon that are weak to fighting. There's the Corsola, which is weak to Shadow Ball. There's the Togekiss that's completely walled, and Quagsire, which kind of like is neutrally in trouble there. So Grumpig, I think, makes a lot of sense from Nighttime Clasher.
I could also see him leaning a bit more on the Azumarill. I know a lot of his fellow trainers maybe gave him a little criticism, said that's too safe of a pick. It doesn't deal enough damage. It's not dynamic enough, but it is very reliable. So let's see what he decides to do and what Beelzeboy does to match.
We've got lock-ins game number 1. It's going to be the Battle of the Flyers. Corviknight for Nighttime Clasher into the Togekiss for Beelzeboy.
Now, Corviknight has been pushed out of the meta largely for a number of reasons, and Togekiss is one of them. This Pokemon's Aura Sphere does add up really quickly, and Corviknight can only fight back with the Air Cutter, so it desperately needs a boost here.
Air Cutter really not going to do much. No boost comes through from Nighttime Clasher. The thing Corviknight is going for it is the fact that the Pex and 2 Aura Spheres should miss the knockout, allowing Corviknight to make it to a 3rd Air Cutter.
Third Air Cutter would be enough to pick up the KO into Togekiss, but that first Aura Sphere takes quite a chunk out of the Steel and Flying type. Air Cutter number 2 going to come through here. Another chance for a boost as well.
No shield from Beelzeboy, wanting to absorb the damage that's really not threatening. No boost once again. He can farm up and go for the Aura Sphere, but a good IV Corviknight should be able to hang on here and make a 3rd Air Cutter.
It's a little bit spooky for me, Henry. I don't know. That's going to deal a lot of damage, and the Pecs are going to add up as well, but you're exactly right. 3rd Air Cutter is locked and loaded.
Beelzeboy could opt to let this go and try and go for the double-resisted Bug Bite farm down. He has been masterful at getting an energy advantage on the Shadow Fortress, but no, he's going for Empoleon. Empoleon going to be answered with the Quagsire. This is the non-Shadow Quagsire, and it's also on Stone Edge, no Mud Bomb, so the Quagsire is entirely walled.
Exactly. Quagsire going to struggle here. You would think the ground type would have the advantage versus all typing Empoleon, but not in this scenario. Does command that first protection with the Hydro Cannon. Stone Edge coming through. This is probably the best that Quagsire can offer in this matchup.
And it's still not going to be much. Stone Edge connects onto the Empoleon. Beelzeboy can look to return fire with Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon will miss the knockout. The regular Quagsire will be able to survive this very comfortably. When does Beelzeboy decide to unleash that Shadow Fortress is the question on everyone's mind.
Oh, and that time is now. Out comes the Fortress for a gross Bug Bite down. Building to the Stone Edge, threatening that damage. Beelzeboy has to make a call here. He's got 2 shields. Does he call the Aqua Tail bait? Yes, he does!
Oh, that's a nice call from Beelzeboy. Nighttime Clasher immediately under-tapping the Aqua Tail. He just wants whatever damage that he can get. He does have that Licky lurking in the back. With that Aqua Tail landing, this Fortress is getting significantly closer to range where a Shadow Ball could take the knockout.
Nighttime Clasher so desperate to avoid the Bug Bite farm downs, to not allow it on the Corviknight or the Quagsire, but now his Licky is a little bit behind as it gets Rock Tombed basically upon entry.
The Quagsire did stay to do 1 mud shot of damage. Oh, the bait comes out from Nighttime Clasher. This is debuffed. Does Beelzeboy call it? He's thinking through his options. Does he press shield? He does press shield on the Body Slam bait.
My goodness, I thought he was going to call that one as well. That would have been mind-blowing. But here comes the swap into Empoleon. What a catch, but it's a Shadow Ball.
Oh, Beelzebub able to preserve the Fortress. It's full charge from Nighttime Clasher. Shadow Ball will take the knockout. Back in comes the Fortress. Nighttime Clasher gonna try and reach for a body slam. Can he get there? He does get there. And this body slam will be putting the Fortress critically low.
It's going to be super close. Either Fortress sweeps or it sputters out. Body slam bounces off. Bug bites tear through the Licky. I think this one might be over.
It's going to be so close. In comes the Corviknight. Sand attack goes through. Instant Sand Tomb from Beelzebub. He does not want to take the damage, but Nighttime Clasher is putting up the shield. Nighttime Clasher wants to get as much Sand attack damage as possible. Can Beelzebub farm down? He exits with the Sand Tomb loaded.
1 HP. Sand Tomb loaded. Beelzebub does it again. Another insane win in this loser side bracket.
Wow. Beelzebub found a way. He got the catch onto the Empoleon, and this Shadow Fortress is so deadly when piloted by Beelzebub.
My goodness, you called it out, Henry. Getting a little bit of energy on that Pokemon and then using that as leverage down the stretch. I don't think there's anyone better at that than Beelzebub, and he proved it yet again in this game number 1 versus Nighttime Clasher.
That was just absolute magic. Deciding to go for the Empoleon farm, Nighttime Clasher pivoting out and calling the Stone Edge. Well, calling that it wasn't the Stone Edge onto the Bug Bite Fortress, and then getting that end game catch. So much had to go right. It felt like Beelzebub was constantly in a negative position, but with that catch, with the calls, he clawed his way back and showed us that world champion difference.
He absolutely did. Licky, Togekiss, as well as that Galarian Corsola, Shadow Fortress, Shadow Quagsire with Aquatail, Mud Bomb, and Empoleon. That's the team. The final pick of that 6 being Empoleon. Again, I don't think many trainers are even considering the Empoleon anymore, not like they were a few short months ago, but Beelzebub is showing us it's still got a lot of play.
Nighttime Clasher opted against the Grumpig, and Beelzebub did run a line that was pretty weak to it. It was Empoleon and Togekiss. Realistically, Grumpig, it's not going to be a big fan of Corsola, but its energy can go everywhere with the exception of that Bug Bite Fortress. So can Beelzebub get away with running soft to it again? Does Nighttime Clasher try and punish it? And if he does the Grumpig end up on that deadly Bug Bite Fortress?
Nighttime Clasher already locked in for potentially his last game in Los Angeles. Beelzebub taking just a few extra moments to ponder his team composition and get everything just right. I mean, he's got a process, right? The process took him all the way to the World Championships and hoisting a trophy on stage. I don't think he changed the process at this point.
Every trainer is going to be a little bit different. Some trainers will lock in a line in 2 seconds. They know exactly what they're going to run. They have a game plan. They're sticking to it. Others take the time to really think through the options. If I see this, I'm doing this. What are my game plans? How can I try and gain an advantage? And it is really cool to see. In our game, there's many different ways to play it, and players can have an immense amount of success with very different approaches.
Exactly right. Nighttime Clasher, engine's hot, ready to go. He's been doing this all weekend as well. He'll lose that first game and then start to bounce back and build a lot of momentum. Can he do that though against the world champion? Game number 2 leads are on the field.
Well, that's a great start for Nighttime Clasher, leading Grumpig into the Togekiss. Togekiss going to be forced to switch out, and in comes the Empoleon.
Great start indeed, and that Grumpig can still hit back even against the Empoleon here. I would like to see a Protect Shield here on the Hydro Cannon, but we might not get one. Nighttime Clasher makes the call.
He knows this Grumpig has incredible amounts of value. Grumpig just going to look to overfarm massively. 7 Psywaves and Dynamic Punch. Beelzebub would get absolutely shredded by the Dynamic Punch on his Empoleon, so he's forced to put up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, he's got no other choice. And the longer that Nighttime Clasher stays in this matchup, the more pressure it applies. Hydro Cannon number 2.
If Nighttime Clasher ends up trying to pivot out of this matchup at any point, the switch timer is almost up for Beelzebub. After one more charge attack, the switch timer will be available. It looks like Empoleon may fail to get a Metal Sound farm down. So now Beelzebub, if he stays in and tries to fire off energy, he would have to try and pivot out of the matchup.
Ooh, Nighttime Clasher deciding to reach for that Quagsire. He's met by the Togekiss here, which honestly is not bad, I think, for either trainer, especially with the Stone Edge tech. But here comes the Aura Sphere.
Quagsire being up energy means that it should make a Stone Edge plus Aqua Tail before the second Aura Sphere is available. Aura Sphere, wow, that really does not do much. The non-Shadow Quagsire paying dividends for Nighttime Clasher in game number 2.
Well, Beelzebub's relied on that Fortress time and time again. Looks like he's going to reach for that trusty Pokemon yet again in this game number 3. But first, Aqua Tail, just like Henry called out, is going to outpace the Togekiss.
This doesn't quite look like a Bug Bite farm down range, which is unfortunate because Beelzebub would have to take some damage there. In the back, Nighttime Clasher has the Corviknight, Corviknight is a very strong answer. In comes the Fortress. He's hoping for a farm down, but he's just not going to get there before the Aqua Tail is reached.
Yeah, also switch timer not up either, so he could not have gone to that Empoleon to soak this damage. He's going to take an Aqua Tail for his trouble, and then a pivot from Nighttime Clasher out into the Corviknight, and suddenly this looks a little bit tricky for Beelzebub.
Rock Tomb will do a decent amount of damage, but because this Corviknight is switch locked, this is the opportunity that Empoleon has been waiting for. Beelzebub's switch clock is up. He can send in Empoleon, and Empoleon has to try and make it to back-to-back Hydro Cannons before it gets knocked out by the debuff Payback.
It's going to be super close. Last protection of the game coming up from Nighttime Clasher, and all the while during these fast charge stacks, the switch timers have been ticking down. Another charge stack coming through any moment. Payback coming through. You said this was debuffed. Let's see if it's enough.
Oh man, Empoleon, it needs to hang on for Beelzebub. Can it survive? Payback lands. Empoleon is gonna fall, and that is going to seal the game. Nighttime Clasher gets the equalizer. He makes Payback number 2. That's gonna be knocking out the Fortress, and the Grumpig put in great work for Nighttime Clasher. Beelzebub ran weak to it. Nighttime Clasher brought that Grumpig, and that was instrumental in equalizing the series.
I also think it says so much about Nighttime Clasher's team reads that he suspected the Fortress in the back. He knew that was the trusty Pokemon Beelzebub was going to lean on, so he leaves the Corviknight back there. He's ready for it, and as soon as that Pokemon comes out, he pounces.
That Fortress, it really tried to generate an advantage there, but unfortunately Corviknight has such a strong matchup that we saw we've seen the highs and the lows of Bug Bite Fortress. In those matchups where Bug isn't resisted, it just feels unstoppable. You get enough energy, it just rolls through entire teams. But against Corviknight, Corviknight was really able to be well positioned there for Nighttime Clasher. We've kind of been asking all weekend, what does Corviknight do? I think the answer is check Bug Bite Fortress, and that in itself does add some value.
I'd say a ton of value, right? Nighttime Clasher fighting his way back into the series, taking this game at number 2. This was a nice breath of fresh air for him getting to the Aqua Tail, and you were right, not within Bug Bite downrange. And I think a big part of that is because he is running the regular Quagsire and not the Shadow variant.
The regular Quagsire, there are some matchups where you don't quite have the damage, but it really felt like the bulk shone in that matchup.
Yeah.
Being able to so comfortably no shield and Aura Sphere, not be able to be farmed down, get critical damage on that Fortress, and then just generally make life very, very difficult for Beelzebub to play into it.
We have an elimination game on our hands, everybody. This is Beelzebub versus Nighttime Clasher. Does a magical loser's bracket run come to an end, or does the world champ move on? Let's find out.
We've got lock-ins game number 3. That's what Beelzebub was hoping to see. Corsola finds a target as it leads into the Bug Bite Fortress.
Very nice target at that. The Bug Bite's being resisted. The Astonishes dealing so much neutral damage. Actually going for the Nightshade here.
Oh, Nighttime Clasher did not go for the catch. Beelzebub risked it, and it pays off as he's able to grab a very early Protect Shield.
Great shield there by Nighttime Clasher to keep his Shadow Fortress healthy. He's going to try to debuff and slow down this Galarian Corso with the Rock Tomb.
Nighttime Clasher with the Licky in the back does have an ability to go for a catch, but it's actually Beelzebub who's going to opt out. He's pivoting into the Empoleon. Empoleon will outpace and suddenly put a tremendous amount of pressure on Fortress's final Protect Shield.
I like the discipline by Beelzebub to go up to that Sand Tomb and throw the Hydro Cannon on Charge Attack priority if Nighttime Clasher would have forced it, but instead he stores a bit of energy and goes for it now.
This Empoleon is going to be debuffed. It can survive the Sand Tomb, but would pay a very heavy price. Is he willing to just let so much damage land? He says no. He will put up the shield. Now Nighttime Clasher could try and go for a catch. Oh, he does get the catch, and he gets the catch and sneak as in comes Azumarill.
Wow, after the 4 metal sounds, Nighttime Clasher makes the read and pulls the switch. Azumarill takes a little shower there, and it is not bothered whatsoever by the Hydro Cannon.
Empoleon, the switch timer's up, so if Beelzebub wants to pivot out of the matchup, he will have the ability to do so. He gets the catch right back. Empoleon's energy is saved, and now the Azumarill is completely walled by the Bug Bite Fortress.
So many swaps, twists, and turns, and the Licky has not even been revealed yet for Nighttime Clasher, so there's still more cards up these trainers' sleeves. We're going to see another charge attack here any second. It's going to be a play rough from Azumarill.
I think an X factor for Beelzebub is the Empoleon energy and the shield, which means that the energy on the Fortress won't actually take a knockout. The Azumarill energy really not going to do much. Beelzebub would love to try and farm it into range where Rock Tomb could secure the knockout. Rock Tomb doesn't do a lot of damage onto Azumarill because Azumarill has incredible stat product.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher looking for a curious swap into his own Fortress, but doesn't quite pull the trigger in time. Forced to take that Rock Tomb. Now an instant pivot into Licky, but can it prevent the next Rock Tomb? No, it cannot.
Oh, that's a big survive for Beelzebub. Beelzebub barely able to hang on. Fortress exits with the parting gift there. Rock Tomb lands, and that that is going to put them dangerously close to Hydro Cannon range.
Hydro Cannon #1, Empoleon not quite at the back-to-back. This gives Nighttime Clasher an opportunity to fire that Shadow Ball and try to pick up a KO here.
Doesn't quite take the knockout. Nighttime Clasher undertaps the Shadow Ball. Beelzeboy, is he gonna burn the final shield of the game on Empoleon? He says yes, he's doing the math. Can he get the farm down?
The broadcast can't handle it, everybody. It's too hype. Here comes another charge attack. Actually, excuse me, a metal sound down, which is massive for Beelzeboy.
In comes the Fortress, tries to go for a catch. It's unable to go through. Switch timer not yet up. He says well played, as he thinks Beelzeboy has this game won.
Empoleon, another Hydro Cannon, complete sweep by the Metal and Steel type Pokemon, and it looks like that loser's bracket run is going to keep on running. Beelzeboy taking down Nighttime Clasher.
He's the world champ for a reason. What a series. Beelzeboy taking it 2-1. He's still alive here in Los Angeles.
Incredibly well done. Nighttime Clasher, as we predicted, doesn't go away without a fight. He was able to even up the series in game #2, but Beelzeboy, that world champ difference, maybe he doesn't even need Fortress. Maybe he needs any kind of steel type, whether it's his Shadow Steelix at Worlds or his Empoleon here in LA. He can make a difference.
I feel that he has definitely shown a lot of value in Empoleon, especially with the Quagsire being on the Aquatail Stone Edge rather than Mud Bomb. That made Empoleon actually a very safe switch. Yeah. Normally, you don't see the Corsola pivoting out of the Fortress matchup, but just saying, you know what, I'm fine taking that damage. I'm just going to send in Empoleon. I'm up a shield. I'm now up energy. And that Empoleon was just a continual nuisance for Nighttime Clasher.
No, it really was. I could tell that the momentum was already starting to build on Beelzeboy's side in that intro play that you mentioned when he reached for that Empoleon after taking the Protect Shield. Very well done by him. And Nighttime Clasher, ever maneuverable, ever resilient, was unable to turn that series around in the end. So that's a lot of round wins for Beelzeboy, but he's got a few more if he wants to catch up to Elite.
A fantastic run from Nighttime Clasher, one of Arcane's best, but in a battle of titans, only one can emerge victorious, and that was Beelzeboy. The plays, the catches, the bait calls, it was on point. The gameplay from Beelzeboy was absolutely exquisite.
Absolutely pristine Nighttime Clasher. Such a talented trainer in his own rights. Make sure to look out for him at upcoming events. He seems to be everywhere and anywhere, competing all the time. And I think that he's going to have a great World Championships appearance, but unfortunately, his run is over in Los Angeles.
Now we're going to be staying on the losers side of the bracket coming up here, as we're going to have another trainer who we already mentioned is having a massive losers run. Elite is back, and Elite is going to be going up against Cy Rhino, who is currently having their best tournament to date, running a Drain Punch Sableye.
And if you remember, Cy Rhino lost a real heart stopper of a Game 3 to Arrow on that winners semis bracket. What an incredible series that was. I mean, I believe it was a Gyro Ball from the Aegis Slash, pivot into Dartrix Brave Bird, back to the Aegis Slash for another charge attack. Absolute cinema. So he had a really tough loss. Let's see how he responds as well against Elite, because younger trainers, right, it's really interesting to see what their mental state does once they take that first loss and fall to that loser side bracket. How resilient is Cy Rhino?
But this shows the power of getting to day 2 on the winner side of the bracket. You can fall, but you're not out of it yet. Elite fell day 1. He's still going. Beelzeboy fell day 1. Yeah. He's still going as well. And now it's up to Cy Rhino. These are the moments from which champions are built. Do you have what it takes? Do you have the resilience to shake off adversity? Dig deep, because you're going to need to win a set against Elite. Elite has won 8 series in a row. Elite is a multi-time regional champion. If you want to be a regional champion, that starts now with winning this series.
Henry, I want to run through a wall right now, man. You should be a motivational speaker, I swear. That is so hype. And I know that I know that in their hearts, these trainers feel it, right? They feel the energy and they feel the importance of this situation. Elite, I mean, he's basically living down here in the loser side bracket. He knows what's up, but the pressure of losing this next series and having to sit out in the stands and watch watch another player get crowned champion, that is a tough position to be in.
But my goodness, for Cy Rhino, he has very masterfully played up until this point. Even that decisive game number 3 against Arrow came down to Arrow making a hard read that Cy Rhino would go for a catch. Arrow was perfectly content with saying, if you stay in and throw the move, you win the game. But sometimes it takes those gutsy predictions. So Cy Rhino was so close. This is still top 6. So this is an incredible run, but Cy Rhino doesn't want it to end yet. He's got to defeat the California King in Elite if he wants to make it to top 4. So this battle, I believe, is for a medal.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. And And I mean, for you, Henry, I mean, you wanted that Drain Punch Sableye to get a medal. So we're going to see if Cyrino can actually pull it off, or if it's going to be a Shadow Galarian Wheezing that tends to get it done. Also, fascinating interview with Elite earlier, hearing him say he was practicing with this Pokemon in a limited meta in Go Battle League and decided, you know what, I can bring this Pokemon out against the Open Great League and still have a ton of success, and he has shown that here on stage.
I can confirm. Speedy, you know how many times I've lost to that Galarian Wheezing from Elite? More than I would care to admit. He's a magician with that Pokemon, but it goes to show that even if you're just testing individual lines of 3, the Go Battle League can be a very good place to do so. You have the ability to play against all kinds of trainers, learn how do trainers like to play against this Pokemon. You can pick up on a lot of tendencies and then use that information, the damage range knowledge, the damage calcs and all that in these competitive formats.
And also during our international championships, you can play the format from our international in Go Battle League. So make sure to take advantage of that and open the app during those special weekends. But this is a special weekend right now. We've got Cyrino and Elite in Losers Round 4 playing for some hardware. Drain Punch Sableye, Shadow Galarian Wheezing. What do you think we'll see in game number 1?
The open team sheets here, I do think betray the Drain Punch Sableye a little bit, because if you're in a closed team sheet format like the Go Battle League and you lead into a Togekiss and you build up to 7, Togekiss might have to respect the Power Gem. But Elite, knowing that there is not only no coverage into the Togekiss, but no coverage into the Galarian Wheezing, might empower Elite to try and run some of those fairies in case Cyrino decides to rely on that Sableye.
Excellent call out there. In terms of other moveset shenanigans, we don't have many to discuss. I think that one wildcard factor will be the Drain Punch Sableye, but it's going to be a fascinating series to watch because there's a ton of interplay. We've seen the Grumpig be very powerful for certain Pokemon, or excuse me, certain trainers. And I think that Grumpig versus Galarian Wheezing, as long as there's shields in play, the Psywaves will just melt through the Galarian Wheezing. So let's find out, everybody. Game number 1 coming at ya. Losers round 4.
Elite versus Cyrino. We've got the leads. It's Sableye into Licky Licky. Drain Punch will be hitting for super effective damage here.
It will, but how much damage will that actually be? While the Shadow Claws are also double resisted, we're going to see if we get a charge attack or a swap. We're going to get the former here. Drain Punch. Oh, this is going to be an epic impact.
This is the non-Shadow Sableye, which means it already has quite a bit of bulk, and that bulk is going to increase thanks to Drain Punch. But Drain Punch is not a move that is known for its damage, so Licky Licky is able to tank it very comfortably.
Exactly. Cyrino maybe a little bit confused that he got 3 Shadow Claws there, but he's going to look for another Drain Punch back-to-back here as he continues to buffer his Sableye and protect it from the Shadow Ball damage.
It looked like Elite was just trying to wait the turn there to ensure that there was no catch onto a potential Wigglytuff, for example, which would be the Ghost Resist on Cyrino's team.
Great call out there. Shadow Ball getting fired off a second time. Cyrino gonna let this one through after double buffing Sableye. That does nothing.
Oh my goodness, Sableye. And now he should be able to threaten extra damage with Foul Play. Goes for the Drain Punch. I don't know if Drain Punch will quite take the knockout here. I believe Foul Play would do slightly more damage. Elite not gonna shield. He thinks he can hang on, and he will.
He absolutely will hang on. Another Shadow Ball coming through. This is 3 stages boosted on defense. I think the highest you can go is 4. So Sableye is near the ceiling. Shadow Ball connects, and it's down into the red finally.
Can Sableye get the Shadow Claw down? It does. Sableye is very low, but its defense is so incredibly boosted. In comes Feraligatr. Feraligator's going to try and farm down, but I think Sableye's actually going to get 2 Foul Plays here.
I absolutely do as well. Sableye looking for the first Foul Play. Going to fire off the second one if it can survive long enough to get there. Shadow Claw's not enough, and Sableye is such a menace on the field.
Oh my goodness, the Sableye almost feels immortal at this point. Charge attack after charge attack, getting so much value, and it's basically knocked out 2 Pokemon, and Cyrino gets the Peekaboo and catches the Hydro Cannon onto the Empoleon.
Wow, talk about a buffer. Cyrino is building a moat around himself versus Elite. Here comes the Quagsire. Finally, the 3rd Pokemon's revealed from Elite, but my goodness, he is way, way behind.
That catch from Cyrino is so impactful here because Elite has Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb could basically just knock out the Empoleon with a couple Mud Shots.
Yeah.
So it ends up forcing Elite into very inefficiently using energy. So that Peekaboo play from Cyrino, even hard switch locking that Empoleon, pays off quite a bit.
Cyrino decides to let the Empoleon go, probably hoping it was some kind of Aqua Tail bait, but the Mud Bomb does pick up the knockout. Final Pokemon on the field for Cyrino is the Grumpig.
Grumpig normally is favored, but with the amount of energy that Elite was able to generate from that Empoleon matchup, Elite is looking to try and strike back. Mud Bomb is going to basically pick up the 2-hit knockout with a few Mud Shots, maybe even Aqua Tail.
Yeah, this is an enormous amount of energy. The final Protect Shield of the game for Sai Rhino, and all of that momentum seems to be fizzling out here. Aqua Tail takes the shield. Shadow Ball, Dynamic Puncher ready, gonna go for the ladder.
It's Elite, and it's a 35 energy charge attack, Speedy. I don't know what to tell you. He spams them out like no one. Dynamic Punch is going to be shielded. He makes the Aqua Tail. Even if this fails to take the knockout, Elite still does have the Feraligatr, which could inflict a Shadow Claw's worth of damage onto that Grumpig if it survives.
Yeah, that's the only hope. Shadow Claw worth of damage or a successful catch. Here comes Elite. All the momentum, excuse me, all the momentum in the world. And Elite is able to wind back the catapult and shoot it right back at Sai Rhino.
Wow, Elite surrendered 2 entire Pokemon just to set up the Quagsire, and it paid off. He was trusting that with a Sableye lead, there would have to be a pretty decent check to Fairy in the back, because Sableye can't hit that Galarian Weezing. So he's saying, you know what? There has to be an Empoleon back there, and if it's an Empoleon, I can just overwhelm it with the Quagsire. A great read from Elite, understanding how Sai Rhino would have to construct the Sableye lead team and having to punish with the Quagsire.
My goodness, it looked so desperate, so dominant for Sai Rhino in the opening moments of that game. The Sableye with the Drain Punches, my gosh, it just refused to go away. Basically KOing 2 Pokemon. That Feraligatr was down in the red, but Quagsire carried the load for the entire team.
And even getting the catch and sneak wasn't enough for Sai Rhino. The Quagsire exiting with the Aqua Tail loaded, and then Grumpig. It's known for having pretty fast pacing, but a Quagsire that already has an Aqua Tail loaded was just simply too much. And then Elite, I don't think he needed the catch to win, but it almost feels like that catch is a little bit of psychological warfare there of saying, you know what, I'm going to have that dominant of a win.
Of course, and you've seen Elite's composure on stage. I mean, he doesn't smile, he doesn't laugh, he doesn't look at the camera. He is absolutely locked in, and even after such an incredible catch, I mean, you would expect a little pop-off, but Elite says the job's not done.
He is going to wait until he wins the round, or maybe even wins the whole tournament before we see a smile out of Elite. We've got one trainer locked in, the other making some last-second adjustments. This is a win or go-home game for Sai Rhino.
Man, I can feel the pressure from here. Game 2 on the board, everybody. We're going to see Grumpig into Galarian Weezing. This is what Sai Rhino wants to see.
Elite will have an ability to go for a Brutal Swing and then a Pivot Out. Brutal Swing will inflict some pretty significant damage onto that Grumpig. So we'll fire off the Brutal Swing, grab an early Protect Shield, but the longer that Weezing stays in this matchup, these Psy Waves are really going to start to hurt.
Exactly. Double waters in the back. Pivot now from Elite into the Feraligatr. Dynamic Punch to try to maybe equalize the shield situation or at least take a chunk of the Feraligator's HP. Sai Rhino strikes back.
Shield does come up. Sai Rhino going to send in the Sableye. Normally, we are used to the Shadow variant of the Sableye, but the regular Sableye is going to lose charge attack priority. A very high attack Sableye could win that charge attack priority tie, but it looks like Sai Rhino has invested a bit more in bulk.
Controlling switch from here, extremely important because you do have that Galarian Weezing that could see the Shadow Altaria for Sai Rhino, or you've got a Quagsire with no Stone Edge asset at all. So this is a very important critical point of the battle.
Elite could also look to try and leverage energy on that Galarian Weezing. Oh, that's going to be a charge attack priority tie. Now, Sableye, I believe, clicked on the Drain Punch there. So if Sableye buffs up its defense, it would just set a big reverse farm for the Weezing. But instead, Sai Rhino is just going to go for the Psy Wave down and not let Weezing get that massive energy head start where it could have overwhelmed.
Taking control switch advantage allows Elite to switch in that Shadow Quagsire, and now his Galarian Weezing has enormous play in the back. Dynamic Punch will connect into Shadow Quagsire, dealing meaningful damage, but this Grumpig has more work to do.
Can Sai Rhino get a catch? He desperately needs it, and he does get it, catching the Mud Bomb, double resisted onto Shadow Altaria.
Incredible catch, trying to neutralize some of the damage that Elite is ready to dish out to his opponent. Going to switch now into the Galarian Weezing, looking for a charge attack any moment. It's so much faster than the Altaria, it's mind-blowing.
These Fairy Winds do so much. Elite will look to put up the Protect Shield and then get as much Fairy Wind damage as possible. He wants to try and exit with a lot of energy. He's going to have to throw a charge attack, but he could look to farm up just shy of 100 and then go for a Brutal Swing or a Sludge. He realizes it's outside of Brutal Swing range, so he's going to have to go for the Sludge to take the knockout.
Harder hitting, same type attack bonus Sludge, even with a slight undercharge, is going to be enough to get the job done versus Altaria. Out comes the Grumpig. No shields in play for Elite. But here comes the final shield from Sai Rhino.
This is where those 35 energy charge attacks, Speedy. He's almost at 2 more brutal swings. He gets there. Oh, it's a charge attack priority tie, and Weezing wins it.
Yeah, I mean, that dynamic punch would have been heavily resisted anyway, would not have been enough to KO. So Brutal Swing picks up the knockout almost against the Grumpig. We can just see for science purposes how much damage this would have done.
Oh my goodness, the Weezing. I was not a believer. I did not understand, but Elite is proving me wrong, proving you wrong, proving all of us wrong. This Galarian Weezing is taking names, and Elite moves on to the top 4.
9 in a row.
Wow.
What do you think about that, everybody? 9 opponents have all fallen to Elite. He is knocking on doors, and he is taking names on that loser side bracket.
It honestly feels like I've seen this story before. Elite in California. We call him the California King, and it looks like he is looking to reclaim that crown here in Los Angeles.
Exactly. I think the crown maybe slipped or maybe it fell off, and he is very, very strongly hoping to get that title back for himself, and understandably so. He is putting a performance together that I have not seen many trainers ever accomplish in their entire careers.
And he's doing it with the Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon that, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe has won a regional, or if it has, it's just escaping my mind at the current moment. Galarian Weezing has seen some play. It's made some top cuts, but I don't know if it's ever won a tournament before.
I know Rise has played it before, but I don't believe he won the event that he was using the Galarian Weezing. It's such a fascinating Pokemon, right? Its set of resistances are so incredible, especially against Dragon-type opponents. It's absolutely daunting. Fighters as well, but my goodness, with all the ground in the meta, it's still a mystery in my mind how Elite settled on this Pokemon in particular.
I actually got a chance to chat with him a little bit prior to day 2, and he had mentioned that he had a core of 5 that he really liked, and a Galarian Weezing. And he was like, well, I mean, I have the 5 that I like. I may as well just put a Weezing here. And it really seems like that choice of the Weezing has paid so many dividends. But what I really like about Elite's team is how quickly it gets to charge attacks. We keep bringing this up because round after round, the pacing of this team is just outputting too much damage for trainers to fight back against.
Exactly. You've got the rollout and body slam Licky, the Mudshot, Aqua Tail, Shadow Quagsire, and then you got the Galarian Weezing with the Fairy Wind to Brutal Swing. Like you said, it feels like every time you turn around, he has another charge stack.
I swear, there's always just stored energy somewhere. He's always banking charge attacks, pivoting out, resetting, and just putting his Pokemon in really good positions to succeed. Even with having that Mud Bomb caught, I do want to give massive credit to Cyrino. Incredible run, finishing top 6, played great in that series as well. There's so much to be proud of as Cyrino. This was an incredible run with a moveset that we had never seen in the competitive scene before with Drain Punch Sableye.
Well, I got good news for everybody who's a fan of Elite. If you enjoyed his gameplay so far, stay tuned, because I'm sure he'll be back on the stage shortly. But for now, we're headed to a quick break. We'll see you soon.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillos, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
My name is Dunebug97, and I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts. The Pokemon type I would be Steel type because I'm very resilient, like Steel.
Dunebug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in one season. He's so good at this game.
When I was working a summer job after graduating high school, some coworkers were just playing Pokemon Go, and I was like, what is this game that they're playing? Oh, you can find Pokemon in the real world. And I was hooked. I think my favorite early memory from the game is the first Go Fest I ever attended, where there was just such a fun community. It was just a great time overall. I would say the best advice I had for new Pokemon trainers, be the best person you can, because that will help you in life in general and also at the tournaments you go to. My biggest mentor in my life has been my father, who is sadly no longer with me. He always told me, keep putting in the effort and the results will follow. I think the underdog mentality really pushes me further and helps me succeed when I really need it. I think the biggest development for me personally throughout the years has been concentration and in-game discipline. Not making rash decisions that could potentially cost me games. There's absolutely a balance between being aggressive and being more reserved with your play style. When it comes to attending tournaments, I would say it's 70% I'm focused on winning, doing as best as I can, then 30% is having fun with everyone and all my friends. My most difficult match in day 2 was against Rockhaven. That Bastion, Gudra, Azumarill combo, and the Shadow Scizor was just a lot to deal with, and I had to just make some really risky calls, and it ended up working out in the end. I feel like Rise to Occasion is the most fierce competitor I can face at any tournament. My first finals was in Arlington. I was able to dig myself out of a 0-2 hole in the losers finals against Rise. This match, compared to the other ones, it shows how much I was able to adjust to a difficult matchup. In the first winners finals, I was just not realizing how strong my Shadow Primeape would be. But once we got to that rematch, I was starting to realize this is a really good pick against his team. Once I made the correct adjustments, I was able to just steamroll through the rest of the games. When I reset the bracket, I knew I was in a very good spot.
Doombuck bumps his fist. Give it up for your Las Vegas regional champion.
Right now, I'm feeling really in awe of everything that's happened. It's been a crazy weekend.
Doombuck came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend.
This event qualified me for Worlds and put me in a very good position to get that travel award for EUIC in London. My number 1 goal this season would probably be make day 2 at Worlds. Every World Championships I've attended, I've never made day 2. I just finally want to break through that wall. My favorite Worlds moment has to be when I got to spend that whole time with my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I don't know if I'm going to win Worlds this year. You'll have to tune in and find out. Twitch.tv/Pokemon. Go. I think people should look out for me at Worlds because I'm just a sneaky player, very sneaky. Sometimes I can fly under the radar and people might not expect me to come out from underground. If I won Worlds, I think my life would be complete.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Los Angeles Pokemon Go Regional Championships. Just a few players are left in the mix fighting for that coveted title of Regional Champion.
Yeah, I believe we're at the top 6 right now. They're fighting to become top 4. We got Beelzeboy versus Ashton Ash coming up next. It's just going to be amazing matchup after amazing matchup. And the winner of this matchup will advance on to face Elite. Here is that loser side of the bracket, and look at that run that Elite had. 2-0 Dapper Disc, 2-0 Sceptile Ice, 2-1 against Andy, and another 2-0 versus Side Rhino to get to the loser semis.
And this is a tale as old as time for Elite. He has won multiple regional championships at this point from the loser's side, but he's going to have to go through either Ashton Ash or Beelzeboy, who, by the way, also entered day 2 on the loser side. You look at Beelzeboy's run, taking down Swakini, then rise to occasion to get to this point. And of course, waiting in the wings is Arrow and K-Pine. They've been waiting for quite a while. We're going to get their match, I believe, in 2 matches from now. And of course, the winner of that will go on to the grand finals. The loser will drop to the losers finals.
Ashton Ash started out strong in the winner's side, beating Sceptile Ice, then going down 0-2 to K-Pine, putting him in this moment right here to face the reigning world champion. And that world champion, his in-person resume is actually insane. I mean, I was just looking through it. He has, you know, some India playoffs and some APAC playoffs that were online, but in person, he has 4th place at 2024 Worlds, 1st place at 2025 Worlds to be your world champion, and then 7th place at EUIC, and now he's top 6. The only dud was Las Vegas. He got 49th with a Mel medal. I think the world champion wasn't super locked in. He was just trying to have fun in that tournament, but when this trainer is locked in, he has been outstanding in in-person tournaments. There's a reason he's the world champion.
He is just such a treat to watch. I think he has the greatest record of all time at the World Championships, possibly the greatest record of all time at in-person events, at least at these huge major events, Worlds and ICs, and I'm so excited to see what he's going to bring for us against Ashton Ash.
And Ashton Ash, 7 times in the top 5. If he wins this matchup, make that 8, and he still has the opportunity to become the champion. But to become a champion, you'll have to defeat a champion and a world champion at that. This matchup, a lot of similar Pokemon, but of course on the side for Ashton Ash, you have that Grumpig, and then on the side for Beelzeboy, one Pokemon that we haven't seen super commonly is that Empoleon, but I feel like Empoleon's been very strong all tournament.
For the trainers who have brought Empoleon onto their teams of 6, I feel like they've been doing quite well. So I'm curious to see if Beelzeboy brings it here. I think it could be a decent safe swap against Ashton Ash, but he also has a lot of other options. We've seen the Licky Licky a lot throughout this tournament, pretty flexible into both of these teams as well. Maybe the Togekiss, of course, another very safe swap that we've seen throughout. So a lot of options that I believe these trainers are still thinking through.
As soon as you get up energy on Togekiss or that Empoleon, it's just going to be so strong for Beelzeboy. So how can Ashton Ash prevent that from happening? And then if you look at the other side there, there's only one normal type, at least on Beelzeboy's team. So that Corsola will actually have a lot more play if you can avoid the Licky Licky from Beelzeboy. But we know Licky Licky is in pretty much every single battle. So it's pretty risky to bring in that Corsola, especially with your tournament on the line facing the world champion. The winner of this moves on to face Elite in the losers semis. Ashton Ash versus Beelzeboy. It's going to be that Togekiss lead versus the Shadow Quagsire. This is a fantastic lead because I believe there's not even a Stone Edge. No Stone Edge on the Quagsire for Beelzeboy.
Beelzeboy did do one much-up before coming into this Licky Licky, and that means that the Togekiss is quite ahead on energy at this point. Throwing the Aura Sphere on good timing there, and Beelzeboy is going to go ahead and shield it up.
And all the shields yesterday were going into Aura Sphere. And look at this, the Corsola is in the back. And now you know that you're going to be able to avoid the Licky Licky because the Licky Licky is facing the Togekiss right now. Ashton Ash is going to let this Body Slam go. Probably try to get to another Aura Sphere or maybe even swap into his own Grumpig. No, first getting the Aura Sphere, either damaging, super effective damage, or another Protect Shield. It's another Protect Shield.
And Beelzeboy is now down 2 shields. We've seen this before throughout the tournament where these Licky Licky users like to shield up these Aura Spheres very early on in the game, but that's just going to make you a little bit vulnerable to those attacks down the line, especially when you see something like that Grumpig from Ashton Ash with a lot of those heavier hitting charge attacks. But for now, Ashton Ash is actually going to use a shield of his own to protect the Togekiss, and a huge catch by Beelzeboy onto his own.
Double resisted into the Fairy Flying type up the Togekiss absolutely does nothing. You got to peck through as well, and now you're facing the Corsola. This is exactly where Corsola wants to be, but at least for Beelzeboy, you did hold on to a lot of health on that Licky Licky. You're able to bait out this Corsola, and you can bring in your Licky Licky later to absorb all of these charge attacks. The Side Shock does go through. There is a Protect Shield advantage for Ashton Ash.
And Ashton Ash is actually giving Beelzeboy the opportunity to get another charge attack off here. It's just going to be a Side Shock. So at this point, Ashton Ash is thinking that the energy on his Corsola is going to be much more important than the health.
And the timer's almost up for Beelzeboy, but not quite yet. Here comes the Nightshade that will knock out the helpless Togekiss here. There's no Protect Shields remaining. There are 2 Pokemon remaining, though, for Beelzeboy. This Corsola is really low, but it has another charge attack. Here comes the Licky Licky trying to get to the Shadow Ball, and it wasn't thrown. It wasn't charge attack priority, so actually the Power Gem is going to be coming out to damage this Licky Licky.
Beelzeboy also may be thinking that energy is going to be a little bit more important. Here comes the Grumpig. Look at how much energy is on this Licky Licky. This Licky Licky, I think, is at 100 or maybe a little bit under as a Shadow Ball is going to come through, and I think it's pretty much at the second one already.
I think it was at 100 energy here, maximum. No, one rollout away for that maximum energy, the double Shadow Ball, and now the Grumpig without a Protect Shield is going to be super effective, but we know Grumpig can hold on, but it's going to have to take out a full Quagsire in the back. The Quagsire is coming out, and you're not going to be able to get the 2 charge attacks before the Quagsire gets to 1. So can you get out of here? Do you have your switch available for Ashton Ash, or is he still locked in? He's still locked in.
Oh my goodness, still locked in, and there's just a couple of HP on those back Pokemon. How is Beelzeboy going to take them out? I don't know if you can Mudshot down the Togekiss. You might be able to. It is very, very low on health as the Grumpig goes down. Oh, but Beelzeboy's also still got a bit of Licky Licky.
It's only doing 1 damage per Mudshot. 1 damage per Mudshot is enough, and Beelzeboy is able to Mudshot down, and now you're going to be able to outpace the Corsola. Already have a charge attack, and Beelzeboy is able to sweep that back line with the Shadow Quagsire.
And how does he do it? He had a terrible lead with the Quagsire into Togekiss. Maybe he can't believe it himself either, but I love how he managed the HP on his Pokemon throughout that game.
And it really comes down to these players are always banking so much energy on Licky Licky. We see it time and time again. You bank all that energy in the Licky Licky, you get to the end game, you get a Pokemon in a vulnerable position, and then you unleash that maximum energy with the Licky Licky that wouldn't have done that much in a previous matchup. So well played by Beelzeboy. I feel like that is such a good win condition in the meta right now. Bank energy on Licky Licky and try to close with it.
And you wouldn't normally think of Licky Licky as a great closer, but in that situation, right, Shadow Ball hits pretty hard. You know, it can 2-hit a Pokemon like Shadow Fortress, but in that scenario, it actually has super effective damage against the Grumpig, and that really set up the Quagsire to clean things up.
And here is that Licky Licky getting a Protect Shield as well. And that swap right there, too, was absolutely brutal for Ashton Ash. It was double resisted into that typing of the Togekiss and just was not able to do enough against that Quagsire in the back. And now suddenly Ashton Ash is 1 game away from being eliminated here. Maybe thinking this was his opportunity. He was playing with that joy again, playing with that enthusiasm. And now he's face up against the world champion. But that hurdle of winning his first regional championship, a reverse sweep against the world champion is a great place to start.
I'm not sure what he can do to make an adjustment versus Beelzeboy. It felt like he had the team composition advantage there, but just wasn't able to convert it. Didn't really have a great response to Beelzeboy's Licky Licky switch in.
Yeah, maybe you do bring a Diggersby to be a little bit safer against that Licky Licky. You do have the double normal type if you're Ashton Ash, and maybe you can take advantage of that Licky Licky that Beelzeboy does want to lean on. We're almost locked into this game number 2. If Beelzeboy can win this, it's just keeping up that incredible streak alive of in-person tournaments. It's just ridiculous at this point. He's able to get through top trainer after top trainer. Who did he have to beat to get here? So what was it, Nighttime Clasher? He had to beat Rise to Occasion. What a journey, right? What a gauntlet.
Definitely, and you mentioned an incredible streak of in-person tournaments, but also an incredible streak here in Los Angeles. Again, coming from the loser's side of the bracket, he's had to win at least 4 matches straight just to get here, as it looks like Ashton Ash is giving the thumbs up, and these trainers are going to lock in for game number 2.
Everything on the line here for Ashton Ash, and that is a brutal lead. The Bug Bite Fortress is going to be double resisted into the typing of the Togekiss, instant swap into Licky Licky, and actually looks like the Togekiss of Beelzeboy is just going to stay in and, of course, throw those Aura Spheres that are always getting Protect Shields.
Looks like the reverse situation of game number 1. Let's see how Beelzeboy decides to deal with the rest of this Licky Licky. He can stay in as Ashton Ash did or switch out. Looks like he is going to stay in for just a second, maybe trying to catch a charge attack. It is just a body slam, but he has banked an extra peck or two on his Togekiss.
It seems like we see this so often. The Licky Licky swap comes in, the counter Licky Licky swap happens, but now Ash has this opportunity. He's so desynced here. As soon as he takes this body slam, he has the chance to bank all of this energy on his Licky Licky and maybe use that for the end game. He's almost at 100 energy, and he's also almost at his timer. Does he bank all of it and swap out? Yes, he does.
Oh, but the tricky thing is that now Beelzebub's Licky Licky also has a lot of energy. It's already at a Shadow Ball here. I believe just 2 rollouts away from a second Shadow Ball, and those will definitely come close to threatening the Fortress.
And 1 Shadow Ball, 2 Shadow Ball will definitely do it. Can you get to that Sand Tomb before the Shadow Ball? And actually, it's going to be a body slam on charge attack priority. Beelzebub is just going to let this go, trying to get some chip damage before getting knocked out, but I actually don't think the Sand Tomb is going to knock out, so you will get that body slam damage off. Ash has 1 Protect Shield remaining, just lets it go because it is the bait.
And hang on, is there any chance that Beelzebub can switch out here, maybe get some extra farm on an additional Pokemon? Yes, here comes the Togekiss. These Bug Bites are doing absolutely nothing, and this is where that desynced switch clock comes into play as Beelzebub gets the full peck down.
And Ash is down to Protect Shield here. This is on charge attack priority. You're going to have to give up your last Protect Shield here, and you have double Shadow Ball already banked up if you're Ash, but Beelzebub has double Protect Shield. Here comes that first Shadow Ball, and it's definitely going to get Protect Shielded.
Well, Beelzebub is thinking about it. This Shadow Ball would do a lot of damage. He actually lets it go, though, and Togekiss barely hangs on. I don't think it can get to another Aura Sphere, though, and it is going to go down to those rollouts. But you mentioned that shield advantage that Beelzebub has here. We've seen him close out games with Quagsire. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah, incredibly surprising to just let that Togekiss go and just rely solely on that Shadow. Quagsire takes the body slam, still has 2 Protect Shields remaining.
And here comes another body slam. And this is a little unfortunate, right? You don't want to be using your shields on body slams, but at this point in the game, you kind of have to shield something. You don't want to get fast attacked down by something like that Corsola. The Corsola is going to come in here. I think Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out, but Quagsire is so spammy, and Beelzebub has a little bit of the Licky Licky left over. I think he's in a good position.
Double Nightshade would do it for Ash, though, but the problem is how you're going to astonish through that Licky Licky even at that health. And here comes the Aqua Tail going into Ash Corsola. The biggest problem here, the biggest obstacle for Ash and to stop him from being eliminated is that really low health Licky Licky.
Another Aqua Tail coming through here. Are 3 Aqua Tails going to be enough to knock out the Corsola? Maybe you go for a Mud Bomb on that last charge attack, but no, Beelzebub is just going to come in with Licky Licky. A little bit of residual energy, and Ash has no choice but to just keep farming up, and here comes the Shadow Ball. I think Beelzebub has the series.
Beelzebub is going to be able to land the Shadow Ball super effective into the Corsola and take this 2-0, eliminating Ash from the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Beelzebub advancing to the top 4. Another insane finish here in LA. He's still got a bit to go if he wants to, but gonna talk to Ash a little bit about that battle. I've actually seen Beelzebub do this quite a bit right after the battle. He likes to recap it with the opponents just to enjoy the moment a little bit more, right? It's a special moment when you're there on stage with your opponent. Only 2 people in the world thinking exactly about the moment you're sharing with each other.
And when the world champ has advice for you, even though you might not want to take it in that moment, you might want to take some advice from the world champion. But yeah, probably just going through the battle, talking it out. A lot of these top trainers obviously know each other, have competed against each other. I mean, Beelzebub really only competes in a couple of in-person tournaments so far, mostly the World Championships, but it's been awesome this season, the 2026 season, to see him out here in the North American regional schedule and also making it to a European international championship as well and able to cleanly get that 2-0 versus Ash.
Man, and Beelzebub just does not make mistakes. You know, you might look at that body slam and think, wow, he had the Shadow Ball. Why didn't he just throw it? But he was really setting up the Togekiss to get even more farm. And look at how well he just plays with energy. He knows exactly what he needs to do, how much he has as he takes the end of game number 2 here.
And so close there for Ash. The Shadow Ball that does eliminate him from the tournament, but another absolutely outstanding performance from Ash, one of the top trainers out there, and of course one of the top trainers in his region. He's racking up those championship points time and time again, so he still has more opportunity, probably going to be at North American International Championships, and of course we will see him at Worlds, but the world champion does move on.
Beelzebub is going to move on, and he's going to play another player who we've been saying seems to be in prime form, right? It's Elite.
Yeah.
And Elite, I got to tell you, he's looking amazing this tournament. He's making all the plays, all the undercharges, all the catches, all the perfect energy management, and I'm super excited to see him face off against Beelzebub.
I can make the declaration right here.
Okay.
If he could take down Beelzebub, he's back to Prime Elite.
Oh.
He officially gets it.
And what about if he doesn't?
If he doesn't, he's still looking Prime Elite, but if he's able to take down Beelzebub, he's official. It is official. It still can be up for consideration because he's had an awesome run. Obviously, also got 9th place in Seattle, so the Cali King is kind of back in a way, but if he's able to stamp his imprint on this moment, taking down the world champion, an amazing in-person battler, Prime Elite is back.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned those California regionals because 2 years ago at the Los Angeles regional of 2024, Elite actually came in 4th place. And if my math is correct, he's currently in the top 4. So if he wins here, obviously huge obstacle ahead of him. He will surpass that performance from 2 years ago.
Yes, yes. I mean, of course, he does even have the 3 regional championships as well. So he's been far past that top 4 in the past. And that's when we're talking about Prime Elite, we're talking about winning it all. So it's not about 4th place, it's not about 3rd place. Prime Elite wins it all.
All right, but he's never had to go, actually, let me think. No, I don't think he's had to go against a world champion in any of those regional runs. So, you know, this could be the biggest obstacle he's had to face. I'm actually not sure about, I think he's played It's Axon before. I don't know if he's played like Yakai or anything, but this could be the first world champion he's faced.
Well, unless it was at a world championships, maybe he did face a former world champion or the champion that eventually, or the trainer that eventually became the champion. But It's Axon maybe could have fought before because, I mean, they're both 2 West Coast trainers. But yeah, an ultimate challenge here in the Beelzebub. Trying to get back to form before the World Championship, right? I mean, he's already kind of there. 7th place in his last tournament at the European International Championships. Now, coming to this tournament, he's top 4. Can he win a regional championship? And then could he do the ultimate thing of winning back-to-back World Championships? If he does that, to go 4th place 1 year, win the next year. Honestly, even if he top 4s again this year, that is insane.
You're putting a lot of pressure on him, and I think this is why people talk about the winner's curse, right? It's pretty much impossible. No, it is impossible to do better than winning the World Championship. But before we get to that, right, Elite and Beelzebub, they're going to play for a spot in the losers finals, and from there, they're going to play the loser of Arrow and K-Pine. We've got a little bit to wait for those matches, though, so let's take a look at a little bit of getting to know you with Arrow.
I spend about probably 30 hours a week if you count the time scrims versus going out and catching Pokemon. And just the talking with people, I think, is part of that. So I'm going to include that in those 30 hours. My favorite Pokemon is actually Frostlass. Back in 2023, I was trying really hard to qualify for Worlds, and I found a team that involved Frostlass, and I really enjoyed it. I was lucky enough to qualify in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The battle to qualify was against Haydonis, one of my close friends. It's just a Pokemon that we'll always remember. I prefer playing in person because there's nothing like sitting across from your opponent, talking to them about whether it's their first regional or not, and you get a different kind of read on what they're going to potentially even do, seeing their eyes. I'm a big fan of the current meta. I think there's a lot of room for it to grow. I don't believe it will deteriorate as much as I believe past metas have. I also am excited for Pokemon like Aegislash being recently unbanned to be eligible in the championship series. The one piece of advice I would give to battlers just starting out is talk to anyone that will listen. At least in my experience in the Pokemon Go community, the community is so helpful. And you never know what a conversation can become. It can lead to a friendship, it can lead to many things. So I am a avid disc golfer. I disc golf very often. I know it's kind of random, but it's also something I can play Pokemon Go while doing. So if I could create my own Pokemon, I would most likely create something that can, 1, swim, but 2, protect me because I can't swim, but also give me the vision underwater so that I can swim with it. So I would think it would be a psychic water type that has like an ability to where it can let you see through their eyes, but also can protect you with the shroud of air. So there's actually two that I would like to relive. One for good reasons and one for I want it back, you know? One of them is San Antonio 2024 versus Dunebug. I was up 2-1 in the series. I had the perfect lead of Carbink into Altaria. He swapped into Wishcash, and I swapped into Poliwrath. I wish I could have taken that back and swapped into my other Pokemon in the back, which was Lickitung. And the other one that I wish I could play again is in Fort Wayne, Indiana, the tournament in which I qualified for Worlds in 2023. I wish I could play Dijon the Dijin again, because I think I've made one of the most noteworthy plays to date, and the thrill of throwing an energy ball into a Noctowl and it landing on an Azumarill, there's just nothing like it. I think the best Pokemon cosplay that I've seen, I think it was at Worlds. I saw a really good Cynthia. And growing up, I started with Sinnoh, so I have a soft spot in my heart for Cynthia. I am the biggest night owl you will ever meet. When I'm scrimming for these tournaments, I will be reaching out to Europeans as they wake up, because that is the best time for me to scrim and get better, because I don't like waking up early.
The spice thrives at night for Arrow, and we are in our top 4 here in Los Angeles, trying to get that to top 3, because we have our losers semis between Beelzeboy and Elite. Trainers are ready. We're gonna get into the action, but we were talking about earlier, if Elite ever did face a world champion before, he is actually 1-0 versus world champions. He defeated its Axon in 2025 Sacramento 2-1.
Great stat there, Butters. And if we just extrapolate from that singular data point, the 100% win rate against a world champion could serve him well here as he goes up against the reigning world champion in Beelzeboy. But, you know, another fun stat we have to remember is that Beelzeboy just has an insane record at these in-person events. This is technically Beelzeboy's best regional to date, but of course those IC and Worlds accomplishments come a little bit before that in terms of precedent.
Yeah, and I gotta look at this Shadow Galarian Weezing. How does this look versus Beelzeboy's team? It's gonna have really good coverage for the Corsola. It's gonna double resist those bug bites from the Shadow Fortress. It has the Sludge Bomb for the Togekiss, and it's gonna be able to get to those Brutal Swings before the Empoleon gets the Hydro Cannon, but really doesn't want to take those metal sounds from that Empoleon. So really, you're weak to the double water if you're the Galarian Weezing, but otherwise, I do think Galarian Weezing has some opportunity in this matchup.
Definitely. I also think that Weezing has a good matchup against 4 of the 6, has to watch out for the double water, so definitely a viable strategy for Elite could be to pair the Weezing with maybe his own water type in that Feraligatr, maybe those safer Pokemon like Licky Licky, like Corsola, that have just kind of safe neutral matchups into those counters.
All right, we're about to get locked in. This is to make it to the losers finals and await the loser of K-Pine and Arrow. They are sitting pretty on that winner's side of the bracket. We just learned a lot about Arrow during that downtime. He is in that winner's finals, has the opportunity to become a first-time regional champion as well after being a runner-up 3 separate occasions.
And of course, K-Pine as well also does not have a title to his name. So in a way, the losers side of the bracket here has kind of the favorites to win the whole competition, despite the fact that they're kind of at a disadvantage in terms of where they are in the bracket. Again, Elite, 3-time regional champion. He's also been runner-up before, I believe, to a Dodge in Baltimore a couple years ago. Beelzeboy, of course, we don't even need to say his accolades again, but both of these trainers incredibly experienced, incredibly precise technically as we get locked into game number 1.
They have already accomplished so much. The only title on the line here will be if it's Prime Elite or not, as he faces Beelzeboy in trying to get through the reigning world champion and bringing in that Corsola to lead up against that Shadow Quagsire.
And this is one Weezing counter out of the way here in the lead for Elite, as he's able to absorb this first Aqua Tail from Quagsire with no problem, and probably going to save shields for that Weezing in the back.
Yeah, and the best case scenario is also making sure that you avoid a normal type with that Corsola. So that swap into the Licky Licky, how many times have we seen this in this tournament or in this meta in general? You swap into your own Licky Licky and it's met by the opposing Licky Licky, but these trainers have an opportunity to get back to their switch timer and maybe even bank a ton of energy for the end game.
Beelzebub probably hoping to catch a Nightshade from that Corsola, but Elite, of course, one step ahead, not letting it happen. You know, the interesting thing here, Butters, is that for that back matchup, the Weezing versus the Togekiss, that can really come down to just whoever has an energy advantage.
You're absolutely right, and here comes the body slam into the Licky Licky, and it just does nothing, but the thing you want to keep your eye on is that switch timer. Does the switch timer come back up? Not quite yet, so this is going to be charge attack priority. Beelzebub does win that charge attack priority. I believe that is a theme that we've seen, is this Licky Licky always wins the charge attack priority.
Yeah, and those body slams are going to do a lot of damage. I think both of these trainers are probably running a higher attack stat than normal Licky Licky, so it's fun to get to see them face off against each other. And Beelzebub wants to get a little bit of an energy lead. He's going to try to snipe down this Licky Licky with an Aqua Tail.
And the Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out this Licky Licky and ensure that it doesn't bank up any extra energy. And now suddenly you still have a good amount of health on Licky Licky if you are Beelzebub to face this Corsola after it gets through the Quagsire. But this Nightshade is not going to be enough to knock out that Quagsire.
Beelzebub lets it go. He's thinking he can hang on, and wow, that is a lot of health. He can definitely get to another charge attack here. Actually farming up a little bit more energy, kind of risky because Corsola was also at a charge attack, but a Mud Bomb is going to come through. This is the most damage he's going to be able to do with the remainder of his Quagsire, as the Quagsire just gets astonished down.
And do you come in with the Licky Licky trying to soak up all this energy? It's going to be 4 Protect Shields remaining in the back line for the double fairy types. There on one side is that Shadow Glare and Weezing. On the other side is that Togekiss. Is this enough to be able to knock out the Licky Licky? I don't think it's quite enough.
But this might come down to who wants to get an energy lead. No, they're both staying in here as Beelzebub is going for the Shadow Ball. But watch this. If the Corsola goes down and Elite gets a 1 Fairy Wind advantage on the Galarian Weezing, I think he might have this game. Beelzebub's reaching for the Togekiss, but now we have that 1-turn differential that can be so critical.
And that's just enough. You don't even need to go to bait. You just go straight for Sludge here if you're Elite, and this is going to be a charge attack priority. And it's surprising to see that Togekiss actually does win that charge attack priority. With the Side Shock, that would be super effective, and this Sludge will be super effective in return. All the Protect Shields are going to be coming down here.
Oh no, Butters. I think Elite might have lost a turn there, and that's how they got that charge attack priority. We'll have to see how this shakes out. Weezing does technically outpace to these charge attacks. You see that Sludge come up just before the Side Shock, and here comes the Sludge, but Beelzebub might have a tiny window here to potentially swap out into the Licky Licky at some point.
Yeah, the timer is almost back up. You have to throw your Side Shock first before this is available. There you go, because you couldn't get locked in on charge attack priority. Now it all comes down to this swap. Can Beelzebub swap out and soak this Sludge? Does he go for it?
No, he doesn't. He's staying in, and Elite is going to be able to knock out the Togekiss. There is still just a shred of that Licky Licky in the back, but I think 1 Fairy Wind is going to be enough for Elite to take a 1-game lead against Beelzebub.
Incredible. Shadow Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon no one thought of in this meta, and now when it matters the most, is the most useful. It was able to take out that other fairy type of the Togekiss, get that slight energy advantage against Beelzebub, and win that matchup. That was incredible, not only from the team composition call from Elite, but to be able to get that turn ahead to make sure that you are up energy in that back line.
Let's take a closer look at Elite's team. I think the Shadow Galarian Weezing is a Pokemon, like you said, no one really expected it. I don't know how it necessarily performs in this meta. I don't know if this is just an Elite thing or actually a great meta read, but he's been bringing it a lot throughout all of these matchups. We saw it in that first game, causing a lot of trouble for Beelzebub. So now I have to wonder, is Beelzebub going to keep the same strategy? He's been relying a lot on Quagsire, Togekiss, and Licky Licky, but maybe he wants to mix it up now and bring in the Empoleon.
Yeah, the Empoleon would be a fantastic counter for this Galarian Weezing, but how about the Togekiss actually winning the charge attack priority, as you see here on the Side Shock? So if the Togekiss was able to get that extra energy advantage, the Togekiss could win this matchup by just getting to more Side Shocks before the Sludges were available. But the fact that Elite got knocked out first meant that he could get that extra half turn of energy.
And that's exactly right. If Togekiss gets a Peck advantage versus Weezing, I think it can actually flip that matchup. That's Luckily for Elite, not what happened there, as he was able to just take the matchup pretty cleanly and then clean up with the Weezing. So curious to see what these battlers have in store for us for game number 2.
Oh, okay. Beelzeboy is on the ropes here. He needs to reverse sweep this matchup to move on, to make it to top 3, to await the loser of that winner's finals. How does he adjust here? Does he bring more counters? Does he bring that Empoleon that's been really strong for him all tournament long to try to counter that Shadow Galarian Weezing? They're about to lock in. Beelzeboy is one of the trainers, though, that actually takes the most time, I would say, in my opinion, on deciding to choose his team composition, and it works, to be honest. I don't know if it helps get in the opponent's head or if he's just thinking about all the possible opportunities that he could have, but we've seen this in the World Championships. We've seen these in regionals. He takes all the time allotted, and you can't complain. It works.
I actually don't. I've never seen him lock in a team and then back out and change it. I think he's just thinking through all the possible scenarios that could play out. And here we go, game number 2, tournament dreams on the line for Beelzeboy as he leads into a Galarian Corsola mirror.
And of course, they both have the Licky Licky in the back. They can both swap out into said Licky Licky on trying to catch a Nightshade. We're going to see which one does it, and it does look like it's Beelzeboy swapping into the double resisted Nightshade.
And what do you do if you're Elite? You don't really have a great answer to the Licky Licky. We saw in the last game he just mirrored with his own Licky Licky. No, but this time he's actually going to reach for the Shadow Galarian Weezing instead.
Yeah, this matchup we really haven't seen that often. One Shadow Ball could be really threatening into the low bulk of a Shadow Galarian Weezing. A Sludge is not the strongest attack, but in the hands of Galarian Weezing, it's still going to do more than half of the remaining health and maybe put this Licky Licky in range of Brutal Swing.
A lot of energy here on the Licky Licky. It is that heavier hitting Shadow Ball that's going to come through and connect with Elite's Weezing. He does have an attack here though. One Fairy Wind and throwing just before Licky Licky reaches the Body Slam. Now Beelzeboy has a decision to make. Does he want to just let this Licky Licky go down? He does. And don't forget, he still has a lot of energy on the Corsola as well. Oh, but he's going to take the opportunity to farm down with Togekiss.
And can he get the full farm down before the Sludge is available? If he knows this counts, he knows this is just a Brutal Swing here. The world champion, does he protect shield? No, lets it go, knows it's resisted.
He is so confident in his counts. If that was a Sludge, that could have been game over on the spot. Elite's coming back in with this Corsola. It's pretty much energy dry, or it was, because he, of course, threw the Nightshade onto the Licky Licky. Beelzeboy going to shield at the Togekiss.
Well, in Beelzeboy's position, you know you haven't seen Licky Licky yet, so you know it's probably in the back because Licky Licky is almost on every single line of 3 in this tournament. So you know that Licky Licky is in the back. That's going to be devastating here for the Corsola. Going to land that Side Shock into the Galarian Corsola, and as soon as he swaps into his own Galarian Corsola, but no, just trying to bank up as much. Can he actually get the full peck down? He was able to bank double Aura Sphere, but he has to take a Nightshade.
Oh, and he threw a little bit unoptimally. I think he was trying to transfer the Astonish, but that meant that he couldn't get off that Astonish to knock out Elite's Corsola, and now here comes the Licky Licky. This is just devastating for Beelzeboy. He has to hope that Elite, for some unknown reason, decides to shield one of these power jumps because he does have a lot of energy on the Togekiss, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
He has the double Aura Sphere on the Togekiss, but there's only one Protect Shield remaining for Beelzeboy. It's going to be a super effective Shadow Ball, and there's not much health left for this Togekiss. It can't get to the triple. I don't think it has the time.
No, and it's already well over 100 energy, so that peck didn't help out at all. And for Elite, he's just going to have to hope that these rollouts are enough to take out the Togekiss. One more peck, and I think Beelzeboy is 2 pecks away from the Aura Sphere as they laugh about it, and I think Elite is closing in on a victory here.
What he's closing in on right now is Prime Elite is back, able to take down the reigning world champion to move on to top 3 in this tournament. The Cali King is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, 2 out of 3 of his regional championships have come from the loser side, so he's been in this position before. He has looked amazing all weekend, and especially in that series, even after getting a Nightshade caught on Licky Licky, he still managed to come back.
It's so hard to bring Corsola in a Licky Licky meta. Both those trainers did it in that decisive game number 2, but Beelzeboy was not able to land his Corsola into a positive matchup, in a negative matchup, that Licky Licky, and it was over for the world champion. But another top 4 on his in-person resume, absolutely incredible. He still seems to be in peak form.
So consistent over the years. Of course, 4th place all the way back in Honolulu almost 2 years ago, right? The World Championship win, the EYC win, and now 4th place here. He's actually going to get a medal for his performance here, so another little bit of hardware to add to his growing collection.
Yeah, I mean, he got 7th place already this season. Now a 4th place, of course, coming back off the World Championship, and the year before, 4th place as well. So Beelzeboy is just putting together such a resume, but the story has been elite, coming in on that loser's side of the bracket to make it all the way to the losers finals. An incredible run from an incredible 3-time regional champion. Can he make it 4 times here in Los Angeles?
An incredible losers run from both of these trainers. They started out on opposite sides of the loser side of the bracket, and usually by this point in the tournament, everyone remaining on the loser side of the bracket actually just dropped down from the winner side on day 2. But with the strength of these 2 trainers, a world champion and now someone who's 2-0, continuing that 100% success rate against world champions, maybe no surprise that they've made it so far.
Yeah, 2 of those titans of Pokemon Go PvP were destined to face each other in that loser semis. They made those incredible runs, but it did mean that one of them had to have their run be over, and that was Beelzeboy. So unfortunately, we lost our reigning world champion here in Los Angeles, but we have 3 trainers left. On the winner side, we have Arrow with that incredibly spicy team. As you saw, Arrow was able to take down Nighttime Clasher, was able to take down Side Rhino, and now he is facing K-Pine, who also took out some big names on his side of the bracket.
And of course, we just saw Elite play several matches, but he's going to get a little bit of a break now. He's definitely going to be watching these winners finals between Arrow and K-Pine, trying to figure out who he's going to play. And of course, if either Arrow or K-Pine wins this tournament, that would be their first regional championship. And, you know, if Elite doesn't win, we have a brand new North American regional champion being born.
So many stories on the line for these remaining 3 trainers. Glory as a first-time regional champion for Arrow and K-Pine, and then a 4-time regional champion, the Cali King for Elite. We know he's made it through the loser side of a grand finals before, because I believe he was able to take Caleb down from that loser side, reset the bracket, and then take him down in the grand finals. So Elite has it in him, but what a story it would be for Arrow or K-Pine to win their first ever regional championship.
And especially for K-Pine, right? This is his first time, I think, ever getting to the top 8 even, and here he finds himself just 1 step away from the grand finals. And for Arrow, I mean, if he won with Dartrix and Kanto Ninetales in 2026, that would be one for the history books. Maybe North America's version of Tauntaun Battus.
Yeah, but then it's even an addition to that, because yes, Tauntaun Battus ran the Aegislash and the Shadow Hydreigon and used it in all of those winning battles to become the champion. But the fact that you have the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Aegislash, and the Dartrix, that might be one more spice Pokemon. And he doesn't even have the regular Feraligatr, has the Shadow Feraligatr. This is as spicy as it gets at the high-end level of Pokemon Go PvP. So to succeed with this, it would make all of the determination, all of the perseverance, all of the experimentation that Arrow has done season after season, throwing these teams out there and not always working, to make it work in this moment would mean everything.
And here are the players. They are ready on the stage. Remember, we're now transitioning into these best of 5 matchups as we get closer and closer to crowning our regional champion. So the score, you're gonna have to get to 3 wins in order to move on to the grand finals here.
And a best of 5 matchup is obviously a different pace. You have a little bit more room for experimentation. And on K-Pine's side, he has really relied on the normal types. Almost exclusively, he has ran Licky Licky and Diggersby in his line of 3 every single battle that I remember. He does change the third between a Feraligatr, sometimes a Malamar, even sometimes a triple normal and the Wigglytuff. But how does Arrow handle that Licky Licky and Diggersby? I mean, do you bring in your Dartrix? This feels like a prime opportunity for that unique pick from Arrow.
Well, he's been using the Dartrix all day long. As we take a quick look at their accomplishments, again, K-Pine never made it to the top 8 before. I think this might be his second lifetime top 16, but maybe the other one wasn't a top cut. And Arrow, again, 3-time regional finalist. We heard him say in that video, he wishes he could go back to one of his grand finals in the past to rectify some mistakes. Well, he's got another chance to make it there as we get into game 1 of the winners finals.
And remember, oh, here we have our leads. It's the Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Diggersby, and there's not a mud shot on this Diggersby, so the matchup is a little bit more neutral. Obviously, you want no part of the Scorching Sands, and Arrow just clicks on the overheat. An instant no shield, so this big damage is gonna land.
It's gonna connect. Does Arrow switch out here, try to clear the debuff? He comes into the Dartrix, but K-Pine doesn't fall for the catch attempts. He goes for that super effective Fire Punch.
And the Fire Punch is coming into the Dartrix here, and it's not gonna do half the health of the Dartrix, as Dartrix is pretty bulky here, so it's gonna be able to take two, no problem. The back-to-back that was banked up just goes right into the bulk of this Dartrix, and meanwhile, getting some extra pecs to have some energy versus the backline is gonna be the Licky Licky that's gonna be doing super effective rollout damage, but the Brave Bird is already available, but first, baiting with the Seed Bomb.
And K-Pine just saw Arrow go straight for the nuke on that overheat. He's gonna let the Seed Bomb though. Correct call this time, not very much damage. And now I don't think Arrow can get to this last Brave Bird. No, he can! Actually, and K-Pine, he definitely has to, oh wait, it's just a Seed Bomb.
He also thought he couldn't get to that last charge attack. If K-Pine lets this go, he does. That could have been a Brave Bird. That could have been the end of Licky Licky. But instead, Licky Licky holds on to all that energy. A mishap maybe from Arrow, thinking he wouldn't get to that energy, but instead, now Licky Licky has the Shadow Ball, almost 2 Shadow Balls for this Tinkaton.
Very close to another Shadow Ball, I believe just one rollout away. And at this point, K-Pine has seen the entire team. He knows that this Feraligatr up energy can sweep Arrow's backline here. Tinkaton is closing in on Hydro Cannon range, but first gonna fire back with a Gigaton Hammer.
And that's why he was never Protect Shielding his normal types, just using them as a sponge to absorb all that energy. Finally using a Protect Shield on that resisted damage, but the problem is there's just no pressure here from Arrow. Here comes the Hydro Cannon, and here comes the Protect Shield, but Embers is a really low damaging fast attack. It's high energy generation. You have to get all the way to overheat to try to do anything, and to do that, you have to give up both of your Protect Shields.
Well, here comes that second shield from Arrow. This Feraligatr is looking really scary for him. I don't know how Arrow can take out this Feraligatr through a shield. Here comes a Weather Ball. I think you just let this go if you're K-Pine. Even if it's overheat, you definitely hang on. Oh, okay, he actually does shield.
He does shield, but the timer's not back up, and you're going to be able to outpace. No, it's going to be charge attack priority. Arrow didn't want to go for charge attack priority because that is a charge attack priority he would lose. So the Weather Ball is going to be coming through. It's not very effective. There's Tinkaton, there's a swap available, but there's no rush for K-Pine, and there is that swap.
Arrow does make the catch on this Hydro Cannon. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to knock out the Tinkaton, and I also don't know if the catch is going to be enough for Arrow to flip the script of this game. No, because now K-Pine just gets a very clean Shadow Claw down. I think he's one Shadow Claw away from the Hydro Cannon, and that is going to be a winning charge attack party for K-Pine to win game number 1.
Gator in the back was too strong against Arrow, and a clean 3-0 flex from K-Pine to take that game number 1. The key mishap maybe for Arrow was not throwing that Brave Bird. If he threw that Brave Bird energy and it landed in the K-Pine, that would have taken out all of the health of that Licky Licky. But the real thing was the Feraligatr on K-Pine's team. There was just no answer to it. Arrow had the Tinkaton and the Shadow Kanto Ninetales ABA weak to that Feraligatr, had no answer.
And the only answer that Arrow really has is the Dartrix, which didn't see the Feraligatr. And I really like the team from K-Pine. You mentioned he's very comfortable with that double normal, Licky Licky, and Diggersby. And if you look at Arrow's team, probably the best offensive Pokemon that K-Pine has is that Feraligatr. So I think that line of 3 makes a lot of sense in K-Pine in whatever order he chooses. As for Arrow, I know he loves that Kanto Ninetales Dartrix core, but it didn't work out for him. Maybe he's thinking that in this critical moment right here, you see the Brave Bird energy comes up, he's maybe thinking that that last rollout would knock out the Dartrix, and it just kind of panicked and went for the Seed Bomb there, but I think you're right, that could have been critical. So maybe Arrow just sticks with it and tries to play a little differently.
It still would have been really tough with this backline and this Feraligatr, and I think your best case correction is maybe bringing your own Shadow Feraligatr. I think you need to bring Shadow Feraligatr and Dartrix into every battle to try to counter the Diggersby and Gator that you're going to see on K-Pine's side. K-Pine is always bringing double normal, and in this battle, he's also bringing the Gator, and there it is. You have the Shadow Feraligatr from Arrow and the Dartrix in the back, so you might be able to line up that Dartrix against the Feraligatr of K-Pine.
And K-Pine is going with the same trusty line of 3, but he switched up which normal type is in the lead, and that's lucky for him that it's not a Diggersby facing off against the water type Feraligatr right now. But this is an interesting matchup. Oh my goodness! And Arrow catches a Shadow Ball on Diggersby. That's absolutely absolutely devastating for K-Pine.
Filthy swap by Arrow there to take the double resisted Shadow Ball, bringing in the Diggersby, and that didn't really do any meaningful damage, and you're not in range of Hydra Cannon, so this doesn't really change the matchup for Diggersby. So I love that play for Arrow, taking the Hydra Cannon, no problem. No matter what, it's going to take the double Hydra Cannon to knock out the Diggersby regardless.
That was a lot of energy lost on K-Pine's Licky Licky, and Arrow might be cooking here. He has his own Feraligatr. Yes, it is the Shadow variant, but that's looking pretty scary against the rest of K-Pine's team. Still in this middle matchup, though, with K-Pine's Feraligatr on the field here. Overfarming perfectly on charge attack priority against the Diggersby.
And I don't think you want to give up the Protect Shields just because you have two Pokemon in the back that can handle Feraligatr. Your own Shadow Feraligatr and the Dartrix, as the Diggersby does get knocked out. Here comes the Dartrix. Probably going to go for a full peck down here. You will have to give up a Protect Shield. No, actually banking that Hydro Cannon, swapping into the Licky Licky to throw the Body Slam. This will not get a Protect Shield from Arrow.
And I like that swap out from K-Pine because he knows that this Feraligatr would rather see the Dartrix when shields are down, or maybe if it has more of an energy lead. So bringing the Licky Licky to just sponge and absorb this energy is a great play. This is just a Seed Bomb coming through from Arrow, though.
This Dartrix is just at 100 energy pretty much. The Seed Bomb does go ahead and knock out that Licky Licky, and there's still so much energy remaining. You're not going to be able to Shadow Claw down. You're not going to be able to Quick Attack down. So it's going to be really tough to knock out this Dartrix, especially with two Protect Shields. Here comes that Diggersby. Both these Pokemon in the back for K-Pine will take super effective from Seed Bomb.
First Seed Bomb gonna land. We've seen this kind of situation before, right? Seed Bomb does less than half damage to Diggersby, but the next attack, if it's a Brave Bird, or maybe with all these pecks, a Seed Bomb will be enough, as Arrow is just going for that cheaper Seed Bomb here.
And we know the double Seed Bomb maybe at this range is going to be enough to knock out the Diggersby. Yes, it will be. And the Seed Bomb is not quite up yet. There is almost double Fire Punch, trying to catch on a Fire Punch. Instead, K-Pine waited a turn to see if there was a swap. So that was great patience in throwing the Scorching Sand, and it's going to be able to land into the Shadow Feraligatr. And now you have your own Feraligatr. Do you try to bring that in? No, actually first, you're going to probably have to give up Protect Shield on your Diggersby.
This is a tricky situation for K-Pine because he doesn't really have fast attack pressure to be able to handle the Dartrix at this point. So maybe you just try to take the Shadow Claws here, farm up more energy with Diggersby as these Shadow Claws aren't doing very much damage. Now Arrow, he's going to shield so little health remaining on all of these Pokemon. You have to use your shields at some point, and now K-Pine goes for the swap, and he's going to throw the Hydro Cannon trying to knock out Arrow's Feraligatr, but Arrow now uses his second shield on this 10 HP or so Feraligatr.
You almost never see all of these Protect Shields remaining with all these Pokemon so low health. It's going to be a fast attack off, and you do win it with the Dartrix and the Peck. Do you even throw a Charge Attack? And it is the Brave Bird, and there is one Protect Shield remaining. K-Pine knows he needs to save one for the backline of the Feraligatr as well. Here comes that last Protect Shield. Does the Feraligatr have energy? Yes, has the Hydro Cannon.
And Arrow's going to be able to even up the series here 1-1, and we head into a game number 3. And it feels like Feraligatr has been the story of the series so far. K-Pine sweeping in game number 1, but Arrow striking back in game number 2.
Fascinating in-game there, where I believe at one point there was almost no health on any of the 4 remaining Pokemon, and there was still 4 Protect Shields left in the battle, and it was a lot of fast attack damage, and it was a lot of charge attacks going into Protect Shields, and you don't really see that in an in-game situation that often. But Arrow making the adjustment, bringing 2 answers for the Feraligatr, but then also 2 answers for the Diggersby as well. I think the Dartrix Feraligatr core is the core you want to lean on the rest of the series if you're Arrow.
He definitely loves the Dartrix, and given how well Gator performed in that second game, I also wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to bring the Feraligatr into K-Pine. You know, on K-Pine's side, at this point we've seen the same line of 3 from him in the series, but like you said, it's a very similar line to what he's been bringing all tournament long. And at this point, you might have to consider changing it up a little bit, taking a few risks here and there if you know that Arrow's going to continue bringing the Dartrix.
Yeah, it's tough because, you know, the double normal, specifically the Lickitung, the Licky Licky and the Diggersby has been on every team of 3 so far for K-Pine, and he's in the winners finals, and it's still tied 1-1. So, I mean, he doesn't have to necessarily give up on it yet. He was 8-0 day number 1, so it's a strategy that's working, and Arrow was able to adapt in that game number 2, but it's a long series. Remember, we said this is a best of 5 now. It's not going to be the winner of this next game moves on. You still have to get 2 more game victories to advance to the grand finals.
So if you are K-Pine and you want to bring counters to the Dartrix, what do you bring exactly? Because the Licky Licky, I mean, you have the super effective rollout. I mean, maybe the Fortress? That's pretty scary, though, because you know how much Arrow also loves the Cancer Ninetales.
Yeah, maybe the Fortress, especially because you're running Volt Switch Fortress, you're going to be better against the Feraligatr as well. So that Fortress versus that Dartrix and Feraligatr core could be quite strong. Here is the Dartrix once again for Arrow, but look at this. For the first time ever, K-Pine is sitting one of those normal types, sitting the Licky Licky, and having a Malamar and Feraligatr.
And I do not think we've seen this matchup play out on stream before. But looks like Malamar is going to fire off this first charge attack first. Arrow trying to build up all the way to the Brave Bird, wants to pressure some of the shields. And Arrow again going straight for the nuke in the lead matchup. This time it's a Brave Bird rather than an overheat. What does K-Pine do? No, he tries to call it, and that lands on the Malamar, doing a ton of damage. He's forced to swap out into the Feraligatr, and Arrow also with a quick simultaneous swap into his own.
And let's see who wins charge attack priority. It's actually going to be K-Pine on the non-Shadow Feraligatr, winning that charge attack priority against the Shadow Feraligatr of Arrow here. Arrow is going to be able to throw this Hydro Cannon now, but knowing that you lose charge attack priority, K-Pine actually does give up a Protect Shield to his own Feraligatr.
Hoping he can repeat the success of game number 1, where his own Feraligatr was such a key piece. And look at these Shadow Claws really adding up. Both of these trainers going again for the charge attack priority. And it looks like this is going to be a pretty reliable CMP win for K-Pine's Feraligatr. But Arrow wants to make sure he gets off this Hydro Cannon, so he does put up a shield.
And as soon as this Hydro Cannon does come off, you can get back to your switch timer as well. Both of these trainers will have their switch timer available. They swapped at the exact same time. Either of them swap right now, and we do see a swap from Arrow, swapping into Dartrix, counter swap into the Diggersby. But at least for the favor of K-Pine, this Dartrix is in range of Fire Punch.
And I like this overfarm from K-Pine. He knows that he's going to lose the charge attack priority against the Dartrix, so he's just going to let the Seed Bomb go very calmly. I expect to see him farm up maybe 3 or 4 more quick attacks before firing off the Fire Punch. And there it is. He's at back-to-back now, so I don't know if Arrow's going to shield up this Fire Punch just so he can get off a Seed Bomb. Oh, he does.
He is, because he doesn't want to deal with this on his Aegis Slash. We haven't pointed that out. It is going to be the Aegis Slash in the back for Arrow. And it's going to be tough, because even at the very low health of Feraligatr for K-Pine, it can threaten the Aegis Slash, because Aegis Slash can't farm anything down.
Oh, and K-Pine's going to get the full quick attack down now, but he is down shields, and that's a very scary thing when there's an Aegis Slash in the back. I feel like this is a dynamic we've seen before, though. Don't we know that the Aegis Slash lives 2 Scorching Sands?
We do know that. It is going to be able to endure both of these Scorching Sands, but the problem is you have no fast attack pressure. So you could double Scorching Sand, and then actually you got the attack drop as well. Maybe you double Scorching Sand, and then you swap out to something, but no, there's been no swap trying to catch an attack here. But the thing is, you have to also swap, and here is the foul play coming out to Feraligatr. Arrow is giving a little fist pump there. He knows now he could just go for one more Psycho Cut to maybe knock out this Malamar and bank a charge attack. You are still out of range of getting knocked out by that Scorching Sand.
But hang on, K-Pine still has a Feraligatr here, so if he comes into the Feraligatr and Arrow throws energy, I think K-Pine still has this game, so Arrow still has to be very careful here. No, it is the Diggersby. This Gyro Ball is going to come through and knock out the Diggersby. So is there any universe in which K-Pine's Feraligatr can get to a Hydro Cannon?
Well, he's going to have to deal with the attack form, the charged form of this Aegis Slash. Is going to be able to do more damage with these Cycle Cuts. We never see this from the Aegis Slash, but the damage of the Cycle Kits and the energy generation to be able to close out this battle. And suddenly, Arrow is able to put 2 points on the board versus K-Pine.
Closing out the game with the Aegis Slash. I think he said earlier today that he hasn't used it at all, or hadn't used it at all on day 1 at least. I think this is the 2nd time he's pulled it out, and boy, is it paying off there.
Incredible synergy with the Dartrix as well, having that hard-hitting Brave Bird damage, and you just throw it in the lead, and K-Pine doesn't want to give up a Protect Shield against a Dartrix, and then almost one hit knocks out the Malamar, and then in the end game, if you ever have a Protect Shield advantage with the Aegis Slash, it's just so tough to deal with.
And this is exactly how we saw Tauntaun doing so well with the Aegis Slash in Europe, right? You get shields with your other Pokemon, and then Aegis Slash is so bulky, but it can pretty much one-hit any Pokemon. Here is K-Pine coming in. Tricky situation here for the Malamar. He throws energy. I don't know.
I completely agree with you. If you brought in the Feraligatr to this Aegis Slash couldn't throw energy, and the thing is, you would not be able to outpace the Feraligatr, and I don't think you would have been able to Cycle Cut down with that defense form of the Aegis Slash. So I think bringing in that Feraligatr for K-Pine could have won him that battle.
It's such a tricky situation, though. Let's say he brings in the Feraligatr into the Aegis Slash. Does the Hydro Cannon even knock out the... But you can't farm down the Feraligatr,
So
right?
what you can do is you can maybe Hydro Cannon combo attack into Scorching Sand, and then you would win the charge attack priority against the Aegis Slash because it has not changed form yet.
That's a great call out, Butters. Remember that Aegislash has pretty much the lowest attack of any Pokemon you'll see in the Championship Series while it's in the Shield form. But we're getting into game number 4. Arrow potentially one game away from advancing to the Grand Finals here.
And with his Grand Finals on the line, he brings the spice. He has the Dartrix once again. He has the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back. And then he even has the tech to be stronger against the Licky Licky, because double Hydro Cannon from the Shadow Feraligatr is enough against Licky Licky, where the normal Feraligatr just falls short.
A lot of shield pressure on Arrow's side. Yes, he's got the Shadow Feraligatr here in the lead, but he's also got that Brave Bird Dartrix and the Overheat Kanto Ninetales in the back. So as soon as Arrow gets a shield advantage, I think he's going to be ready to pounce.
And this Body Slam is going to be going through. Is it enough to take out the Feraligatr? I think it's going to be really close here. The Feraligatr might barely hang on, and actually it does knock out the Feraligatr here. And now you have both your Protect Shields remaining for both of these trainers, but a significant advantage here for the Licky Licky from K-Bind, and he has gone back to his double normal.
Yeah, playing it safe here. I don't really like how that lead matchup played out for Arrow. I feel like he kind of just let K-Pine get a huge advantage, but let's see what he can do. This is actually a big moment, because if he's able to call this Hydro Cannon, I feel like the momentum will shift a little bit, but no, he shields it up.
That's huge for K-Pine, and now for Arrow, he has to hope that his Peck pacing in the Seed Bomb can catch him up to all of that lost energy on the swap and also on the bait of that Hydro Cannon. And now you're going to be at the Seed Bomb at the same time as the Ice Beam. It's going to be charge attack priority going to the Feraligatr and double shield from the Dartrix.
Arrow gonna shield up the Ice Beam. This Dartrix has really been his MVP throughout the series, throughout the day. He wants to make sure to preserve it, and for K-Pine here, he's actually gonna let the Feraligatr go. It's done its job, got 2 shields from the Dartrix. Now he's still got the Licky Licky, very healthy. Oh, but here comes the Kanto Ninetales. It's shieldsless, so K-Pine is gonna bring in the Diggersby.
And now at Overheat Energy, K-Pine has no-shielded all of these attacks in the past. Does he call this one as well? Yes, another no-shield on the Weather Ball, but will you be able to get to Overheat first? Yes, you can get to another Overheat, but it looks like Arrow's not even trying to hit the Overheat. He gets the next Protect Shield. I think he's gonna be able to get to one more Weather Ball and charge attack priority as well.
And I think K-Pine is just one fast attack away from Scorching Sands, but he knows Arrow's at the Weather Ball here, so he doesn't throw it. But now, is Arrow's clock up? Is there any chance he can go for a catch on the Scorching Sands? No, it's not up, so K-Pine can safely farm up just a little bit more energy if he wants to before throwing the Scorching Sands. And here it is, great timing by K-Pine, and I think he's looking good here.
Especially, I mean, against a Pokemon that you might not be as familiar, the Ember counts on, able to be exactly precise to knock out and get to a Fire Punch for this Dartrix. How much energy is on the Licky Licky as well? Can he combo play Normal type and the Normal type? That has been the story for K-Pine here. Can he combo play and tie up the series? Yes!
Yeah, there's the Shadow Ball, and K-Pine is gonna tie up the series 2-2. This matchup is just going back and forth, and we're gonna go into a decisive game number 5.
In fitting fashion, the double normal has been the MVP for K-Pine this entire tournament. He has been elite at being able to get an energy advantage with those normal types and cleaning up the battles. Pokemon that you don't see as closers have been closers in the hands of K-Pine.
The Licky Licky and the Diggersby, along with the Feraligatr, he's brought that 3 out of 4 games at this point in the series. And you have to wonder if he's just going to go with Old Reliable. It really worked out well for him in game number 4. But I have to go back to that lead matchup. I felt like Arrow just gave away an entire Pokemon almost for nothing. So if Arrow wants to bring those same Pokemon, I think he's going to have to maybe bring them in a different order.
Yeah, he dug a hole there with that Shadow Feraligatr into the Licky Licky lead. To be able to have that Licky Licky hang on with that much health is probably a big reason why he lost that battle. That Licky Licky did finish him with that Shadow Ball, which was the deciding blow into Arrow, but it doesn't get better than this. The spice of Arrow versus the consistency and the prowess of K-Pine with that double normal lineup. Is he gonna bring that? Is Arrow gonna bring the spice? Grand Finals is on the line here in Los Angeles.
I think Arrow was just a little bit too aggressive with his line of 3 last game. Maybe he was just excited thinking ahead to the Grand Finals, but he brought his 3 most offensively oriented Pokemon. Let's see if he's mixed it up in game number 5.
Oh, and it is a normal type from Arrow this time. It's the Diggersby into the Licky Licky. That's a great lead, forces an instant swap out and a counter swap by the Dartrix. But how many Shadow Claws was that ahead? Was that 3 Shadow Claws ahead for K-Pine?
I think it might just be 2. Oh, but this is really important here. Gets the Hydro Cannon bait. That's going to help him a lot with the pacing to those future charged attacks.
And now we've seen this before. You can catch up if you're the Dartrix because you just get to those Seed Bombs so quickly with the fast energy generation of Peck. You're going to have to give up the Protect Shield if you're Arcapine. You can't let all this energy go down. Here comes the first Protect Shield. Is a double Seed Bomb available? And it is going to be a Protect Shield. Or sorry, it's going to be a Charge Pack already. No, here's another bait, and it gets Protect Shielded again.
This is absolutely huge. If they play this matchup out, Capine is going to outpace to that last Ice Beam, but you can see those Switch Claws coming up, so I don't know if they're going to fully play out this matchup. Capine going to shield this up and go for the Ice Beam.
It would be Charge Attack priority. Do you swap on it if you're Arrow? Do you swap into Tinkaton, try to absorb that Ice Beam? Do we see a swap here? We do see the swap into the Tinkaton to take the not very effective Ice Beam, but there is a Diggersby in the back for Capine, so the timers will be misaligned, but you're going to be in a bad matchup against this Diggersby.
This is a great matchup for Capine. I don't know if he wanted to farm up a little bit more energy with the Feraligatr, because remember that Dartrix is fully loaded in the back, but Gigaton Hammer does so much damage into Diggersby. I don't think a Scorching Sands is enough to knock out the Tinkaton either, so this is still tricky.
Yeah, and do you get back to your timer before the next Scorching Sands or before the next Fire Punch? If you're Arrow, the timers are misaligned here. The Scorching Sand, super effective, lands into the Tinkaton. You're not close enough to your timer. You could maybe get to a Bulldoze on Charge Attack priority. Does it go for it? No, just trying to get to the Hammer here before the Hammer was available. Capine was able to throw that Fire Punch.
Perfect counting from Capine. He's going to carry a little bit of residual energy into the next matchup. He's still got that full health Licky Licky hanging out in the back, as well as a dry Feraligatr. Let's see what Arrow decides to bring in here. He does still have a Seed Bomb loaded on the Dartrix. I see Capine already reaching for the Licky Licky.
Instant swap out into this Licky Licky, but now it's going to meet the Diggersby here, so that's actually pretty good for Arrow. He can set the tempo in the rest of this battle because he has his switch available. He can throw the charge attacks in Licky Licky, but I do believe Capine will get back to his switch timer before this Licky Licky gets knocked out.
All right, well, Arrow's going to start chipping away at that Licky Licky with Scorching Sands #1. Still a ton of energy here on the Diggersby. I think he's very close to the next Scorching Sands. And as he mentioned, Arrow does have that switch clock available for whenever he wants to switch out.
The body slam comes through against the Diggersby of Arrow here. The timer's not quite up for Capine. You want to try to get back to your timer. You can after this Scorching Sand. I don't think Arrow's going to want to combo play onto his Dartrix. He has his timer available as well. Does he go for it? No, he does not go for it. It looks like Capine wants to bank some energy before swapping out to the Feraligatr. Here comes the counter swap from the Dartrix. You got to throw before the Hydro Cannon is available. Precise timing by Arrow.
Great counting by Arrow, and this Dartrix is going to be a huge nuisance for Capine to take out. He doesn't have the fast attack pressure he needs to get rid of this Dartrix, and all of a sudden, the Dartrix is also going to be closing in on another charge attack very soon thanks to that overfarm.
The double normals from Capine are on the ropes here against the dapper Dartrix. Going to be able to get the Seed Bomb shortly, but instead, here comes the Shadow Ball. Arrow's not sure. Capine is shaking his head. Is this enough to knock out the Dartrix? Yes!
Oh my goodness, Arrow's Diggersby. Just Diggersby against the world, one Fire Punch. I don't know if this is enough to knock out the Licky Licky, and then Capine's got his own Diggersby in the back. We're gonna have to see how much energy he has. Licky Licky goes down, oh, but a huge health advantage and an energy advantage on Arrow's side.
It looks like Arrow is so close to the grand finals here. Scorching Sand, not the strongest attack, especially against the bulk of Diggersby. And Arrow's able to endure, and it looks like instead of Scorching Sand, he's going for the back-to-back Fire Punch, and it looks like Arrow is going to the grand finals.
One Fire Punch landing. He's got the second ready to go. Arrow's going to be heading to his 4th grand finals off the back of this insane team here.
Dartrix did it. Arrow did it. The Spice is able to overcome and make it all the way to the grand finals, but what an effort from Capine and the double normals. I feel like Capine has been playing outstanding, but it's about Arrow right now. Wow. Season after season, tournament after tournament of experimentation leads to this success right here.
And I remember someone telling me that conditional on Arrow reaching the top 8, he's got a 75% chance of making it to the grand finals. We'll make that 80% because this is his 4th grand finals. He has one, I believe, 8th place career finish, but he is so primed and ready to go on these day 2s. I think this is what his Spice is all about. This is what the preparation leads up to, right? You can see the day 1 meta usage. He can see how it condenses in day number 2, and I think that's how he comes up with these crazy core breakers.
And when the Spice works, it works. You said when you're coming into that winner side of the bracket, if you are Arrow with those Spice Pokemon, he often does really well with those Pokemon. This time, the whole story has been Dartrix. That Pokemon is the reason he is in the Grand Finals. A Pokemon that no one has been using in Championship Series. Has awesome synergy with the Aegislash, has been great with the Tinkaton as well. Arrow is just so creative, and it feels like it has all come together to accumulate to bring him to this moment, and I feel like Los Angeles could be his time to get his first ever regional championship.
It definitely feels that way, right? Watching these matches, watching Arrow progress through each stage of the tournament, it really does feel like all of the momentum, all of the stories are on his side here. And that was a great series from Arrow, right? We keep talking about all the spice he's brought, all the team preparation, but he's also making great plays in the games themselves. He's making the catches, he's doing all of these perfect over farms. And so I think, you know, Arrow is really perfectly poised here in Los Angeles.
Wow, what a series we had. It came down to game number 5. We are in our final 3 here. You don't want to go anywhere. We have the losers finals and then of course the grand finals coming up on the other side of this break.
We had to start from the beginning once again. Would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment. Would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made. Would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say it's our time? We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight, come stand with me. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start to know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
and again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say
it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our time.
get here. So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. What started as a massive field of competitors, only 3 remain. Arrow clutching a decisive Game 5 to send him on to the Grand Finals. And up next, our Losers Finals between K-Pine and Elite.
K-Pine just getting knocked down to that loser side bracket by Arrow and his dastardly Dartrix. Meanwhile, Elite has been cleaning house, running through the loser side bracket with his Shadow, Galarian, Weezing, and multiple Pokemon with only, what, 35 energy moves?
He has been firing off charge tag after charge tag and just an avalanche of damage that doesn't seem to be stopped. He has now won 10 series in a row on the loser side of the bracket. It just goes to show, when you're dropped down, you're not out of it yet.
I just can't even fathom playing that number of games. And not only that, but also dominating that number of games. You and I were talking about his composure backstage. Nothing bothers him, nothing rattles him. Elite is absolutely dialed in. He's got tunnel vision, and one thing he sees is that game in front of him. So Elite has his next opponent, his next target even, right? In K-Pine, this is going to be an insane losers finals.
K-Pine has played amazingly throughout this tournament. He has been running the quick attack Diggersby, and that has been kind of an MVP Pokemon for K-Pine.
Yeah.
It is just a source of incredible bulk, and he has really been relying on a lot of double and sometimes even triple normal strategies, just really trying to target down Pokemon like Elite's Feraligatr.
Yeah, I'll be honest, we haven't seen K-Pine's Wigglytuff in quite a while. Did not see it at all versus Arrow, but Arrow does have 2 steals and a fire-type Pokemon, so that makes a lot of sense. A lot less protection here on Elite's side. Do you think we see that coveted triple normal team from K-Pine?
I think we're going to be seeing Licky Licky basically every single game. It just feels like it's never a bad call to bring Licky Licky. I think Diggersby does have some play here. It can target down that Corsola, target down that Galarian Weezing, really shut down the Weezing to the point where even if you have like close to 3 Brutal Swings, Diggersby's fine.
Yeah.
It actually can survive that onslaught.
I will say, I do like the Malamar from K-Pine, kind of in the same vein as a Grumpig. That Psywave damage does so much, especially to poison types like Shadow, Galarian, Weezing. We're not wasting any more time, everybody. Jumping right in, K-Pine leads the Malamar into the Feraligatr.
This is a very neutral matchup. In the back, K-Pine has his own Feraligatr and a Licky Licky, and for Elite, he's up for Togekiss and that Shadow Mud Bomb Quagsire.
Malamar willing to allow that Feraligatr to get off that first charge attack means you get an extra Psywave there, and you can double up more effectively. Here comes that first Hydro Cannon. Malamar shrugs it off, closing in on the double foul play, but only 1 Psywave into the first.
Does Elite try and call that this is not the superpower? He's thinking through his options. He does let it go. He calls that it's a foul play, and Feraligatr will be able to win this 0 Protect Shield scenario here.
Ooh, knowing that, he makes a swap, and Elite knows that he knows that, so he makes a swap. He goes into Togekiss versus K-Pine's Licky Licky.
That maybe not the simultaneous swap that Elite was hoping for, but I think this works out very nicely for K-Pine as the Licky Licky manages to avoid the Quagsire, and that sets up Feraligatr into that Quagsire in the end game.
Yeah, I think the key objective here for K-Pine now is to get a protection advantage and then unleash his Feraligatr. Elite does give away that shield here on the body slam.
What makes this matchup feel so strong for K-Pine is the fact that the Licky Licky is not in Aura Sphere range, and that's exactly why he's going to be no-shielding. He wants to pressure out Elite's energy, force Elite to give up more Protect Shields or give up that energy.
Exactly. Another charge attack lands. This time it's an Aura Sphere. Second Aura Sphere ready to go, and I don't see any reason for K-Pine to shield this. He's going to let that Licky Licky go and look to farm down with something else.
Malamar does have a charge attack loaded. He's going to keep that for the back, send in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr can't quite get the farm down before the Aura Sphere is reached.
I really like this play by K-Pine, trying to get ahead on energy on that beastly Feraligatr. He knows it'll tear through almost anything in the back. He's going to see a Shadow Quagsire now, and those Hydra Cannons are going to hurt.
Hydra Cannon will do so much damage. It's a charge attack priority tie. Feraligatr always going to be winning that over Quagsire. Elite will put up the Protect Shield. Even though Mud Bomb does give Quagsire better pacing in this matchup, the non-Shadow Feraligatr is still able to tank this damage very comfortably.
K-Pine deciding to go ahead and use his final shield on the Mud Bomb. Does not want to take the damage just quite yet, but also the switch timer is up. He could reach for that Malamar any second.
The Malamar does have energy. It has a charge attack loaded. This Hydro Cannon is going to inflict massive damage onto Elite, and if K-Pine wants to try and switch in and snipe down the energy, he will have the ability to do so.
Oh, goes into the Malamar. Doesn't have the move ready, though, so the Quagsire takes full advantage and Aqua Tails for the knockout.
It looks like he had actually switched out on 9 Psywaves, not 10. He was so close to the charge attack, but he did not have it. So, unfortunately, he does not get that snipe play.
Oh, but not on the, not on the 4 cycle. Instead, needing 5 mud shots. Elite cannot get to the Mud Bomb. This is great news for K-Pine.
Elite, I believe, does have a charge attack loaded on the Feraligatr. He's going to bring in the Togekiss and snipe down with that energy.
Oh my goodness, that is such a quick play. Blink and you'll miss it, but he sends out one Pokemon, and then in the middle of K-Pine's Shadow Claw, he sends out another. Masterfully done by Elite.
Elite just feels unstoppable right now. That was kind of a tricky end game. There was a lot of moving parts, but Elite was just magical. He did not let that snipe happen. He fired off the Aqua Tail. Malamar so close to the foul play, unable to get there. And then the composure to send in the Togekiss, throw the peck, and as soon as that Shadow Claw started, switch in his own Feraligatr, snipe down the energy, and secure the win.
Yeah, when your opponent builds in multiple win conditions like Elite just did, it's very difficult to pin them down and figure out what they're doing. K-Pine needed to watch and actually not even throw fast attacks if he wanted to connect a Hydra Cannon. And then the question would have come down to the charge attack priority tie as well. So Elite just blocks K-Pine in, and it didn't look like it was over until it was long over and already done.
And K-Pine not banking that charge attack on Malamar, it felt like really came back to bite him in that game.
Yeah.
As if he had the charge attack, he could have sniped down the Quagsire energy. Malamar does win that charge attack priority tie, but unfortunately he didn't have it, and the Quagsire was able to stay around. It got a charge attack into that Feraligatr, and that's what put it into Hydro Cannon range.
Subtle body language clue from K-Pine as well. He didn't seem surprised by the play. I think he knew it was always in the cards at that point in the battle, and he knew that if he didn't time it perfectly, he was going to get Hydro Cannon. So I think that says a lot about his personal skill, because if you're not surprised by something, right, if you're like, oh, well, that was an option, that means you were able to see it coming, you're able to detect it, and maybe K-Pine can find a win condition in this game number 2.
Getting this game win would be massive for K-Pine. He's looking to try and get the equalizer. Both battlers have locked in. Game number 2, K-Pine versus Elite. It's the Togekiss for Elite into the Licky Licky for K-Pine.
All right, as we know, Aura Sphere going to deal a massive amount of damage, but Togekiss still needs 2 of them. With the shields up, this Licky Licky can stay back there, roll out, Body Slam or Shadow Ball, and do a ton of damage.
Instant no shield from Elite. He's very happy to take the Body Slam because he did not build up to try and threaten a Shadow Ball.
Exactly right. Aura Sphere ready to go after 9 pecks, it would appear. This is going to deal a ton of damage, but not enough to knock out. K-Pine has a chance here to throw another charge attack. He doesn't want to get caught on.
Immediate switch by Elite. He sends in the Quagsire, preserving that Togekiss with energy and with a decent amount of health remaining, and instead choosing to absorb the energy on that Shadow Quagsire.
Body Slam connects. K-Pine pivoting into his Feraligatr. That was a nice Body Slam, though, because it puts this Shadow Quagsire easily within Hydro Cannon range.
This is a phenomenal opportunity for K-Pine to look to overfarm. Mud Bomb will connect for some pretty significant damage, but K-Pine can now look to overfarm massively and take the knockout and exit with a lot of residual energy, which is going to make life very difficult for Elite.
Yeah, going on the charge attack priority. Perfect timing there by K-Pine. Does Elite want that shield back, though? Yes, he does. He's going to be willing to give up the first shield in order to get one back from K-Pine.
But K-Pine has a lot of energy. He's not going to be incentivized just to let this go. He's actually thinking it through. Will he? No, he does not. There's so much energy on the Feraligatr, he can't really afford to give it up. So instead, he is just going to stay in. Probably look to try and go for the charge attack. Priority tie on the Aqua Tail, but Elite saves the energy and catches on the Feraligatr.
My goodness, we've seen Elite spamming off charge attacks. I don't think we've seen Elite catching the way that he's been catching in these first 2 games. This is absolutely diabolical. Out comes the Malamar, and I mean, time might be running out because this Feraligatr is within foul play range.
Feraligatr will get some very critical damage onto the Malamar, but it feels a little bit like the Feraligatr Quagsire matchup we just had, where the first charge attack will not take the knockout, and now Capine can look to overfarm and try and exit the matchup with as much residual energy as he can possibly get.
Switch timer still heavily displaced, no swaps available. Elite has to decide. He's got 1 shield left, 3 weakened Pokemon. He needs his Feraligatr, so he invests.
Puts up the shield, he clicks the Hydro Cannon, winning charge stack priority. Capine has to let that go because that charge stack was triggered, so he's just going to sacrifice this and instead just try and look for farm.
Exactly right. He has the Licky and the Feraligatr waiting in the wings and 1 Protect Shield to hide behind. Capine needs a farm down, and this Feraligatr is bulky. It's going to be tough to get a Shadow Claw down. He might need to throw energy.
This is going to be close. Can Elite hang on? There's the switch into Licky, and unfortunately the rollout did not go through in time. It's a 3-turn move with the switch. Elite gets the Hydro Cannon, and that's going to pressure a shield.
Yeah, that's all, that's all Capine can do at this point. Out comes Quagsire with that low energy cost Aqua Tail, and Elite looks like he's going to take another win here shortly.
Elite has a lot of energy on the Togekiss, but I believe he doesn't quite have the move. So, oh my goodness, Capine, he's so close to the double up, but I don't think he has it.
He's just got no HP, right? He's so weak. Out comes the first Hydro Cannon to KO the Shadow Quagsire. In comes a Togekiss with a bit of energy, but the Peck does the rest.
He was so close to pulling magic out of nowhere and getting a win, but unfortunately the Feraligatr just did not have the HP required. He had 9 Shadow Claws, he needed 10. The Peck takes the knockout, and Elite is now up 2 games to 0 in the losers finals.
This is a best of 5, and to remind everybody out there, if Elite wins this round, that'll make 11 straight on that losers side bracket, which is absolutely unheard of.
11 straight series is just incredible, but so are the plays in this game. Elite banking the Aqua Tail, catching onto his Feraligatr, and consistently desyncing the timers, banking energy, and that banked Aqua Tail ended up being game winning.
Absolutely clutch plays for both players, but Elite just looks like he looks so much sharper. He's so much more poised, able to catch those resistant charge attacks and put himself in a great position. And even when it feels like his Pokemon are getting weak, he just has so much energy left on them that it doesn't matter.
Elite at this point knows he is on the brink of making it to the grand finals. He only needs 1 win in 3 games, but he would love to get it done here and move into the top 2.
Capine running out of options here. Down 0-2, has not brought the Wigglytuff, has not gone with that heavy set double normal that we've seen him play all tournament long. I do think that Elite's team composition presents some really unique problems, and maybe that's what's keeping Capine from playing what he's comfortable using.
No Galarian Wheezing from Elite. The Diggersby has scared it off, but Elite's saying even without the Wheezing, he can still find a way. Togekiss, Licky, whether he brings the Feraligatr or the Quagsire, there's just incredible synergy amongst these 4 Pokemon, and it kind of feels like Elite can throw any of those 3 together, and then as long as he's careful, as he dances in and out of matchups, he saves energy, he makes catches, he can just consistently find win cons out of thin air.
Yeah, he doesn't need super effective damage. He just needs neutral or kind of resist it because he's going to spam off so many charge attacks that it won't even matter in the end. Capine, biggest game of his entire Championship Series career. This is the furthest he's ever made it. Still locking up a very respectable 3rd place, but he wants the win here so he can get back at that rematch with Arrow. He just has a long road ahead of him to get there.
It all starts with getting 1 win on the board, and that's what Capine is looking to do here. We have double lock-ins. Game number 3, potential elimination game for Capine. He leads Feraligatr into Togekiss.
All right, here we go. Capine's last chance to stay alive here in Los Angeles.
And this matchup, Togekiss will be winning charge attack priority, but Aura Sphere does not threaten the knockout. So Capine, going to overfarm, ends up losing charge attack priority. He will put up the Protect Shield as he is looking to try and preserve the Feraligatr.
Yeah, you definitely need a very attack-weighted Feraligatr to win the charge attack priority here, so this is not unusual to see. Hydro Cannon does command the shield right back from Elite, though, which is nice. I mean, you don't want to lose something and not get anything in return, so at least that's one piece of good news for Capine.
Capine does have Fortress in the back. Now, Capine has really not brought a lot of Fortress so far to the series, so Capine looking to make an adjustment as he tries to stay alive.
Yeah, switching into the Malamar, taking both Protect Shields away from Elite and his Togekiss, but the double R Spheres are ready.
And this will not take the knockout. It's going to do a lot of damage. Back-to-back load, and K-Pine doesn't have the foul play just yet. Togekiss is still outside of foul play range as well. So Elite can really look to try and ramp up the pressure, as K-Pine, I believe, triggered a charge attack priority tie there.
I think K-Pine needs Protect Shield here if he wants to keep his Malamar in the series, but he's going to let this Aura Sphere connect. Malamar hangs on by a thread. He knows his Pokemon inside and out.
1 HP remaining on the Malamar, barely clinging to life. It leaves with a parting gift of the foul play. Togekiss is going to switch out, and in comes the Feraligatr, but this is the reveal from K-Pine. He has brought the Volt Switch Fortress.
Volt Switch Fortress. Elite even had to check the team sheet like I did, and this is a big surprise, and it's dealing a lot of damage to the Feraligatr with the fast attacks.
It being the non-Shadow Feraligatr does help Elite quite a bit here, because the Volt Switches don't do nearly as much as you might think. Even this Rock Tomb will fail to take the knockout, and Elite just wants to try and chip away at the Fortress, try and grab that final Protect Shield, and set up that Shadow Quagsire that's lurking in the back.
Another Volt Switch, but it's interrupted by the Hydro Cannon. No shield from K-Pine. He's going to go down to his own Feraligatr, and that is his last hope to win this game and keep himself in the tournament.
He pivots out. Switch Clock not up for Elite. Elite gets farmed down. Elite now has to send in the Quagsire, but Quagsire could be in trouble.
I think Elite kind of knows that the writing's on the wall here. K-Pine has Protect Shield advantage. He has a healthy Feraligatr, and there's just not much that Elite can do to break this shield and apply some pressure. He's got to at least try to catch something, right?
This will come down to a potential charge attack priority tie where Elite will make the Aqua Tail, Feraligatr will make the Hydro Cannon. Feraligatr does win charge attack priority, but Elite does have a catch available onto the Togekiss.
Could reach for it. Here we go, Aqua Tail into the Feraligatr, but I think the Feraligatr might hang on to this. It's going to be super close. K-Pine already putting the device down. He thinks it's over. Feraligatr does hang on. Togekiss comes out, and it soaks a Hydro Cannon. Oh my goodness.
K-Pine read the catch, but Elite stayed in. Elite lands the Aqua Tail, catches the Hydro Cannon, mud shots down for Feraligatr. The California King is back. He farms down with the Quagsire. He's taken the series 3-0. He's on to the grand finals.
My goodness, the sweep continues of that loser's side bracket, and Elite finds himself all the way up on the main stage for the grand finals versus Arrow. What an incredible series, though, by Elite, and what a great tournament run from K-Pine.
K-Pine, I believe that's his first medal, so much to be proud of there for K-Pine. An incredible run here in Los Angeles. And for Elite, for those counting at home, that's 11 series in a row, Speedy.
I can't count at home because I only have 10 fingers, right? I don't even know how to keep up with Elite and all of his accomplishments. What an incredible set, and I hope that his best pal Pocket is watching as well. I'm sure he's very proud of him.
Hey, well, Pocket did provide Elite the motivation, and Elite is delivering series after series, matchup after matchup. A lot of people have been asking throughout the day, can anyone stop Elite? Well, there's only one person left who can, and his name is Arrow.
There's only one obstacle left on Elite's journey through that loser side bracket all the way to the podium and the first place medal. He's got to get through Arrow to get there, but what an incredible journey that so far culminated in the win over K-Pine in this losers finals, a swift 3-0 victory.
I do still want to highlight K-Pine and how he has been grinding these tournaments and finally getting that breakthrough result for him. K-Pine played incredibly, and a lot of these games came down to very close calls, like right here, predicting the catch, but Elite stays in. Those are the kind of reads that can make or break these decisive games, and Elite has been so consistent in getting those calls where there's a lot up in the air correct. Time and time again.
And you remember in game one, the only reason that Elite got the win is because he got creative and he switched in his Feraligatr in the middle of a Shadow Claw and fired off a Hydro Cannon when K-Pine just had no defense. Those Shadow Claws only last 2 turns, which is just a second. So if you can time yourself in order to swap and throw in 1 second, that's the kind of skill you need to compete at a regional championship at the highest level. And if you can already do that, you should be here. You should be competing at the regionals across the country every season.
And as K-Pine in that game 1 scenario, the only way to try and counteract that would be to make the hard read saying he's going to do 1 and switch, because if you see the switch, it's too late. You're already mid Shadow Claw. There's nothing you can do. So you would have to make the hard read of he's going to switch after 1.
So I'm just going to stand here.
Gut. Yeah.
I'm just going to stand and wait. And then when he does come in, Hydro Cannon, right? Oh my gosh, you have to watch those typing icons at the far top right corner of the screen. Those are always the best giveaway because those change just a hair before the Pokemon in front of you does. that's my advice for today.
Well, we have two grand finalists, Speedy, who are no stranger to the big stage. Two of our most decorated competitors. Arrow, who consistently puts together incredibly creative teams. He's always thinking outside the box. Anytime there is a post on Twitter where someone's saying the meta is solved, I think Arrow takes that a little bit personally, and Arrow's like, oh, really? Have a Dartrix Aegis/Core trainers, and then Elite back in his home state. He has consistently performed very well here. This is going to be an unbelievable matchup. Arrow is coming out of the winner's side of the bracket, which means he needs one best-of-5 win if he's going to be crowned champion. Elite is going to need 2 best-of-5 wins because he already took a loss on day number 1.
That's exactly right. And Arrow, I think, has a ton to prove because he was the runner-up in San Antonio a few years ago before being upset by Dunebug, who also had a monstrous bracket run. So they say that history doesn't repeat, but it does echo. Let's see which one of these trainers will come out on top. But let's first zoom in a bit more on Elite. As Soph said, I believe Butters said as well, this is a trainer that used to be winning events constantly, 3 championships to his name, but he's been kind of on a cold stint for a while. I think most recently his Seattle top 16 was his best performance.
And he had previously San Antonio regional champion, Baltimore regional finalist, but he was best known for winning in California, and here we are in California. So he's looking to make history repeat itself, but for Arrow, he is looking to finally do what so many trainers dream to do. You get so close, you could almost taste that regional win. Arrow needs 3 wins in one of these series, and he is going to get that coveted regional champion title.
It sounds so simple, right? Just 3 wins, but I do remember Elite squaring up against Caleb Peng in the grand finals a few years ago, and that Alolan Sand Slash absolutely ran through the grand finals. 6-0 for Elite. He did not pause or slow down or even blink for a second on the way to that medal. So with the way he's been playing this weekend, Henry, I don't know. Arrow doesn't get nervous, but if I was in his position, I'd be pretty nervous.
And it sounds like we get to hear from the trainers themselves. The final 2 trainers competing for the regional championship title. Soph is actually over in the lounge, and she's going to be talking it through with Elite and Arrow.
Thanks, Henry. I'm here with our incredible grand finalists, Arrow and Elite. I'm really excited to hear about their journeys so far and what they're thinking about as they head into the grand finals. So we'll start with you, Arrow. Speedy just said, you know, he knows that you don't get nervous, but I'm curious, how have you been carrying yourself throughout the day? I know you've had some long waits coming in on the winner's side.
So I try to tackle nerves the way I tackle every game, just every second, take a breath, and then that's the way to reset. And I think it's worked well for me today. I haven't really felt oh no, I'm screwed yet on stage. And that's how I've won some of these games, because I was in some bad positions.
You were, but you pulled through. And for you, Elite, I mean, you're on the loser side, so a little bit more precarious. But I think Henry or Speedy mentioned that you won 11 series straight at this point. So tell us about how you've been staying locked in. Are you feeling fatigued at all, or are you ready to go?
I'm feeling fatigued. I started feeling the fatigue when I was playing K-Pine in game 1, because I ate nothing today. I had a cup of milk in the morning, and then I had a coffee at like 10 a.m. And then the first match, I started to feel a hunger, and I was just like breathing in, trying to like control myself. But yeah, it's been a long journey, but I'm used to it. It's like the 3rd time now that I'm coming to the grand finals on the loser side. Yeah, still always the same nerves, but yeah, no, I'm excited.
Okay, well, hopefully we can find you a snack before the grand finals begin. And, you know, you talked about a long journey to get to the grand finals. For both of you, actually, it's been a little bit more than maybe 1.5 calendar years, actually, since your last grand finals. So I'd love to hear a little bit about your journeys since then. You know, what have you been working on? Maybe any disappointments or setbacks that you've had. Let's start with you, Arrow.
So I believe my last grand finals was Louisville last season. And I was able to win the first set of that, but it was coming from the loser side, and then I got swept. So that one leaves a big mark, and it's something that I don't ever want to happen again. But it's just been a lot of trials and tribulations through many different 17th places, 9th places, just always right next to top cut and not top cutting. So this was feeling really good to be back.
Incredible performance for sure, and you know, excited to see what you accomplish in the next set. What about you, Elite?
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh, of course, yeah. I know you're a little hungry. I asked about your journey since your last grand finals for
Oh, okay.
you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my last grand finals was San Antonio.
Not this year, though.
Last year. Well, this year I wasn't San Antonio. And anyways, it's been a long time since I've been in the grand finals. This season has been a rougher season for me in terms of my performances. It hasn't been as strong of performances as previous seasons. But I'm happy to be back here now, obviously, and I kind of forgot where I was going with this. It's been a while. It's been a while.
long day.
I'm glad to be here. I'm very happy to be here, and also when I started on the winner side, I had a similar feeling to when I was. I started on the loser side. I had a similar feeling to when I was on the loser side in Seattle as well. But I felt like as long as I played solid, I have played in pretty much any matchup. Even the matchups that seem really bad, I felt like as long as I'm confident in my ability to play, then I'll hopefully find a way to win somehow.
Yeah, and we're really happy to see you here. You are one of the most precise technical players I think we have on the scene, and you've been playing really well. And in terms of your preparation for this tournament, Era, we've been talking all weekend long about your unconventional picks. I know you kept them from Orlando, but I'm kind of curious, how do you even come up with these picks in the first place? Because I know sometimes we see players collaborating on the same cores or even teams of 6. And for you, I feel like I just show up to tournaments and everyone's like, did you hear what Era's running? And it sounds like you're just picking them up out of the blue.
A lot of times I'm trying to convince other people that they're good Pokemon, and that hasn't been very easy to do without the results to show. So guys, Dartrix is a good Pokemon, so now you know.
All right, now we all know. You've been using it a lot. And Elite, for you, I know you talked about you've been using the Weezing in the Go Battle League. Is there anything else you like to do besides GBL to prepare for Show 6 tournaments?
I used to do a lot of practice tournaments and different various groups. But to be honest, I haven't really been doing it recently. For this tournament, my prep was I had a cup and a challenge, like a back-to-back cup and challenge 2 weeks ago. And I ran the same team, and I was fortunate enough to win both. And I was like, all right, I'm running that team here. Didn't do a single set of scrims in between, which is normally not like me. I normally try to at least do a couple scrims in between. But I have a couple friends that I normally reach out to a lot in terms of helping with scrims or team building or whatever, and I was very fortunate to be able to rely on them this weekend.
All right, well, speaking of those friends, are there any that you want to shout out, Elite?
Of course. Those people are Lyle Jeffs, SS Thorn, and Mormon Matt. I appreciate you guys for helping me prepping. But other shout outs, I just want to give another shout out to my friend Aaron Brock. He was playing VGC, and then also to my mom, because it's Mother's Day.
All right, Era?
Yeah, shout out to the entire Legends United team. They've been supportive of me ever since we started. Shout out to the homies, Pocket, Elite, Eric, Harry. I've gotten a ton of message from people in Europe supporting me. You know who you are. I feel pretty loved and supported.
You guys are definitely loved and supported. 2 incredible trainers here who we're going to get to see face off in just a little bit. Of course, Aero, 4th Grand Finals, Elite, your 5th career Grand Finals. So 2 of the best trainers on the scene today. And I want to give you guys a little bit of a break so that maybe you can get some food, maybe you can get some rest before you go. So let's take it back to the casters.
Fueled by pure determination. Elite running on fumes, but you wouldn't be able to tell based on his gameplay. Great interview with both of our grand finalists. I always like those a lot because we get to see a bit more of them as people, as characters, and Elite has been so stoic on stage. You and I made a comment off air. We said, this is emotional, Elite. I never thought I'd see this.
It's very cool to see the human side of these players because sometimes the plays on stage can be so dazzling, so precise that it almost doesn't even feel real. Yep. Because the precision, the counts, the being able to track everything throughout the course of a match when games can be decided by literal half-of-a-second intervals. It almost just feels unreal, but these are trainers. They have hopes, they have dreams, they have a desire to get back to the grand finals, and both of these trainers, they had a bit of a downturn, but they're back. They're back in the grand finals, and this is the moment. One of them will get to emerge victorious, and be crowned the Los Angeles Regional Champion, and I cannot wait. This should be an unbelievably good series.
I mean, speaking of inhuman talent, when we were off camera, Henry actually had to open a panel on the side of his head and swap his batteries out before he closed it. Now he's locked back in again. So this guy also from a different planet, just like our trainers are going to take the stage here shortly.
Oh, goodness, Speedy. I was taking a look at the matchup here, and this matchup does look to be a very intriguing one. I would argue that, unfortunately, our good friend Weezing is a little bit difficult to bring here because there is a Diggersby and there is a Tinkaton.
That's true.
There are a few targets. Like, the Dartrix wouldn't be a big fan of it. There's Brutal Swings for the Aegislash, although Aegislash will probably take 4 of those, no problem. But I think an actual X Factor could be that Feraligatr. Elites relied heavily on the Feraligatr, but it's something that K-Pine also used in that Winners Final Series, is Feraligatr offers a lot of play. Its energy, if it can get at an advantage, is very strong into the Dartrix. In my eyes, there isn't really a strong punish to that energy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Henry. I think that could be a key factor in it. And again, we've seen Elite have Pokemon that are key in some series, and then he needs to leave them completely on the bench in others. He's comfortable doing that, so I'm sure both trainers will make adjustments. But I got to be honest with everybody, we've got about 30 days until NAIC, and if you know that's the cutoff to earn championship points. So if you are still in the race for Worlds, you need to get out and compete at your local cups and challenges, meet your local community, get some of those points that you need to move up on the leaderboards and make the cutoff. And get inspired, right? If you want to play a fun team like we see Arrow playing, or if you just want 5 Pokemon that work and a 6th wild card like Elite and his Galarian Weezing, you can do that too. Make sure to scan that code and get involved.
Watching these tournaments is an amazing way to get teams for your locals. It can also be a great way to inspire you to come up with unique picks. If you're seeing a lot of teams do very well, let's say you're noticing, wait a minute, a lot of these top teams are very weak to something, that could be the way that you come up with one of the more unique picks like Arrow does, just trying to say, you know what, guys, I promise, this Mon is good, and I'm going to win my cup, I'm going to win my challenge, and I'm going to prove to you that it's good. That's a really good way to do so, is trying to follow along with the meta trends, what's rising, what's falling. We do cover it a little bit at the start of day 1 with our Pokemon rising and falling there, but if you're going anti-meta, I'd probably recommend something that has a resistance to bug bite, because that Fortress has been a nightmare this weekend.
I also think that our meta discussion is always interesting because as commentators, we can see the trends of percentage-wise, which Pokemon are on the incline, which ones are on the downslide, and I feel like we might call out specific Pokemon like Wigglytuff and say, well, in overall usage, it's way down. People are not playing it. It used to be on every single team for a short while, but a Wigglytuff still made third place here this weekend on K-Pine's team. So it doesn't mean the Pokemon is bad. It just means that overall, it's sliding down on trans, and production is absolutely on fire because we did not ask for this, but we are happy to receive it.
You know what I just realized? Despite the fact that it felt like day 2 was consistently, the story was Shadow Bug Bite Fortress. The highest placing Fortress in LA, Volt Switch on K-Pine's team. He didn't bring it much, but in a pretty shocking turn of events, I was looking at Elite's team, I don't see a Fortress. I was looking at Arrow's team, I don't see a Fortress, and K-Pine hit the Volt Switch Fortress. So despite the fact that there was Fortress left and right, looks like a lot of the Fortress knocked each other out, and now there's no Fortress remaining in top 2.
And we had it on our trending up. We're like, oh, Fortress will be everywhere. Oh my goodness, production, we love it. Yeah, Fortress has been so impressive, and like you said, in the intro, right, we said this yesterday, the shift has really been from that Volt Switch variant that counters water and flying types over towards the Shadow Bug Bite variant, and we saw numerous trainers try that Shadow Fortress, but the furthest Fortress to make it was K-Pine's with the Volt Switch, which is such a poetic finish for this Pokemon at this particular event in Los Angeles.
Volt Switch also helped protect on K-Pine's team the Diggersby, because Diggersby proved to be very, very strong, but not a big fan of a lot of those flyers, so having the Volt Switch to help check the flyers does oftentimes protect against those flyers and make the Diggersby a lot more playable overall.
Yeah, exactly. I think all these Pokemon, right, you make one adjustment to your team and there's like a ripple effect of what you should change afterwards, how you should support that Pokemon and build the rest of your team around it. That's why team building can feel like such a headache when you're trying to cover everything. Because I'm going to be honest, Henry, you know this, right? You cannot cover everything. You're going to have some weaknesses, and the key to being a Pokemon master at a high level is knowing those weaknesses and knowing how to get around them.
And when it comes to team building, I feel like in a lot of scenarios, The Pokemon that I always refer to as, like, anytime someone has a lot of spice on their team, the Mon that they're always weak to feels like Malamar. Malamar, like, it is so difficult to build a team that covers everything that also covers Malamar, because Malamar, I mean, arguably the best fairy type right now is Togekiss, and Malamar is just fine there. The reason why a lot of the trainers ran the regular Malamar is it actually has a substantially better Togekiss matchup and can actually win that in a counter switch scenario. So, despite the fact that Arrow has a lot of those spicier picks, Capine at the Malamar, Arrow was able to find a way past that Malamar, and now he's just going to have to find a way past a Shadow Galarian Weezing, which does mean that if Arrow wins, some of the storylines we have at play here is Aegislash back-to-back tournament wins, a first win for Dartrix, or if Elite wins, a first win for Shadow Galarian Weezing.
Oh my goodness, could be history in the making. Those are our peak performers and our last 2 remaining teams. But let's take one more look back at our overall usage for day number 2 while our trainers get ready for the grand finals. Licky, the heavyweight. You said something earlier. I think you said this on Friday evening. You made it like a comment, but it sounded like a threat. You said Licky will have Metacham level usage, and you are absolutely right, Henry.
75% usage, but only 50% usage in the grand finals. There is no Licky on Arrow's team. Arrow instead opting for the Diggersby, which you have at number 4 at 37.5%. So still relying on a normal type, but just a very different one that actually is a pretty good matchup into Licky.
Corviknight bringing up the rear here with Capine's Wigglytuff making it to the board. It's really funny to see. Also, Unova Stunfisk, a fun Pokemon that we saw quite a bit this event. Grumpig, a fan favorite, did make some waves. And the Empoleon, you got to assume that's been bolstered by Buzel Boys Empoleon that he played all the way up until, what was it, 4th, 5th place, something like that?
I believe it was 4th. Yeah.
4th overall.
So he had the highest placing Empoleon and the highest placing Bug-Bite Shadow Fortress, because I believe he did have both.
Yeah.
So well done to Buzel Boy there, as he was able to take those Pokemon to very nice success. Getting a medal is a pretty massive accomplishment.
Absolutely. Our grand finalists are slowly starting to take the stage, everybody. We need to get Elite a snack, right? I hope somebody tossed him a granola bar or something, because he needs to be at full energy to take on Arrow. Again, this is a grand final situation in a double reset bracket, which means that Elite needs to win a set to force the reset and then win a second set in order to win it all. But he is no stranger to that. He did have a 6-0 victory in the grand finals a few years ago in this very Golden State, so he can absolutely pull it off again.
And these are going to be best of 5 series as well.
Yeah.
Now that we are in these final few matches here in Los Angeles, everything's going to be best of 5. So once a trainer gets 3 wins, if it's Arrow, it's over. If it's Elite, he has to do it one more time, fueled by a desire to be regional champion and hopefully fueled by a granola bar.
I hope so, right? So I think there's a ton of pressure on Arrow to close this out quickly, because if Elite starts to get a footing and build his confidence like he already has been doing all tournament long, it's going to be very tough to stop him, because, I mean, you can have a trainer with all the right Pokemon, but if you have somebody who's confident and sure of themselves and makes bold plays at the right times, they're almost impossible to stop.
I don't know if anyone has been so consistently bringing a non-Licky Pokemon like Arrow has been bringing Dartrix. It really feels like every single game, Dartrix is on the team, and Dartrix has consistently proved to be a very strong pick for Arrow. I would say against all odds. I was very surprised to see a Dartrix here, but Arrow is making it look very legit.
No, I agree with you completely. That Pokemon, it seems like an unfavorable environment for a grass flying type, but there are only a couple things it really needs to shield due to its extra bulk. So Arrow might rely on it as early as Game 1 here in our Los Angeles Grand Finals.
If the Dartrix is able to target down that Quagsire, Elite is running a Quagsire with Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. No Stone Edge has proved to be very helpful for him against the Steels, but if it's against that Dartrix, that could be catastrophe.
Let's zoom in, everybody. This is the grand finals of Los Angeles. We've got an Aegislash, Diggersby, Dartrix, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, Tinkaton, and Shadow Feraligatr for Arrow. An unconventional team. This makes 11 unique picks in our grand finals here today.
Now I'm taking a look across the teams to see what's in common. Oh, it's the Feraligatr, but even then, it's Shadow versus non-Shadow. So one could argue 12 unique picks, and I think I'm going to be the one to argue that.
Hey, I'll take it there. I think that makes total sense. Meanwhile, Elite has grinded through that loser side bracket, turning his opposition into dust. 11 wins straight, and he has turned an Ash into a blaze here. He's got a Shadow Quagsire, Galarian Corsola, Shadow Galarian Weezing, as well as Licky, Togekiss, and Feraligatr. Feraligatr.
And the Weezing has opted for Brutal Swing. This gives it incredibly fast, straightforward pacing, but does mean that it doesn't quite have that overheat for massive, super effective damage into some of the steel types or bulkier options like Tinkaton or that Diggersby.
Let's get into it, everybody. Our trainers are locking in their Game 1 teams. Aero needs 3 wins in order to become your Los Angeles Regional Champion. Elite needs 6 in order to do the same. And it all comes down to this. The table is set. Aero and his dart tricks have been so instrumental and so much fun to watch, but Elite has played spoiler all weekend long, ruining stories and crushing dreams, and now their paths will collide.
Speaking of dreams, this is the moment every player dreams about when they are building a team, when they are working through the matchups, when they're doing practice battles. You all prepare for this, the grand finals. The win is so close, you can taste it. The trainers exchange a fist bump. We've got double lock-ins, game number 1 of the grand finals.
Aero on the left side of your screen coming from the winner's side bracket. Elite on the right from the loser side bracket. We get Togekiss lead into that mighty Shadow Feraligatr.
For Aero, he has Dartrix and Aegislash in the back. Elite has brought Licky Licky and his non-Shadow Feraligatr.
Right side Hydro Cannon here from Aero. Peels away that first Protect Shield from Elite. Feraligatr gives us a little shrug. I think it's just getting started.
Aero could look to try and make a catch onto the Aegislash, but switch locking an Aegislash is a bit of a risk. There is some very strong Pokemon that really like dealing with Aegislash in the back with the Feraligatr and that Licky Licky, but the more shields that Aero is able to peel away, the stronger that Aegislash is, and there it is, the catch, and the Hydro Cannon is preserved.
Perfect call out by Home Size Henry there. Aegislash going to shrug off that damage. Out comes Feraligatr to match it because Elite does not have that Quagsire on the team. That's a very important tell here for Aero as he tries to figure out what that third Pokemon might be.
Aero's just going to look to try and overfarm massively. Elite doesn't want to throw just yet. He's going to farm just shy of 100 energy, fire off Hydro Cannon, but Aegislash in its shield form is incredibly bulky. Hydro Cannon normally hits for massive damage on everything, but Aegislash will be able to survive.
Aero has to be careful. The throw is a great timing to avoid a charge attack priority tie here against the opposing Feraligatr. He might even be able to get another Psycho Cut here once he switches to Blade form, but regardless, he's going to take that shield away from Elite.
Aero did not wait the turn, which means the Shadow Claw is going to land on the Blade form. The Blade form is very glassy. Elite is going to be firing off the Hydro Cannon right away, and Aero is going to opt to let this go. He is sacrificing the Aegislash.
I think he knew it, right? He knew that once he took that Shadow Claw, he could not take another one to get to the next charge attack. Out comes the Dartrix with a Protect Shield advantage. Ice Beam is ready to go. Elite waits. Does Aero call it?
This is such a tough call to make. It's a 50-50, but he does put up the shield. He is going to be respecting that Ice Beam, but Elite did go for the bait.
Ooh, switching into the Feraligatr. This is exactly what Elite did to K-Pine earlier on this evening. Hydro Cannon will connect, but Aero shakes his head. He knows it's not enough damage.
The Feraligatr is able to hang on. Elite fires off Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon will not take the knockout here. The Feraligatr should be able to hang on, but it's going to be very, very close.
Incredibly close. Actually, Feraligatr on 1 HP gets one more Shadow Claw off. The question is, can Aero farm down? No, I think he needs to throw some energy. Fails on the switch. Elite is forced to take the C-Bomb here.
Elite has a full health Licky Licky in the back. Dartrix can inflict some significant damage with Brave Bird, but unfortunately Licky Licky is just so bulky. In comes the Togekiss. Togekiss just trying to get as much peck damage as possible. Aero full sends the Brave Bird. He's hoping that it's the Quagsire in the back, but it's not. It's just going to be that Licky Licky.
This is good information for Aero. Even though he might not win this game, seeing that Licky Licky in the back makes a lot of sense. And for Elite, this has been the safe blanket, the sponge for damage that he has been using all weekend long, and it surfaces yet again.
The Togekiss Licky Licky core, it just offers incredible neutral play across the board. Even with Aero getting that catch, he was able to save energy on the Feraligatr. It just was not enough. It seems was trying to go for a catch there, anticipating that Elite would maybe try and pivot out.
Yeah.
But by not just knocking out the Feraligatr, it made life very difficult for him, as Elite got incredible value out of that Feraligatr, and that just really made it so Aero didn't have the resources needed to combat that very bulky Licky Licky.
Going into game number 2, Aero needs to figure out a way to neutralize the Licky Licky. I think that Elite makes great use of Pokemon with aggressive, fast, and charge attacks. He spams them off constantly, but I think that Licky Licky is the safe blanket there, that kind of jelly in the middle of the sandwich that Elite has been using to hold his team together, and there's no reason for him not to bring it again in game number 2.
And Arrow banked the charge attack, so he was hoping that Dartrix would have a lot of play in the back. Maybe it's the Quagsire, but it was not. And unfortunately, the Feraligatr overfarmed enough where Elite was going to make a charge attack into the Dartrix, and that forced out energy. He had to Brave Bird the Togekiss. I mean, Dartrix took 2 knockouts, but Licky Licky's just too bulky. Even if a Brave Bird was available, it's not knocking out from that range.
Game number 2 of your LA Grand Finals coming at ya. Same lead as game number 1, Shadow Feraligatr into Togekiss.
This feels like deja vu. Trainers running back the exact same teams. Both trainers looking to overfarm here, and it's actually going to be Arrow who builds up to the Ice Beam and baits with the Hydro Cannon.
Now, last game, Arrow was able to catch the Aura Sphere onto his Aegis Slash, but it gave that Pokemon away early on in the battle. I wouldn't be surprised to see him actually stay in, shield the Feraligatr, play this matchup out just a little while longer, and try to align that Aegis Slash versus the Licky Licky.
It does feel like the Shadow status on Feraligatr a little bit betrays it in this matchup, just because you are still losing charge attack priority. This time going to catch onto the Dartrix and adjustment. The Aegis Slash is preserved.
And this is resisted on that flying type Dartrix, so a great swap and catch by Arrow. The only problem is that he needs a Brave Bird to get this Togekiss off the field now.
And these packs are adding up so much on Dartrix. Psyshock coming out from the Togekiss. Is Arrow going to have to go down a shield? Arrow's gonna no shield. Can Dartrix hold on here?
I think it can barely hang on to the Psyshock as it does. Out comes the Brave Bird from Arrow. Gonna look to take down that Togekiss and take control of switch advantage.
But it feels like the Togekiss offered so much value for Elite. There's half a Feraligatr gone. There is almost an entire Dartrix gone. Now Elite gets energy on his Feraligatr, and this is very difficult for Arrow to combat.
Elite thinking things over, trying to game plan for what's ahead. Arrow has to pick a Pokemon. He doesn't like either of his options. Comes in with the Aegis Slash. Still 1 Protect Shield on both sides. And again, Arrow has not even seen the Licky Licky yet.
Even though Licky Licky is so frequently used as a damage sponge, it feels like Elite is not even needing it in these games so far. That Togekiss Feraligatr core is just relentless. And Arrow so far feels like he's definitely on the defensive.
Yeah, there's not really one single Pokemon on Arrow's team that can handle both of those, so he's kind of forced to beat it by committee. Last shield comes up from that Feraligatr from Elite. Arrow's gonna throw the Shadow Ball here.
Aegis Slash going to switch over into the Blade form as it launches the Shadow Ball. Shield comes up, Psycho Cut goes through, but that Shadow Claw that Register did do a lot of damage. By shielding, Aegis Slash now goes back into the shield form, but it's back to using Charging as its fast move instead of Psycho Cut.
Arrow wants the second Shadow Ball. Oh my goodness, Elite doesn't get out. He wanted the catch. He threw 2 fast attacks, can't get to the Licky Licky, and he thinks that's kind of funny. But anyway, this is going to KO the Feraligatr regardless.
Aegis Slash back into the Blade form as it launches Shadow Ball. That takes the knockout. In comes Licky Licky. Aegis Slash, can it get to the Gyro Ball? It cannot. This is, I believe, triple resisted, but Aegis Slash Blade form is very, very frail.
It's so flimsy. Body Slam connects, and it hangs on. I don't know if anyone knows Aegis Slash as well as Arrow does, and he's proving that to us all here.
Oh my goodness, he gets the Gyro Ball. This is massive damage into that Licky Licky. Arrow can now bring in the Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon's loaded. That's gonna take the knockout, and that's gonna be taking the game number 2 for Elite.
My goodness, a rare moment where Elite looks uncomfortable. That Licky Licky taking the charge attack was not what he had planned. Very tough position to be in. I think we are gonna have our trainers speak with our judges just briefly and try to get things figured out.
Aegis Slash, it has such incredibly high upside, and in that game, Arrow's ability to get a bunch of energy in that Licky Licky matchup where rollout was resisted, even though it was so low, even though it was in the Blade form, when it switches into the Blade form, it uses Psycho Cut instead of charging. That's 9 energy per 2 turns instead of charging 6. And that's why in the Blade form, it's high risk, high reward. You do way more damage, but you have way better energy generation. But unfortunately, you also take way more damage along the way.
I like what you said earlier about if you have a little bit of HP on your Aegis Slash and you switch into the Blade form, normally you have to bail out, especially if you're taking super effective fast attack damage or even hard-hitting neutral damage. But if you're taking something like Psywave or maybe rollouts or maybe even a normal type fast attack like Tackle, you can stay in as that Blade form of the Aegis Slash, bank up energy, and then try to get to another charge attack because that Psycho Cut is so much faster. 9 energy gain every 2 turns is definitely an upgrade, and the Blade form is flimsy, but I think that the best Aegis Slash players can utilize it just as well as the Shield form.
And it did pop up on screen. We do have a match under review, so our judging team is going to be taking a look at it to make sure that everything did occur as intended towards the end of that game.
Now, I think that the key moment, if I could speculate here, is the Aegis Slash versus Elite. Elite wanted to switch out and catch a charge attack on a different Pokemon, but felt like he was unable to do so. So if my gut's right, I think that's the moment we're looking at, but it could be something else as well.
That moment, Elite did have a pretty big reaction. So I wasn't sure if he was trying to go for a catch here. Okay, here we go. We get to take a look at it. So, so Elite does 2 claws.
Yes.
There is 2 chargings thrown, but Elite wasn't able to get the catch, and that's why he immediately just looked out there being like, what's going on? I tried to get the catch. I wasn't able to get it, but it looks like Feraligatr may have been behind a turn there.
Yeah, very tough to see. Shout out to our replay, Chucky, for all crushing it as always. But yeah, I agree with you. So the charging, even though it looks so different, right? There's really no animation. There's nothing cool that happens. Shield form, Aegis Slash just kind of lunges forward. It's still a 2-turn fast attack, though.
Yes.
So it should have been lined up with the 2-turn Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr, and that seems to be what we're discussing.
And that scenario right there, if you're able to get the catch onto that Licky, that is very much game-changing.
Yeah, because it's a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it's double resisted, where there's still a full health Feraligatr if that happens, because we get 1, 2 from the Aegis Slash, but he is somehow in the middle of his second one when he tried to catch.
Yeah.
Also, I just know people are already making GIFs out of that moment right there.
Oh, I know that's going to be in Discord servers everywhere.
Absolutely.
within minutes. But my goodness, Elite, definitely a little bit of a sarcastic response. But, you know, he understands the game at an extremely high level. He knows the mechanics. So for him, when something like that stands out, he's going to let you know about it. Our judges are taking another moment to review and see how things turned out. Because if I remember, that was off the heels of a charge attack as well.
Yes.
So there is a little bit of variability there, but it's hard to say.
The goal is just to have our wonderful judging staff be able to double check everything, parse through the footage, and make sure that if something did happen, then they are able to render a ruling. Double check everything, because that's our goal at the end of the day, is we want to ensure that everything did work as it was supposed to in that scenario.
Well, there is something, okay, so kind of related to this, I know that when you battle against an Aegis Slash, I think you and I discussed this yesterday, when you battle against an Aegis Slash and it fires a charge attack, if you are fast, you can fire a charge attack of your own immediately afterwards, but sometimes because the animation and the camera kind of swings back to the Aegis Slash so fast, you can feel like you miss out on fast charge attacks if you wait for it. But I know some trainers with really quick reactions can get back to that charge attack.
So we are still in a holding pattern as the judges look through everything there, and they're talking through their options. But again, it is worth the brief pause here just to ensure that everything did occur as intended. We have 2 wonderful judges on stage. It looks like they're having a discussion with Elite now and talking through everything. So hopefully we should have a resolution here momentarily.
Exactly. Love that we have a talented staff here this weekend helping guide us through any kind of reviews that our trainers want to take an extra look at. And I always want to encourage everybody too, right? If you're out on the floor and you have any kind of mishap or something goes not the way you expect, you do have that right to call a judge over, have a second set of eyes look at it, and try to figure out if you can reach an amicable solution.
As a player, it is your job to like advocate for yourself, and that was something where I was actually talking with Rise yesterday, where Rise was mentioning that on the floor he wanted to have a judge double check something, and we're kind of talking that through after the fact, and I was like, Rise, no one's gonna advocate for you but you. So if you feel something happened, make sure that you are talking about it, so our judging team can look through it.
That's 1 Shadow Claw. I see 2 Shadow Claws, but yeah, just hard to say, right? Elite tapped the Licky. I did see that as well. Wanted to reach over, and Arrow was not going to change his mind and throw anything besides Shadow Ball there. So yeah, I could definitely see Elite's standpoint here and why he wanted to discuss this a bit further. Also, awesome slow-mo replay there so we get a better look. Always appreciate that.
Massive thank you to our replay team who was able to get that footage up so quickly for us and played through it in slow motion. So I feel a little bit like a
like a wizard, right?
Yeah, big time announcer. We talk about it and bang, it's there.
I know, my goodness. We have a talented crew backstage and we don't say thank you enough.
We are very appreciative of you.
Well, our judges will continue to discuss this. Also, another interesting facet here in the championship series is that if Elite were to speak with our judges on stage and they do not deliver the ruling that he believes is right, he's then able to escalate his review to the head judge, which provides another layer of security to let this player know that the right decision was made.
And I'm very glad that we do have those checks and balances here, because in that moment, you could very clearly tell he felt like something didn't go the way it was supposed to, and he is able to talk to the judges about it, and they're able to go through the footage and now talk to both players about it. And that is what I'm just very, very grateful for here at this moment, is making sure that everything gets taken care of.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I also want to point out, the Pokemon Go community started off pretty small. A lot of trainers know each other, but I've known that this judging team and all judging teams to be very, very impartial. They follow the guidebook and they do the right thing. They make the right calls, no matter who's sitting on stage.
And it looks like the judges are talking it through, so I am hopeful we'll have a resolution here momentarily. And in the meantime there, I do kind of want to talk through the interesting aspect of the trainers running back an exact same lines, two games in a row, but having very different outcomes.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely fascinating to see how the series can develop and change. I think the difference there in game number 2 was Arrow caught the Aura Sphere on his Dartrix, and that did change the outcome of the game. But we do have a ruling from the judges.
And it looks like the ruling that did come through here. Sorry, I'm looking through it here as it comes through, and it looks like rematch was granted. So in that scenario, he should have been able to do 2 Shadow Claws and catch onto the Licky Licky, but the Feraligatr was a turn behind, so we are going to be playing a rematch of game number 2.
All right, everybody. So that game 2 is just warm-up. Now we're in it for real. We're going to get Togekiss lead into Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I got to be honest, this is the first time I think I've seen Shadow Kanto Ninetales pick up a lead that it likes.
And Kanto Ninetales has to be very happy that it is avoiding those Pokemon in the back. It looks like we're having some issues here with Togekiss's pecs.
Yeah.
Arrow's going to be firing off energy from the Ninetales, but the players are both communicating with the judges.
Yeah, this almost looks like a maybe 2 or 3 turn peck coming through from the Togekiss, which this kind of thing has happened in the past. So again, this is not on our players here, right? This is just something that occurs from time to time. We're going to have our technical team and our judging staff take a look.
And they'll be able to make sure that everything is good to go on the phones, so that way when we do resume for game number 2, then everything is going to be working as intended.
Exactly right. We want everything right. I mean, this grand finals is so hyped, and these trainers have worked so hard to get to this point. We want a fair and level playing field for everybody involved up on stage here at our LA Grand Finals.
Hey, we're back. Look at us.
Hey.
We're down in the corner. Hello.
We didn't go anywhere. We're still here in the box.
We stood up for a little bit, but we sat back down.
Yes.
However, they never would have known if I didn't tell them. So yeah,
that's true. Hey, we got secrets too, everybody.
Game 1 had us hyped. We were very excited. So we were standing up here, but yeah, we are back sitting down, locked in, focused here while they do get everything sorted on stage. So that way, when we do resume the grand finals here after a brief tech timeout, then these battlers can get back at it. Elite up 1-0, but Arrow's still very much in it as he's on the winner's side of the bracket.
I've always liked this track as well. Can you hear it?
Oh yeah,
this one gets me hyped. Whenever this one's on,
okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling this one. All right. So this will tide us over. If you are like Elite and you have neglected your body and not eaten enough today, please go get a snack, go get a drink. Don't turn off the stream, but grab a snack and get yourself ready, because there's still a lot of gameplay yet to be had. And if I'm any judge of it, I think that if Elite would have had that catch and he would have won game number 2, we would already be on our way potentially to a grand finals reset. So there's going to be a lot of games yet to come. And if you've enjoyed watching these players, you don't want to miss this.
And that's why these game 2s are so important, because getting up a 2-0 lead, we have seen reverse sweeps, but it's very difficult to do. So getting that equalizer is so big to kind of make you feel that, you know what, this is doable. I gotta win. My opponent is not unbeatable. And then from there, you just gotta win 2 more. But it all starts with getting that first win.
Exactly. Getting yourself on the board can be a great feeling. It can prove to you that you can do it, and you can do it again. So Elite already with that game 1 win. He will continue to have that game 1 win, but the game 2 result will be wiped. We'll have a fresh battle number 2. Also, shout out to our technical team. We need to show them more love too, because they're always switching out devices and checking internet cables and crawling under the stage and fixing wiring and do all kinds of stuff at all these regional championships.
Making sure that everything is working exactly how it is supposed to. So we very much appreciate them, and they're already up on stage getting everything switched out, making sure everything is good to go. So when we do end this tech timeout, then we'll be in a pretty good spot. We can get back to the Pokemon Go action.
And I'll be honest with you, Henry. I'm glad we're doing this now in Game 2 instead of in the middle of Game 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's be honest. I'm so glad that if these things were to happen, we're going to handle them now so that the rest of the tournament will be smooth for our players, our viewers, and our casters and production team and judges.
I don't know if my heart could take that in Game 5, so I'm very happy that they're getting the phone swapped out, making sure everything's being taken care of now, so that way we can get back into it, because if those first games were any indication, it looks like we are in for one heck of a series.
I'm telling you, going to be a wild ride. Lots of bumps. Make sure to buckle in and get ready. Get your mud tires on, because we're going to go off-road with this one pretty soon here.
Looks like trainers are getting set up on their new phones. Hopefully any moment now we will get set up and back down on stage. But in the meantime, you just get to kick it with us. Henry and Speedy on the desk. We're out here cracking jokes. We're out here, you know, helping us pass the time while our wonderful tech team gets everything set up.
You know what I think, Henry?
What?
I think we should have our own show.
I like that. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
I think you should all just be able to hang out with us while we chat and we banter back and forth, and we'll have a great time. We'll make our own mini games. We'll have a great time. Trust me.
We'll occasionally just have like a battle or two in the background.
Yeah.
You know, just to
and then we'll be mid-conversation until we both see something. We're like, oh my God, did you see the catch?
Complete conversation lost. We're just out of there. Like there's nothing else. But it looks like we do have everything set back up on stage.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful that our judge team, our tech team got everything sorted. And these players can lock in for that game number 2.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I think if there was any anger or nerves, I think these trainers have had a moment to shake them out. So let's see. We're going to get a fresh Game 2 coming at you, everybody. This is the Grand Finals in Los Angeles.
We've got lock-ins. Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Togekiss. Again, with that Licky and Feraligatr backline, it is going to make it quite difficult. So somehow this is actually Ninetales' best matchup.
Ooh, switching out, trying to catch Star Check on the Feraligatr. Elite tries to make a tricky play, but Arrow is there for it. Swaps right into his Dartrix and gets that Seed Bomb immediately.
That was a pretty fast counter switch from Arrow. I don't believe Seed Bomb is going to take the knockout, but in terms of pacing, this is really going to be at Arrow's advantage, because even if Elite double baits, Elite will not be able to catch back up.
I've seen Arrow shield so many Hydro Cannons, and now is not the time to make a call. He shields that Ice Beam perfectly.
And these Shadow Claws don't honestly do a lot to Dartrix. I guess Dartrix is a lot bulkier than I gave it credit for, because it looks like even with Togekiss having the Psyshock loaded, the Feraligatr would not be able to farm it into a range where Psyshock could actually take the knockout.
Now, when a trainer like Elite double shields a Pokemon like this and knows he's going to get outpaced, it tells me that what he's likely to do is switch and catch the third Charge Check. But Arrow no shields an Ice Beam here. He wants a Protect Shield, but he's got to give up his Dartrix to get it.
Oh my goodness, down goes Dartrix. He's going to hold all the energy on the Ninetales, but this Feraligatr is the only resistance to fire remaining on Elite's team.
Exactly. That Shadow Kanto Ninetales might do what it did earlier on today and burn through the competition. Hydro Cannon bounces off. Ninetales comes back out. In comes the Togekiss for the Aura Sphere.
Aura Sphere will hit for some pretty significant damage onto the Ninetales. Arrow 1 Protect Shield left. He is going to use it here. It looks like he will probably need to go for an Overheat or Double Weather Ball to take the knockout. He's going to go for the Double Weather Ball route, so that way he does keep his attack stat intact.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right what you said earlier about the only fire resist on the team. I think Elite wants to keep that Feraligatr as long as he can. Charge Attack priority, though, goes to the Togekiss.
I don't think that's what Arrow was hoping for. Togekiss had so much residual energy. Aura Sphere is going to take the knockout, and just like that, the energy is lost.
Is this within 5 Shadow Claw range? Togekiss might just barely hang on. Oh no! This is so bad for Arrow.
That was so close for the Feraligatr, but just not quite able to get there. Unfortunately, the energy is lost. Arrow had to commit to the farm down as his win condition, but he doesn't quite get it, and Elite is able to take game number 2.
Even then, Arrow would have needed to Hydro Cannon the opposing Feraligatr and get to 2 more Hydro Cannons against the Licky. I think it would have been playable, but it would have been extremely close. Instead, what we got was a shutdown, lights out, can't stay here, but you gotta go somewhere kind of situation from Elite.
I know we always talk about how much preparation and how much practice these players do.
Yeah.
That was Elite's 22,000th Great League win, Speedy. That popped up on screen for us here. That just shows the level of preparation and the amount of hours these players put in, what it takes to become the very best.
You gotta take that, multiply it by about 3.5 minutes, and that's about how many games Elite has won. Not played, but won.
One.
Arrow's already already locked in. This could be a bracket reset in just 3 to 4 short minutes. Elite, meanwhile, taking his time, trying to figure out his options and pick the best 3 Pokemon for success.
Elite has consistently run back that same 3, Togekiss, the Feraligatr, and the Licky. And that trio has been so incredibly strong for him. It's basically up to Arrow now to try and find an answer, because so far, Elite has just been running those 3 Pokemon to incredibly good results.
This is game 3, everybody. Dartrix lead from Arrow into the Feraligatr this time. It got taken out by an Ice Beam in game number 2. Let's see if it can avoid the same fate.
Save switch into the Togekiss. Arrow is going to respond with Tinkaton. Now this matchup, despite the big type advantage for Tinkaton, up a little bit of energy in the 2 shield, Togekiss can actually make this exceedingly close.
Here comes an Aura Sphere from the Togekiss of Elite. This is going to deal some neutral damage over to the Tinkaton, and you're right, I think a second one of those would make it perilously close. Oh, the Bulldoze pulls the shield immediately.
Oh, that's a nice bait for Arrow to help him catch back up. Bulldoze would be double resisted. Dewey's at the debuff. No debuff comes through. The Tinkaton could survive the next Aura Sphere, but it would put it potentially in Peck downrange.
Yeah, here's the issue as well. If Elite does not take damage here, it's going to be very hard for Arrow to farm down the rest of this Togekiss.
This is where the matchup does not feel particularly strong if you are the Tinkaton player. Is in the 2s, you're not really dealing any meaningful damage. You just have the Fairy Wind, so the Togekiss is still very healthy.
I'm wondering what Arrow's plan is here. He's got a Dartrix with Peck and a very healthy Togekiss still with half health and a lot of energy. He's got to figure out a way to bring down this flying type.
Back-to-back Psyshocks loaded on the Togekiss. Instant no shield from Arrow. He knows he can survive one, but Elite already has another. Elite is going to overfarm. Both trainers overfarming. Arrow may be trying to farm this into Seed Bomb range.
That would be absolutely diabolical, but I think he can get there. Second Psyshock gets shielded up here, protecting that Dartrix from a potential KO. Gets to the Seed Bomb and a swap from Elite into the Licky.
That Togekiss put in so much work into Arrow's entire team, and he still never got to knock it out. The Togekiss is preserved. Licky now going to be answered with the Diggersby, but the switch timers are heavily misaligned, and that Togekiss is still alive for Elite.
My goodness, both trainers revealing their teams of 3. Arrow knows that Feraligatr is still lurking in the back, and he needs that grass type coverage from the Dartrix to deal with it. Meanwhile, Licky does have the body slam. Scorching Sands connects, but we know Diggersby needs a lot more than that to bring down the normal type.
As Arrow just trying to gather as much energy as possible is probably going to be the play. Elite is firing off these body slams, desperately trying to get to the timer. This is not a matchup that Licky wants to be in, especially after being chipped down with a Seed Bomb.
I think there's still win conditions for both, but here comes Elite with the Togekiss swapping in and throwing the Aura Sphere. You gotta give up a shield here if you're Arrow, otherwise you lose your Diggersby.
It looks like that was charge stack priority. He's gonna be no shielding. He hopes he can hold on, and Diggersby is so bulky it survives.
Wow, I am shocked. I really thought we were gonna get a knockout there, but Diggersby does hang on, gets the Fire Punch, switch timers up. Dartrix might pounce out here at any moment.
Dartrix is very low. Amongst Elite's remaining Pokemon, there's basically no fast attack pressure into the Diggersby. There's rollouts, and there's double resisted Shadow Claws. Arrow reaching for the Scorching Sands. He is going to get there. Does he try and pivot now into the Dartrix, and does Elite try and make that prediction?
I think if you can C-Bomb the Feraligatr, you might get the KO at this range. Actually, you absolutely will. Oh, he's able to do it before Elite can swap in that Licky. This is key for Arrow.
This Seed Bomb is super effective damage. Can Feraligatr hang on? No, it cannot. Feraligatr gets knocked out. In comes Licky. Licky has to try and get a farm down, and it's just simply not going to get there. Seed Bomb is reached. Dartrix should be taking the knockout, and that's going to be getting Arrow on the board.
Clawing his way back into the series. Elite went up 2-0, stood just 1 game away from the reset. We thought it was inevitable, but Arrow says, pump the brakes. I'm in the grand finals on the winner's side for a reason.
Tinkaton, while it kind of got overrun by the Togekiss, what it did get for Arrow is both Protect Shields.
Yeah.
Being able to get those shields down really set up that Dartrix and the Diggersby to have success. Even though he ended up losing charge type priority to the Togekiss, Diggersby held on. It survived.
Yeah.
Super effective Aura Sphere, half HP Diggersby. That's just simply not a problem.
My goodness, is that a bulky Pokemon. Also for Elite, I just got to call out, we have not seen that Shadow Quagsire, Galarian Corsa, or Shadow Galarian Weezing. Meanwhile, Arrow has been much more willing to kind of toss his Pokemon around and try different things. I believe he's played all 6 of his Pokemon in just these first 3 games.
Elite is consistently running the trio core of Feraligatr, Licky Licky, and Togekiss, saying, I think these are my strongest three, and I think that honestly, they're very, very difficult to beat. So now it's on Arrow to try and make the adjustments. Arrow was able to get the win. The Dartrix lead into the Tinkaton counter switch set him up for success, and now Arrow, he has shown that he's willing to run everything. So what do you do against the man who's willing to run everything? Maybe you just run back those same 3 Pokemon.
Maybe you do, right? Don't change it up now. 11 wins straight in the loser side bracket. Elite is doing something right. The formula is absolutely cracked. He doesn't need to change up too much here. He just needs to figure out the tendencies that Arrow is showing and find a way around his next opponent. Meanwhile, Arrow needs to win 2 straight to become your Los Angeles regional champion. He's at risk still of being reset by just 1 Elite victory.
Elite knows he's so close to the reset. A reset is basically the great equalizer. Then it's 1 fresh best of 5, and then whoever wins is the champion. Amongst Elite's 3 that he's consistently bringing, what I really like about the choice is it's a very strong line into the Ninetales and a very strong line into the Aegislash, 2 of Arrow's spicier picks, but it does open the door for Dartrix.
Here we go, everybody. This is game 4. Aegislash lead into the Feraligatr. We know how this goes. The Aegislash absorbs so much damage, but instead Arrow reaches for the Dartrix immediately, maybe trying to pull out the Togekiss? I'm not sure.
In comes Togekiss. Dartrix going to farm up to the Brave Bird, going for a bait, and this time the Seed Bomb bait is shielded. The more shields that Arrow can get down, the better it's going to be for his Aegislash.
I really like that play by Arrow. He knows that he's likely only going to get 1 charge attack, so he opts for that. But the Brave Bird on charge attack priority. Oh my goodness, Elite, Psyshock, it's not enough though.
He thinks he can hold on here. He's gambling on it. The Psyshock lands. Dartrix survives, and it gets the Brave Bird.
Absolutely insane knowledge of damage calculations by Arrow. Brave Bird would wipe that Togekiss off the field, but he shields it instead.
Now how do you beat the Aegislash, Speedy? I don't think it is possible. He sends in the Aegislash, and now Aegislash is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Aegislash has 2 Protect Shields. It's got all the bulk in the world, and you're right, Henry. It's got room to breathe. Here comes a Hydro Cannon. This is not more than a spit shine on the shield of that Aegislash.
A lot of energy was stored by Elite, but unfortunately that energy would only be valuable onto the non-Aegislash Pokemon. Aegislash is a complete wall to Togekiss's energy.
Oh my goodness. Arrow went with an ABA double steal team here. Aegislash in the lead and Tinkaton in the back. Aegislash unleashes the Shadow Ball. Feraligatr crumbles under the pressure, and now Elite has to figure out what his next play is.
If Elite brings in the Licky Licky, Arrow can very easily stay here. Actually brings in the Togekiss, but by throwing 2 pecks, he just gave 27 energy to the Aegislash, which can now shield and go back into that shield form.
Oh my goodness, and then once it's there, it can take even more punishment. Aegislash, such an incredible Pokemon and a difficult one to play, but it is masterful when you see it executed like this.
He's going to be launching this Gyro Ball. It's going to do so much damage. Arrow could very well look to stay in here because this is a matchup where Aegislash does not have a lot of fast attack pressure being done to it. This could be an opportunity for Arrow to farm up and try and bank a charge attack for later.
Oh my goodness.
He knows the Body Slam is really not going to be doing anything.
Oh my goodness. I need everyone to tag the world champ, it's Accent, and get him to watch this championship. Los Angeles is absolutely insane, and Arrow's Aegislash is tearing through Elite. There's nothing he can do.
In comes the Togekiss. There is the pause. It should unpause momentarily. There it is. Elite, he's going to try and go for a peck down, and he can't get there. That is an Aegislash sweep. Dartrix forced both shields, and then Aegislash just completely took over.
I have never seen something like this in my entire life. Aegislash, shield, blade, back and forth, knockout, knockout, knockout. Absolutely unreal. When that Pokemon gets up Protect Shields like you called out at the start, Henry, up 2-0 Protect Shields, it's got all the time in the world.
A weakness of the 3 that Elite has brought is even though they do have the coverage for that Aegislash, if Aegislash gets shields down, and that's what Dartrix was able to do so incredibly well, then Aegislash does not care about typing. It does not care about matchups. It will knock you out, and it will make it incredibly, incredibly difficult. Elite has now dropped 2 games in a row. The momentum of this series is switching. Arrow has the wind in his sails. He's 1 win away. Is this his moment?
double steal in that game. Such a important decision for Arrow to make, especially in the face of a team like Elite. Does that force Elite into something he doesn't usually play? Does he play the Quagsire now? Does he lean on that Galarian Corsola? He's got to find some way to slow down Arrow because he is one win away from being your Los Angeles champion.
That Quagsire, when the Dartrix is coming every game, if it can dodge that Dartrix, it looks so strong. But if it's on the Dartrix, the game instantly ends, and that is the gamble that Elite is thinking through. Does he go for the Quagsire? Does he take the risk? Or does he try and play it safe and stay with those familiar 3 Pokemon, the Licky, the Feraligatr, and the Togekiss?
A 2-0 lead for Elite has melted down into a stalemate. 2-2, Arrow, Elite, Los Angeles Finals 2026. Here we go.
This is a matchup where Togekiss will frequently have to double shield, and if it does, that could set up that Aegislash so well in the back.
Oh my goodness, it could be a disaster. Great swap though by Elite, catching a resisted Gigaton Hammer.
Elite opts out, he gets the catch, and in doing so, he saves a lot of energy on the Togekiss, but importantly, the Protect shields are still intact. That is very, very good for Elite.
Throwing the Seed Bomb on 5. Great timing by Arrow here to avoid any kind of Ice Beam shenanigans, but Elite needs to start to fight his way back into the battle. He's gonna let that Feraligatr go.
Elite is now, after that last game, conditioned into being very careful with how he uses his Protect shields. If he uses them in an inefficient manner, if he uses them too early, then the Aegislash can just sweep everything, and he hasn't seen the Aegislash yet. But considering that this is a very similar line to what Arrow ran, after losing to the Aegislash twice in a row, it has to be on his mind.
It's got to be at front of mind. Meanwhile, Psyshock does finally take down that pesky Dartrix. Out comes the Aegislash. There's only a Togekiss and a Licky left, and there's another Steel type for Arrow in the back. Here comes Tinkaton.
Energy stored on the Aegislash. Tinkaton does have a very strong matchup. Now Gigaton Hammer doesn't hit quite as hard, but my goodness, it will still leave a serious dent onto this Licky.
I mean, I wonder if you even bait if you're Arrow, if you just full send it. He's gonna go ahead and bait with the Bulldoze though, but Elite knows he's got 2 Protect shields. He's gonna use one of them here.
Oh my goodness, Elite gets the shield call wrong. Does Bulldoze debuff? Yes, it does. Arrow closing in on another Gigaton Hammer.
Shadow Ball ready to go. It's going to deal a lot of damage, so Arrow does respect it with the Protect shield, but we can see the window starting to close. Arrow does have some energy on the Gigaton. Might go for that Gigaton Hammer. He's got it. Goes for it.
Gigaton Hammer. This is a -1 Licky. Elite forced to put up the shield. There is energy on the Togekiss for Elite, but the energy is only valuable into that Tinkaton. It's not going to do much into the Aegislash.
Yeah, switch timer is up as well. Out comes the Togekiss. Oh my goodness!
Oh my word! Arrow with the prediction! The energy is saved! The door could be slammed as Togekiss is unable to do any meaningful damage.
Lightning fast reaction by Arrow. Aegislash squared up against the Togekiss. There's nothing it can do. Arrow's starting to laugh to himself. He can see the vision. He knows this might be the end. This might be his first place ever.
Arrow with the fist pump. The emotions are flowing. He knows Aegislash is inevitable. The back-to-back Gyro Balls, no Protect shields remaining for Elite. This game is over.
Gyro Ball number 1 going to connect here as soon as the shield form converts over to the blade form. Arrow has fought so hard to get to this point. He brings down the first. He's going to take down the second. He's knocked down so many opponents this weekend. Over the 4 years he's been competing, Arrow has never won until now.
Arrow, this is your moment. You are the Los Angeles Regional Champion.
Gigaton Hammer swings, Licky goes down, and Arrow ascends. Congratulations, Arrow, your 2026 Los Angeles champion.
That marks the first ever regional win for Arrow. Yeah, I can hear the crowd from back here. The emotion on Arrow's face. What a moment, what a competitor. And that is back-to-back regional wins for Aegislash.
Oh my goodness, Henry. I'm looking at Arrow's face. He's turning red. You can tell him, you can tell he's fighting back the tears, but so am I. What an incredible performance. A trainer that's gotten so close so many times after spending over a calendar year off of the top cuts, watching all his friends and colleagues make it. Arrow's been sitting on the sidelines until now, and it looked so dire, man. My goodness, being down 0-2 against Elite is insurmountable for anyone else, but Arrow's able to win that and then eventually win it all.
I don't know of anyone more worthy of this moment. The tournaments, the years, the heartbreaks, the 3 grand finals where he ended up falling short. But that's not where his story ended. He kept grinding, he kept persevering, and it pays off as he wins the Los Angeles Regional Championship.
I'll tell you a couple things about Arrow, right? No other trainer that I know has been as committed to Pokemon Go PvP as long as he has, putting on grassroots formats, streaming his Go Battle League battles, and just kind of asking for scrims at random times, right? And there's also no other trainer besides Arrow that will run the most nonsense Pokemon and find a way to win, and he does that here in Los Angeles with Dartrix and Shadowcat and Ninetales. I gotta start to throw some respect on those Pokemon's names.
Dartrix, you are a regional champion. Aegislash, you are a back-to-back regional champion. Someone let Axon know. And Arrow, you are a regional champion.
Well, let's take a look back at all the incredible moments from that grand finals. It was a heart-wrencher, a tear-jerker, but in the end, Arrow was able to storm back from an 0-2 deficit with his back against the wall.
In that game number 1, it felt like Elite had all the answers. Elite ran the same 3 Pokemon all 5 games in a row, but it was up to Arrow after falling into that early deficit to try and make the adjustment.
Definitely up to Arrow. He had to pivot hard. If you remember as well, that game number 2 did get called back. So Arrow had won that battle, but he needed to win 3 more times to claim the title. I think holding off a bracket reset meant so much to him. Psychologically, it sets you behind when you know your opponent can win. But Arrow, steadfast, held strong, able to bring down Elite in a thrilling series.
Arrow did not bring the Aegislash games 1 and 2. I believe Arrow brought the Aegislash games 3, 4, and 5. Aegislash, 100% win rate in these grand finals.
Absolutely cracked, and it was part of that double steal composition that he favored so much, especially in the last 2 games. Aegislash in the lead with Ticketon in the back, and then in that decisive game 5, we did see the Ticketon in the lead with the Aegislash in the back. Dartrix always sandwiched in the middle.
And being able to get those shields down with Dartrix, with shades of Tauntaun Battus in Prague, with that Hydreigon, find a Pokemon that has incredible shield pressure, get those shields down, and then once the shields are out of the way, then Aegislash was just completely unstoppable.
Fire Punch connecting, Diggersby taking a win. I think that he also reached for that Diggersby at the perfect moments as well. This was the start of the comeback, actually. The Diggersby and the Dartrix combination with that Ticketon, very well done by Arrow to start to fight his way back and make adjustments.
And Dartrix taking that knockout to keep Arrow alive in this series. And then the game 4, the Dartrix safe switch, the Seed Bomb bait gets shielded, and the incredible matchup knowledge from Arrow. I'll be honest, Speedy, I would have shielded this. I did not trust Dartrix to hang on, but Arrow loves running anti-meta Pokemon. He knows the matchups, he knows the bulk. He was able to get both Protect Shields, and then we saw one of the most incredible sweeps we have ever seen in the Championship Series with Aegislash taking all 3 KOs.
If you are a fan or player of the video game or trading card game, I need you to tell all your friends that a Dartrix just won in Los Angeles. Pokemon Go has a wild meta composition, and we have some very fun Pokemon that are able to win events like this. But my gosh, this game right here, to me, Henry, felt like the real turn of the tide. That Aegislash was morphing back and forth and dealing damage every direction.
Aegislash took all 3 knockouts that game. In the game number 5, Elite even got the catch. He preserved the Togekiss, and that was very critical because he kept those shields intact. But unfortunately, you know what also has a lot of shield pressure besides Aegislash? That Tinkaton with the Community Day move of Gigaton Hammer.
And the bait right here was definitely a step in the right direction. Bulldoze taking the shield and getting the debuff made this Licky Licky respect the next Gigaton Hammer even more.
And this was the moment, the kind of moments that champions are made from. Elite tried to go for the combination play, and Arrow perfectly predicted it. It was right here, and he gets the catch onto the Aegislash, and in that moment he knew Elite was switch locked. The Togekiss could not do anything, and with 3 Steel-type charge attacks in a row, Gyro Ball, Gigaton Hammer, Arrow claimed the crown.
bringing down the hammer, picking up the win versus Elite. And again, I can't even express to you guys how much the pressure must have been felt by Arrow. Being down 0-2 on the verge of getting reset, I do feel like it does something psychologically to our competitors when you are on that winner's side bracket and your opponent just sweeps through and wins 3-0. It can loosen your confidence, it can shake your values, but Arrow was able to hold off that storm and brave his way through it with that brave bird Dartrix to boot. Here's a look at our top 8 trainers from Los Angeles now that the dust has settled.
Arrow had mentioned in his winner's interview there before the grand finals that he had won grand finals where he ended up getting swept. And he said, I never want that to happen again. And well, it didn't, Arrow. You made that choice. You clawed your way back, and no one is more deserving of this win than you.
Putting Dartrix in the halls of competitive Pokemon Go history. Arrow with Aegis Slash Dartrix, as well as the Diggersby, Shadow Kento, Ninetales, Tinkaton, and Shadow Feraligatr pick up the win. But I think that our second and third places in Elite and K-Pine have so much to be proud of. Nobody saw Shadow Galarian Weezing coming, and everyone knew Malamar was good. K-Pine just played it the best.
Malamar was so incredibly strong into several teams that were very popular leading up to this event, including the team that we saw quite a few times, the team that Yakai used in his qualifiers,
oh, yeah.
which I believe was like 5 times weak to Malamar. So K-Pine trusted in the Malamar, even if other people were running it, and it paid dividends. What an incredible run from K-Pine, his best tournament run to date, and he's going home with a medal.
My goodness, you know what? Speaking of medals, Henry, I think we're ready to hand out some hardware. Let's hear from Butters out on the stage and crown our champions.
An amazing grand finals, an incredible tournament, and now it is time to celebrate our top 3 trainers for the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Championships. In third place, we have K-Pine! Congratulations, K-Pine. Able to improve 10 spots off of your best performance from 13 to 3rd. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling ecstatic. You know, it's nothing short of all good emotions. Even though finishing 3rd, you know, you always feel like you can do better, but just really happy for my performance. The main thing is I just had a blast, had a really great time, and it's only up from here.
Speaking of that performance, 8-0, day number 1. Day number 2, heavily relying on that double normal team. I thought you played unbelievably well. Is there something that you can take from this tournament going forward now? Do you feel like you've unlocked something in yourself?
I just feel like I trust myself better. I trust my play better, and when you're able to really go in fully confident in what you believe and what you've been able to practice, like the only thing that can stop you from there is yourself. So
awesome. And 2 previous tournaments this season where you were able to get in the championship points, and now this one, obviously, you get a good chunk of championship points. That means we're most likely going to see you at the World Championships. What does that mean for your personal journey?
Oh, for me, you know, it always means a ton. I was able to really jump into the scene last season to be able to compete in Anaheim, so I'm really stoked to be able to continue that chapter and compete in San Francisco this year as well.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again. You played amazing, K-Pine. All right. Well, we got K-Pine in 3rd place, and of course, we got the Cali King in 2nd place. We got Elite. Congratulations, Elite.
Thank you.
What's up, Elite? You were able to win 11 straight matches in this tournament. We've joked around this whole time. You just wanted to do better than Pocket. You wanted to get back to prime Elite form. How are you feeling after this performance here in Los Angeles?
I mean, now that you mentioned that I did better than Pocket, my mood is like great now. Yeah, no, it feels great. Like winning that many matches in a row, regardless, no matter what, I am very, very stoked about. Happy with my performance.
Obviously, you're a 3-time regional champion. Maybe you could be a little disappointed with 2nd, but it's still such an awesome performance because it's been over a calendar year since you got into that top 8. Now, it really feels like you're back. I mean, that gauntlet that you had to go through, especially on that loser side, getting through the reigning world champion. How are you feeling going into possibly this World Championships?
I'm feeling better, much better now. Much better now than I did before this tournament. Yeah, the season wasn't like the best in terms of my standards, right? But 2nd place is amazing, and like the way I played in this tournament, I'm very, very happy about. I guess like what you were saying this whole weekend, Prime Elite might be back, baby.
Prime Elite is back. Congratulations once again to Elite. All right, well now, It is time to crown the champion. A 3-time runner-up. 40 tournaments later, he is able to win it all. Give it up for Arrow! Arrow, congratulations. I gotta talk about that moment. You swapped on that aura sphere and the emotion was hitting you. How were you feeling in that moment?
So I always said that the next finals I was in, I was gonna cry regardless of the outcome. And there were tears shed in that moment just because like I knew it was over. I knew I had the ability to win that game because Togekiss on Aegislash is wraps. I can't explain it. It feels really good to say that I'm a regional champion now.
Congratulations. And talking about felt like it was wraps, you were down 0-2. In that series, obviously you were on the winner's side. You still had a chance for that bracket reset. How were you able to bounce back and win that series in reverse sweep?
Part of me really thought, like, when I was down 0-2, there was a thought in my mind to just, like, punt the next game and move to the reset. But then I had a little voice in my head that said, no, you can do this. I put a lot of faith in myself, and it worked.
We got to talk about your journey. I know I already mentioned it, 40 tournaments, 4 years of experience. All of the experiments, all of the crazy teams, all the determination, it led to this moment. And it paid off with a Dartrix, with an Aegislash, with a Shadow Kanto Ninetales. What does it mean to you to achieve your ultimate goal the way that you did it?
Well, I haven't achieved my ultimate goal yet, Butters. My ultimate goal is to win Worlds. But this was a very big goal of mine, and I can't put it into words right now. My phone's blowing up, like, as we speak. A lot of people were watching and sending a lot of nice things to say. Even my fiance's family had it on a living room TV, so shout out to them. But yeah, I don't even have words for you.
All right, well, we don't need any more from you. Congratulations once again, Arrow. You played amazing, and you are the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Champion! All right, well, don't go anywhere. We're gonna head back to the lounge for some final thoughts and recap.
Thanks, Butter. It's been an incredible weekend of Pokemon Go here in Los Angeles. Congratulations once again to our finalists. For me, the story of the weekend was Arrow's persistence, right? Not only in the grand finals, but also in his broader career. Speedy, what about you?
Yeah, I can't agree more. I mean, Arrow's a trainer that's been around the grassroots scenes, and he's been to the very first event for competitive Pokemon Go. To see him come all this way and finally get the victory, it means that he's been growing this whole time as a person and a player. I think myself and a lot of people in the crowd could not be more proud of him.
I think one of the most admirable aspects of Arrow's win is the fact that even when facing adversity, he didn't change who he was and what he wanted to play at all. He said, I want to try and go anti-meta. I want to try and break the common cores. When Licky Licky is putting up prime Metacham numbers, there was no Licky Licky on the winning team. He had Dartrix, the Comday Tinkaton. He had Aegislash. He ran what he wanted to run, and he just ran it better than anyone else.
So much respect for Arrow coming in on the winner's side of the bracket. Let's take a look back at his run, actually. You can see, of course, very close series in the end versus Elite. Also, a very close series versus K-Pine. So I think a lot of persistence from Arrow. 2-1 versus Cyrano. Wow, all of these feel like they had a decisive game at the end of those series. So huge hats off to Arrow. Let's take a look at the loser's side of the bracket. See Elite's journey. Speedy, take us through.
No, absolutely. Elite had a gauntlet to go through, winning numerous rounds over time. I believe he had won 8 rounds when he took down Beelzeboy, and then 9 with K-Pine, with a total of 11 rounds on the loser side bracket, which is a Herculean feat for any trainer, no matter where they are in the world.
A lot of incredible players in the bracket, but let's talk about some of the Pokemon that they used to get there and take a look at our day 2 usage. Of course, Licky Licky at the top in so many of those games, followed by, I think, Forretress and Togekiss, and those were some of the key Pokemon here in day number 2.
You know what is a little bit crazy? The Shadow Fortress, the Licky Licky, the Togekiss. Our winner didn't have any of those on his team.
Yeah, I think our grand finals is actually 11 unique. The only shared pick between the two of them was the Feraligatr, and Henry and I kind of rehashed that. We said, well, the Shadow Feraligatr on one side, regular Feraligatr on the other, so let's just call it 12 unique.
Now, sometimes we like to debate about what Pokemon are going to be good or have been good in the meta. Let's take a look at our predictions going into day 1 of this tournament. Butters and I think we got it right with the Togekiss. I mean, you guys had some interesting picks. Speedy, not sure about you, but Henry, you got some great picks over there.
Feraligatr did end up doing quite well there. Alolan Ninetales, I believe, had a few appearances on day 2. Grumpig was also pretty strong. Unfortunately, not Celio's day, but maybe it's gonna win Indianapolis. You never know.
All right, well, Speedy, I think you had a chance for redemption with your day 2 prediction. Let's take a look at our MVP picks.
Oh, well, I really appreciate that you did that for me. So if I was trying to channel maybe some of my unconventional Arrow, but this just goes to show that nobody does it quite like him. I'm very proud of all 4 of our picks here, but that Dartrix, I mean, it's just such a standout Pokemon, and it felt like ignoring that was just doing the wrong thing. You had to call it the Dartrix.
And sometimes when we see players bring these spicy Pokemon, it feels like they're just bringing it to bring it, might sit on the bench, but not Arrow. He brought that Dartrix so often throughout this tournament. Well, it's been a great weekend here in Los Angeles. Let's take a look ahead at some of what we've got for the rest of the season. I believe coming up in Europe, we've got the Utrecht Regional Championships. I think that's just 1 week for today, so the journey doesn't stop here. Let's take a look at the rest of that EU schedule as well. They've actually got a couple events coming up. They have Utrecht next week and then Turin the final week. But there's still a lot of action to catch from around the world, not just in Europe. Henry, tell us about the next North American Regional.
So the next North American event is actually going to be over in the wonderful city of Indianapolis, May 29th through the 31st at the end of the month. You still have a few weeks to prepare. But if the last 2 events have been any indication, I'd probably bring some Aegislash counters, if those even exist at this point.
Players are definitely going to have to get creative. Got to channel a little bit of Arrow. Speedy, tell us about what's going on here with North America.
I just wanted to make a connection with this event because Indianapolis was actually the first NA regional back in 2022 when Pokemon Go first joined the competitive circuit. So we're in the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go, and we're going right back to the place where we started in NA 4 years ago. So definitely try to attend that tournament. And as you saw on the schedule as well, NAIC North America Internationals are your last chance to get championship points and qualify for Worlds.
Definitely a full circle moment for those of us who have been following the championship series. Before we close it out, Henry, any final thoughts?
Man, Arrow, what a competitor, what a series, trusting in Dartrix. He said in his finals interview that I was watching when you interviewed him, he a lot of the times runs Pokemon to make people believe that they're good. Well, Arrow, I don't think anyone's doubting Dartrix now. Dartrix, its ability to get shields down to set up that Aegislash was absolutely incredible.
I just want to shout out to all the unique personalities that we had this weekend. I mean, Arrow, ever the innovator, ever kind of the trainer you never expect. And then you had his opponent, Elite, who's always so calm and composed, but all smiles and interviews. K-Pine, very talented trainer. And our world champion from India, Beelzeboy, was also in our top 4. That just proves you don't have to be a certain way, behave a certain way. You can be yourself, and there's a place for you in competitive Pokemon Go.
We got blessed with an incredible tournament, an incredible top 4, and an incredible top cut as well. Well, we have a chance to follow all of these trainers in the rest of the season. Of course, we do have the next regionals, we have the World Championships. So if you want to keep up with all of these incredible trainers, make sure to follow the broadcast page, Pokemon.com/broadcast. Don't forget to follow us on all the socials as well. We love to hear from you. What did you guys think of this tournament? It's been incredible for us, but for now, that's going to be all, and we'll see you at the next one.